Once, many years ago, the gates connecting us to other worlds opened all over the world. What emerged from these gates was terrifying and brought death. They were terrifying creatures whose sole purpose and goal was to destroy all humans. They were monsters that no weapon created by mankind could defeat. They were of the most savage appearance and size. Human imagination had never before conceived that nature could create such monsters, several stories tall, filled with hatred and rage. There was only one way to deal with them: destruction. And that way was the appearance of the chosen ones. These people could pass through the doors of trials. They were widely known as players and appeared all over the world along with the emerging gates. They were the ones who were able to deal with the hellish monsters, killing them one by one. Humanity was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time it shuddered with fear when a huge clock appeared in the sky. This countdown timer, like the timer on the gates, meant only one thing. When the clock reached zero, the world as we know it would disappear. The players assured everyone that they could stop the heavenly clock. They brought hope to humanity and put their shoulders to the wheel, becoming heroes everywhere. However, hellish monsters continued to appear, and the players were losing this battle. This continued until he appeared. The main character, who was also a player, he looked at humanity with bright eyes and declared that there had been enough pain and suffering. People were very frightened and no longer trusted the players, so they looked at the guy with apprehension and distrust. The main character was a little different from the other players. Instead of going through bronze, silver, or gold doors, he was the only one who received power and strength from rainbow doors. Soon, people realized that this guy was always ready to give his blood and shed tears in the fight for them. The mood of the civilians changed, and they began to treat the main character as a true savior, capable of changing the situation and protecting them. They called him an incredible superhero, a lucky guy, and the young man was very happy to live up to such epithets. As a player, he always stood on the side of humanity, making choices in favor of people. He checked and cleared the areas inside the gates and leveled up to become stronger. Thus, together with his friends and subordinates, other players, he was able to stop the approaching apocalypse. Even the players bowed down before the hero, paying tribute to his strength and abilities. The young man still felt very uncomfortable listening to words of admiration from people whom he himself had admired not so long ago. After all, it hadn't been that long since he had transformed himself from ordinary human trash into who he had become. Those were endless days when the players laid down their lives for the survival of humanity. And his journey began when he was able to walk through the door. His face was covered in blood, his pupils were dilated, and before his eyes was something amazing. It was a door capable of changing anyone's life, including the young man's. Two bullies see that the young man is about to enter the door. They are not ready to let him go. There is an explosion, and the boy does not die, but he is left without legs, covered in blood, and almost immobile. But the door is nearby, and now he will not allow the mistake that once happened to happen again. This time, the door will be his, and the young man crawls inside on his hands. Despite the hellish pain, half dead, with a mutilated body and no legs, he will not give up the door to anyone, even at the cost of his own life. Two boys sitting in their apartment living room watched the television report with great interest. It was from a studio in Japan, and its main character was the country's golden player, Renji Hirasaka. One of the brothers, 15-year-old Ariaka Subaru, looked at his hero with admiration, considering him very cool. His younger brother, 13-year-old Ariaka Taigga, tried to shut his brother up and sat with a very unhappy expression on his face. Subaru tried to calm his brother down, but he said that they were not blood brothers, so there was no need to behave like that. It was clear that the boy was sad to hear such harsh words from someone he considered close to him. The report said that the day before, there had been an incident involving the discovery of otherworldly thieves. They were in an empty apartment and were found too late. Huge creatures were released, and 13 people died. Everyone knows that the gates of the otherworld are sealed by creatures from there, and ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. Until the gates are finally opened, a countdown is displayed, and when the number reaches 0, the gates open and the creatures enter our world. Hirasaka believed that there was only one way to prevent such situations. Players selected for the summoning gates must enter them before the set time expires and destroy the otherworldly creatures. Yesterday's extermination was a sudden tragic incident. Hirasaka killed the creature that had entered the world with a single blow, despite its enormous size. This was indeed the case, But the player was hurt that he was unable to prevent the situation and that it resulted in a large number of casualties. Of course, people considered Hirosaka a hero. However, the player appealed to the audience to prevent such disasters from happening again. They must report immediately as soon as they discover the gate. And when they, the players, had the opportunity to protect people from otherworldly creatures, they should act even at the cost of their own lives. Subaru was fascinated by this hero who protected humanity at the risk of his own life. Players are really cool people. 5 years ago, otherworldly gates began to appear all over the world. Hostile creatures came out of them, and no weapon was capable of defeating them. But suddenly, the Chosen One entered the challenge gate that appeared at the same time as the gate, became a player, and was able to destroy the creature. There are different categories of doors: bronze, silver, and gold, depending on rank. The highest rank is gold. The player's husband is a cut above the rest, receiving high status, honor, and a huge amount of money. He becomes a role model. The journalist was interested in what kind of person it takes to become such a player. Hirosaka replied that being in the door of challenge taught them that you need to choose a person whose soul shines the brightest. Taigga literally laughed at the idea of spirits shining brightly. That was definitely not him. But suddenly, right in the middle of the room, a door appeared in front of Subaru. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. And it wasn't just any door, but the best one there could be, golden in color. Subaru was so surprised he couldn't even breathe. With trepidation, he reached for the door handle, realizing that his life was about to change dramatically. But at that moment, his younger brother Taigga jumped up from the sofa and roughly pushed Subaru aside. The young man did not expect this and could not resist his stronger relative. He fell backward. Taigga grabbed the door handle himself, even though the door was not meant for him. The young man looked at his brother, realizing what he was about to do. He said he was sorry, but this door would be his. Subaru tried to stop him by rushing forward, but it was too late. Taigga entered the door and closed it behind him. 3 years passed. Somewhere in the city, in a deserted area, a man was suspended from a giant web stretched between houses. His thin, emaciated body hung crucified. It was our old acquaintance, Ariaki Subaru, and stones were being thrown at him, causing him physical pain. 3 men discussed among themselves how many points they would get if they hit his leg with a stone, and how many for hitting his stomach. Next, they decided to try to hit him in the head, and now one of the men had to do it. The man with blue hair asked Subaru to try to dodge, but that was, of course, impossible. The thing was, this man was an excellent shot. But then a huge, handsome, well-dressed guy came out to the yard, hugging his girlfriend. On the day the golden door appeared, another miracle happened in Subaru's life. His younger brother survived and returned from the golden door. Taigga became the youngest player in Japan. Seeing 3 bronze players mocking a weakling, Taigga was furious. He was ashamed of such kinship. Taigga approached the boys and demanded that the player give him the stone. Of course, no one resisted, and Taigga clenched the stone in his fist. In the next moment, he activated his skill, and people far away saw a burst of fire. Soon, a golden arm was activated, which looked very powerful and was encased in golden armor. The 3 bullies were stunned by what they saw. It resembled the deadly technique of Hirosaki's golden sword. Taigga prepared himself and struck with his golden fist. The flash he launched flew directly over the head of his brother Subaru. It broke through the web, flew high into the sky, and reached the clouds. The boys were shocked because the clouds instantly scattered. They realized that gold-ranked players were simply monsters. Subaru, who was still hanging on the web, wet his pants out of fear. It was a huge disgrace for Taigga, and he realized that his brother was only bringing shame to the family. So the young man left, leaving his brother behind as a bully. Even the bullies watched their brother's behavior, realizing that relatives don't behave like that when they have all the power and opportunities to support their loved ones. However, the fact that they were allowed to continue their bullying made the boys very happy. And soon people noticed with surprise that something completely incomprehensible was happening. A completely naked and beaten boy who was constantly bullied was lying on the ground. This time he had been attacked by the players. He was the complete opposite of his brother, and such shame was, of course, impossible to bear. News reports said that all the gates in the surrounding area had been destroyed. This was done by the gold-ranked player Ariaki Taigga. His parents threw a celebratory dinner to mark the occasion. They poured champagne and said they couldn't be more proud of their son. The boy was still studying, but he was already providing for his parents. He was a real son who supported his family. His mother was happy that he was their flesh and blood. The same cannot be said about the boy his father had with his mistress. Even his father admitted that this young man was a striking mistake of nature. At that moment, Taigga's favorite drink ran out. Subaru sat in his booth in the shed, which was built especially for him because the boy was not allowed to live in the house. Taigga called him from the window, took out some money and asked him to go buy him some soda. Subaru tried to say that he was busy doing his homework, but his brother considered this an unacceptable excuse. Taigga declared that the boy belonged to him for the rest of his life. He was just a bug living in his cage. Taigga threatened his brother not to even think about trying to escape from him. Subaru took the money and went to the store, thinking on the way about how terrible his life was and how many years he had left. Was this really his whole life, serving this cruel brother? Subaru couldn't believe that Taigga was serious about his whole life, and unhappy images appeared before the young man's eyes. Even decades from now, he would still be living in his shed, dying from the heat in the summer. In this cage for bugs, he would freeze to death in the winter. Subaru would work until he lost consciousness and listen to his parents' insults about how useless he was. Someday his brother would call him again, and Subaru would already look like a frail, gray-haired old man. And his brother will hand him a bill and send him to buy soda. These images were so terrifying that the young man was shocked just from imagining them. The boy understood that he could not change the circumstances, but he really did not want to live such a life. He had once had a chance, and if only he could go back to that golden, shining door. Subaru was sure that he would not let anyone near the door, even at the cost of his own life. Lost in thought about such a bleak future, the young man did not notice or feel his enemies approaching him. It was the trio that constantly bullied him. The boy realized that Subaru was in for a rough time now because they were very tired after the fight at the gate. One creature, a real monster, had scratched his face and left scars. The young man thought that the bronze rank was very tedious, and now he realized that Subaru was not a good way to let off steam. Subaru understood that this encounter could be his last, and he ran away as fast as he could. The injured player complained of pain that was hindering him, and one of his friends suggested going to the hospital first. But the scarred player said he would feel better when they killed that bastard, especially since Taigga had allowed it. The players rushed after the unfortunate guy, who hoped to escape and save his life. But they caught up with him very quickly, and the scarred player swung his sword and wounded the young man. Subaru realized that these monsters were going to kill him. No matter how terrible life was, the guy didn't want to die, and began to scream desperately at the top of his lungs. Of course, a minute ago he thought it would be better to die, but that didn't mean Subaru wanted to be killed. What a miserable situation had developed. Finally, the bullies drove the guy into a deserted alley and threw him to the ground, intending to kill him. Subaru saw a face leaning over him, filled with hatred. Then the blows began. They beat him not only with their fists, but also with their feet. The young man screamed, but no one could help him. After a while, his body was covered in bruises and blood. The players let off steam and watched the young man with disgust. Even the guy with the scar took pity on his victim, deciding that he should just finish him off. The player activated his explosive red rose skill, and a firebomb appeared in his hand. Despite the victim's moans and pleas, the player swung back, preparing to throw the firebomb and end the young man's life. At that moment, one of the bullies' attention was drawn to a glow coming from the side. In the next moment, something incomprehensible happened, but that something caused blood to spurt in all directions. And now Kunitsky was no longer a bronze-ranked player, but two halves of himself. He was cut in half by a door. It was very strange why it appeared right in the middle of a person. The first door was bronze, then a silver one appeared in its place. In a moment, it changed and became gold. Subaru sat in front of this golden door, realizing that his moment of glory had finally arrived. The young man couldn't let it slip away again, but suddenly the door cracked and began to crumble. And in place of the golden door, a rainbow door appeared. Everyone was surprised because there was nothing better than a golden door. The players decided that they absolutely had to go in and check it out. They rushed to the door but suddenly realized that the handle was not on their side. The handle of the rainbow door was on Subaru's side. Just then, the young man grabbed the door handle and began to open it. He knew that he would not miss this second chance. The players ran away from the door and saw that Subaru was about to enter it. This did not suit them at all. Subaru remembered how he had once failed to get through the door, and now he couldn't let that mistake happen again. A player threw a firebomb at him, tearing apart part of his body. Hellish pain pierced Subaru's body. All the humiliation and suffering he had experienced flashed before his eyes. and a clear realization appeared in the young man's head. This time, the door would be his, despite all the obstacles created by the players. Subaru crawled inside the rainbow door because he couldn't walk. Both his legs had been torn off by the explosion. Once again, the image of Taigga taking the door from him appeared before his eyes. Power, status, honor, money. Subaru should have already had all of that. Now he had to take it back. The young man lay motionless, paying no attention to anything. A strange lilac-colored leg covered with hair approached the young man. Soon, a creature was standing over him, but Subaru did not react or move. An announcement informed him that the rainbow call had begun, and an incomprehensible monster materialized. Thin, lilac-colored, with long claws and a huge toothy mouth. The monster placed its hand on the boy's head. Subaru felt nothing at all. He was exhausted, beaten, and had lost a huge amount of blood. His mutilated body lay flat in a pool of blood near the rainbow door he had crawled into. The monster crouched down next to the guy. It plunged its finger-like organ straight into the boy's head. Lightning bolts rolled across the young man's body. The renewal of his system had begun. The damage to the player's body regenerated, and his nearsightedness was also eliminated. The young man's heart and lungs came back to life and were restarted. Subaru opened his eyes. Right in front of him, he saw the face of some kind of monster. The upper part of its head was blurred with rainbow pixels, and its mouth was smiling. It was difficult to imagine a more terrifying monster, and the young man screamed and ran away. The creature turned around and, without causing any harm, walked away toward the throne standing in the distance. Subaru began to recall the recent events. Images flashed before his eyes of how he had been beaten, deprived of his legs, and how he had managed to crawl to the rainbow door. The young man guessed that he was in the room behind the door. The creature sat on the throne, propping its head up with its fist, and looked expectantly at the boy. In an interview, journalists asked Hirosaki what was behind the doors. The player replied that everything in his space was made of gold. The place resembled a medieval castle. Apparently, it was the owner's residence. The journalist did not understand who the owner was and asked the player again. Hirosaka replied that behind each door there was an owner of the space. The future player would have to meet him and accept the challenge. Subaru saw nothing in the space where he found himself. It was completely empty. Could it be that the creature sitting on the throne was the owner? Hirosaka said that its owner was a knight in golden armor. He recognized the player after the player struck him with a sword. Then the player received some of the owner's power. Hirosaka showed the audience a huge sword and said that this was the power of the owner of his door. Subaru remembered all this and realized that in order to gain power, he had to strike the owner once, which meant he had to strike this creature. The young man looked and realized that his opponent was a real monster. The creature sitting on the throne was clearly bored and began to doze off. Subaru had not yet figured out how to strike it when he heard a shout. The creature asked how long the boy was going to sit there, since his body was already completely healed, but his brain seemed to be completely crippled. Subaru was stunned by the fact that the creature could talk and replied in a trembling voice that his brain was fine. The creature shouted that he shouldn't delay and should get down to business quickly, accept his challenge, strike it, and then its owner would grant him power. The young man didn't quite understand what was going on. He wanted to know who he was dealing with and who this creature was. Subaru explained that he had only heard of gold, silver, and bronze doors, but had never heard of rainbow doors. The monster was surprised and annoyed. What difference did it make who he was? The monster waved his hand and smashed the door. The whole space showed that he was already losing his patience. Subaru thought he couldn't even get close to this monster. The creature was already showing clear signs of irritation, tapping its fingers as if hinting that it was time to act. Finally, unable to take it anymore, the monster yelled, "Stop sitting there, do something already! I want to finish you off and get some sleep." Subaru was literally shaking with fear. He couldn't even stand up, so terrified was he by the whole situation. The creature was furious. It didn't understand what was going on or why. Of all people, they had chosen this weakling, whom it now had to deal with. But there was nothing it could do, and in the next moment, a hail of bloody spears rained down on Subaru. The young man clutched his head in horror and closed his eyes, realizing that once again, his last moments had come. The creature stretched out its bony hand and said that if the boy was afraid, he should use it. If it didn't work here, he should look for another place so he could turn around and leave. After these words, the rainbow door reappeared behind Subaru. He understood that he had to strike the owner of this room, who looked very scary and invincible, or he had to return to his past life. There were plenty of opportunities for that, and the rainbow door beckoned, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The owner of the room watched the young man with interest. When the creature realized that the guy was moving towards the exit, it called out to Subaru, saying that he had surprised it. Was he really going to do that? If the guy was really weak and never wanted power, then why did he open this door in the first place? Subaru understood that the creature was telling the truth, but he was afraid. After all, those who possess power can never understand this fear. The creature could no longer bear what was happening. Its face contorted at the sight of the young man giving up without trying to overcome the difficulties. Subaru held onto the door handle, and only one word echoed in his head. Worm, worm, worm. That's what the other players called him, his own brother, and himself. Even the creature from the rainbow room said that if the boy wanted to live like that, he should continue crawling on all fours. But in addition to physical pain and humiliation, the young man would now also bear the burden of responsibility for his choice. Every minute of his miserable life, he would remember how he once failed to take advantage of the chance to change the situation in his life. Subaru slammed his hand against the door with all his might, shouting, "Enough!" and hitting it again and again. Enough, 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 enough. It was so easy for everyone around him to say what a weakling he was, because they weren't in his shoes. When you have power, you can do whatever you want and call others pathetic worms. The owner of the room literally laughed, saying that of course everyone can do just that. Subaru burst into tears and demanded that the creature stop treating him that way and laughing at him. After all, when you are beaten, it hurts, and when you are treated like a worm, it also hurts. So why doesn't anyone understand such self-evident truths and continues to mock him? The creature from the rainbow room could no longer contain itself. It just started laughing, thinking that this worm had gone mad. At some point, Subaru seemed to wake up. Anger distorted his face, and he shouted for the monster to shut up immediately. The boy lunged at the monster with his fist, ordering it to give him strength immediately. Subaru seemed to be truly deranged. He screamed viciously and did not lower his fist. The creature didn't believe what was happening until the very last moment. Just before the young man's fist flew towards its head, Subaru punched the monster in the nose, and immediately a web of cracks appeared on its holographic head. The young man realized that he had landed a blow. It was amazing and unexpected. He himself did not understand how it had happened. The monster was completely satisfied and confirmed that the boy could do it if he wanted to. It was good and literally amazing. The creature approached the young man and said that the blow, caused by hatred, was beautiful. It had never seen such rage in anyone's eyes before. After that, the monster confirmed that Subaru was right for it and sank its teeth into the guy's body. A terrible pain pierced Subaru's entire body. He screamed wildly, but the creature paid no attention. The young man screamed louder and louder, and it seemed as if he was already covered in blood. The boy thought, why did the creature praise him if it was going to kill him? Completely out of control, Subaru sank his teeth into the creature's body. The young man decided that this would give him strength. The monster itself was delighted with the player's actions. And to the young man's great surprise, the monster said that from now on it would serve Subaru faithfully. Finally, the creature left the boy. Confirmation came that the challenge had been overcome and the player's body had been restored. The creature smiled at the young man and said that they would definitely meet again, but first it wanted to introduce itself. The monster said its name was Vanquish. The creature complied with the young man's request to tell him who he was, and thus their first conversation came to an end. Vanquish was pleased with the player, who impressed him with his strangeness. He was strange, weak, but at the same time strong. Subaru finally came to his senses, became a player, gained Vanquish's abilities, and was a vampire of true ancestry. The young man acquired the blood manipulation skill and also had a rainbow skill bonus. All his parameters were still at the first level. A notification informed him that the empty world of the summoning was ceasing to exist. Subaru didn't understand what that meant, how everything was ending, but suddenly the notification said that the player had to leave the room within the next few seconds. A rainbow door appeared near the boy, and the entire surface began to gradually crumble. Subaru felt that he still couldn't move. The door seemed to have dissolved, and so did the entire space. Subaru fell into some kind of darkness. There was absolutely nothing around him. Complete darkness and loneliness. At that moment, the door in the alleyway cracked, split apart, and disappeared before the player's eyes. The guys didn't understand that if the door disappeared like that, It meant that the person who had entered had failed the challenge and died. The player with the scar was very angry. This was the worst thing that could have happened. Why were they so unlucky? If they had gone inside the room, this would never have happened. But at that moment, there was a crack behind them. Subaru was safe and sound, as if he had fallen from somewhere above, bathed in rainbow colors. The players were stunned again, realizing that the young man had returned. They didn't understand how it had happened, but nevertheless, he was alive in front of them. The guy with the scar was extremely pleased. Now he would finally destroy this weakling. Subaru came to his senses, looked around, and realized where he was again. His consciousness gradually returned to him. The young man realized that he had become a player. It was still unclear what abilities he possessed, but his dream was now much closer. His eternal enemies looked at their victim in amazement. Indeed, Subaru was standing before them, and now they knew that he had also become a player. Subaru finally remembered what had happened to him and realized that he had received power from Vanquish. At that moment, the bully lunged at the boy with his sword without warning, but Subaru managed to dodge. The bully brandished his sword and asked, "How dare this weakling intercept that rainbow door?" Subaru tried to explain that this door was meant for him anyway, but his opponent had no intention of listening to excuses and rushed at the young man with his sword, intending to kill him. Subaru watched in horror as his eyes suddenly turned rainbow-colored. After that, he could see his opponent's movements as if in slow motion. The sword moved very slowly and gradually toward him. This gave Subaru enough time to react calmly. He simply crouched down, and the sword flew over his head. The guy realized that he could now see everything in slow motion. It was amazing. After all, his opponent was a bronze player, which meant that all his actions were many times faster than those of ordinary people. But now every trajectory of the sword was absolutely clear. Subaru could see it and avoid being hit. The young man dodged again and again, which made his opponents even more angry. They didn't understand what was happening. The next moment, Subaru calmly grabbed the attacker's arm. He said to the bronze player, "Stop waving your sword right in front of my nose." The young man held his opponent's sword and arm perfectly, but his legs were shaking treacherously. The scarred player was extremely angry. He couldn't wound him with his sword, and this weakling dared to grab his arm. The player bent his knee and kicked Subaru in the stomach with all his might, bending him in half. Subaru was still a weakling who couldn't defend himself properly. The scarred player raised his fist above the young man's face. The boy managed to dodge, and the fist slammed into the wall, grazing Subaru's face slightly. Subaru felt the pain from the blow, but there were no scratches or injuries on his face. At that moment, a notification about the player's vitality indicators appeared. If the indicator was at 0, the player would not be able to fight. He had to hold out without taking damage. Suddenly, data that was always available to players appeared before the boy's eyes. Distance to the target, the enemy's health level, and other parameters. That's why Subaru didn't feel any pain after the blow. He was now truly a player. At that moment, the blue-haired player told his friend that it seemed like this puppy could now see the menu too and was fighting with its help. He noted that there had been very drastic changes in the boy's life. Just yesterday morning, this kid was hanging out on the internet and wetting his pants, and now he had become a player. Savatari was not ready to put up with this and activated his skill. The red fire rose appeared in his palm and flew towards Subaru. Everything around was engulfed in flames. The alley was now a wall of fire standing between the opponents. The fire burned out, the smoke cleared, and Subaru appeared before his comrades completely unharmed. The boy was scared. He thought he was done for. Of course, it stung a little, but that was nothing compared to what could have happened. His health and strength levels had dropped significantly. The young man understood that he couldn't take so many hits. Savatari was speechless. His red rose had smashed everything to smithereens, and this player had withstood even such blows. Now everyone wanted to know what Subaru's actual damage level was. At that moment, the blue-haired player turned to his friend. "Maybe we should leave right now." He went through an unfamiliar door that might be even cooler than the golden one. Savatari called his friend an idiot and told him to use his brain. Now is the time to deal with Subaru while his level is low. Once he levels up, it will definitely be impossible to defeat him, he thought. Savatari wanted to stop the guy on the first level and finally kill him right there in the alley. Subaru finally realized that his opponents were plotting something and devising a plan. The young man knew that this was his last chance to escape. But it turned out that there was no chance. His whole body was instantly enveloped in a strong web. These were the very threads that held him captive. It was a player skill called Ash Threads. Subaru tried to break free, but soon realized that he couldn't break them. Savatari let out a wild cry and rushed at the guy to finally cut down his opponent with his sword. Subaru realized that things were bad and began to quickly recall what skills he had to survive in this situation. He did have a skill, of course, but the problem was that he didn't know how to use it. Not believing in success, he simply shouted, "Dagger strike!" And then a multitude of daggers appeared in the attacker's path. Savatari literally impaled himself on these daggers coming from the young man. Vanquish appeared out of nowhere and whispered to his student to use the blood manipulation skill. Vanquish said he was tired of the guy. He was too much trouble, so he would only show him how to use the skill once. Blood manipulation controls its state for 10 seconds. Now it has turned into a blade. Next time, Subaru will have to choose for himself what his blood will become. Vanquish advised his student to use hatred, as it is very helpful in battles with opponents. Savatari, bleeding profusely, once again rushed to attack the boy, but he was able to dodge the blow again. Savatari did not retreat. He could no longer stop. Some worm dared to oppose him. Subaru didn't understand why the player was still coming at him and why he continued to do so, seeing that he was unable to kill. Savatari explained that the young man had intercepted the door, and that was a huge loss. In addition, their comrade had died, also because of this weakling. He was responsible for the death of his friend for such a murder. Subaru listened to these explanations and realized that it was useless to say anything to this evil fool. Savatari was sure that if the guy died, no one would even be upset, and it wouldn't be a loss for anyone. Subaru was completely useless to anyone, neither his family nor the townspeople. Subaru listened to the insults directed at him for a while longer, but soon remembered Vanquish's advice to use all his hatred. The young man shouted at his opponent to stop spouting all this selfish nonsense, and rainbow flashes appeared around him. Subaru was enraged by the insults, clenched his fist, and prepared to strike. His strength and abilities were enough. The blow landed on the blade, which immediately shattered into small pieces. Savatari was stunned to see his weapon broken like a piece of candy. Subaru's next punch landed squarely on his opponent's nose. The blow was so powerful that the bronze-ranked player flew like an arrow shot from a bow. Unable to control himself, Savatari's body soared high above the houses before the eyes of his stunned companion. And from that height, Savatari fell at tremendous speed onto the asphalt at his friend's feet. Subaru was ready to strike again, because the hatred still hadn't left him. The stunned player bent over his friend's body, realizing that such damage had been caused by just one blow. And now Subaru was approaching him, surrounded by a rainbow glow. The player immediately activated his Ash Threads skill and spread his arms wide. One of his hands with the threads was directed at the body of his dead friend. He hooked the threads of his other hand onto distant buildings and was thus able to quickly escape, carrying Savatari's body with him, like a real Spider-Man. Subaru watched in amazement. The hatred left his body, and he realized that his opponents, who had bullied him for years, had fled. The blue-haired player, retreating from the scene of the fight, continued to marvel at the power of the blow. He didn't know what kind of blow it was, but he clearly understood that the young man was only at the first level. Of course, he wanted to know what kind of monster had given him such strength. Subaru, left alone, was finally able to breathe. He fell to his knees and shouted that he had won. For the first time, this feeling filled him. He had won. Of course, it was good, but he needed to digest the situation and develop a plan for the future. A star lay on the asphalt, which had fallen out of Savatari's pocket when his body was carried away by his comrade. Subaru looked around. Holes in the walls, dents in the asphalt, a body cut in half. He didn't understand what to do with it now. As they say, the morning is wiser than the evening, and the next morning the city police had work to do. A body cut in half was found in one of the alleys. An ordinary person couldn't have done this, so perhaps some otherworldly monster had escaped. But then a player approached the police. He said there was no need to worry about monsters. He had already looked around, and there were no signs of otherworldly creatures in the area. It was none other than the chief gold player, Mr. Hirosaka. They showed him the deceased's ID card. It was the bronze player Kunisaki. Hirosaka understood that if a bronze player had been destroyed with a single blow, the criminal must have a status higher than silver. Suddenly, the player sensed someone's presence and immediately realized that its owner had appeared nearby. Indeed, Ludwig was standing next to his player. They both had to solve this crime and find the killer. Be that as it may, the criminal must be caught, even if he is a player. Of course, fellow players should not fight each other. Their common mission was to destroy as many gates as possible. This must be done quickly and efficiently before the ominous heavenly clock stops at 0. Hirasaka calmed the police as best he could and said he would keep them updated. Taigga was very angry. He hadn't seen his weakling brother since the evening when he sent him to buy soda. It was already morning and the guy came to his kennel himself, but it turned out that his brother was still not there. It was really strange. He never wandered the streets at night because he was too cowardly. But then a message came to his phone. The news said that a few hours ago, a bronze player had been killed by another player. It was hard to believe. Taigga checked the victim's personal card and recognized him as his brother's tormentor. The victim was from the group that had bullied Subaru. Taigga immediately remembered how he had taken the door from his older brother many years ago. Hatred overwhelmed the boy. He punched the shed and destroyed the dwelling in one motion. Taigga hoped that Subaru hadn't become a player and started taking revenge on his tormentors. The Players Association headquarters was very crowded. It was the official organization that managed awakened players in the gates of Japan. Subaru was here for the first time and now stood indecisively, looking around and admiring everything around him. It was very cool. The young man understood that all these people wandering around were players. At the new member registration window, there was a smiling beauty who congratulated the newcomers on their awakening and invited them to register. In Japan, it was forbidden to approach the gates of players who were not members of this organization, so Subaru had to register. This was done so that leveling up would only take place within the gates, and only members of the organization would become stronger. But yesterday, a murder occurred, and the victim was a bronze player. Investigating this case was the task of the players themselves. This task must be undertaken by strong, gold-ranked players. Perhaps Taigga himself will take it on. Subaru was sure that in this case, his brother would definitely kill him. This meant that the young man needed to conquer as many gates as possible in order to be as prepared as possible. The administrator took it upon herself to register the young man and explain everything to him in order. There are 3 main points to remember. When a gate is captured, the level increases. The more stars on the outside, the higher the difficulty level of the gate. After capture, the remaining stars can be converted into money. Subaru handed the girl a star and asked if he could convert it into money. It was the very star that had fallen out of Salvatari's pocket yesterday. The guy admitted that he had no money at all right now, so he needed to convert this star into cash. The administrator was stunned when she saw the star on the counter and asked the guy where he got it. The young man realized he had been caught and began to make up a story that he had become a player the day before, immediately saw the gate, fought there, and thus earned the star. The administrator warned him that an unregistered player who enters the gates faces punishment: 5 years of hard labor or a fine of 1 million. The young man didn't know what to do. He had never encountered anything like this before, and didn't even think that such a crime was considered so serious. It was a normal weekday at the Tokyo police station when suddenly everyone froze. The fact was that Ariaki Taigga, a gold-level player and the youngest person ever to become a gold-ranked player, had personally appeared at the police station. In Japan, only 3 people had gold-ranked player status. The police officer was happy to help the young man and asked how he could be of service. Taigga was interested in yesterday's murder of a bronze player. He wanted to get information about witnesses or available evidence. He was going to check some information before bringing the killer to the police. After that, all the information was given to the gold player, and he stayed to study it. At that moment, Subaru was staring in utter amazement at his bank account, which now had 1 million yen in it. Finally, he was able to convert the star into money. The administrator, of course, knew that the seizure of the gate by an unregistered person was a criminal offense. But this time, the girl agreed to make an exception because the young man was a complete novice and did not know about such a right. Subaru didn't even know which gods to pray to and thank for such a happy ending, but the danger was too close. Subaru studied the process of exchanging stars for money and realized that players could indeed earn a significant amount. For now, Subaru could only dream of such a thing, but soon he too would be able to live a completely different life. The young man decided to immediately go in search of the gate, but it seemed to him that he had urgent business to attend to. Right in front of him were the doors of a barber shop and stylish men's clothing stores. Never in his life had the young man been a customer of such establishments. The barber and the salesman greeted him cheerfully and invited him to come in. After spending a certain amount of money in several hours, The barber and salesman said goodbye to the young man and invited him to come back again. Subaru looked like a completely different person, with a fashionable hairstyle and new stylish clothes. The young man ordered himself a coffee and enjoyed his new sensations, considering himself to be extremely cool. It was the first time in his life that he had sat in a cafe, bought clothes for himself, and had his hair cut by a hairdresser. All this moved the young man deeply, and he couldn't hold back his tears, realizing how poor his life had been. Subaru calmed down and began to analyze his past and imagine his future. Before that, all he could do was experience humiliation, insults, and pain. He had no friends, and his relatives treated him like a stranger. But now, for the first time in his life, he felt free. And that feeling was wonderful. Subaru liked it very much, and now he didn't want to return to his old life. The young man decided that as soon as he finished his coffee, he would go in search of new gates, capture them, and earn more stars and money, because he had become a real player. Of course, he shouldn't forget about his enemies, among whom, unfortunately, was his stepbrother Taigga. As they say, remember the bad, and it will immediately appear, and indeed, Taigga was standing next to the young man in the cafe. Subaru was frightened when he saw his brother. He was not yet accustomed to his power and to the fact that he had become an equal player. The young man understood that his brother had found him, and now nothing good would come of it. It was unclear, of course, why Taigga had come, but it would be best to run away right now. But at that moment, his brother's huge paw was already approaching Subaru. Taigga smashed the shop window with his hand and grabbed his brother, preventing him from escaping. Subaru looked at Taigga with fear and anger at the same time, who, as usual, did not stand on ceremony with him. With a slight movement of his hand, Taigga pulled his brother out of the store, holding him tightly by the collar of his shirt. Then Taigga threw his brother, and the young man flew for a long time, knocking down passing cars with his body. Subaru flew through space at tremendous speed, like a ball launched in a bowling alley, knocking down everything in his path. At that moment, a woman with a stroller and a small child was walking along the sidewalk. She immediately realized that she would not have time to hide and avoid the collision. Subaru also realized this and managed to put his hands out and activate his skill. At that moment, blood threads were released from his hands because he used blood manipulation. These blood threads ropes caught on the passing cars. He had to grab a large number of cars, the blood turned into ropes, and these cars were now able to act as brakes. Subaru was tied to the cars, and this stopped him from moving towards the wheelchair. He did not reach the pedestrians. Fortunately, the young man was able to brake even in such a strange and remarkable way. The woman couldn't believe that it had all ended in a miracle, because she thought they wouldn't survive this situation. Subaru turned to the unfamiliar woman and shouted at her to run away quickly because it was still unsafe there. Subaru finally came to his senses, broke his bloody ropes, and was able to catch his breath. At that moment, the most terrifying of all the gold players was approaching him, walking with golden flames blazing around him. Taigga was genuinely amazed. Although he still couldn't believe what was happening, he had just seen with his own eyes that his brother had indeed become a player. Subaru was also a little stunned. He understood that he was about to fight a gold player, even though he himself was only at the first level. Besides, it was strange how his brother had managed to find him. Taigga hadn't changed his feelings toward his brother at all. He still wanted to kill him, as usual. Subaru had no choice but to defend himself. The young man was forced to accept the fight because it was the only thing he could do in this situation. Otherwise, Taigga would kill him and everything would be in vain. The city center was gridlocked with long traffic jams. It was very unusual for this time of day, but many cars were stuck. Behind the wheel of one of the cars was a girl who couldn't understand what was going on. The cars weren't moving at all. The girl opened the window and asked a passerby who was running by at that moment. The man said that Taigga had rebelled. The golden player Taigga was out of control, and everyone, including the woman, had better get out of their cars and run. Soon, everything in this city would be turned upside down, because Taigga had never been able to control himself. Subaru wanted to know how his brother had found out where the young man was. But Taigga did not answer the question, saying that his brother should figure it out for himself. Instead of answering, he threw a punch. The blow was quite strong, and the boy was thrown to the other side of the road. However, he did not fall or lose consciousness, which was already good. Subaru assumed that his brother had probably found him using the GPS on his smartphone. Of course, it was a mistake to turn on his phone to transfer money, but what did that matter now? Taigga was going to kill his brother and activated the golden glove. Subaru saw what was happening and realized that it was all too sudden and he wasn't ready for such battles yet. At that moment, Vanquish reappeared in his mind and began to explain things to him, telling him to listen carefully. Subaru wanted to know if he had a chance of success and how he could achieve it. Vanquish advised him to use blood manipulation, which allows him to convert MP into his own blood and manipulate it at will. If he seized the moment, he could use his power to dry up this indicator in the blink of an eye. Be that as it may, the young man had to stay alive at all costs, and that was the only thing he should be thinking about right now. A real battle between two players was about to take place, and their stats were presented. Subaru had the first level and very weak stats in strength, speed, and health. He was a level 23 knight with high stats and a high level of luck. Taigga was the first to attack and activated his skill. He struck, confident that it would be enough. Everything around him was engulfed in flames. The gold-level player was confident of victory and waited with a satisfied smile on his face for the smoke to clear. As visibility improved, Taigga's expression changed, and he paused thoughtfully, focused. At that moment, an incomprehensible whistle sounded behind him. Subaru, holding onto a bloody rope attached to the roof of a neighboring building, flew over his brother's head. Subaru was glad that he had seen the blue-haired guy's skill the night before, and was now pretending to be Spider-Man himself. Well, this was one use for blood manipulation. At least it gave Subaru the opportunity to escape from the epicenter of the explosion. Taigga realized that this blow had no effect, but he was going to deliver another one, because he had no intention of letting his brother go. Subaru was very quick. He immediately redirected the threads in the other direction and avoided the blow again. The blow hit the neighboring building, and the entire area was littered with debris, stones, and destroyed walls. It was scary to imagine what would have happened to a person caught in such a blow. Taigga watched his brother and didn't understand. Was his skill really just about shooting ropes from his hands? This allowed the young man to move freely, grabbing onto objects. But that's not enough to win. Such a skill is actually complete nonsense. Taigga saw his target, his brother standing alone, and decided that he would finally knock him down and finish him off with one move. But then suddenly, instead of Subaru, a thick bloody mist appeared in front of the player, and nothing could be seen. Taigga thought it was some other skill, but of course that couldn't be, because players always have only one skill. Subaru took advantage of the confusion and the thick fog and crept up behind his brother. The young man remembered Vanquish's words. All the bullying his brother had done to him flashed before his eyes. Subaru was ready to use all his hatred to fight Taigga. He clenched his fingers into a fist and struck his opponent in the body with all his might. However, what happened next literally paralyzed and stunned him. Subaru did not inflict any damage on his brother, but his arm was broken in several places. Hellish pain pierced his body, and the young man could no longer think or act, only scream in agony, clutching his crippled arm. The day before, Subaru had been able to kill a bronze-ranked player with a single punch, but it had no effect on Taigga. Taigga was very strong and now decided not to stand on ceremony with his brother, striking him repeatedly. He swung his sword. Subaru tried to dodge, but his speed did not allow him to do so effectively, and a cut appeared on the boy's chest, from which blood gushed out. The bleeding was quite severe, and the player's health began to drop rapidly. Taigga already felt that he would soon win. At the very least, his brother would no longer be able to escape. But then daggers flew out of the pool of blood that had gathered under the player and pierced Taigga's body. Subaru, still staggering and barely controlling his condition, gave the order for the blood to turn into a thick fog. Sure enough, the enemy's eyes were immediately covered by a thick, bloody mist, blocking his vision and preventing him from moving. Subaru took advantage of this pause and began to manipulate the blood. A multitude of bloody blades flew into his brother's body. These were the sharpest bloody blades the young man could make in his physical condition. Naturally, they were weak. That's why they couldn't harm such a serious and strong player as Taigga, who once again watched his brother's attempts with a smirk. Subaru began to lose confidence in his abilities and in his ability to protect himself when he saw that Taigga was not even scratched. His brother had already demonstrated amazing speed and reaction in this battle. His blows and the damage he inflicted were astonishing in their power. He was on a completely different level, and it was simply impossible for Subaru to do anything about it. Subaru understood that he could do anything, go out of his way trying to become a strong player. However, he definitely couldn't defeat Taigga right now. Everything would only get more difficult as the level of blood transformation skills increased. Subaru would gradually become stronger, but that would only happen if he survived this battle. Taigga grabbed his brother by the hair and pinned his head down. With his other hand, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his brother. Nothing stood in his way, and Taigga struck with all his might. The entire area was lit up by the flash of the blow, and a shockwave spread throughout the area. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that Subaru was still alive, which was surprising and astonishing. The strength, power, and speed were in vain, although Taigga still achieved the result he wanted. His brother's vital signs were at a critical minimum. Only now did Taigga see that his powerful fist had not delivered a fatal blow because of the softness and viscosity of blood. These were new sensations for the player, but his hand felt as if it had plunged into something rubbery, like a boxing glove or a tight, inflated tire. Subaru was able to disperse the impulses as a safety cushion and thus restrain the power of the blow. Taigga raised his hand, but it turned out that instead of a fist, there was some kind of incomprehensible rubber slime on his hand. Like slime. Taigga began to shake his hand vigorously, trying to shake off the strange rubber thing that had tightly covered his hand. Subaru also watched his brother with interest and the effect he had just accidentally created. The young man imagined the image of sticky gum. Soon, many bubbles were flying around Taigga, and he looked at them in surprise. Subaru remembered that the effects of blood manipulation lasted only 10 seconds. So he understood that the decisive moment had come, and the guy used all his MP. Thanks to this, Taigga was completely immobilized, and gradually the rubber substance enveloped his body. Soon, this stuff covered him with a solid layer. He couldn't remove it anymore. Taigga guessed that this was a skill, and it was more serious than he had imagined. But apart from shouting, no other action took place. His brother stood before him, amazed that he had defeated his opponent this time. Taigga hoped that his brother would not become arrogant about his victory, because he did not consider himself defeated. But Subaru replied that he had no intention of defeating his brother. His main and only goal was simply to survive, and the boy believed he had accomplished that. Soon, Taigga's head was also engulfed by the bloody substance. Soon, Taigga was completely immobilized. All that remained was the ability to breathe and see slightly in front of him. The guy was terribly angry and continued to threaten his brother, saying that he would definitely kill him. But Subaru took advantage of the opportunity and began his quiet escape. After all, 10 seconds passed very quickly. The young man hooked the bloody threads onto the nearest buildings and managed to escape in an unknown direction. The bloody mist disappeared, and now Taigga looked at his freed body, realizing that he had been trapped by the same blood, which meant that the guy had some kind of continuous skill. Taigga was going to catch up with his brother and kill him. However, the mist enveloped the entire area again, and the player did not understand which direction to move in. Taigga finally realized that his weakling brother, who had defeated him this time, had tricked him. The player was furious, planning to destroy his brother as soon as he found him, because he couldn't run away forever. No matter where he hid, Taigga would find him. The gold-level player was furious and irritated, continuing to quietly destroy everything around him and spewing a bunch of curses at his brother. But then someone called out to him by name, and the player saw 3 other players heading towards him. Hirakaseya asked Taigga why he had caused all this commotion and destroyed an entire residential district of the city. Taigga glanced at the group and said that he didn't have time to explain, and that it was none of their business anyway. But in the next moment, golden chains bound his body. They wrapped around him from head to hands and shoulders, and then wrapped around everything else. Hirakase replied that it seemed Taigga had gone too far with the disorder. Taigga realized that things were bad if all 7 members of the gold rank had gathered here to make a decision about his behavior. Sure enough, Hirakase raised his sword, pointed it at Taigga, and declared that the player was bound. Now the gold rank members were ready to hear his story. It is unknown what Taigga told the players, because admitting that he had been defeated by a weakling who had only become a player the day before was very embarrassing. By this time, Subaru had managed to escape to another part of the city and was now resting on one of the rooftops. The guy realized that Taigga was no longer chasing him, which meant that he had managed to escape pursuit. Subaru understood that Taigga was really too much for him, and if his brother found him again, he wouldn't be so lucky. The young man looked himself over and was upset that the things he had just bought were torn to shreds. Subaru remembered that the rest of his purchases were still in the cafe, and he hadn't even had time to enjoy them properly. He was very happy to have had the opportunity to visit a store and a barber shop for the first time in his life. Subaru realized that in order to gain freedom, earn money, and live a good life, he had to fight and become stronger. Remembering the barn where he had spent the last few years, the young man told himself that he would never return there. Subaru promised himself that he would become stronger, and to do that, he needed to train and improve his skills. In one of the city's districts, a gate appeared with a timer showing all zeros, which meant that it was possible to enter it, clear the area, and improve one's abilities. A crowd of people eager to get inside immediately gathered around the gate. A girl claimed that she had reserved the gate for herself, and this was confirmed on the website. But the local players said they didn't care about her reservation. Besides, she looked very weak, so they suggested she give up the gate to them right away. The girl clenched her fist when she heard this and said that they had called her weak, obviously having no idea who she really was. But the girl was not proud and decided to remind the strangers of her name. She was bronze player Amamiya Sayaka. After that, the sounds of blows and moans echoed throughout the neighborhood. One of the players apparently beat the girl, calling her weak, and said he didn't understand what her level was at all. Sayaka replied that she was level 8. The girl was badly beaten, covered in bruises and abrasions. It turned out that she was facing Grash's gang, a group of players with an average level of 13. The jerk stuck out his tongue and said it was no surprise that the girl couldn't beat him even alone. Sayaka understood that her opponent's level was indeed too high and that he was no match for her, but she still got up and took a defensive stance. Another player knocked on the gate and said that the beauties should just let them deal with the gate. After all, in this world, the strong always defeat the weak. Sayaka understood that she was in a very difficult situation and couldn't handle this gang, but she didn't want to give them her gate. She understood perfectly well that the truly strong devour the weak. At one time, she was told that she had absolutely no talent and was kicked out of the team, so Sayaka couldn't afford to lose. Grak called the girl a thorn in his side and was about to seriously use force against her. Sayaka was scared, but she didn't want to give up and continued to defend her gate, despite the obvious defeat in the current situation. But before the fight began, an unfamiliar guy's voice asked if they were going to enter the goal or were still deciding which of them was stronger. The voice of this punk interrupted the fight, and everyone turned to look at the insolent person who dared to interfere. Subaru raised his hand and asked if he could also participate in the battle for the strongest contender. None of those present knew this guy, and everyone was puzzled, looking at him with surprise and thinking he was clearly crazy. One of the players approached the guy and said that he was the one who had come here and asked who he was. The player wanted to know what kindergarten this baby had crawled out of and tried to grab Subaru by the shoulder. Subaru activated blood manipulation and dripped his blood onto the ground. The next moment, the player who was approaching him stepped on the elastic red substance. The guy jumped up as if he had landed on a trampoline and flew quite high. After that, the player fell face down on the ground and smashed his head, bleeding profusely. It all happened in a split second. He didn't even have time to put his hand out to break his fall. Everyone present was speechless. It was the first time they had seen such a skill in action. Subaru looked at his future opponents and realized that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. At that moment, the players snapped out of their stupor and asked what level this unfamiliar punk was. The young man honestly admitted that he was at the first level because he had only become a player the day before. It sounded strange and incomprehensible. How could a level 1 player deal with their comrades so quickly and easily? But the players from Graka's gang didn't wait for a special invitation and all rushed at the insolent young man who dared to stand in their way. Subaru knew he had to endure the fight because he really wanted to get to the gate. The young man put his hands out in front of him and prepared to attack. Subaru met one of the players immediately with a sharp blow to the jaw. The blow was strong enough to knock the powerful player face down on the ground next to his feet. The remaining guy's jaws dropped again. They couldn't understand how their teammate couldn't handle this kid. Subaru was very focused and concentrated. He was not going to lose and understood that he wanted to become a different person forever. The next player who ran up to him was met with a precise blow to the nose, and the blow was again effective. Subaru remembered how the day before he had been able to anticipate Savatari's attack at tremendous speed. At that moment, he had seen the sword's movement as if in slow motion. This afternoon, he fought against Taigga, who impressed not only with his speed but also with the power of his blows. However, Subaru was able to cope with him as well. The boy understood that his entire future was being decided right now, and he knew for sure that he didn't want to go back to his barn and become a servant to his brother and relatives, as well as a laughingstock for the whole school. Grak, seeing what was happening to his guys and how quickly they were being defeated, decided not to stand on ceremony and go all in. The player took out his pistol and announced his skill. The man held his hand because the shockwave was very strong, and he fired 6 tremolo shots. All 6 bullets flew towards the young man and should have torn him to pieces. However, this did not happen. Only bubbles of blood appeared where there should have been through-and-through wounds. Subaru used blood manipulation again and used these viscous bubbles to protect himself. The blood acted as a shield. Grak didn't even have time to figure out what was happening before the young man's fist flew into his nose, and his glasses shattered right on the player's face. Sayaka sat on the ground the whole time, not saying a word, watching as the unfamiliar young man destroyed the gang. When it was all over, the girl could only say one word, "Eee." She saw how this stranger had dealt with the whole team in one fell swoop. If this guy really was a first-level player, then his initial stats must have been very high. He was definitely not bronze or silver, perhaps gold rank. Subaru then noticed his dirty and torn clothes again, found one of the guys in clean, suitable clothes, and started taking off his jacket. Without any qualms or embarrassment, Subaru put on the stranger's jacket and was very pleased with its quality and style. Sayaka was shocked. Not only had he defeated the entire gang, but he had also stolen a sweatshirt and then put it on himself. Subaru walked up to the gate, pressed the lock, the doors opened, and the young man went inside. Sayaka remained sitting alone in front of her gate, not knowing what to do. This stranger had saved her, but at the same time stolen her gate. This was the first time Subaru had entered the world of the gate. He looked around with interest and saw an open area covered with green grass. He was told that this area was called the Karakul Gorge. Subaru read that this was the very other world beyond the gate, a dangerous zone where those creatures were supposed to roam. But what a beautiful view and landscape there was here. Suddenly, a powerful blow to the back of his head interrupted his admiration of the landscape. The door behind the boy swung open abruptly. A girl entered Karakulov Gorge and hit the boy on the head with the open door. Subaru lost his bearings, not understanding what had happened or how the girl had gotten there. Sayaka announced that it was good that the guy hadn't managed to lock himself in yet, and she closed the lock behind her. After that, confirmation came that the lock was closed. It was now impossible to leave the area until the players defeated the boss. The girl smiled happily and noted that now the guys wouldn't be able to get in, even when they woke up. Subaru was genuinely surprised that she was here, because he was the one who won and ended up being the strongest near the gate. But it didn't matter. It turned out that the stranger had originally reserved the gate for herself, and those guys were just going to take it away from her. Discovered gates are registered on a special website where you can reserve the right to conquer them. Subaru apologized to the stranger, saying that this was his first time entering the gate, and he simply didn't know about the existing rules. The guy explained that he had a good reason for rushing to raise his level. The young man offered his help to the stranger. The girl said she was ready to accept his help, especially since he had already helped her outside when he dealt with the bullies. Of course, it was upsetting that this was the first gate for the guy, but he wanted to become stronger, and that was also her cherished dream. The stranger held out her hand and introduced herself. Her name was Amamiya Sayaka. The guy also reached out his hand to the girl and began to say his name. His name was Ariaki. The boy thought that he might already be wanted for the murder of Kunisaki. The young man's mind was literally racing. He tried to come up with a name for himself, and in the end, couldn't think of anything better than calling himself Vanquish. After that, they shook hands. Although the girl thought that such a name was rather strange, the young man was most likely a foreigner. The young people didn't even have time to look around or plan their actions when suddenly a huge rock flew at them. Sayaka put her fist out and activated her manipulation because the young man had warned her in time. The huge rock shattered into small pieces from the girl's blow. Sayaka said that they had talked too long and wasted a lot of time, and the monsters were already here. Indeed, a crowd of all kinds of monsters, goblins, and beasts was moving toward them across the green, beautiful meadows. It was a herd of goblins and kobolds slowly approaching, sensing the smell of humans and preparing to destroy them. Assessing the enemy, Sayaka took up a defensive position and warned Subaru to leave the monsters to her. After that, the girl approached one of them at tremendous speed, which clearly did not expect such agility. To defeat otherworldly creatures, humans must possess superhuman physical abilities, and their reflexes must exceed biological limits. Skills are also essential. That is why ordinary people cannot defend themselves. That is what players are for, and now Sayaka will show herself in action. One blow to the goblin's head was enough to neutralize it. The girl didn't slow down for a moment, and equally powerful blows rained down on the rest of the herd. From the outside, it seemed that this was not difficult at all, and that the goblins and kobolds were not putting up any resistance. Sayaka proudly explained that her skill was such that any opponent she struck would lose consciousness without exception. It was called instant vacuum. The girl was unsuitable for long-range combat, but she was really strong in close combat. However, it turned out that instant vacuum only knocked the enemy unconscious for 3 seconds. So during that time, she had to either kill the enemy or run away. Subaru, hearing "leave them to me," stood obediently on the lawn, not moving, when suddenly the girl screamed. She asked Vanquish to help her urgently and watched in surprise as he just stood there and didn't move. The guy was really standing there with his mouth open. He thought that Sayaka's skill had the same duration as his blood manipulation. Subaru assessed the situation. The distance to the scene of the fight, where Sayaka was in the crowd, meant that he couldn't use his blood blades. So he decided to try a new type of blood manipulation. The situation on the battlefield had become more complicated, and Sayaka was already screaming for rescue and help, while the monsters were closing in on her. Subaru finally came to his senses, came up with a possible solution, and threw the bloody threads in the direction of the herd of goblins and kobolds. One of the goblins was just about to strike the girl with his huge club, when suddenly a bloody rope tightened around his throat. The bloody rope not only tightened around his throat, but also began to tighten around his neck, preventing the monster from breathing. The same thing happened to the rest of the herd, who were distracted from the girl for a moment, trying to free their throats and breathe deeply. The girl was very surprised. She even forgot to rejoice at having escaped death. At that moment, Subaru began to pull and drag all the monsters he had captured behind him. He dragged them away from Sayaka, then spun the bloody rope, and tossing the monster upward, slammed them into the ground. The monsters never regained consciousness. They were all dead. Subaru was very happy because this was his first battle with such monsters. Notifications instantly popped up, informing him that his level had increased. Not only had the player's level increased, but the blood manipulation skill had also increased its duration. Subaru looked under his hoodie and noticed that the wounds Taigga had inflicted on him had completely healed and disappeared. The boy was filled with strength, and his HP and MP were fully restored. So that's what leveling up was all about. Subaru was genuinely happy, like a little child. Sayaka finally ran up to her new friend. She didn't understand who he was, since he was able to take down a herd of monsters with a single blow. Subaru was genuinely impressed by Sayaka's skill. He really liked how she knocked out monsters with a single blow. The girl was speechless. Had he really complimented her, even though he himself had just shown something amazing? Subaru analyzed her skill and said that if she used her skills every 3 seconds in a one-on-one situation, she would always win. To her surprise, Sayaka had never thought of it that way. She just used the 3-second pause when she struck. Vanquish was right, but then their conversation was interrupted. They noticed that monsters were beginning to seep out again between 2 distant rocks. Sayaka immediately rushed towards them, saying, "Young man, do you want to deal with them? I'll be back soon." The girl jumped towards the monsters, activated instant vacuum, and struck the goblin on the head, who immediately lost consciousness. In the 3rd second, before the monster came to its senses, the girl delivered another blow and prolonged its unconsciousness, not giving the monster a chance to defend itself. Finally, she showered her opponent with blows and continued to do so until a notification announced the news. It turned out that Sayaka had defeated a 6th-level goblin. How easy it had been. She couldn't believe her luck. Could she really deal with them so easily? Inspired by her success, the girl climbed out of the gorge and said that she would continue in the same vein from now on. Subaru, who had been watching the battle, realized that everything was going well. It seemed that the girl was fine and doing great. Soon a warning appeared before Sayaka's eyes, informing her that a boss monster had appeared. She returned to warn her partner about the boss's approach, but didn't have time to say a word. A huge kobold, many times larger than normal, stood near the young man. On the monster's back was a goblin with a bow and arrows in his hands. This goblin was the leader of the goblins and was level 17. The giant kobold had several pairs of eyes and was level 12. Subaru shouted to his friend not to get distracted, and that he would fight these enemies himself. The young man began to activate his powers, standing in front of the monsters. His physical abilities were simply insignificant compared to those of the monsters. Suddenly, something happened. A bright flash, and grass, stones, and earth flew in different directions. Subaru and his rivals flew high into the sky, where a fierce battle ensued between them. The giant cobalt struck blows, and the goblin boss prepared to launch an arrow at the young man. And then a huge arrow with a powerful steel tip was ready to pierce the young man. Subaru began to identify and activate his skill using the appropriate skill. A group of shining arrows fired by the goblin boss flew at him from all sides. The arrows split into several pieces. Subaru watched this process while his entire body was covered with a protective shell using blood manipulation. The viscosity and elasticity were just enough for the arrows to stick into the protective shell, but not break through it or cause damage. However, after that, it was time for blood manipulation, and the young man falling down thought that he needed to urgently increase its level, otherwise he would die. A silver-ranked archer with powerful skills could have dealt with him, and then the situation would not have been so positive for the young man. Sayaka had been watching the battle in the sky all this time and was amazed by her new companion's abilities. The girl understood that even if she tried to help Vanquish, the difference in levels was too great. Her skill would not help in this situation. Sayaka was doing some serious math in her head, calculating the skill levels of the participants, when suddenly Cobalt crept up behind her. Without even turning her head, the girl struck the monster and knocked it out for at least the next few seconds. Then Sayaka decided to focus on her part of the battle, because she had been distracted by Vanquish's fight and left the ordinary monsters unattended. At that moment, Subaru activated his blood manipulation and covered both his hands with protective rubber balls. After making them large and strong enough, he turned the balls into blood spears and launched them at his opponents. The boss had to quickly jump into the air to avoid being skewered like a kebab on a skewer. Meanwhile, the goblin boss prepared another arrow, intending to shoot it at the young man. A new barrage of arrows flew towards Subaru. This time, the young man used his blood skill to create a large number of protective shields that stopped the arrows in midair, preventing them from reaching him. Subaru once again launched bloody spears at his opponents, but the huge giant cobalt managed to jump out of the way, and the arrows flew over him without causing any damage. This boss's evasiveness and maneuverability at close range were very high. The goblin chieftain, with his long-range archery skills, was also a serious problem. Subaru could only cover himself with protective bubbles or bind his enemies with bloody ropes. The goblin chief activated his perforation skill and launched a very high-level arrow, which Subaru was unable to dodge this time. To his horror, Subaru was wounded. There was a huge hole in his shoulder. A powerful stream of blood immediately gushed out in two directions, and terrible pain pierced the young man's body. The young man realized that his blood shield was useless because the goblin boss's piercing power was too high. The rain of arrows was just a trap. And now the goblin boss had taken out his powerful trump card, perforation, and was capable of destroying the young man. Subaru covered the hole in his shoulder with his hand and tried his best to figure out what to do now and how to resist such a serious opponent. The goblin boss prepared to send another arrow at the young man when suddenly Sayaka delivered a powerful blow to the giant kobold's jaw. Sayaka arrived just in time, and her instant vacuum was powerful enough to knock out such a formidable opponent. It seemed that her skill would only work with a difference of 3 levels, but to everyone's surprise, the giant cobalt lost consciousness and knocked out in front of the guys. Subaru looked around for the usual monsters and was surprised to find that the girl had completely destroyed the enemies from the gorge. This meant that her level had already increased. Now Sayaka was at level 9, and the giant cobalt was at level 12. Sayaka struck the monster every 3 seconds, preventing it from regaining consciousness. The goblin flew up and prepared to launch arrows. Sayaka realized that they couldn't defeat these arrows and shouted to her partner that it was the end for them. There was nothing left to lose, as they say. Subaru thanked the girl for her help and activated his abilities. He used blood manipulation and tied the giant cobalt's snout with blood ropes. Turning the blood into rubber, the young man rushed to attack the goblin, not letting go of the giant beast tied up with ropes. The guy soared into the air, created another blood rope, and raised his arm, preparing to throw. The blood rope stretched across the goblin's face, destroyed the giant cobalt, and Subaru's level immediately increased. His parameters were fully restored, and now with such strength and health, the young man was ready to deliver a deadly blow at point-blank range. This skill was similar to the one Taigga already had, Blood Fist and Derivation. The goblin fired his arrow first, and it flew at the young man at tremendous speed. Subaru broke the flying arrow with a grass fist strike, broke through to the goblin, and struck the monster boss. The goblin chief was defeated. Immediately, notifications about the player's level increase, and his blood manipulation skill popped up. Sayaka calmly watched the outcome of the battle. The girl was happy and surprised when she realized that Subaru had defeated these monsters and that the Karakul Gorge had now been cleared. While the battle and mopping up continued inside the gorge, the hooligans near the entrance to the gate finally woke up, came to their senses, and now waited for the time to end. One of the players was frozen and shivering all over because the stranger who had scattered them around had stolen his sweatshirt. But as soon as he came out of the gate, the player was going to beat him to death. Suddenly, the word clear appeared on the dial, which meant that the internal monsters had been destroyed. It was very strange because no more than 15 minutes had passed, and it usually takes about 2 hours to clear an area with 2 stars. But just then, the gates swung open, and a guy and a girl came out onto the street. The player turned to the girl. "Did she really deal with those gates?" "That can't be, and don't even try to lie," said the indignant player. But just then, a scoreboard appeared in front of all the players, indicating the completion of the Karakul Gorge cleanup. In addition, it turned out that the remaining time that the players did not use during the clearing of the territory was transferred to the Heavenly Clock. This means that players not only earn money and level up, but also help all of humanity. These supergiant gates, which could be seen from anywhere in the world, count down the time remaining until the complete destruction of humanity. And the only way to stop the clock is to destroy the gates, after which the remaining time is transferred to them. Now all the players were convinced that the gates had indeed been cleared. The recommended level for this area was above 10, but these guys, who were only levels 1 and 8, managed to do it, just the 2 of them. Subaru turned to the guy whose sweatshirt he had taken and apologized for his actions, promising to compensate him and buy a new one. But the player didn't mind at all. He immediately said that there was no need to return anything and that he was very happy that the young man had used his sweatshirt. In fact, it brought him joy. Grok tried to remind his friend that he was going to beat him to death. However, the player said that it was a joke and no one had said anything like that. After that, the whole group of players said that they had already stayed too long and had a lot of things to do. They thanked them, bowed low, and left. Subaru decided that these guys were strange after all. However, Sayaka was sure that they were just afraid of their power. The gates to the Karakul Gorge cracked, then shattered into small pieces and disappeared. Where the gate had been just a moment ago, 2 golden stars now lay on the ground. Sayaka picked them up, quite happy, and suggested they go exchange the stars they had earned for money. But then something strange happened. Subaru folded his arms across his chest in a supplicant pose, gave her a pleading look, and asked his friend for something. The only thing she understood was that he wanted her to exchange all the money in her name, even though they had agreed to split the earnings 7-3. The more she talked, the more distracted the guy looked. He stared at his cup of coffee as if spellbound, and then Sayaka realized that he wasn't listening to her at all. Subaru could barely hold back tears of joy and happiness. How wonderful it was that they had dealt with the gate and he had come back to the cafe. Sayaka tried to figure out what they would do with the money. The young man said they would divide the earnings later. But then Sayaka said that, in her opinion, Vanquish wasn't the guy's real name. He made it up because he didn't want anyone to know about his gate attack. Besides, the guy was only at the first level, but his strength was amazing. So Sayaka wanted to know who he really was. The girl added that she wasn't accusing him of anything, wasn't judging him, and didn't have anything bad to say about him. It's just that when they fought together, Sayaka thought the young man seemed like a good person. Besides, he saved her life. Sayaka wanted them to deal with the gates together, and they could become friends. If the girl could help in any way, she would definitely do so. Maybe she wasn't as reliable as she seemed. However, she was a good person. Subaru stopped listening to the beautiful girl again because only one word echoed in his head. Friends. Friends. Did someone really say something like that to him and want to be his friend? Subaru thanked the girl for everything and said that she had saved his life too. If they continued to fight together, he would be very happy. By the way, his real name was Ariaki Subaru. The young man told her everything that had happened over the past few days, about the rainbow door of Vanquish, the false accusation of murder. These were indeed difficult circumstances. Sayaka had once heard a story about how a younger brother took the door from his older brother and became a gold rank. And now it turns out that she had met this older brother. The girl stated firmly that she would never forgive the scoundrel. Of course, Subaru and Taigga are not real brothers, but that doesn't mean he wants to become stronger in order to kill him. It's just that Subaru's life is at stake. Sayaka in turn told the young man that she has three sisters, and they are all players too. All of them have silver rank, and only Sayaka has bronze. They used to be on the same team, but years later they decided that Sayaka was a burden and kicked her out. So now the girl's main goal is to become stronger and look at them with a sense of triumph. It turned out that the future partners had almost identical goals, so they needed to become stronger together. Sayaka reached out her hand with a broad smile and offered to seal the agreement with a friendly handshake, promising that they would never betray or abandon each other. Subaru looked completely stunned. How suddenly, in addition to strength and everything else, he had managed to make a real friend. The young man promised not to betray or abandon each other and to take care of each other. In addition, the guys turned out to be about the same age, so they decided to communicate simply, without surnames and ranks, but just by their first names. It was the beginning of a strong friendship. The main office of the Players Association housed a large conference room on one of the upper floors. Today, the strongest representatives of the gold and silver ranks gathered at a huge table. One of the issues on the agenda was the behavior of the player Taigga, who was imprisoned and restricted in his freedom for his lack of restraint and the harm he caused to people. Hirosaka said that they are now the only ones of the gold rank who can act. One of the players said he didn't see a problem with this, as 6 people were enough, and it was fine without Taigga. No one had liked this rude guy for a long time, so his absence would only benefit everyone. The player with the headband said that even 4-star gates can only be handled by gold-ranked players, so there really aren't enough players to handle more difficult gates. Hirosaka replied that they would increase the number of shifts until Taigga's restrictions were lifted. In addition, silver-ranked teams would also participate in the attack on 5-star gates. The gold players said that this would only be possible if there were 10 people above level 30, in which case they could rely on the silver players. At the moment, there are exactly 7 5-star gates in Tokyo and other cities that need to be covered as quickly as possible. An attack on such a gate is currently underway in the Meguro area, and this task has been entrusted to Juliet's team. Juliet was the leader of one of the silver player teams and had a personal level of 38. Subaru and Sayaka came to the Players Association office to learn about the new gates and met some very unusual people. These were players who literally exuded confidence and strength. They were well-equipped and paid no attention to anyone else. Subaru was so engrossed in watching these players that he accidentally bumped into their leader. The beautiful Juliet listened to his apology and asked him to be more careful. Subaru stared at these powerful people as if spellbound. Sayaka explained that this was Juliet's high-ranking team. Juliet's team gathered in full force and in full gear. It was interesting to know where they were going, but it had nothing to do with the guys. Sayaka converted the stars into money and suggested they immediately go and book the next gate. She had already spotted one with 2 stars, so it would be an easy victory for them. Subaru was very happy about this. The girl said that the gate was located in the Meguro area. The friends got to the right place, found the reserved gate, and went inside. This time, a huge spiral staircase awaited them inside, made of stone and leading deep down. The area was called Battle at the Dump. There was blood, huge drops of blood, puddles, and screams. The body of a girl lay on the ground, covered in blood, and a young man was trying desperately to do something. But Sayaka's face was getting paler and paler. Her gaze was clouding over, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. Subaru knew he couldn't save his friend anymore. He got up and went to take revenge. He won't get away from Subaru. He'll finish him off no matter what, thought his opponents. 2 hours earlier, Subaru and Isaac had entered a gate called Battle at the Dump. The young man was interested in whether it was possible to know in advance what awaited them behind the gate. If they were not locked from the inside, it would be safe to enter and exit. Players engaged in reconnaissance gather information and report it to others. For example, that there is a huge spiral staircase inside these gates. It is also known that this path is quite narrow, and it is the only one that is very suitable for Sayaki's skill. The girl said that Subaru must lock the door behind him for the first time. This will start the quest, and they will be able to receive enemies. Soon the lock was closed, and the quest began. Sayaka eagerly awaited the advance of the enemies. Soon, somewhere below, deep within the territory, measured footsteps and the pounding of feet could be heard. It became clear that their opponents were coming up from below. Moreover, they were doing so rather slowly, and the players were impatiently waiting for them. Subaru looked down into the bottom of the spiral well. He sensed some kind of threat hanging in the air. It came from the very bottom. Perhaps it was the boss of this territory. Skeletons in armor with primitive weapons were climbing the stairs in dense rows. But it soon became clear that there weren't just a lot of them. There were too many, because every single step of the staircase was occupied by enemies. Some time passed before the first skeletons reached the players. Sayaka stood as if spellbound, watching the monsters without moving. Meanwhile, the first skeleton had already begun to draw its sword. The girl did not move, and then the skeleton swung. The sword was very close to her face. Subaru managed to block the attack using blood manipulation, thus preventing the skeleton from hurting Sayaka. Finally, the girl seemed to wake up from her trance and struck the enemy on the head with all her strength. The blow was strong, but the next wave of skeletons was already rising. In addition, they had increased their speed and were now running to attack. Subaru was again in the right place, and his blood manipulation created a dense defense around the girl. Sayaka came to her senses, knocked out the first batch of skeletons, and thanked her friend for his help. These skeletons were quite difficult to defeat, but if the door behind you is closed, you cannot leave the area until you win. Therefore, the path without branches will not be completely passed until all these skeletons are destroyed. Subaru shouted that he would stand guard, so at least each of them could reduce the number of enemies individually. The young man understood that standing still was the best way to deal with such terrain, but the number of enemies was simply incredible, and the guy still had some kind of terrible feeling that reached the very bottom of his stomach. The young man understood that this enemy was definitely stronger than the goblin he had fought last time. Sayaka destroyed the skeletons at high speed, and soon the girl was already out of breath and a little tired. Subaru advised her to slow down, because there were many enemies and she needed to distribute her strength wisely. Sayaka did not want to listen to such advice because, on the contrary, she thought differently. She explained that in the gate space, players' stats were fully restored as they leveled up, and their level increased. Therefore, the best decision would be to go ahead and fight until the level increased. Sayaka advised fighting with all their strength, as this would help them quickly raise their level and restore their stats. Subaru immediately rushed into the attack, not holding back, following his partner's advice. Blood manipulation and derivation were activated. Then the young man created a wall of blood, and the entire staircase was covered in a bloody mist. Subaru, no longer worried about his remaining MP, and completely immersed himself in the process of destroying his opponents. Soon, the skeletons were literally drowning in this sea of blood, which carried them away and prevented them from climbing the stairs. Subaru decided to use everything he had to destroy his enemies at once. And now the stream was carrying the destroyed parts of the skeletons deep down. Very little time had passed, and our guys were still in disarray, just as before. Subaru knew that this effect would not last long, and now Sayaka had to take on the next stage of the battle. The girl gladly joined the fight. She pushed off from the step and jumped over the sea of blood. While Sayaka flew over the skeleton, it turned out that her level had increased. The girl was very pleased with this fact, thanked her partner for the easy upgrade, and advised him not to miss his chance either. Subaru thought that they had descended quite low and deep into the room and had done so very quickly and easily. Subaru used blood manipulation again. He was going to take over the entire space and smash his opponents to pieces. Reports of level increases immediately poured into the player's account, and as a result, the effect he had managed to activate became more powerful and productive. Subaru was very pleased with his level ups, and everything was going great, easily and quickly. Sayaka watched her partner with admiration, finding him simply amazing. Any enemy would be terrified as soon as they saw him. At that moment, one of the skeletons approached the girl and rushed to attack while she was watching her partner. It would have ended very badly for Sayaka because she really didn't have time to defend herself. But luckily, Subaru was more attentive and launched a blood arrow that cut off the skeleton's head. Subaru repeated once again that Sayaka should not lose her vigilance and remain alert throughout the battle. The girl apologized again and thanked him for saving her. The young man thought that at this rate, they would soon reach the bottom of the stairs. Everything was going too well and was too easy to understand. But Subaru still had a bad feeling, and with each step, the sense of impending danger grew stronger. By the time the young people had cleared the entire staircase and descended, their levels were 20 and 19, respectively. Once at the bottom of the room, the boss of this dungeon appeared before the young people. The dungeon boss was huge and powerful. A skeleton in a fancy dress with a crown on its head did not touch the ground, but seemed to float in the air. The young people looked closely at the boss, trying to gauge how serious the upcoming battle would be. The current queen, Yudida, the dungeon boss, was level 29. She immediately launched an attack from two sides, directing slashing blows at the players. Subaru quickly created a protective space around himself using blood manipulation, preventing enemies from damaging the players. The rods with which the queen whipped the players were very powerful. This boss was really dangerous. The area was quite large, the attacks were made from long distances, and the trajectory of the blows changed with kaleidoscopic speed. Sayaka also assessed the situation and honestly admitted this to her partner. The girl understood that the boss was very strong and the situation was getting worse. Subaru also understood that they couldn't handle this boss yet. However, the strong sense of danger he felt on the upper floor did not increase. The young man realized that the threat did not come from the queen, and this gave him hope that they could deal with her. Subaru was very focused and alert. The manipulation effect had ended, and the guys had no defense, so they had to quickly come up with a solution to the situation. At that moment, the queen launched another attack from two sides at once, striking with her molds very quickly and accurately. Subaru used blood manipulation as a defensive device, putting up blood shields and covering himself and Sayaka from attacks. The girl understood that they couldn't run away all the time. They had to do something about this boss. Most likely, the boss's skill was related to increasing the number of rods using magic. The stretched rod was probably the same as the young man's blood mass. This boss is really an unfortunate opponent for Sayaka. The difference in levels is too great, and the instant vacuum is completely ineffective. It would be better if Subaru fought using a stable offensive-defensive strategy of blood manipulation, but in that case, Sayaka won't get anything from the large amount of experience points the boss has. The young man remembered how the girl had suggested that they become stronger together, and then sealed it with a friendly handshake, promising never to betray or abandon each other. Subaru was happy with these words, so now he was going to fight the boss not alone, giving Sayaka the opportunity to grow. He warned the girl that he would now completely block the boss's rods, and while they were blocked, the girl would have to attack from all sides and with all her might. Subaru activated his blood manipulation and increased its viscosity to the maximum. The boss watched the players closely. After that, the young man threw huge bubbles of viscous blood high into the air. They rose high into the air, while the queen continued to strike and whip in different directions. At one point, her whip slashed at the viscous blood bubbles hanging above her head. The queen raised her head to see what was happening. But at that moment, the sticky blood gum bound her body. The queen could not move her arms or use her whip. Subaru shouted to his partner that it was time for her to attack. He didn't have to repeat himself twice. Sayaka activated her abilities and rushed to do her part of the task at tremendous speed, believing that her partner was absolutely invincible with his skill. Subaru was a very modest young man. He thought that Sayaka was flattering him with her optimistic compliments, and that today they were just lucky with the compatibility of their abilities. At that moment, the girl had already jumped up to the queen and struck her in the head with all her might. The girl's fist landed squarely on the dungeon boss's nose, and it felt incredibly satisfying to get to such monsters. Sayaka was in full swing. She delivered blow after blow, not allowing the queen to recover, while the boss's arms and lower body were immobilized by sticky blood. To gain experience points in battle with an enemy, you must reduce its health by at least 20%. Therefore, it is difficult for players who are engaged in defense and healing to become stronger. They have to struggle to increase their level. Subaru's philosophical musings were interrupted by a warning that his skill's duration would end in a few seconds. He urgently warned his friend that the blood manipulation was running out. Sure enough, the sticky gum gradually rolled off the dungeon queen's body, and she could barely restrain herself, ready to immediately launch an attack and take revenge. As soon as the blood manipulation expired, a powerful whip attacked Sayaka. But by this point, Subaru had already sealed his friend in a protective bubble, and all the whip's blows had no effect. The dungeon boss was furious, and the young man continued to maintain the blood manipulation while his friend was in the rubber house. Soon the girl broke free from the protection and was ready to proceed to the next stage of the attack. The players planned to repeat the same thing several more times. But before they could act, they heard someone's voice say, "You!" "Oh my God," the queen hung in the air and asked, "Who did you get this skill from?" Subaru was speechless. He didn't know that otherworldly beings could talk. The queen continued to argue and said that it was impossible for him to help humans. Subaru tried to figure out what she meant. The queen was probably talking about Vanquish. But then again, if she could talk, maybe they could come to an agreement. The boss yelled that she would never engage in any dialogue because it couldn't be, and began to transform, taking on a completely different appearance. Sako said that, according to her sister, if the boss's life force was almost depleted, he could transform. And indeed, now the boss had a completely different appearance. A huge fireball and bone arms spreading out in different directions. Before the young man could figure out how to use blood manipulation, the boss attacked the players. The red blood mist that the guy had managed to conjure up dissipated as a result of the attack. The bloody shield boiled and evaporated. If Subaru didn't replenish his blood supply, he wouldn't be able to bounce back. If he did nothing, his mana would reach 0. Besides, his girlfriend Sayaka was standing behind him. He had to do something to protect them both. The young man held up his shield and put all his strength into preventing it from being destroyed. Subaru had nothing left. The young man couldn't retreat, so he had to slowly move forward. Gradually, the blood was drawn out, and at Subaru's command, turned into a huge spear. When the transformation was complete, the spear cut through the dungeon boss and the monster's head flew off. The dungeon boss was defeated, the players' levels increased, and everything was fine. However, Subaru was dissatisfied. This boss knew something about Vanquish, but the young man did not have time to find out anything and killed the villain. The boy wanted to know if the otherworldly creatures from the gate and the creatures at the door were one and the same, but for now, that information remained closed to him. Sayaka once again thanked her friend, saying that at the end of the battle she had to rely on her friend again. Either way, they were able to deal with the second gate. Sayaka also gained experience points, so they both achieved their goal of becoming stronger. The next time they encountered the boss, Subaru decided to try to strike up a conversation with him and find out the answers to his questions. But then the young man noticed that, although they had defeated the boss, the notification about the lock being removed had not come. Sayaka also found this strange. It turned out that the gate had not yet been cleared. The young people realized that they could not leave this area yet. This had never happened to them before. Suddenly, the young man noticed something unusual and striking out of the corner of his eye. Indeed, in the middle of the dungeon stood a rainbow summoning door, exactly like the one Subaru had passed through a few days ago. Sayaka was so surprised that her mouth fell open. The door was indeed rainbow-colored. It had appeared before the young man for the second time. It was something unreal. Subaru was just as surprised as she was. He had no idea that a door could appear more than once. Sayaka explained that each door had its own conditions, but they said that the summoning door appeared to obtain a new skill. Subaru decided that this was related to his reaching level 20. Otherwise, he couldn't explain this strangeness. Sayaka said that Hirosaka, the player in first place in the gold rank, had entered his gate 7 times already. The girl didn't understand what the problem was because it was actually a good thing. And if they continued in the same vein, they could become the strongest duo on the planet. Subaru completely agreed with his partner. He was only able to reach his current level thanks to blood manipulation. If the guy got another powerful skill, he would be able to fight a gold rank person with it. Sayaka was impatient. She wanted her comrade to hurry up and enter the rainbow door for a new skill. Subaru also decided not to delay. He grabbed the handle and pressed it. The door opened without a problem, and the young people, full of anticipation and admiration, stood in front of the open space. The next second, a powerful attack came from behind the door. Subaru didn't even have time to see who had done it and immediately slammed the door shut. Subaru turned to Sayaka and saw that a huge gash ran across her entire body. The girl only had time to say she was sorry. She didn't have the strength for anything else. In the next moment, blood gushed from the cut. Sayaka's legs buckled and she began to fall. Subaru finally realized that he too had been wounded and began to fall, bleeding profusely. At that moment, the rainbow door swung open and a creature appeared in the doorway. It stood in the doorway with a scarlet sword in its hands. It was a giant. It looked like a vanquisher with a strange color, a huge mouth, and blindfolded eyes. The stranger tilted his head from side to side, as if stretching his neck muscles, and said that he did not know that the young man would come to him with company. Subaru immediately understood what feelings he had felt from the very beginning of the quest. It was a feeling of ominous threat. The young man did not understand what was happening, why there was a killer and an enemy inside the rainbow door, why Vanquish was not there, and why Sayaka had to be killed. Subaru reached the girl and pulled her motionless body onto his lap. At that moment, his severed arm lay nearby. The young man understood that the situation was very bad. The bleeding wouldn't stop, and Sayaka couldn't even speak. Subaru laid the girl on the ground, not knowing what to do next. The young man was clearly in shock and needed to calm down a little. The villain from the rainbow door apologized to the boy. He now understood that the girl was his dear friend, but he didn't understand why she needed this situation. After all, she would only become a burden. Subaru was beside himself with grief and couldn't even find the strength to respond to his opponent. The monster said that he had saved the young man from having to tread water. But then Subaru finally snapped out of his stupor. He looked at the creature, and hatred reflected in his eyes. The boy jumped to his feet despite the bleeding, gathered all his strength, and said that this bastard would not be able to escape him. Subaru shouted that he would finish the creature off no matter what. It immediately became clear that his threats did not scare anyone. The creature simply laughed, sticking out its huge blue tongue and continuing to taunt the young man. After that, the creature introduced itself. It turned out to be one of Lord Vanquish's subordinates. His name was Kalyan, the king of vampires, and it was he who had arranged this challenge. Subaru listened to all the information calmly and said that since that was the case, Kalyan must now die. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a message that the partner with whom Subaru had come to this gate was on the verge of death. Subaru had nothing left to lose. He entered the rainbow door and now stood opposite Kalyan. Around him was a sandy desert landscape. Kalyan was Vanquish's subordinate. It was unclear why he had attacked the young man and what his goal was. Subaru turned to his master Vanquish and told him that his subordinate had attacked him. The young man wanted to understand what it all meant. Subaru was very upset. Hatred literally burst out of him, but he still did not receive any answer. Kalyan explained that trying to communicate with Vanquish in his mind was completely useless. Vanquish was not an entity in the young man's mind. He was only an instructor in blood manipulation and did not talk about other topics. After that, Kalyan turned to the young man, welcoming him to the challenge space and explaining that the condition for this territory was to inflict wounds on his body. Kalyan knew that the player had made progress, and now he needed to demonstrate it in action. Before the creature could finish speaking, the young man had already rushed at him to attack. Kalyan easily blocked the attack, saying that the young man was completely impatient and hadn't even listened to the creature's words. If Subaru completed the challenge, he would receive Mr. Vanquish's greatest treasure, the sky drill. Subaru replied that it seemed the creature wasn't listening to what he was saying. The boy repeated once again that he would kill the monster one way or another. And immediately, another attack of his blood arrows aimed at his opponent followed. Kalyan literally mocked the guy. He spun in the air, turning upside down, and said that the young man was very skilled with his power. However, he was still too slow to show his true high class. After that, Kalyan swung his sword to prevent the blood spears from attacking. Soon, these blood spears turned into blood rods. Kalyan noted that the guy was hinting at the boss he had just defeated with his skill. Subaru had no intention of engaging in dialogue with his opponent. He fought with intense concentration. Kalyan said he had seen the guy's battle with Mr. Vanquish. The young man has the ability to adopt the fighting style of his opponents, but the guy has no trump cards against him. Subaru demanded that his opponent not run away, but engage in a fair fight and begin the battle. Subaru understood that he had no time for conversation because his friend was dying from blood loss behind the door. Kalyan promised not to shy away from battle anymore and was ready to fight if that's what the guy wanted. Kalyan swung his sword and cut off all of Subaru's blood spears and whips in one motion. And he didn't just cut them off. He chopped them up like cabbage for a salad, and now the scraps fell to the ground, showing Subaru that he was incapable of anything. Kalyan showed the guy his sword and said that this was the Sky Chisel. Lord Vanquish had put the essence of his technique into this weapon, the highest degree of bloodshed using a sword that pierced the air. Therefore, any defense against this weapon was simply paper that the chisel would cut through without any problems. Kalyan was engrossed in the story about the weapon and suddenly noticed that his opponent had disappeared somewhere. Kalyan looked up and indeed saw a huge number of blood arrows and roses. Kalyan really liked that the young man was using his mind and trying to create something new. For example, now Subaru was extending rods from his feet. These rods fell on the enemy from above. Moreover, they were thorny, not smooth. Kalyan liked this very much. He admired the young man's ingenuity and believed that he could become an excellent fighter. Soon Kalyan was completely enveloped in bloody rods. Subaru watched him, hoping that his opponent would not be able to dodge everything. But unfortunately, Kalyan was too strong. The Sky Chisel was an unreal weapon, so the attack failed again. Kalyan not only freed himself from the blood roses, but also managed to wound the guy, saying that he was really good, but not good enough to fight on equal terms. The monster punched the guy in the stomach with all his might, and the young man immediately began to spit blood. All he could do was get angry, spit blood, and curse his opponent and the circumstances. Kalyan continued to strike the young man, feeling absolutely no resistance. The next blow knocked Subaru completely out, and he flew far to the side, burying himself in the sand. Kalyan turned to the young man, saying that he considered himself very strong, but in reality, he had clearly underestimated his opponent. He shouldn't have been so cocky. This challenge was no joke, and now Subaru lay motionless in the sand, showing no signs of life. Kalyan approached his victim and said that if the guy didn't pull himself together, he would kill him. Soon, Subaru found the strength to get up. He stood on shaky legs and tried to restore his health with blood manipulation. His gaze was still clouded, his face covered in blood, and it seemed that the young man did not understand where he was. Kalyan also realized this. Looking at the expression on his opponent's face, the monster understood that no one was listening to him. Subaru replied that he had no time to listen and engage in dialogue with his opponent, because while he was busy doing so, Sayaka's life was leaving her body. Subaru activated blood manipulation, derivation, and blood fist, seasoning everything with a huge amount of his hatred. The young man rushed to attack his opponent, gaining more and more power and strength as he moved. Subaru did everything he could, but he didn't manage to strike a blow because his opponent flew high into the air and was now laughing loudly from there. Subaru activated the blood whips and released them at lightning speed at his opponent. It turned out to be a good move. Kalyan did not expect the second attack to be so fast and was now trapped by the blood whips. Subaru got a glimmer of hope and now didn't want to let his prey go, hoping to defeat Kalyan. Both opponents rushed at each other, and at some point their fists clashed. Kalyan noted that the young man had made himself excellent armor because he withstood Kalyan's direct blow. However, Kalyan warned him not to rejoice too much, because the sky chisel could overcome any defense and break any armor. Kalyan struck, and indeed the armor did not hold. The young man's body was covered in blood, and his arm was severed again. But this time Subaru managed to instantly use blood manipulation to restore his severed limb, allowing him to immediately strike his opponent with a direct blow. Kalyan, having been struck in the face, was enraged and immediately struck the young man's other arm with his sword. But the restoration happened in a flash. The arm was back in place, and Kalyan immediately received a powerful blow to the body. Kalyan was already getting excited. He realized that the battle would be interesting for him and used the sky chisel again. Now the young man's leg was injured, pierced by the sword. Subaru instantly restored his leg, healed the wound, and struck his opponent on the head, inflicting very serious damage on Kalyan. It was amazing. No matter how many cuts Subaru received, he glued them together with his blood. But that meant that as soon as the young man ran out of mana, he would fall apart and die. It was clear that the guy was acting with his last ounce of strength and was in complete despair. But the longer this went on, the more Kalyan began to like this guy, who was brave and very clever in battle. Kalyan remembered how Mr. Vanquish had told him about this guy for the first time. It was unbelievable and hard to believe, but it turned out to be true. When Subaru first received his power, feeling the intense pain from Vanquish's bite, he immediately bit him back. It was simply amazing. They had never met such an eccentric and extraordinary player before. Vanquish was sure that Kalyan would also undoubtedly note how funny and good this guy was at everything. And now Kalyan understood what his master meant. He told Subaru that he liked him very much. However, the young man did not have enough power to attack and injure him. Subaru wanted to understand what made his opponent giggle and laugh so much. But first he launched another blood manipulation, derivation, and a blood spear. He hoped that with persistence and monotonous attacks, he would still be able to damage his opponent and find his weak spots. Subaru shouted that the enemy had underestimated him, and blood gushed from Kalyan's mouth. The blood spear pierced his body, and the creature bent over, unable to resist any longer. Subaru wanted to kill the villain as quickly as possible because time was running out. His friend was bleeding to death. And now Kalyan's body was cut in half. The upper part of his torso was bleeding green blood, but he continued to laugh and asked if the young man really wanted to kill him. Kalyan told the guy that he hadn't just wounded him, he had killed him. He really was a tough guy after all. Subaru was in a hurry. He didn't want to make small talk, even though Kalyan thought he was too cruel to his victims. Subaru waited for his opponent to die quickly so that the gate would open and he could take Sayaka to the hospital. Kalyan explained to the guy that he shouldn't be an idiot and fuss about Time in the doors doesn't flow the same way as in normal human life. Callion wanted to know how the young man planned to survive after everything that had happened. He used his skills to seal the cuts. When the mana ran out, Subaru would fall apart and die. That was indeed the case. The young man confirmed that he knew and understood this, but he explained to his opponent that he had no other way to defeat Callion. It was his challenge, and Sayaka was accidentally dragged into it. Giving up his life was the only thing he could do to save his friend. Callion didn't understand why the guy was so obsessed with this bunny. Sayaka, Sayaka, Sayaka. Could he have fallen in love with her? Subaru could no longer hold back his tears and explained to the villain that he had once promised not to abandon the girl. She had been his first friend since birth. Hearing this, Callion stopped laughing and asking questions. Personal memories came to his mind. Once upon a time, he was a little boy, and someone approached him, called him by name, and swore on his vampire pride. The stranger held out his hand and said he would never betray or abandon the boy. They sealed the deal with a firm handshake, and the boy thanked Mr. Vanquish for everything. At that moment, Vanquish himself intervened in the conversation. He admitted that he had ruined the boy's life, and as an apology, in addition to the sky drill, he gave him his skills. This could also be called a congratulation on passing the class. Subaru did not understand the meaning of these gifts because he could die at any moment. Callion reassured the young man, saying that he would not die. Had the young man completely forgotten that this door was located in the gates? Callion, the king of vampires, didn't have time to say anything else because he died, and the young man's level immediately increased. Subaru felt completely restored. His health and MP were at their maximum, and he also received the sky drill and skills such as vibration perception, understanding of the deadly Ken, and others. Now Subaru knew that defeating otherworldly beings in the gate gave you a chance to level up. The young man wanted to ask Callion if he was also a resident of the gate and an otherworldly being. Callion confirmed that they had the same origin. Vanquish was also one of them, but Callion didn't have time to say anything else because his time had come. He pointed his finger at the young man and said that if his girlfriend died, he should use the blood usurper. Subaru remembered that he seemed to have such a passive skill, but he didn't know exactly how to use it. Callion had almost left him, but managed to say that the final fighting spirit the boy had shown in their battle reminded him very much of Mr. Vanquish. After that, the enemy dissolved and disappeared. Subaru remained alone in the doorway. The quest was completed before the destruction of the otherworld. There were only a few minutes left, and the players had to go outside. Subaru, along with Sayaka's lifeless body, exited the gate and found himself in the middle of a busy city street. The battle was immediately confirmed as complete, and the remaining time was transferred to the heavenly clock. But the boy was completely uninterested in this. All his thoughts were occupied with Sayaka. He tried to call an ambulance. Soon the gate cracked, split, and disappeared. But Subaru didn't pay any attention to it. He called the rescue team and thought only of Sayaka. At the same time, another gate in the area was being cleared by players. This time, silver-ranked players were trying to clear the white whale's lair. Everything around them was covered in snow and ice, as if they had ended up at the North Pole. The clearing was unsuccessful. More and more players were dying, and their bodies were floating in the icy northern rivers. The team leader, Juliet, was also there, but she did not take part in the battle herself. Her subordinate appeared with a report. The man did not know what to do because if this continued, they would all die. At that moment, a huge giant sky whale appeared in the sky above them. This monster swam through the air, releasing bubbles of water that instantly destroyed the players. Juliet began to realize with horror that the level was very serious. Her subordinates were being killed one by one, and this wasn't even the boss of these gates. The subordinate wanted to understand what to do in this situation. If most of the invading players did not die, they would not be able to leave this territory at all. Juliet asked how many players had to die for the gate to open. The player couldn't believe his ears. Indeed, his leader, a very cool boss, wanted to know how many more comrades needed to be destroyed in order to escape. The man was shocked. Were they really going to abandon their comrades? But Juliet was entrusted with this mission, and her subordinates trusted their leader. The player still tried to say something about how a leader should protect his subordinates. But at that moment, Juliet pierced the man's head with her sword. It was incomprehensible how he dared to say such a thing to her. Wasn't her life more important than that of a subordinate? That was precisely why weak players like him were not fit for serious matters. At that moment, a notification sounded. Most of the invading players had been killed, and the castle with the enemy was her last victim, which made up the necessary majority. Juliet was moving towards the exit when her subordinates called out to her. They had also just received the notification and wanted to know how to proceed. Everyone knew that if the players left the uncleared territory, otherworldly creatures could enter the city. Juliet didn't want to listen to anything. She ordered her subordinates not to stand around and ask stupid questions, but to return and continue the battle with the whale. The monster would appear here soon, so the players had to do everything possible to stop it. The men tried to ask their leader how to do this, but Juliet just yelled at them, saying that they had to figure it out themselves and not wait for everything to be handed to them on a silver platter. After that, Juliet announced to the players that she was leaving and no longer intended to have anything to do with them. The men tried to find out who else Juliet would take with her, but she did not answer them. At that moment, a huge whale appeared near the players. They understood that they had to prevent human casualties, even at the cost of their own lives. The players tried to resist the heavenly whale, but it immediately attacked them with air and water bubbles. Meanwhile, Juliet reached the gate and opened it slightly. The girl went out into the streets, absolutely happy to have escaped from this terrible place alive. As soon as she was on the streets of the city, a notification arrived. Juliet began to read it, and her hair stood on end from the information she received. It turned out that no one was left alive in the gates, and otherworldly creatures had begun to come out. In less than a minute, they poured out of the unlocked gates onto the streets of the city. Juliet was thrown back by the impact of the door and flew a considerable distance. The team leader was very upset. She cried and screamed about how useless her subordinates were because they couldn't even hold the creature back for a few minutes. Everyone knew that otherworldly creatures targeted those who invaded their gates, and now the huge celestial whale that had appeared in the city would be hunting Juliet. At that moment, on one of the neighboring streets, efforts were underway to rescue the wounded Sayaka. She was still breathing and conscious. The medics put an oxygen mask on her, applied initial bandages, and immobilized her head. Subaru tried not to interfere with the doctor's actions. He just prayed that Sayaka would survive. At that moment, a notification arrived that the quest had failed. The attack on the white whale's lair had been stopped, but there was more terrible news. The remaining time that the players had spent in the gates was now taken away on the heavenly clock. This situation deprived humanity of 240 days, and it all happened because some players failed to complete their task. Subaru was trying to figure out who could have caused such damage when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. The young man turned around and saw Juliet running down the street and calling for his help. Not long ago, at the Players Association office, he had seen this chic, confident girl with her team. Now she looked bedraggled. She was running alone and demanding that she be given a car immediately. Juliet pointed to an ambulance. Subaru didn't understand what she wanted from him, but then Juliet realized that the guy was also a player, most likely a novice who didn't understand the intricacies of the game. Juliet pointed to the sky where a huge whale was hovering in the air and said that it was chasing her. The guy had to stop it, and Juliet herself would run away. The girl immediately ran up to the doctor and demanded that they get in the car and leave quickly. The doctor replied that they were busy with the wounded woman. Juliet called the man a slow idiot and ordered him to get up quickly, leaving the girl behind. The doctor began to explain that the wounded woman would not last long and needed to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Juliet demanded that the man spit on this stranger because she was just a bronze player. She believed that her life as a silver player was the top priority. She grabbed one of the doctors and began to strangle him, demanding that her demands be met immediately. Suddenly, Juliet felt someone's hand on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. She turned around, expecting to see someone serious and strong, but in front of her stood a new young man who held her shoulder tightly and ordered her to stand still. Juliet was shocked. She didn't understand what this weakling wanted from her. Subaru didn't have time to respond to her screams when suddenly air and water bubbles began to appear in the air. A real confrontation arose between the players, while a huge celestial whale hovered above them. At that moment, an announcement from the Players Association was broadcast on radio stations and news feeds. An otherworldly creature had broken through in the Magura area. An urgent evacuation was announced. The creature had broken out of the gate, difficulty level 5 stars, and everyone in the area had to evacuate immediately. Subaru turned to the medics, asking them to go to the hospital as quickly as possible. The guy decided to stay and not go with the medics, entrusting them with Sayaka's care. Juliet couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the ambulance leaving the area while she was left on the street. The girl immediately turned to the player, angry and enraged, and asked what he thought he was doing. She was going to finish him off. By that moment, Subaru had already activated his skills, and his huge, powerful hand rested on Juliet's shoulder. The young man was confident and ready for battle. He challenged his opponent to try to finish him off if she had the guts. A few seconds later, Subaru stood at the same intersection and watched a huge whale swimming across the sky. He turned to Juliet, and the woman immediately responded, ready to listen to the young man. She looked, to put it mildly, a little worn out. Subaru understood that this whale was only chasing Juliet. At that moment, the woman was hanging, wrapped in bloody threads like a sausage. She confirmed that otherworldly creatures would first kill players who had already been to the gate. Subaru was hearing about this for the first time, but that was not surprising since he was still a novice. Juliet looked at the guy and was amazed by his strength. She didn't understand how the young man had managed to become like that. Even she, a silver-ranked player, would not be able to stand up to him. Subaru was glad that now it would be possible to prevent harm to other people. The ambulance carrying Sayaka to the hospital raced through the city streets. The young man decided that he would not allow the whale to move toward the clinic, so he had to defeat his opponent right there. The huge sky whale, surrounded by its bubbles, hovered over the city streets looking for its main prey, Juliet. Subaru studied the whale, but in order to get information about it, he hit Juliet again, who should have known what skills the monster possessed. It turned out that the whale could summon water and shoot something like a laser. It was very fast and strong, and almost impossible to deal with. Outwardly, the whale looked absolutely cute. It floated calmly in the air and seemed to be frolicking in the warm sunshine. But suddenly it became clear that the whale was about to attack. Its body turned turquoise, and it aimed laser beams at its opponent. Subaru didn't even flinch. He moved his hand, and a protective barrier immediately appeared around him with the help of blood manipulation, so the whale's attack did no damage. The monster was frankly surprised to see that its attacks were completely useless, and that the streets of the city were protected by some kind of soft rubber. Subaru stood calmly, covering his eyes and stretching his arms along his body. His blood manipulation was quite powerful. Soon the air bubbles released by the whale burst, and rain poured down on the city. Subaru fended off a hydraulic hammer capable of piercing even a silver-class shield. The young man was glad that his opponent was hovering in the sky and that the people on the ground were not so vulnerable to his attacks. Now he could fight without fear of harming them. Subaru flew into the sky and activated his blood fist. Now he was alone with the monster, and it seemed that his skill looked like a red balloon. The guy used a bloody hard fist, and a powerful blow went through all the circles straight into the monster's body. The blood manipulation's duration expired, and the young man returned to the ground, realizing that his actions had not yet had any effect. Subaru landed on the asphalt with all his might, the blow so powerful that pieces of stone and asphalt flew into the sky. Following him, a whale hovered over the city and opened its huge mouth, preparing to swallow its enemy and letting out a loud cry. The sky whale screamed so loudly that all the windows in the area and the glass flew out at once. Subaru understood that the creature from the gate, with its 5-star difficulty, was extremely problematic, and it was unclear whether he would be able to land a decent blow. The young man activated his blood manipulation and summoned another skill that could be very helpful in this situation. The sky chisel appeared before the young man and glowed with power, inspiring hope for a positive outcome. At that moment, the throat of the heavenly whale filled with projectiles resembling eyes, and it seemed that the whale was watching its opponent closely. Soon these eyes glowed red and rained down in a continuous stream of missiles. Subaru prepared to repel them, taking the sky drill in his hands and focusing on solving the problem. The bombs flew in and began to explode in close proximity to people. The young man realized that this was the whale's secret weapon. Subaru deflected the missiles with his powerful sword, hoping to withstand the attack and counterattack in response. As soon as the opportunity arose, the young man began his attack with the sky drill. He cut through the flying missiles and inflicted several cuts on the whale. Soon, everything around them was engulfed in a continuous blaze of fire as the missiles exploded. The whale, though large and strong, was not maneuverable enough and did not manage to leave the battlefield. So the explosions occurred near its body. Subaru waited for the fire to burn out so he could plan his next attacks. At that moment, a notification arrived. The blood-stained blade of his sword could be used for slashing attacks, and with each MP gained, the number and power of the strikes increased. The young man gradually figured out how this sword worked. While still not fully understanding how to correctly calculate its power and whether it could be used with less MP, Subaru was still waiting for the whale to come to its senses, realizing that the monster was already very irritated and would become more aggressive. Sure enough, the whale suddenly stood up straight, and a funnel of water and air bubbles began to form around it. Soon the bubbles grew to gigantic proportions and now looked like a huge ball. Subaru understood that such a bubble could cause enormous damage, so he couldn't let the whale use it. The young man activated his blood manipulation again and realized that he needed to use another third of his mana. The sky chisel was launched at the heavenly whale. It cut through the water bubble and wounded the monster with multiple cuts. The whale began to bleed. A few seconds later, a huge water bubble crashed onto the streets of the city. Soon, a gentle rain began to fall, posing no threat and bringing no disaster. After a while, the rain subsided and stopped, and a beautiful full rainbow appeared in the sky. The townspeople looked at the rainbow in amazement. It instilled hope and faith that the problems were over. Perhaps someone had defeated the otherworldly creature. Subaru had expended a lot of energy and now enjoyed catching raindrops with his tongue because he was tired and thirsty. The young man considered the end of the battle careless, because he was supposed to kill the monster without causing any damage to the city, but he decided not to worry. Rain is not always bad. Juliet was still tied up like a caterpillar, hanging from the balcony of one of the houses, and couldn't believe her eyes. The newcomer had just killed a huge monster with one blow. Could this guy really? Everyone knew that you didn't level up when you defeated a monster, but in any case, it was good that the damage to the city was minimal. Subaru calculated his ratings and bonuses earned because he needed to get to the hospital as quickly as possible. The young man activated his blood manipulation, making his legs powerful and unreal. He pushed off the asphalt, rose high into the sky, and flew to the hospital where Sayaka had been taken by ambulance. All this time, an old man who had been unable to evacuate due to his age was standing on one of the city's rooftops. The old man had a camera in his hands and took a very cool video. The man would never have believed what was happening if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The old man was sure that this video would definitely spread on the internet. He called Subaru, who had appeared the savior of the world, and posted it. In the operating room, an operation was underway to save Sayaka's life. Her body had been cut almost in half, and the doctors were working non-stop. Subaru rushed to the hospital as soon as he could. He was very worried about his friend and hoped that she would survive the operation. However, the doctors were not magicians, and unfortunately, they were unable to save the beauty's life. Her body lay in the morgue on one of the couches. Subaru found his girlfriend, removed the sheet from her head, and made sure it was really her. The young man looked at his girlfriend and did not want to believe in her death. He understood that it happened because of him. If it weren't for the rainbow challenge that Subaru dragged Sayaka into, she wouldn't have suffered a fatal injury. Subaru wept, kneeling beside the bed of his dead friend, cursing himself and Kallian. But then he remembered Kallian's last words. If your girlfriend dies, use the blood usurper. Subaru didn't know what that meant, but he decided to act and take his enemy's advice. The young man activated the menu and began to study the data on his skills and abilities. He delved deeper and deeper into his studies, flipping through page after page, trying to find information about the blood usurper. Finally, he found what he was looking for. Blood usurper was a passive skill that required a certain level of strength to obtain. Subaru read that the player he resurrected would become his vassal. The young man did not want to have vassals, but if it would bring Sayaka back to life, he was willing to do anything. He looked once more at his friend's dead, pale, and cold body. Then he used the blood usurper skill, because there were only a few seconds left to use it. Otherwise, Sayaka would remain dead forever. Subaru did everything necessary and uttered the cherished words. He made it just in time. Sayaka came to, but her entire body was covered in blood vessels, giving the impression that her circulatory system had been fully activated. Subaru remembered how cheerful and lively Sayaka had been, how she had inspired him over the past couple of days. He dreamed of her coming back to life. Time was up, but unfortunately, there had been no change yet. Subaru stood next to the body which remained dead. Silence fell. Suddenly, the silence was broken. The morgue doors flew open, and unfamiliar women rushed into the room. Apparently, they were Sayaki's sisters, who had learned of their sister's death. Their faces were contorted with pain, and tears streamed from their eyes. The girls looked at their sister, trying to wake her up. They didn't want to believe she was dead. Subaru guessed that these were the silver-ranked sisters Sayaka had told him about. The older sister said through her tears that she had been right to advise Sayaka to quit gaming. The younger sister tried to wake Sayaka, not believing that she was dead, unable to understand how this could have happened. Subaru, seeing their grief and hearing their sobs, couldn't hold back his tears either and stood next to his friend's body. But the sisters noticed him and asked who he was. Subaru and Sayaka promised that they would never betray or abandon each other. They were friends. Hearing this, the older sister rushed towards the boy. She pinned him against the wall and told him to stay away and leave immediately. After all, it was most likely him who had dragged Sayaka into this dangerous quest. Subaru was tormented by remorse, so he didn't even try to justify himself to the girl. He started to explain that he and Sayaka wanted to become stronger, but the sister didn't want to listen to him. The younger sister joined in, not understanding why Sayaka was with such a weakling and loser. The older sister raised her fist, preparing to punch the young man in the face, but he didn't even try to defend himself. However, at that moment, something strange happened. The girl who had been dead a moment ago sat down on the couch. She was silent and focused, not reacting to what was happening. The next moment, Sayaka jumped off the couch onto the floor and now stood in the middle of the morgue, alive and unharmed. A few moments later, Sayaka was standing there dressed in a black and red, very attractive costume, surrounded by a red cloud. A few moments later, the girl completed her transformation and now had long black hair. Everyone present in the morgue, Subaru and the two sisters, opened their mouths in surprise and couldn't take their eyes off Sayaka. Sayaka did not react to the looks of her relatives. Her eyes glowed scarlet, and she demanded that they take their hands off her. A fraction of a second passed, and Sayaka lunged at her sister, who was about to hit Subaru. Before Sayaka could stab her sister in the head with a sharp brush, the young man grabbed her hand. Subaru held the brush with all his strength, and he had to exert himself to restrain the girl, who had become incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Sayaka knelt before the young man and said she apologized for her rudeness to her master. Yako explained that with the help of her skill, she had been reborn as a vassal. She had no memories of her past life, but from now on she would obey all of Subaru's orders. The sisters exchanged silent glances, realizing with surprise that their sister was no longer their sister. Subaru was also upset. The girl had no memories of her past life, which was, of course, terrible. At that moment, Sayaki's younger sister came to her senses, took out her weapon, and decided to deal with this strange young man who had performed some kind of hellish ritual on her sister. The older sister also activated her abilities, declaring that this pervert had broken their sister's psyche. Without consulting each other, the girls announced that they were going to kill Subaru. Sayaka turned to her master with a question. Was he really a pervert? The young man, of course, denied it, but Sayaka replied that she would kill these ignorant women who had insulted her master. It would take the girl only 10 seconds to do so, and she headed towards her victims. Subaru tried to stop what was happening. He really did not want to be responsible for the deaths of two girls. Not knowing what to do in this situation and having no time to think, the young man apologized to those present and activated his blood manipulation. Thanks to this, the sisters were wrapped in blood threads like caterpillars. Subaru grabbed Yaku by the hand, apologized to the girls, and rushed out of the morgue. Sayaka couldn't understand why she no longer needed to kill people who had insulted her master. Subaru ran through the corridors, cursing Kallian and this incomprehensible skill that had turned Sayaka into something unknown. Now the guy didn't know what to do, but decided to study the vassal option first. Subaru ran out of the hospital with the girl, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a huge TV screen broadcasting the latest news about the super player who had won and saved everyone. There was a video that clearly showed the guy's face, accompanied by a caption saying that he was the savior from Magura. The battle with the whale had been filmed, and now everyone knew what the mysterious player looked like. Subaru had barely left the hospital when two players appeared in front of him, claiming that he was now a celebrity and was even being called a savior. These were not ordinary players, they were representatives of the Golden Elite. One of the guys checked the information and found out that Taigga had an older brother. One of the players, with a hairstyle resembling a lion, was number 3 in the Golden League. His name was Udo Ryusei. The guy with pink round glasses with a pink bee and piercings was number 2 in the Gold League. His name was Shikishima Ryo. For Subaru, these were famous faces, world-class celebrities, Ryusei and Shikishima. But the young man was not happy about this meeting. He felt that the presence of such players would not bring anything good. At that moment, one of them said that they had found him. And then the third Golden League player appeared, the great Hirosaka himself, who was number 1. Hirosaka announced that Subaru was suspected of destroying commercial establishments in the Senagawa area, as well as of murdering a classmate who was also a player. They had something to talk about, but the young man knew that the conversation would be unpleasant. Hirosaka was the strongest player in Japan and a role model. Subaru had dreamed of meeting this player since early childhood, but of course no one wanted to meet under such circumstances. Subaru panicked, thinking about how he could escape, but Hirosaka suggested that he remain calm. He announced that all suspicions against the boy had been cleared, and now they needed to drive somewhere and discuss future actions. In the backseat of a huge limousine sat a stunned Subaru and Sayaka. The young man finished telling his story. The gold players had never heard of the Rainbow Door. It had probably appeared before the boy for the first time in this world. It was amazing that the young man had overcome 2 challenges of the Rainbow Door and brought another player, Sayaka, back to life. Hirosaka said that there was no need to worry about the suspicions raised against the young man. In fact, there are a huge number of cameras located throughout the city. It is impossible to do anything without being caught on video. The destruction around the shopping center was recorded in detail, and people know that Subaru is a victim who struck back at Taigga. Suspicions of Kunasaki's murder have also been cleared, as he was cut in half by the doors that appeared. This was confirmed by 2 other guys who were with him in the alley at the time. This means that Subaru has been completely exonerated and all suspicions against him have been dropped. In addition, there is some interesting information on television. Journalists reported that the incident involving the intrusion of an otherworldly creature resulted in no casualties thanks to a player who destroyed the monster. A large amount of video footage taken by witnesses was made available to the public. Therefore, Subaru has now become a true hero to the people. Shikishima said that now they had heard his story, and the mystery of Taigga had been solved. The player explained that Taigga's only skill was the golden glove. The glove will no longer appear in front of a player who has taken the door from another, no matter how much they raise their level. That's why the door only appeared in front of Subaru. Taigga wanted to get closer to his brother urgently. He hoped to take the door again as soon as it reappeared. After all, it was not for nothing that Taigga said that his brother belonged to him for the rest of his life, and that he should not even think about running away. It hurt Subaru to realize how his brother felt about him, but that was in the past, and now the players had arrived at the association's office, ready to answer all their questions. The whole group entered the building, took the elevator, and traveled deep underground to one of the basement floors. Subaru had almost stopped looking around and was convinced that he was not dreaming. He was really in the company of the coolest players on the planet. When they got out of the elevator, the players found themselves in a special prison created for players. There was currently 1 prisoner there, Subaru's younger brother, Taigga. At the moment, he was completely safe, bound by special golden chains. Shikishima kicked the bars of the cell and addressed Taigga. Now the whole group knew the truth that their older brother had told them based on Taigga's previous testimony. This case would be investigated much more thoroughly. Taigga was beside himself. He began to shout and threaten his older brother, declaring that he would kill him slowly and painfully. Taigga believed that the Subaru door should have gone to him and that it was actually his. He claimed that his brother had no idea what the future held for him. Sayaka was tired of listening to threats against her master and was ready to kill Taigga. She asked her master for permission to do so. Subaru listened to his brother's insults and, being next to such a fierce and hateful person, felt a strange calmness. Taigga continued to rage, not understanding his brother's gaze, why he was looking at him that way, and why he had come here in the first place. Subaru didn't even want to talk to Taigga. He turned around and walked to the exit with Sayaka, asking the gold players to deal with his brother as they saw fit. Udo asked Hirosaka if they would cooperate with the young man. Hirosaka confirmed that he intended to grant Subaru certain privileges if he still wanted to become stronger. The news published a report on the appearance of the first 6-star gate. Subaru finally found the time to exchange his earned stars for money. The administrator thanked the young man for his work and said she would definitely exchange them, as he wished. The girl informed him that Subaru was entitled to 3 million yen, plus a bonus of 20 million yen for defeating an otherworldly creature. She then handed him a credit card and said that he would now be granted privileges by the association. The young man would be able to use various association facilities such as hotels, 24-hour stores, gyms, and so on, free of charge. The various players present in the office looked admiringly at Subaru, who had become a hero to everyone. They whispered that the guy had single-handedly defeated the whale, defeated Juliet, now had privileges, and would probably be next in the gold rankings. The female administrator said she remembered Subaru and that he had become much stronger since the last time he came to exchange a star for money. Now the young man had power, money, and fame. He had already achieved everything, and now he had nothing to worry about. The female manager wanted to know what Subaru planned to do next. Subaru himself didn't really know. He hadn't even had time to think about it yet, as events had unfolded too quickly. Meanwhile, in the basement prison, Taigga was furious with rage. Soon the elevator arrived and stopped on the prison floor. The unknown player reached out his hand, and Taigga's body was tightly wrapped in several layers of golden chains. Now he was no longer raging, but simply lay helplessly on the floor of his cell. It was the female manager. She asked why Taigga was acting up. In fact, it was the gold player Sakura, who was also working part-time at the reception desk. Taigga recognized Sakura and was furious that she had restrained him. Despite the strong chains, the guy crawled to the bars of his cell and continued to fight and rage. Sakura said that Subaru had become even stronger because 2 more doors had appeared in front of him. The guy's behavior had changed a lot, and now he didn't care about Taigga. This news made Taigga even angrier. He understood that this world had chosen not him again. Sakura tried to calm the player down, but he continued to rage. Taigga declared that this was not the world he wanted to live in. He needed another world. Suddenly, a black cloud appeared above him. It was something incomprehensible, but soon Sakura realized that it was black matter taking shape. Soon it turned into a black door, something that had never happened before. Sakura didn't understand what Taigga had done. She sensed danger emanating from the door. The door was closed, but a voice came from it, addressed to those who envy, hate, and torment. Taigga also did not understand what was happening and who was talking to him. The voice continued to whisper insinuatingly that this world did not love Taigga at all. The door opened slightly and a hand appeared from it. The voice said that it was calling Taigga to come to it and that they would kill everyone together. Many hands reached out to the boy from the door, urging him not to be afraid and to come in so they could kill together. Truly terrifying, they soon grabbed the boy and began to pull him toward them. Sakura activated her golden chain skill and tried to stop this process. The girl launched a huge number of chains, and soon a huge ball of chains was ready to pull Taigga out of the clutches of the villains. She tried with all her might to resist and hold Taigga back, but it soon became clear that the situation was critical. The chains were not strong enough and began to break, unable to pull Taigga into our world. Suddenly, her hands began to crumble before our eyes as if they were made of clay. Soon, Sakura's body was stripped of all its limbs, and she fell helplessly to the floor. The hands now pulled Taigga unhindered into another world. The boy was amazed by the power that had destroyed the chains, but the voice behind the door said that this power had been given to Taigga. He was asked not to hesitate and to join them in destroying this world. Taigga made his choice. At that moment, Sayaka was standing on the roof of the building, guarding her master, Subaru. Subaru lay flat on the floor and did practically nothing, actually trying to analyze his new life. Now he had power, money, and fame. There was nothing left to worry about. Sakura asked him what he was going to do now. After thinking about it for a while, the young man sat down. It seemed he had made his decision. Subaru turned to the girl and asked her what she preferred to be called. He didn't want to call her Sayaka at all. The girl agreed to the name Saya. Subaru said he wanted to find a way to return her to her former state, Sayaka. Saya remembered nothing of her past, but she understood that this body belonged to someone important to Mr. Subaru. The girl asked to see the window of the Blood Usurper skill. She studied all the parameters, because now she could see the player's window. Their souls were connected. Most likely, Subaru would receive the next skill, or even a door when his level reached 35. And if there was a way to bring Sayaka back, perhaps the player would learn about it on the other side of the door. The best option would be to meet with Mr. Vanquish, who had given the boy these skills. Or maybe he would need to find Kalian, but there was still time for that. Subaru realized that for now, all he could do was level up. This would give him the opportunity not only to earn money and save people, but also to strengthen his abilities. The young man decided to go to the new gate right now to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. Subaru's appearance literally saved the shopkeeper. A gate had appeared in front of his shop, and now customers were avoiding it. The shop owner was happy because the savior himself had come to his aid. Subaru asked the girl if she would go with him. Saya confirmed that, as a vassal, she would serve her lord for the rest of her life. Now she had her own status window, and the girl also knew how to use blood manipulation. It turned out that a vassal receives mana from their master, and using skills consumes the master's mana. Entering the gate, the players found themselves in a children's limbo, where there were many monsters. These were demons that the young man was not interested in at all. Saya asked her master for permission to use his mana, intending to deal with the demons herself. It was useful to observe the girl's power in action. She activated Blood Fruit. Sei used blood circulation, and it turned out that a huge bloody funnel had formed inside. The girl spun this funnel over the demons, who watched in surprise. Seiya warned that everyone standing in Mr. Subaru's way would now die. And indeed, they died immediately. Subaru noted that this was a convenient effect. However, it would not work on stronger creatures, but the guy decided to use it next time. After destroying the demons, it was time for the boss, and a huge paw appeared nearby. It was a monster with hands instead of legs. It looked like a giant flea with many eyes. Subaru decided to deal with it himself. He took out his sky chisel and destroyed the monster in one go. The area was cleared, the gates closed and collapsed, and the shop owner was delighted with the speed of events. It was a 3-star territory. Subaru realized that he had no problems with this level of difficulty and decided to book a 4-star zone. Before he could walk away, he ran into Shikishima, who congratulated the young man on clearing the gate in just 10 minutes. Subaru was very surprised to meet the golden player again and realized that he had come specifically for him. Shikishima explained that he had to come in person because the young man did not read messages. It became known that Taigga had escaped from prison. It happened late last night. There was no information in the news yet, but one player from the gold rank had disappeared. It was the gold player number 4, an anonymous player who had kept Taigga in gold chains. This girl's real name was Sakura, and Subaru had recently met her. It turned out that Sakura was the girl with pink hair sitting at the reception desk. So cute, pleasant, and smiling. At the moment, Sakura was unconscious in the clinic. All the data from the surveillance cameras had been collected, but Shikishima still did not know what had happened. He had come for Subaru. It was decided that gold-ranked players would enter the gate in pairs for a while. Shikishima said that the rainbow door might be even cooler than the gold one. Subaru would soon be entering the gate with Shikishima and would be able to choose where he wanted to go. Shikishima said that he himself had expressed a desire to work with Subaru. The player was sure that Taigga would first and foremost be waiting for his older brother. Subaru chose the gate called Sawing the Rails. It was a 4-star gate. The young man was confident in his new partner, who was ranked just behind Hirosaka. Shikishima explained that each star in the gate increased the enemy's strength tenfold, but he was completely calm, confident in their strength and quick victory. Subaru understood that his partner was very strong, and he was curious to see if he would be able to do anything at all in this gate. Shikishima possessed the golden bullet skill, which allowed the player to shoot invisible bullets from the tip of his finger. Subaru knew that this skill worked exactly like that, but suddenly he saw some kind of unreal attack. Shikishima stood there, and around him there was not just an explosion, but some kind of fiery rain. It was a skill called Gray Rain, and the monsters at this gate were skeletons and undead. Shikishima's attack was directed against them. Now the players were waiting at the entrance to the territory. Subaru understood that behind these gates was a creature from another world, and a very powerful one at that. But reports of how many undead had been defeated were pouring in, annoying Shikishima with their constant noise. It turned out that the gold players had an unspoken rule. They did not use more than one skill on the other side of the door to the real world. This rule was invented because of the excessive damage caused by skills, as had just happened. Shikishima used Gray Rain, and the area was cleared of all undead. Now it was time to go in search of the boss. In Japan, the most skilled gold players are called knights because of the creatures in their gold doors. Shikishima was equipped with the Dragon Incarnation skill, a cavalryman armed with firearms. The player possessed a barrage of deadly flames. Shikishima also used this skill. Subaru didn't even have time to understand what was going on before his partner suggested choosing the next gate. The boss, called the Sawdust King, looked, to put it mildly, worn out. He was covered in holes like a colander for draining pasta. Shikishima calmly shot him with his invisible bullets. The players said that by the end of the day, the partners would be able to clear 3 more territories. Soon the boss was defeated, and this 4-star territory was completely cleared. The players moved around the city again in their car, looking for new interesting tasks. Shikishima was not very happy because it took him 52 minutes to clear the territory. Subaru was still stunned by what he had seen. His partner had killed the boss in an instant. The young man wanted to become even stronger than before. Subaru understood that people destined for the golden rank had completely different standards. Shikishima apologized for doing everything himself and not letting his partner level up. The next task, the boys found themselves in icy fields. It was a glass waterfall with a difficulty level of 4 stars. Subaru had to work alone to level up. A couple of minutes passed, and all that remained was to deal with the boss. Shikishima warned that low-ranked players would not be able to move normally due to the specific terrain. Everything was covered in ice and very slippery, so it was necessary to be careful not only during the battle with the boss. Subaru heard a crunching sound around him and turned around, expecting to see a monster. But a huge cat paw made of ice hovered over the guy's head. Soon a huge ice cat was moving towards him, making almost no noise. Saya warned her master to be very careful. The cat was called Glass Drop. It purred amiably, but possessed great strength. Subaru knew not to underestimate his opponent, so he immediately used Sky Chisel. The player cut off the cat's paw, which shattered into small pieces. The animal looked very unhappy and sad. Shikishima really liked this cool sword, capable of cutting a 4-star boss in one go. The player had seen this sword in a video filmed by a townsman from the roof. Subaru did not expect the boss to look like this, but judging by its physical condition and decline in strength, this cat was even stronger than Kallion. Looking at his stats, the young man realized that he was holding up more or less normally only thanks to the Sky Chisel. If it weren't for that sword, his situation would be much worse. Subaru decided to use the Sky Chisel attack again. Subaru had not yet managed to deliver the second blow when he saw that the cat had begun to regrow its paw. A few more seconds passed, and the cat's paw, complete with pads and claws, was ready. The cat had fully regenerated. Subaru realized that Sky Chisel was useless against this monster. It consumed too much mana and was ineffective against a regenerating enemy. The cat looked like the true mistress of the situation and the territory. She showed absolutely no aggression or fear, confident in her strength. Saya was very worried about her master and offered to help him. Shikishima forbade her to help. He said it was in the player's best interest. He wanted to see how it would end. Shikishima had no intention of abandoning the boy. If things went badly, he would definitely help the player. But so far, they had been lucky. The boss had appeared suddenly, and they had to give him a chance, because even visiting the Rainbow Door did not guarantee victory. Shikishima wanted to study Subaru's potential to understand whether his abilities could be used in the future, or if he would remain a mediocre player. Subaru, meanwhile, was figuring out what he could do given the terrain. There were very few opportunities to safely use blood manipulation. There were no places where he could cast blood ropes. The blood mist would be blown away by the strong wind from the waterfall, and the enemy was too large, so the mana consumption would be enormous. Subaru decided to blind the cat and see what would happen, so he threw a bloody blanket over the cat's eyes. The young man did not have time to react, and a huge icy cat paw struck him. The cat's accuracy was astonishing. It did this without eyes, relying on its other senses. Shikishima, watching the fight, thought that the guy was getting nowhere. The player was disappointed. It was clear that Subaru didn't have enough experience, and his opponent had incredibly rare regeneration abilities and an undefined form. Shikishima had expected too much from the novice. Saya, listening to the golden player's grumbling, said that her master should not be underestimated. Saya watched the battle with interest and realized that Shikishima had missed something important. Master Subaru had already discovered the guiding thread of the counterattack. Soon the boy would use it to its fullest. Subaru had nowhere to attach the thread because the terrain did not allow it. The player decided to hook it directly onto the cat. The boss had no joints or 5 senses. It resembled a slime that had taken the form of a cat, and the effect of a slashing attack would be as negligible as that of the sky's long arm. Subaru decided to use Impulse, a skill he had received from Kallion. This kill, called Deadly Ken, could destroy an object from within. It was a kind of wave transmission for pushing the impulse. Subaru combined blood manipulation and Deadly Ken, and a very dense, powerful blood rope formed. The young man rushed into the attack, holding this combination in his hand, and struck the cat's body with all his might. With the help of the impulse skill, the young man was able to pierce the boss's body and thus launch a pushing impulse inside. Soon the power was forced out of the cat, and it landed on its paws with completely normal characteristics. Subaru threw a bloody rope around the animal's neck and again combined blood manipulation with deadly ken. The player added Springer Deadman and destroyed the boss's torso. Subaru himself had once survived the rejection of a fatal wound. The player understood that mana was needed for regeneration. Subaru was going to keep chipping away at the boss until he ran out of mana. Shikishima was pleasantly surprised when he realized that the player had recognized the enemy's weak point in a very short time and also combined two skills at once. Everyone knew that the young man controlled blood, but how it worked in action was unclear. Subaru impressed with his fighting style. Shikishima now sat with great interest watching the battle and admiring the young man. Shikishima watched the fight and noted that the opponents had already worn each other out considerably. Seiya encouraged her master not to give up and to continue fighting in the same spirit. Subaru did indeed look very tired, but he did not give up and continued to fight. Shikishima also began to cheer on the player, saying that they would go to a sushi bar if the young man could defeat this cat. Seiya thought her master wouldn't fall for such a cheap provocation, but then Subaru seemed to be replaced. His blows became unrealistically powerful, and the cat died, its tail falling off. The territory was cleared, the bosses were destroyed, and the players received a promotion. Shikishima, enjoying his dinner, asked Subaru how much longer he was going to stare, because it was time to start eating. Subaru replied that he wanted to admire them a little longer. It was very strange. No one understood what was going on, but it turned out to be very simple. Subaru was seeing this for the first time in his life. He was in a restaurant for the first time, and now he couldn't find the words to express his overwhelming emotions. Seiya played with the cat and tried to cheer up her master, who was crying uncontrollably and embarrassing Shikishima. The golden player understood that he would not be coming back to this restaurant anytime soon. Shikishima was surprised. It turned out that if you defeated the boss, you could get a glass cat as a trophy. Hirosaka had once said that you could get an item if you defeated the boss. For example, Hirosaka's earrings and Taigga's coat were also obtained as trophies. The coat reduced physical damage, and the earrings increased mana. Subaru had already received the long sky as a trophy as well. The young man watched the cat running around the restaurant and wondered what it could be used for. Usually otherworldly creatures do not serve humans. You just need to treat it like a normal cat and give it a name. Subaru immediately announced that the cat would be called Sushi. The name was strange, of course, but that was okay. Everyone goes crazy in their own way. Shikishima advised the young man to eat the sushi as soon as possible because it had to be eaten immediately after preparation. At that moment, the news channel interrupted its broadcasts because it had become known that the creature had escaped from the gate. It was a mocking griffin. It flew around the city, and people tried to hide in terror. The players immediately dropped their food, jumped up, and were ready to go into battle with the griffin. The monstrous bird grabbed the girl and carried her away in its talons. People turned to each other with the hope of quickly finding a player who could help. The griffin was still flying, but suddenly one of its wings was pierced with holes, and the other was cut off by a very sharp sword. The monster began to descend. It saw two players in front of it. Blood circulation and the golden bullet were activated. Seiya and Shikishima waited for the monster to approach. Subaru flew into the sky, activated his power, and prepared to attack. The young man used blood manipulation and also applied the drill. All this made it possible to pierce the head of the huge flying monster. The bird opened its claws and released the girl, who was now falling like a stone from a great height and was bound to crash. But instead of hard, solid asphalt, the girl fell into a rubber cloud that was very soft and bouncy. The girl flew up like on a trampoline. Then she was caught by a young man. Subaru caught the girl in midair, completely avoiding any unpleasant situations. The next moment, he was on the asphalt and put the girl down on the ground. Subaru asked if she was hurt. The girl was fine. She sincerely thanked her savior. But before they had a chance to get acquainted, a man who had been running down the street approached them. The man's face was very familiar. It was scarred, and it was none other than bronze-ranked player Savatari. Savatari had repeatedly bullied the young man when he was still an ordinary guy. He had hurt Subaru many times. The happy girl rushed towards the player, shouting, "Brother!" Savatari recognized Subaru. Probably the last thing he wanted right now was to meet this guy, and he certainly didn't want to have anything to do with him. Shikishima also recognized this guy, who had been interrogated just recently. Savatari belonged to the gang that had bullied Subaru for many years. Of course, they weren't friends, but now Savatari had to thank Subaru. Savatari didn't understand why he should thank this pathetic bastard. But at that moment, the girl turned to her rescuers and said, Thank you so much for saving my life." Subaru smiled broadly. He was truly happy, and on behalf of everyone who had participated in the battle against the griffin and the rescue of the girl, thanked the little girl. Savatari lashed out at his sister. He didn't understand why she was thanking this guy and pointed at Subaru. The girl replied that Subaru had saved her life and that she was ashamed that her brother was so rude. Savatari brought his angry face close to the hero and said that he had heard that Subaru had been on a roll lately and that everyone was talking about it. The player was sure that the young man was thinking about how to get revenge and had already decided to get close to his sister. I hope Savatari destroys the video of Subaru wetting his pants. Savatari was simply torn apart and broken with rage. How sad he was that the strong door had not chosen him. But at that moment, Subaru said that the guy had given testimony confirming that Subaru was not his friend's killer. Instead of cursing him or beating him up, Subaru sincerely thanked him for his actions. This behavior greatly surprised Savatari. Unfortunately, he rarely met good people, and those who were stronger than him usually used force. Shikishima, who had been watching this dialogue, told Savatari not to even think about picking on the guy. He was now with them, the gold-ranked players. Subaru suggested going back to the restaurant and continuing to enjoy the sushi, since he hadn't really had time to eat. Saya said she didn't need any food or drink, and soon the group left, chatting cheerfully, leaving Savatari behind. Kana turned to her brother and asked if he was in pain. The girl was worried about her brother. Savatari was emotionally devastated. He felt pathetic and insignificant. Subaru's noble actions and behavior showed the guy what a jerk he had been all this time. Subaru was emotionally moved because the sushi restaurant had closed due to the appearance of an otherworldly creature. The boy was ready to cry. Shikishima promised to bring him here next time. The next day, the students gathered in the classroom before class to discuss the latest news. Savatari had been restless since yesterday. He was poking around on his phone and found a video showing Subaru being bullied. Savatari deleted the video, which greatly surprised his friend, who noticed this. The boy was worried that now that Subaru had become strong, he might take revenge on them. The young man went to the window, looked out, and saw something that caught his attention. He immediately turned to his friend and called Savatari to tell him to look at the stadium right now. Shikishima had been calling his new partner and friend since early morning. Subaru was still at the hotel at that time and had not yet gotten ready for school. Saya was nearby, standing on her head. Shikishima warned that Taigga had shown up at school. Subaru was probably waiting for him there, so he needed to get there quickly. Kana was texting her brother at that moment. She suggested meeting up after school today and going out to dinner together. It was important to celebrate yesterday's rescues. Savatari confirmed that he would definitely come and spend time with the little girl. Many students pressed themselves against the windows and looked out at the stadium. There they saw something that made them tense up and feel afraid. Area Doc Taigga was at the school stadium, but now he looked completely demonic. The boys ran out into the street to their friend and saw several strange black doors standing in the courtyard. No one had ever seen such doors before. The boys looked at them with surprise and caution. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the doors. It addressed the players who were on the school grounds. From another world, it said that this door grants new power that can rival even the power of the gold rank. The weaker players were very interested in this information. Everyone wanted to be stronger than the gold players. Taigga said that they just needed to enter the door, gain power there, and join his team. Shikishima received a photo from the schoolyard, which showed Taigga in his new look. He now had a hairstyle almost identical to Shikishima's. Blatant plagiarism. Subaru was very interested in the black door behind his brother's back. No one knew what kind of door it was, but everyone understood that it did not bode well. His friends rushed toward the school at full speed, taking the shortest route. The players understood that if they entered the black door, they would become Taigga's subordinates. Taigga watched his friends, not understanding what they were hesitating about and why they weren't going in. What did these guys dislike about their situation? After all, they were relatively weak because they were only bronze players. Taigga was sure that the guys wanted to become stronger, and it wasn't their fault that they were weak. It was very unfair that there was such a big gap between players of different ranks. Gold players were literally carried on people's hands. Why did they get such a privilege? Now the guys have a chance to increase their strength and show these chosen gold players that they are no worse than them. Savatari remembered finding his sister sitting in a room littered with trash, dirty and hungry. The girl was crying, scared and lonely. She didn't understand where her mom and dad were, and why they didn't need her anymore. She probably thought she was a bad child. Savatari was a good brother. He began to calm the little girl down and tell her that she was wrong. In fact, she was a good girl, and everything would be fine, because her brother would not abandon her. Savatari calmed the girl down, asked her not to cry anymore, and promised to take care of her. Savitri remembered how he had to rummage through the trash in the hope of finding some expired food, and how the store employees beat him and chased him away from the dumpsters. The boy was cold and very hungry, but at the same time he needed to find more food for himself and his younger sister. He was walking down a street when he happened to see a family celebrating a child's birthday through a window. The table was laden with delicious food, and the parents had created a real celebration for their little one. Savatari really liked his life, but he understood that he had to fight. After all, if something happened to him, his younger sister would die. The young man was in complete despair and was practically freezing on the street from cold and hunger when a bronze door appeared in front of him. Thanks to this, Savatari was able to earn money for food and clothes for himself and his sister, and now he continued to support their small family. Taigga admitted that he was not a golden player because he had actually taken the door that belonged to his brother, Subaru. Hirosaka once said that the doors of challenge choose people with a shining soul, but Taigga didn't want to believe that his soul was worse than his brother's. Besides, Subaru still got his rainbow door. But Taigga was still very angry with him because he had expected Subaru to be his subordinate for the rest of his life. So the guy turned this world upside down with the help of the black door that chose him, and now he became stronger and could grow in his power. Taigga knew that Savatari really wanted to take revenge on Subaru, so he should go to the black door, and then the two of them could kill Subaru. Savatari understood that his former comrade would kill him as soon as he refused to carry out this order. On the other hand, the young man knew that he couldn't die because he had to protect his sister and take care of her. Savatari understood that he had to go through the door to survive, but he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Itoshima was also in no hurry to go through the black door. Another message came to the player's phone. Kana thanked her beloved brother for being so kind and taking her to a restaurant that evening. Savatari remembered how happy he was when the bronze door appeared in front of him. The young man understood that now he would be able to feed his sister. But after gaining strength and power, he became very angry and began to take revenge on everyone who had been rude to him, as well as mocking those who were weaker. Soon a new student arrived at their school. It was Taigga, and the boys realized that they would have a serious protector. But it was also known that Taigga's brother studied with them. He was an ordinary boy with glasses, a complete weakling. The friends began to bully Subaru. At first, it was just name-calling, but over time, the scale of the bullying only increased. The bullies felt they could do whatever they wanted with impunity. They behaved despicably towards weaker players instead of being kind and protecting them. And now Savatari stood in front of the black door and really didn't know what to do because Kana was a very good girl. Savatari turned to his friend Itoshima and asked him to take Kana to a restaurant for dinner today. His surprised friend agreed to do so. Savatari asked him to convey his sincere apologies to Subaru for his actions and activated his fire skill. The fire burned brighter and brighter in his hand, and the guy directed it toward Taigga. Itoshima realized that this would not end well. He tried to stop his friend, but Savatari ordered him to leave immediately. With the help of ash threads, the young man escaped from the room, hoping that his comrade would not die and that they would meet again soon. Savatari became more and more determined and turned to Taigga. He said that the night before, Subaru had saved his sister from a monster from another world. Moreover, instead of reproaching him or feeling resentful, Subaru thanked Savatari for testifying to the police. And because of all this, Savatari now hated his own insignificance. The boy was torn by thoughts of what would happen to his sister if he died. But at the same time, new thoughts appeared in his head, and they were related to a good person. Savatari was sure that if something happened in this world, no matter what misfortunes occurred, everything could be fixed. The boy felt that everything would be fine with Subaru. He didn't really understand what this speech was about. Perhaps they needed to be kinder to the guy they had bullied so harshly, but that was incredibly arrogant. Savatari agreed that it was arrogance on his part, but he didn't want to hurt good people anymore. Subaru, Saya, and Shikishima were already flying towards the school. Soon they would arrive and restore order. Savatari now understood that Subaru had grown up so much that he didn't care about anyone, and no past grievances distracted him from his goal. And Taigga's fate was to remain as he was, because Taigga never grew up and would always be mediocre. But at that moment, Taigga's huge paw rested on the head of his former friend. Savitri had time to think about his sister. Now he was ready to settle for anything that made Kana smile. But Taigga squeezed his hand and crushed his former comrade. Just then, Subaru flew into our school. He burst into the room and lunged at his younger brother. Subaru saw that Taigga's hand was covered in blood, and behind him, the body of the murdered Salvatore lay on the floor. Subaru had time to think about the unfortunate orphan left without a brother, and attacked Taigga so hard that the boys flew out of the school, breaking a piece of the wall. Taigga was very pleased and appreciated his brother's sudden and swift revenge. The brothers flew out of the window. Subaru wanted to know why Taigga had killed Salvatore. Subaru had never had any positive feelings towards this guy. However, no matter what kind of person he was, he remained a good and loving brother. Subaru didn't understand why he had to be killed. Anger literally burst out of the young man. Taigga enjoyed seeing his older brother in this state. He really wanted to see what he was capable of now. Taigga hoped that now that his brother had become strong, he would extinguish his power with his own. Finally, the brothers landed in the schoolyard and stood facing each other, taking up attacking stances. Subaru noticed that his defensive options had disappeared, which meant that Taigga had just broken him with his power. That couldn't be. But looking at his brother, who looked much stronger than any possible player on Earth, it became clear that Taigga was extraordinarily powerful. Subaru understood that such a transformation had happened unusually quickly, and it couldn't be fair. Taigga also felt that his strength was enough to kill his older brother, and now he was approaching him with a satisfied smile. A bullet flew right in front of his nose, hitting the wall of the building and slowing down its movement as it headed towards Subaru. The brothers turned their heads and saw that the entire Golden Elite had already gathered in the courtyard and was watching what was happening. Shikishima warned Taigga that before he could reach his brother, he would have to fight all of them. Taigga was not afraid at all. This was the second time the guys had come to arrest him. But now the situation was completely different. He was more enraged than before, and Taigga was sure that the players were shocked by how quickly he had destroyed Sakura yesterday. Shikishima and the other gold-ranked players were furious that this scoundrel was enjoying his actions. Taigga didn't have time to say another word when suddenly something happened and his huge, powerful arm disappeared. It turned out that Hirosaka had passed by him with his sword. He cut off his arm as if a knife had gone through butter. Taigga was shocked, in terrible pain, and began to scream. For the first time, Hirosaka's face showed a hint of negativity instead of his sweet smile. Taigga was happy that he had angered Hirosaka. Hirosaka confirmed that he was extremely angry. His thoughts were now in the hospital. In his mind, he was in the ward with Sakura, whose disfigured body was still showing signs of life. Sakura was one of the first gold-ranked players, a kind, honest, and strong girl. And now Hirosaka himself was surprised by his reaction, but he felt anger towards Taigga. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes, not noticing at all how Hirosaka had managed to move and slash Taigga. It was some kind of unreal level, unattainable for other players on the planet. Subaru realized that it was like a flash. Now he understood the real power of the strongest gold-ranked player. Kosaka asked if Subaru was hurt. Sei was furious when she heard these questions because Hirosaka was now fighting him. Instead of his severed arm, the player had a huge phantom hand. Taigga was furious that Hirosaka was worried about his brother's health right in front of Taigga, instead of worrying about his own life. In the next moment, the huge paw broke the sword Hirosaka was holding. Subaru realized that the same thing had happened to him when Taigga destroyed his weapon with his power. At that moment, another Golden League player joined the battle. He activated the Golden Wall skill. This made it possible to separate Taigga from the other participants in the battle. Udo knew he had done the wrong thing, but he felt he had no choice. Hirosaka was very harsh with his comrade. Udo was ready to accept punishment for breaking the rule. Gold ranks should not use skills outside the gates. But Taigga's power was too incomprehensible. He even shattered Hirosaka's sword. Shikishima shouted for his comrades to move away from Taigga. The guy got ready to shoot. Sai was ready to act alongside him. Both players got ready and put their hands forward. The girl launched a bloody arrow, and the player launched a golden bullet. Taigga didn't even feel any effect. His defense prevented any damage, and he continued to watch the players with a mocking smile. Shikishima noted that the bullets flying at Taigga simply disappeared. Seiya also saw that the blood broke up into separate particles and literally did not reach its target. At that moment, the protective wall erected around Taigga began to crack and crumble. Soon the wall began to collapse along its entire perimeter, and Taigga, absolutely happy, enjoying his power, noted that the expressions on the faces of the gold players had now changed completely. Udo knew that even a five-star boss couldn't destroy his golden wall. Besides, this power had crippled Sakura the day before. The gold players did not expect such an outcome. Udo confirmed that he was fine, but now their common problem stood intact and unharmed in the middle of the schoolyard. Hirosaka quickly analyzed the situation. Things were getting very complicated. Blood and smoke didn't help. Taigga now had an unusually strong attack and powerful defense. Obviously, these were some kind of special effects. They needed to be studied before the players could figure out how to proceed. Udo asked the boss for permission to freely use the second skill and the rest otherwise. At this rate, the worst outcome in the form of complete defeat awaited them. But Hirosaka was against it. If they did so, the battle would drag innocent people into it, which was very dangerous. Besides, Taigga was counting on the players to behave in this way. Shikishima said, "Well, if the situation worsens, he will take responsibility and allow the second skills. But in any case, we need to solve this mystery of special effects." The bullet disappeared as if it had burned to ashes. The other skills were disrupted, as if fast forward had been activated. The doctor also noted that Sakura's limbs seemed to have instantly disintegrated into pieces. At that moment, Taigga began to move and announced that he would make his mark on the history of this world by creating an amazing and unique horror. Taigga would start by opening an exhibition of the corpses of the golden players for the whole world to see, although he was sure that no one would recognize their former heroes from the remaining pieces. While Taigga was bragging, Subaru regained his strength and rushed to attack his brother. The faces of all the participants in the battle expressed sincere surprise and concern for Subaru's life. Shikishima suddenly realized what Taigga's main skill was. It was time control. Taigga accelerated the time of everything he touched. Shikishima advised Subaru not to approach the smoke that was spreading around his brother. Taigga had to confirm the guess. Of course, this made the situation a little worse because the element of surprise was gone. Taigga used Triumph of Black Death, and his huge fist soared high into the sky. But before he could use his powerful weapon, his older brother's strong fist hit Taigga squarely in the nose, splitting it open and drawing blood. Taigga fell backward, unable to hold himself up, and blood gushed from his face. Shikishima, Saya, and even the cat Sushi cheered loudly for this attack. Subaru's blood manipulation with this skill allowed him to transform mana into blood and control it. And now the young man continuously spread fresh blood throughout his body to catch up with Taigga with a powerful attack. Taigga realized that the period of fear of his power was over. He used his hand to stop the blood flowing from his nose. Subaru remembered all the bullying he had endured from his brother, but now it was all in the past. Taigga was very angry. He was going to show all the power he was now capable of. Blood continued to flow from his nose, but that didn't matter. Now he would show all these upstarts who he was. Taigga called everyone present worms and said that they didn't dare to be rude to him because he would show them his true power. Suddenly, black doors called Porta Negra appeared around the players. The doors spun in a circle, trapping the players inside. Smoke seeped out of the doors, and touching it could cause you to lose your skills. Hirosaka encountered a skill for the first time that allowed him to summon the doors himself. Taigga was furious. He said that his brother should stop defending himself with the bloody mist because it was useless. First of all, he was going to turn Saya to dust. Shikishima assessed the situation very realistically. He understood that there was no way out of this circle. Hirosaka turned to his friends and said that he was allowing them to freely use second-level skills and above. Immediately, blood rushed through his body with new strength. The brothers stood facing each other. Subaru used his abilities while the gold players watched from the sidelines. Subaru turned to his brother and said that he had raised his hand against his friends right in front of everyone. This fact caused hatred to flare up deep within Subaru's heart, and he was able to activate the skill, Hatred of the Usurper's Fury. It was one of the 3 highest-level skills given to him by Vanquish. It enhanced all abilities while the hatred lasted. In the first battle with Taigga, due to the difference in status, it didn't matter. And then when Subaru struck his brother, he suffered significant injuries to his arm, but now the boy surpassed his brother Taigga in all respects. Therefore, it made sense to use this skill again. Subaru began his attack on his younger brother. The guy kicked Taigga in the head with all his might, but Taigga managed to put his arm up to block the blow. Taigga was able to protect his head, but he still suffered significant damage and was unable to destroy his opponent's power and attack. Taigga stood there clearly shaken. It was clear that he had lost a significant amount of strength, and Subaru calmly approached him. Taigga realized that he couldn't defend himself properly, and at that moment, his arm was struck by bloody shoulders. Subaru, without stopping for a moment, continued to attack his brother, showering him with bloody arrows. The young man sensed that the next attack would hit its target and that his opponent would not be able to dodge the blow. A huge, powerful fist of rage hit Taigga squarely in the jaw. The blow came from below and was very strong. The blow sent Taigga flying high into the sky, and blood began to spurt from his wounds. Bloody arrows immediately followed him. The blood fist, together with the immortal inverse, worked very well, and the increase in skill level could be used to strengthen the entire system that allowed blood manipulation. Everything felt more natural than moving your fingers. If you fall into these traps, it will be impossible to get out. Suddenly, a voice from behind the black door said, "Apparently things are bad." The gold-ranked players watching the fight also heard the voice from the door. This voice informed them that the blood manipulation gifted by Vanquish himself was now completely unblockable. Therefore, the current Taigga had no chance. Shikishima shouted for Subaru to stop beating his brother. The players had already heard a lot, and it was time to stop. Subaru immediately stopped and asked what they were going to do about the smoke. Shikishima suggested that Saya put out the fog. The girl immediately used blood manipulation and filled the entire space inside the black doors with a bloody fog. Soon, the fog and black smoke disappeared. The condition for their dissipation was contact. It was like a chemical reaction. The fog met the smoke, and they both disappeared. Shikishima turned to the owner of the black door and asked if he was satisfied with how he had been defeated. There was a rumbling and crackling sound behind the door. The door swung open, and a huge yellow eye peered out. He said that the players were too clever and quickly found a loophole in the Vega Skyle. The eye said it wanted to destroy the celestial clock. That was its immediate goal. Subaru, like all the players, was shocked to hear this confession. It was unclear why it needed to be done. The voice behind the door said that it would do so because there was a prophecy and no one could stop it. The prophecy said that all three gold-ranked players would soon be killed by Taigga, who at that very moment was lying almost unconscious in the middle of the schoolyard. Shikishima argued that it was very arrogant to make such statements, especially in the current situation. The player was sure that this prophecy would not come true. The master of the black door asked why the player believed the prophecy would not be fulfilled. Subaru stepped forward and declared that he was the one who would not allow this to happen. The master of the black door agreed that the young man was indeed very strong and cautious, for he was the mortal incarnation of the vampire Vanquish himself. Subaru understood that the master of the black door knew Vanquish. The boy asked the monster to introduce himself and tell him his name. The voice from the black door said that he was the Black Infant. His name was Black Infant, and now he really looked like a child in his mother's womb, floating in the black world, peeking into the world of humans with one eye. He was the ruler of the black amniotic waters. The players discussed what was happening among themselves. They saw that Taigga had outplayed them, and they were interested in what power could now compete with the gold rank. A player named K watched the battle, trying to understand how this knowledge could be applied. His companions wanted to know what they would do next, but he had no clear decision yet. The Black Infant explained that he was the one who carried his own world, and for the sake of that world, he was ready to destroy all other worlds, to destroy all living and non-living things. Subaru was furious and immediately rushed into the attack, thrusting his fist forward. However, there was no one to attack because the Black Infant had disappeared, and everything around them spun into a whirlpool and began to be sucked into the black doors. Subaru really didn't want to let the villain go. He tried to do something to prevent his escape. The other gold-ranked players prepared their weapons for attack. Together, they attacked the black door, each with their own weapon, trying to inflict maximum damage. However, the Black Infant only laughed at them and said that the players had failed again. The guys were really upset. 3 gold-ranked players attacked, but still let the infant escape. Shikishima said that they would not have succeeded because all the players were under control. 2 enemies appeared on the roof in the middle of the battle. Shikishima was sure that they were also black players. Most likely, these unknown players were much stronger than Taigga. Subaru still couldn't recover. The young man realized that they were far behind their opponents and that this gap was much greater than previously thought. Taigga was in a completely helpless position. He was weak, stupid, and ugly. The Black Infant took pity on his pet, saying that Taigga now had to think about how to become stronger, smarter, and more beautiful. The Black Infant would do everything exactly that way and in that order. and then everything would work out for them. The black infant promised to reshape Taigga in the image and likeness of his ideal. Because if Taigga remains just himself, there would be nothing for him to achieve in this world. After that, the black infant welcomed the new players. He said he was very happy to see them all. The girl with the funny hairstyle and blue hair immediately declared that she had to be made really strong. Otherwise, she would immediately beat everyone up. The red-haired guy said that he didn't care which organization he belonged to. The main thing was to become stronger. Kay was also there, and he chose the black door. Kay explained his arrival by saying that he saw a stranger in black glasses in these ranks. At that moment, the entities that inhabited these gates began to reach out their hands to the naive and foolish players who had come. They all had to be killed. Savatari's smiling, kind face looked at everyone from a photograph in a black mourning frame. On this day, his friends, sister, and acquaintance gathered in the memorial hall. Itoshima called out to Subaru and said that before his death, his friend had asked him to apologize to the boy and ask for his forgiveness. Savatari was a very hopeless guy, just like Itoshima. But only when he was with Kana did he become a kind, sincere, and good person. Itoshima could no longer hold back his tears and sobbed uncontrollably. He sincerely felt sorry for the girl who was left alone. Shikishima and Subaru sat on a bench and discussed how the black door had not appeared anywhere else since last time. But that time, 5 people from the school alone had entered the black door. How many such people were there throughout the city? It was important to note that the enemy was strengthening its forces. Subaru said that in any case, he had to become stronger in order to meet Vanquish again and find out what was going on with Sayaka. Subaru wanted to make her a normal person. Shikishima was sure that the prophecy was also a factor. The guy was going to become stronger to protect everyone from Taigga, but to be honest, the players were already counting on him. Shikishima informed his partner that starting the next day, he would be playing goalkeeper with Hirosaka. It was unthinkable and a dream come true for absolutely all the players. The new goal appeared in one of Tokyo's bustling urban areas. Hirosaka was already standing by the door and welcomed his new partner, Subaru. Subaru stared at his hero in awe, still not believing that he would now be working with the strongest player on the planet. The day before, Shikishima had a conversation with him. The player believed that he could not teach the young man anything because he was skilled with firearms. Subaru was a decent close-range fighter, but he had absolutely no skill with a sword. He would have to learn this skill from Hirosaki. Subaru still couldn't believe his eyes and was going to soak up as much knowledge as he could from Japan's best player. The players were about to enter the gate when someone called out to them. It was the silver player Yamada and his team. It turned out that the guys had reserved these gates for themselves. Hirosaka checked the notes in his notebook, and it turned out to be true. Hirosaka had simply mixed up the gates. The ones he had reserved were in a different area. Now they had to travel an hour by train to get to the right gate. After about an hour and a half, the players reached the 4-star gate called Mysterious Thick Forest. Hirosaka warned the guy that he had heard how easily Subaru dealt with such gates, but the difficulty indicated on the gates was only approximate. Therefore, they needed to move forward without losing vigilance. While Hirosaka was saying all this, he was gradually being sucked into the quagmire he had fallen into. And now Subaru didn't know what to do: save his friend or clear the area. A few seconds later, the swamp completely engulfed the player. Subaru and Saya stood near the quagmire, not knowing what to do. Shikishima had warned them the day before to keep a close eye on Hirosaka. At first glance, he seems like an intelligent and perfect person, but in reality, strength is his only virtue. Subaru decided to save his hero first by manipulating blood, but at that moment, a huge ant in iron armor approached him. It was a really bad time, but Subaru and Saya got ready to attack this monster. Suddenly, they heard a gurgling sound and a voice announcing the 4th skill. Soon, a yellow glow appeared. A titanic blade rose straight out of the swamp and cut the giant ant in two. Subaru and Saya didn't even have time to do anything. They stood there stunned, watching what was happening, but the ant in iron armor had already been defeated. The best player, Hirosaka, appeared at the tip of the blade. He was known for his beautiful appearance, impeccable behavior, and style. But that opinion was only held by those who did not know him personally. Hirosaka said that he thought he was already dead. As a child, Hirosaka had absolutely nothing he was good at. His parents had high hopes for the boy because he seemed smart, but over time they were not disappointed and continued to love their son. Once, while still in elementary school, the boy defended a friend from attacks by his classmates. The boy thanked his friend for his help, and soon Hirosaki's heart warmed. But the next day, he himself became the target of bullying by older students at the school. The biggest disappointment was not that the bullies were hurting Hirosaki, but that his friend, whom he had defended the day before, had joined the bullies. The boy realized that people betray each other most often. People betray because of weakness. Hirosaki had already decided that he would be the only one who would never betray anyone. And if he did so, he would surely find a true friend one day. The sky shone brightly over the dense forest, and Hirosaka's childhood memories remained in the past. The golden player asked Subaru to pull him out of the swamp with his skill. Subaru hooked the player's arm with a blood rope and prepared to pull him out of the swamp. Surprisingly, Hirosaka was quite heavy, and Subaru was unable to pull him out on the first try. Subaru continued to pull the player, who, as it turned out, had decided to use himself as bait to deal with a huge monster. Hirosaka, it turned out, had a strong intuition. He sensed a monster inside the swamp, dove in, killed it with his sword, and now Subaru pulled them all out. Subaru was beginning to understand Hirosaka better and better. This player was a man who faced an unknown enemy, and he always engaged in battle with it first. Hirosaka did this to protect his comrade. There are no gaps in Hirosaka's abilities, even though it may seem that way. The player was very attentive, and he also had a free, relaxed, and flexible outlook. This was what made up the image of Hirosaka as a player. Subaru handed his idol a towel to dry himself off, which the golden player really liked. Subaru was embarrassed to say that the idea with the towel was not his. The day before, Shikishima had met with the young man and given him a bag with towels, drinks, and other small items. The player was sure that it would definitely be needed in the process of passing through the gates. Subaru was still a very honest young man, and he admitted that the idea belonged to Shikishima, who knew his friend well and was able to take care of him. Shikishima was always very busy because he did absolutely everything. He answered emails, wrote drafts for public speeches, managed the intelligence unit, held parallel conversations with the director, and listened to assignments and feedback. Udo was amazed when he saw how hard Shikishima worked. The player understood that most of the responsibilities were meant for Hirosaka, but Shikishima did everything himself. Sakura used to help him, but now she was in the hospital, and the player had to carry the load alone. Since the appearance of the gold-ranked players, Sakura, Udo, Shikishima, and Hirosaka had always been together and fought side by side over the past few years. Hirosaka admitted that their bond and friendship were very strong, so he would never accept any excuses. He also couldn't forgive Taigga for hurting Sakura like that. Hirosaka wanted to immediately warn Subaru that he had decided to kill his brother, even if the young man was against it. Subaru, in turn, also had good reasons to fight Taigga. For many years, Subaru had been bullied by his brother, and on top of that, Sawatari's death was on Taigga's hands, leaving a little girl an orphan. Hirosaka was very pleased with the outcome of this conversation because it is always good to find out the priorities of your friends and comrades in advance. The group walked through the territory for a long time, but finally Hirosaka announced that they had found the right place and sensed the target nearby. Hirosaka had excellent eyesight and intuition. Soon he saw the boss. The player had the eagle eye skill, which allowed him to see at a great distance. But there was no need to envy him because everyone present would soon see the enemy. At that moment, a tree crown appeared in the middle of the road, and a few seconds later, a trunk grew. A short time passed, and literally before the eyes of those present, a huge, powerful tree rose up. Its crown was in the clouds, and its trunk consisted of many intertwined branches. Coming closer, one could see that eyes were shining between the trunks. It was a cursed, spirit-filled tree illuminating the turret. Soon evening came, and the tree tower began to glow. In fact, everything looked very beautiful, harmless, and festive. But Hirosaka prepared his titanic blade, which was gigantic in size and towered over the players hundreds of times. But the blade did not last long because it was soon destroyed and scattered into pieces. The pieces of the destroyed sword fell to the ground and were so powerful that they formed a huge number of ruts and pits. Hirosaka reminded his young companion of what he had told him, that the number of stars on the gate was only a guide. That was exactly what he meant. Subaru tried to understand what he was seeing. The boss had the ability to attack from a distance, and it was better than or equal to Shikishima's abilities. The difference from previous bosses was simply enormous. The enemy from this gate was equivalent to a normal 4-star boss, but that was only on paper. In reality, only this boss had power below the 5-star level, and that was the difficulty of a prolonged struggle with the unknown. Subaru believed that everyone needed to be covered. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have time to dodge the boss's attack. He had to come up with a way to defeat it. Hirosaka asked the guy if he could fly very high. The young man confirmed that he could. However, it consumed too much mana, but it was enough to save Hirosaka this time. Huge eyes stared out of the boss's trunk and analyzed what was happening, when suddenly blood began to ooze from the tree. The boss's continuous attack destroyed the ground, the road, and everything around it. Hirosaka reported that thanks to Subaru, they were able to destroy the boss very quickly. Only the hilt of the sword remained in the player's hand. Hirosaka's sixth skill was Sword of Ending Edges. He teleported a slashing blow with his entire blade to any place within his field of vision. There were risks involved in using it, a large gap and enormous mana consumption, but all of that was compensated for today with the help of Subaru, who lifted them up, allowing them to swing. Thus, the otherworldly realm was completely cleared, the boss was destroyed, and it was necessary to leave the area as soon as possible. The players returned to the association's office. Hirosaka thanked his teammates, saying that they had done a good job today. However, he apologized for defeating the boss himself. Subaru had already sent a report on the territory's progress, and now Shikishima knew all the details. Hirosaka realized that he should have warned the newcomer in advance not to talk about his mistakes. At that moment, Shikishima was already dragging his partner away to have a talk with him. Hirosaka said goodbye to the guys until tomorrow and said that he had booked a 5-star gate, so they needed to prepare properly. Subaru was, of course, happy to participate with Hirosaka again, but the 5th level of the gate was a little scary for him. Subaru spent a very anxious time at the hotel. He couldn't relax and rest. 5 stars was the highest limit in the world of bosses, and today the best player on the planet had defeated it. Subaru began to think about how he could use Hirosaka's fighting style and apply it to himself. In the dark world that belonged to the Black Baby, a player named Kay asked how many people they would have now. A very young girl playing on her console replied that there were about 20 people of various kinds. That was just fine and very convenient. At that very moment, players from Graka's team met in one of the city parks. They wanted to discuss their plans and come up with new ways to clear the goal. Suddenly, 2 strangers approached them. These guys wanted to discuss something with the team, and they exuded a dark energy. At the same time, in one of the remote areas of Tokyo, a silver-ranked player suddenly saw a person in front of him. The stranger asked, "Are you really Juliet?" Juliet was furious and replied that if they didn't leave her alone, she would kill them immediately. The stranger looked very menacing and frightening. He was tall with long green hair, a long scarlet tongue, and his whole body was covered with a huge centipede. The man said that Juliet was exactly as the rumors said. At that very moment, Kay was talking to the Black Baby, who explained that the players needed to be divided into groups for training, sorting, and preparation for war. It was from them, from this world, that the real hunt would begin. Now they had to prepare. Early in the morning, a call came into the Players Association office. The phone displayed, "Son of an idiot?" The call was answered by Shikishima, who was surprised that Hisaki was not yet dead. He was under close observation until a decision was made and had not been acquitted of the murder of his own comrades. But Juliet insisted that he was not guilty, but merely a victim, and was calling because his parent was one of the directors of the association. Juliet said that he had been attacked that morning and she couldn't do anything about it. She had to kill the attacker. According to his game card, it was Kishikawa Tsuchi, a bronze-ranked player, but Juliet was sure that this man definitely belonged to the Black faction. During the battle, Juliet sensed that the enemy's skill called insect manipulation was foreign. Shikishima thought about the insect and immediately checked the database of the named player. Sure enough, Tsuchi had a completely different skill registered: the creation and manipulation of small amounts of iron. It seemed that the Black Door had already begun to grant new skills. Several violent attacks had been carried out the previous night, but Juliet was the only one who had turned the tide and survived. The association believes that this is not the end of the story. Juliet already understood that things were bad, so he thanked his parent and said goodbye. Like any child, Juliet hung up the phone and thought that his parent was just a bespectacled dwarf and had no right to tell him how to live his life. Standing next to the body of the slain player, Juliet was finally convinced that the slain guy's skill was completely different. Alien. It felt like being in a completely different league. Probably like being a rainbow player and having Subaru's skill. The 2 guys called their mentor Kay and reported that everything had gone well. They had beaten Grash's team of 6. It also became known that Kishikawa had lost to Juliet. Kei ordered them to continue and replied that things were going quickly, even with high-level silver-rank players. They received permission from Taigga and the Black Baby. This means that Kei will soon go where they know. Kei will reach the gold-ranked players in the near future. Tokyo was beautiful on this warm summer morning. People were rushing about their business and enjoying life. A very heavy gate appeared in front of the new Marunouchi building, and the players gathered in front of it. Kusaka from the intelligence department reported that she had heard about the attack on the 5-star gate and had come to explain everything directly to the players. Subaru was surprised that there were special people who understood all this. He had never heard of the intelligence unit. It was an information bureau consisting mainly of people with movement and analysis skills who provided players with information about the scene, increasing the survival rate in the gate. Kusaka said that it was rare to find players who would risk their lives. She had given up active gaming for the sake of her family. Her husband and children were walking around the city when the skywhale broke through. The woman sincerely thanked Subaru for destroying the monster, then handed him a tablet with instructions. Contents, hurricanes, and thunderclaps. The scene was very small, consisting of only 2 locations, a garden and a palace. In the palace on the top floor, there are 2 thrones. The area is completely empty for now. Presumably, the boss of this area is in the palace. But it is not yet known which boss exactly. Perhaps there are 2 separate bosses who count as one, judging by the fact that there are 2 thrones in the palace. Subaru remembered that he had once encountered a team of 2 bosses, and he had easily dealt with them. But now he faced a very difficult task. Entering the 5-star gate for the first time and facing 2 bosses, he thought very seriously. Hirosaka looked at his younger comrade, encouraged him, and said it was time to go in. Subaru tried not to show that he was afraid and immediately replied that he was ready to go. The young man understood that everything turned out differently than he had imagined. However, Hirosaka remained very calm and confident. The players entered the gate, while the scouts remained in the city. They wished the players well and hoped that everything would go smoothly. Kusaka, standing in front of the gate that had just closed behind her comrades, suddenly heard a sound coming from directly behind her. The girl tensed up. Turning around, she was horrified to see her comrades from the reconnaissance squad hacked to death in the middle of the city. Kei stood opposite her, holding 2 blood-covered objects in his hands. He declared that the players were as weak as he had expected. Kusaka recognized Kei. He was on Shikishima's general list. But the woman didn't have time to do anything else. It was her turn to die. Kei literally trampled the girl in her own blood, then called someone and reported that Hirosaka and Subaru had indeed entered the 5-star gate. After that, Kei said that according to the agreement, the back door would be opened in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this information, the player to whom it was communicated confirmed that he understood everything. The stranger looked simply stunning. He had long white hair, a very cute face, and a gorgeous body. It was Ariaki Taigga in his new incarnation. Now he belonged to the dark rank and looked the way he wanted. Unaware of anything, Hirosaka, Subaru, and Saya entered the scene. Hurricanes and thunderclaps. It was very quiet inside. The weather was clear. The sun was shining. Nothing foreshadowed trouble or danger. Hirosaka looked around, but he had a strange feeling, so he decided not to let his guard down. After that, the player asked Saya to close the gate. The girl immediately complied, and everyone understood that from that moment on, monsters would begin to appear, and it would be impossible to leave the area. Hirosaka again felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding and unease about this place. The player couldn't understand what was causing it. As soon as the gate was locked, the players felt a movement of air that began to circulate around them. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and now they had to make an effort to withstand its gusts. The sky turned black. Huge storm clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and a powerful downpour fell on the ground. The storm arose in literally a second. Usually, enemies are placed sequentially on the map from the moment the lock is activated. But here, the area was very small, and you could even sense the boss from the gate without moving. All the players froze in anticipation of the upcoming encounter. Subaru heard a noise and asked Hirosaki, "Could it be that the boss of this area has already appeared?" And indeed, 2 monsters appeared on the thrones in the palace. Out of nowhere, very powerful and terrifying, belonging to the highest 5-star level. One of them, named Delta Storm, was an 89th level monster. He was blue-purple in color and had a powerful body. The second was called Kilim Groma, and his level was even higher, 93. He emitted a yellow glow. Delta Storm sniffed and smelled the scent of the dead body of one of their mutual acquaintances. Could it be that karma has caught up with them? He thought. The scent of some gilded night hung in the air. Thundercarpet also smelled another scent that made his nose tingle, but he couldn't identify its source yet. The boss felt that it was the smell of someone they had fought very recently. Soon the monsters realized who it was. It was the mortal body of the cursed undead, now embodied by Subaru. The bosses felt that these smells were still very strong, and in fact the players had a fairly high chance of survival. At that moment, lightning brought the bodies of the knights who were ordinary monsters of this scene. Subaru immediately became saddened. These were ordinary enemies, but each of them was above the level of a celestial whale. These guardians of wind and thunder were on average level 60. Subaru ordered his vassal Sei not to spare her mana. She had to act in such a way as to stay alive at all costs. Seiya promised her master that she could be relied upon. She would protect Sayaka's body. To do this, blood manipulation and derivation were immediately activated. Hirasaka didn't mess around either. He used two skills at once. Golden Sword, which immediately appeared in the player's hands. Taking it, Hirasaka immediately went to meet the guards of wind and thunder, who had already filled this small space in large numbers. Subaru understood that if he didn't fight with all his might from the very beginning, they would lose. The young man also activated his abilities, taking blood manipulation, blood fist, and derivation. In addition, the young man added heavenly inverness. He looked very powerful and was ready to engage in battle immediately. Hirasaka, without changing his expression or moving a muscle, raised two fingers, calling on his second skill to join his actions. The player used Titanic Blade, which rose above the monsters and looked simply terrifying. Hirasaka was dissatisfied with the actions of his blade because more than half of his opponents were not affected. They were very agile and did not even match his level. Suddenly, one of the guards got almost close to Hirasaka. The player found himself one-on-one with his opponent, but the guard's active attack was stopped by Subaru's strong leg, which struck the opponent in the head with all his might. The surprise effect worked perfectly. Subaru continued to kick, but it was still not worth relaxing. In the next moment, despite the attacker's active actions, the guard managed to dodge and, in turn, grab Subaru's leg with his hand. After that, the guard pulled Subaru toward him and delivered a very powerful blow to the boy's body. It was unreal. An ordinary guard delivering blows so powerful that they surpassed those of Sush and Kalian. Hirasaka, without stopping the fight and battling the guards, was very concerned about his friend's condition. Subaru finally came to his senses and was able to kick the huge stone monster in the jaw. After that, the young man delivered several more blows with his fist and elbow. Subaru understood that he was not here to slow down the mission, so he had to be as productive as possible. The young man released the blood ropes that tightly wrapped around the guard's body, preventing him from attacking or even defending himself. When the guard was tightly wrapped in these ropes, Subaru delivered a drill kick and was able to knock the guard down. Subaru recovered from the battle, but was disappointed that he had not leveled up, had not gained any experience points, and had spent too much health and mana dealing with just one opponent. Suddenly, the boy realized that he was surrounded. Guards were approaching him from four sides, and it was unclear how to get out of this situation. Subaru summoned the Sky Chisel, even though he knew he was unlikely to succeed, having only just defeated one guard. The mana cost was too high, so it was impossible to use a slashing attack in the air. In addition, a direct blow to the armor did not bring the desired result. At that moment, another aggravating circumstance occurred. The guards summoned the Vajra skill, and long glowing swords appeared in their hands. Subaru was disheartened. It was the first time he had seen a monster use skills that summoned additional weapons. The situation was very sad. However, the young man had to do something, and Hirasaka, fighting his opponents, watched the boy. Subaru really didn't want to let his idol down. He was determined to succeed, and now was the moment to prove it. The night before at the hotel, Subaru had racked his brains all night, trying to understand one fact. No matter how much he admired Hirasaka, the young man would never be able to become like him. Shikishima said that he didn't need to learn from Hirasaka, but simply needed to be tempered by his willpower, self-confidence, and calmness. Subaru always fought with all his might, and that's why he became stronger. It was not only a matter of improving his personal level, but also of developing the moral ability to be ready to fight any opponent. It was also about increasing his awareness and desire to never lose to his enemies. Subaru fought to become stronger, And now the young man decided that the battle he had been waiting for had come. No matter how clumsy he might be, it would be a fight to the death. Subaru used all his skills and was ready to face his opponent, knowing that victory would make him stronger once again. Holding the sky chisel in his hands, the young man prepared to fend off the guard's attack. One of the monsters jumped at the young man and struck with his sword, but to no effect because the sky chisel acted as a powerful shield. One of the guards managed to sneak up from behind and cut the blood threads coming out of Subaru's body in different directions. Not all the threads were cut, so the young man managed to grab the guard's arm just as he raised his sword above the boy's head. In the next moment, the arm with the sword was torn off and flew in the opposite direction from the guard's body. The notification that the Guardian of Wind and Thunder had been defeated gave Subaru a little confidence. In addition, his level increased due to the destruction of the enemy, and his vital functions and mana were restored. Subaru was able to suddenly disappear, greatly surprising the guards who were about to strike the player. The guards did not have time to find their opponent, when suddenly a powerful blood-red blow fell on them from above. The sky chisel in Subaru's hands looked very powerful against the dark sky, and the blood spears crashed down on the guards with full force. 2 more monsters were defeated, and the young man's level rose again. Hirasaka watched his younger comrade and was very pleased with what he saw. The day before, Hirasaka and Shikishima had a conversation in the Players' Association room. Shikishima advised his boss not to save Subaru until the last moment when they entered the 5-star gate. There was also no need to give him advice. Shikishima was confident that the young man would soon be on par with the strongest gold players. All he needed now was practice. He would develop his strategy and tactics during battles, fight with all his might, terrify monsters, and grow more and more confident in his abilities. Besides, Hirasaka had absolutely no ability to teach people. He was truly the best in battle and could set an example for younger players with his behavior. Nothing more was required of Hirasaka. He had to remain the strongest and just keep an eye on the others, just in case. Hirasaka remembered this conversation and realized that his assistant was indeed right. At the same time, the player continued to fight off the guards, remaining vigilant. Hirasaka killed another group of guards, continuing to wonder whether the Players' Association could really rely on Subaru in the future. The press had already reported that 6-star gates had appeared in several places on Earth. More than 8 years had passed since the very first gate appeared, but now despair was spreading among the highest-ranking players. At first, the first gate had a maximum difficulty of 3 stars. The difficulty increased every year. Each time it increased by 1 star, the difficulty increased tenfold. If the difficulty level continued to be updated in the same order, 6-star gates would appear as early as next year. Shikishima was not sure that the level of players was also increasing from year to year to meet the challenges, and this upset him greatly. Hirasaka also confirmed that their level was not keeping up with the difficulty of the gates. Therefore, for now, the only option was to clear the 6-star gates with a group of gold-ranked players. But at this rate, the day would inevitably come when the players would not be able to catch up with their levels, keeping up with the number and difficulty of the gates. It was unclear how they would be able to withstand the 6-star gates, which were dozens of times more difficult than the 5-star gates. Shikishima calculated that if the time set for the 6-star gates was longer than for the 5-star gates, the heavenly clock would break after the first failed attempt. And a broken heavenly clock would lead to the destruction of humanity. The lower-level gates could not be ignored either, so there would be a shortage of manpower among the players. Shikishima understood that people, all of humanity, had no choice but to accept defeat. No matter how desperately the players tried to find new ways out of the situation, each of them was weighed down by an ever-increasing burden of responsibility. Soon the day would come when the players would lose the true friends they had met along the way. For Hirasaki, this was the main problem. He had spent a long time building his friendships and human relationships, and now the player was ready to fight for them. At that moment, Shikishima's phone rang. It was Sakura calling. The girl reported that she and Udo were at the police station and were busy questioning the players involved in the murder. Sakura said that they had heard a lot of strange information that she wanted to report to her superiors immediately. Shikishima listened with great interest to the story about the Rainbow Door. His eyes immediately lit up with hope. Hirasaka also thought that this information had come at just the right time. It was the Rainbow Door that could bring salvation to humanity and solve the main problem. And now the Rainbow Door player was honing his skills by fighting the Guardians of the Storm and Thunder. Hirasaka watched the young man and noted that he was defeating his opponents using only fencing. Subaru was indeed cutting down the guards left and right. Of course, it looked easy from the outside, but nevertheless, he was doing quite well. Subaru managed to jump into the air, deliver kicks, and finish off his opponents with the Heaven's Drill sword. After destroying another guard, the young man understood the main principle of the attack. It consisted of concentrating the slashing attack of the Sky Chisel on the tip of the blade at the moment of impact. In this case, the young man could cut down enemies with a high degree of defense while reducing mana consumption. Hirasaka was very pleased. The young man never ceased to amaze him. He learned not only from other people, but also from his enemies during battle. At that moment, Subaru noticed Saya, who had not entered the battle until then. The girl delivered multiple very fast attacks, jumping from place to place. Saya flew over the guards using her vassal's abilities and created a deadly field of blood balls. The guards chopped at these blood balls with their swords, not understanding what they were. The skill gave a simple command to the blood cells to manipulate blood en masse. But at that moment, the command was simple and easy, and it worked amazingly effectively. After touching the enemy, a powerful explosion rang out, and at that moment, the girl was already far from the epicenter. Saya tried to think of what she could do, given her low level, to make the blow decisive. Nothing came to mind, but that wasn't a problem. Even so, Saya was reducing the number of enemies for Lord Subaru and Hirasaki because they were the priority. Besides, the girl had to preserve Lady Sayaka's body. But at one point, one of the guards got in Saya's way, and she realized she wouldn't be able to hide and avoid the attack. The guard's sword was suddenly near Saya's face. However, the guard did not manage to wound the girl because his arm was severed from his torso. Subaru managed to repel the attack and protect his assistant by striking with the Sky Chisel. Saya looked really scared. She had already given up hope of surviving this blow. Subaru thanked his assistant for her help, but asked her to be more careful in the future and not to risk herself. Saya was deeply touched. She understood that she did not deserve her boss's gratitude. Saya left the battlefield to preserve Sayaka's body and not distract Subaru by forcing him to defend her. Subaru returned to Hirasaka and said that his level would rise very slowly in this scene. Hirasaka did not have time to respond because his attention was drawn to something unusual. Now, Hirasaka realized that he had missed the point. The fact was that his level was high, and this scene gave him almost no increase. This only meant that the whole scene was fake. It was just an X scene. Subaru heard Sushi's warning not to let his guard down because there was more than just the boss in these scenes. The guards were just puppets summoned by the boss's skills. For this reason, players did not receive the normal amount of experience points. This meant from the outset that everything on the stage was not what it seemed. It was all just manipulation by the two bosses sitting on their thrones in the tower. At that moment, one of the bosses realized that the players had figured out their maneuver and noticed their trap. Killam suggested sending someone stronger or going out themselves. At that moment, the storm intensified even more. The sky was black and lightning flashed incessantly. Hirasaka said that all this was not entirely useless, because with the destruction of the guards, the number of monsters was decreasing. Nevertheless, the guards acted according to the intentions of their masters, whose main goal was to reveal the abilities and skills of the players. The bosses decided to leave their throne room and now appeared on the balcony. They were very pleased with how the first part of the battle had gone. They had managed to wear down the players' strength without suffering any damage themselves. Hirasaka literally froze when he saw his opponents. He hesitated for a moment, looking at the bosses. The player wondered whether he should use the Edge Distortion Sword, which consumed 80% of his mana but could reach the enemy in the blink of an eye. However, this skill had the power to split the ground, but it was unknown whether it would be enough to deal with two bosses at once. But Hirasaka abandoned this idea and decided to use his sixth skill and level up to match his opponents. Suddenly, the rain stopped, the sky cleared, and the sun appeared. Hirasaka noticed this change in weather conditions. The rain stopped completely, the wind died down, and something new and no less frightening was approaching. Sure enough, both bosses descended from their castle to the ground, as if on a cloud, and now stood behind Hirasaka. They immediately addressed the player, saying that he did not need to take any decisive action because there was no point in doing so. The bosses wanted to test their strength. The monsters introduced themselves. One was called Delta Storm, and the other was Killam Thunder. The bosses agreed to acknowledge the fact that the players were strong people. Therefore, the bosses offered to fight them fairly, in a personal battle, one against the other. All the guards knelt at that moment, while the players and bosses looked at each other. Hirosaka had not yet responded to the boss's proposal. He was trying to weigh all the options and choose the best one. Subaru understood that he was facing the same bosses who had been at the Battle of the Dump. Hirosaka knew that almost all bosses behave like animals that do not allow outsiders into their territory. They also acted only on their own will and could control the weather and attack using tactics. Hirosaka wanted to know how the bosses were able to talk. Delta Storm guessed that the player wanted to find out something from him. Hirosaka confirmed that he really wanted to know, and a lot. The player was infuriated that the monster could read his desire so easily and quickly. The player wanted to know about doors and gates, how different they were. Doors gave the opportunity to become a player, while gates kept otherworldly creatures at bay. Hirosaka wanted to know why representatives of the otherworld needed the human world and what they were trying to turn it into. The bosses were surprised to hear such questions. It immediately became clear that the player had not asked his knight Ludwig anything. Hirosaka immediately noted that these bosses even knew the name of his patron. Until now, there had been rumors among the gaming community that there were bosses who could stay very close to the center of the otherworld. Perhaps these two were such monsters. Kilim Goma said that they themselves had been locked in this scene for a long time, and now the bosses had agreed to share all the knowledge they had acquired. Hirosaka and Subaru immediately pricked up their ears and were ready to listen very carefully to all the information. Subaru was literally amazed by the prospect that these monsters would reveal all the secrets of the world to them and do so with absolute ease. Hirosaka immediately asked if he could use a voice recorder to record the audio, as the player was not sure he would remember everything. The bosses gave an affirmative answer, and Kalim the Thunder began to speak. In short, the gate? Subaru was so impatient that he forgot to breathe, hoping to remember every word. But then it turned out that the bosses were subject to information control. The bosses apologized to the players. They themselves did not know that they would not be able to reveal all the secrets. Hirosaka was very upset, as he had hoped to obtain important information for his office. But the bosses reassured him, telling the players that if they defeated the monsters, they would somehow get closer to the answer. The bosses were ready to engage their opponents in battle. They were literally sparkling with impatience, and lightning bolts flashed across the ground. The monsters wanted to quench the thirst of their souls, and now only victory or defeat stood before them. But there was still a small problem. They had to decide which monster would get which player. They did this with rock, paper, scissors. There were several ties, and finally victory went to Delta Storm. He could choose his opponent. Subaru and Hirosaka stood silently waiting, realizing that their desires or actions had absolutely no bearing on the outcome. Delta Storm chose to fight Shining Gold and pointed his finger at Hirosaka. The monster had no intention of delaying the battle and immediately rushed into the attack, unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts at the player. Hirosaka swung his titanic blade and repelled this first attack. The duel was fought at a literally insane speed. It was impossible to follow the participants in the fight with the naked eye. Only the clanging and clanking of weapons, as well as flashes of lightning and light, could be heard. Delta Storm was genuinely enjoying the fight, considering that he had found a formidable opponent. Knight Ludwig had indeed chosen a perfect embodiment for himself. Hirosaka was not only handsome, but also strong. Delta Storm got into the swing of things and wanted to get more and more out of their battle, as well as test his skills against a worthy opponent. Hirosaka parried the attacks and realized that his opponent was stronger than anyone he had ever fought before. Subaru watched the battle and realized that the monster was in no way inferior to the best 5-star player, just as Hirosaka was worthy of his opponent. But then Kilim Groma approached the young man, who had already grown tired of waiting for his player and watching the battle of others. Thunder Carpet was frankly, openly disappointed that he had been given a weak opponent and would not be able to test his skills to the fullest. Of course, no one was to blame for this. But this kid looked very relaxed, so Kilim Groma expected to end the match without even putting in much effort. Thunder Carpet decided that even if he didn't use his abilities, he would at least have some fun. So now he wanted to test how much damage he would have to inflict on this player to kill him. Subaru felt that the pressure directed at him was changing his perception, and that the creature before his eyes was a serious enemy, and he needed to pull himself together urgently. The Carpet of Thunder unleashed a fiery attack on the young man, and it was extremely serious. Of course, Subaru should have anticipated this in order to avoid losing in the very first minutes of the battle. And now the entire island was crossed by a huge furrow, which was the result of Kilim Goma's attack. The monster didn't even feel any tension, as if someone had accidentally stepped on an insect somewhere on the side of the road, unaware of what they had done. Thunder Killam was clearly disappointed with such a weak opponent who couldn't even dodge his fiery attack. It was very strange to watch this player. Killam Goma wanted to know whose mortal incarnation the young man was. Now he was pitifully weak and helpless, and indeed, in the middle of the furrow lay the charred body without infinities that had once been a player named Subaru. Hirosaka, fending off Delta Storm's attacks, managed to notice what had happened to the young man. The player was distracted and thought for just a moment, and then Delta Storm's hand was already on his head. The next moment, everything was stained with scarlet blood. Delta Storm was happy and laughed, enjoying his fight. This time, he was able to get quite close, and his blows were relentless. Hirosaka defended himself with his blade, but still took some hits. Delta Storm got so carried away that, a little too absorbed in the process, he didn't notice that the blade was turned toward him with its tip. Hirosaka bowed his head, trying to protect himself, but his opponent's attacks were very powerful. The player raised his head, and instead of one eye, a black hole gaped on his devilish face, and blood ran down his cheek and dripped onto the white collar of his clothes. At that moment, Killam Groma casually approached the charred body lying on the ground. Thunder Carpet picked up the sky chisel sword and began to examine it. There was not a single scratch from his lightning on the weapon. This was the true power that the monster had felt earlier. The monster began to twirl the sword in his hands, trying to understand whose power he felt in this weapon. Soon, the answer came to him. It turned out that the charred body was the embodiment of Vanquisher himself, the god of vampires. At that moment, someone called out to Kalim. He turned and saw Saya. The monster immediately warned the girl not to come near him. If she entered into a one-on-one battle, he would kill her immediately. Saya was too weak to stand up to such an opponent, but she was her master's vassal and had to defend him until her last breath. Saya understood that her master would not want her to die so senselessly. Saya wept, tears streaming down her face. The girl knew that she had to stay alive at all costs. Before her eyes was the face of her master, who had asked her to be careful and save her life. How unfair it all was. Saya couldn't calm down, and bitter tears flowed from her eyes like Lake Danny. The girl begged her master to somehow come back to life and survive. Keelan was very sorry and was ready to pity the girl, but her master could no longer stand up because his legs were burned. But then a voice behind him, belonging to Subaru, told Saya to be an obedient girl and step aside. Keelan was literally stunned. Saya immediately stopped crying. She realized that her master would still fight. Subaru used Taigga's black smoke defense, and a large amount of half-clotted blood flowed from his entire body. Although the player had lost both arms and legs, he managed to avoid death. Then the regeneration process began, and now instead of his limbs, he had powerful arms and legs. The Thunder Carpet was undoubtedly the strongest opponent the young man had ever faced. He couldn't even imagine the difference in their levels. Subaru understood that if he defeated his opponent here and now, he would make a rapid leap in strength, and that was what he was fighting for in the first place. Thunder Carpet decided to check if the player really had blood instead of limbs. He had never encountered anything like this before. But the monster was very happy and satisfied with this turn of events. The player's actions had added interest to their battle, and it no longer looked like a beating of a baby. Delta Storm also enjoyed the battle. He was grateful to Ludwig, the knight's living embodiment, for this fight, although it was now more difficult for the player due to the loss of his eye. Delta Storm noticed that the player's remaining eye now shone with a new light, and his attacks became sharper. Delta Storm was forced to make an effort to protect his body. Hirosaka said that players were not strong from the very beginning of their existence. During their long gaming journey, there were various situations when they were still weak, and there were many difficult battles. Hirosaka also expressed his gratitude to his opponent, because defeating Delta Storm would make him even stronger. Hirosaka used his fifth skill, Imperial Glare. It was a powerful trump card, the best there could be. Delta Storm was absolutely delighted and rushed into another attack, because now they would have an excellent battle. Hirosaka raised his sword and prepared for battle. With the help of his skill, his strength and effects increased by 1.5 times. The Carpet of Thunder burned everything around it with its lightning bolts. The speed of these lightning bolts was simply astonishing, only a third slower than the speed of light. It was impossible to dodge them. Also, the player couldn't determine the direction of the main lightning strike before it flashed. Subaru had to keep moving without a moment's hesitation, and perhaps only then would he not be burned by lightning again. Otherwise, he would once again become a pile of ashes. The thunder carpet continued to spew lightning, and he was already getting tired of it because it had no effect so far. The player managed to maneuver between the flashes, while everything around him burned and exploded. Subaru, however, was losing more and more strength and expending mana. He realized that things would be bad if this continued. Soon, the thunder carpet would destroy all the guards, and Subaru was using their bodies as cover to avoid being struck by lightning. The boy's health was practically at zero, and a single touch of lightning could kill him. Of course, it would be very difficult and stressful, but the player had to destroy the guards urgently in order to restore his health and raise his level. As we remember, the guards were also formidable monsters, possessing enormous strength and power. Subaru rushed past one of them at tremendous speed and cut off the monster's head as if it were an apple. Thundercarpet appreciated this and realized that the player he had gotten was very enterprising. Subaru immediately gained a level up and restored his strength as soon as he killed the guard. His status increased, his stats rose, his health and mana were fully restored, and his lost body parts were regenerated. Thundercarpet immediately noticed that the player's arms and legs had grown. It was a truly beneficial device for all mortals, and it was very well made. Subaru now looked at his best. His body was protected by blood armor, he was strong and active. The player summoned a skill called Drill and directed it at his opponent. The boss easily deflected the blow, responding with lightning bolts. The lightning bolts were everywhere, and it was impossible to avoid the discharge, so the player was attacked again, and his defense was damaged. Thundercarpet noticed that this time his lightning bolts did not incinerate the guy's body, which meant that even a small increase in the player's strength was enough to make up the difference. Subaru was ready to fight again in a few moments and rushed into the attack. He aimed his blood spears at the boss, hoping to throw him off balance at least a little. Thundercarpet said that now he understood why the vampire had chosen such a mortal incarnation in the form of this boy. Subaru did not know how to lose and tried to maintain his dominance, and for that he acted senselessly. Kilim used his lightning to completely burn all the blood spears that were flying at him. This burning created a large wave of air currents. Subaru covered himself from the smoke and heat, realizing that at this rate, the force would knock him out before he reached his goal. There was no point in being a skilled and graceful warrior in the face of Kilim's overwhelming power. He believed that the boy had no chance of hurting him. This could only be done with a sword, the only worthy means and weapon that the cat Sushi was now calmly carrying in its mouth. Kilim Grom was so shocked by such audacity that he lost his voice and began to laugh. He did not expect the cat to be serving the player here. The boss attacked the unfortunate animal with his lightning, not understanding how it had ended up here in the first place. Subaru looked with anxiety and pain in his eyes at the place where his beloved pet had been just a moment ago. But the glass cat was no fool. She also used her master's mana, regenerated, and continued moving, not letting go of the sky drill from her sharp teeth. No one knew or remembered that Sushi, the cat, had the ability to regenerate. She understood her master, sensed his strategy, and now helped him in battle. A few moments later, the cat brought the sword to her master, leaving everyone present surprised and amazed. Subaru praised his pet, and now he had a worthy weapon in his hands to continue the battle. The battle could now take on a whole new dimension. Subaru didn't have time to blink before the enemy's face appeared right in front of him. The thunder carpet darted toward the young man to show him that power was still on his side, and that he should not hope for victory in this battle. The thunder carpet hovered in the air, unwilling to let his opponent get away, moving directly into a fistfight. The monster did not notice that Sushi the cat had appeared behind him, along with her sharp, clawed, icy paw. The cat managed to knock the monster boss down with her paw, thus disrupting the trajectory of his blow. Lightning struck the cat's body and tore it to pieces. However, this allowed Subaru to avoid the attack and get his bearings. The young man activated his skills and in the next moment was already behind Kilim the Thunder. Subaru rushed to attack his enemy, full of hatred, realizing that it was now a matter of all or nothing. The player landed on the ground and decided he was ready to risk all his mana for the next attack. The Sky Chisel reached its maximum power. The player defeated several guards in order to level up once again. The young man prayed that this increase would be enough for his next attack. In addition, all his characteristics, health and mana, were restored. The thunder carpet didn't waste any time either. It crept up behind the young man and literally pierced his body with its hand, and blood gushed from the player's mouth. The monster was furious. His opponent had used the cat, set her up, and then, risking his life, fled to restore himself. The monster did not understand why the young man was so eager to maintain his dominance and why he wanted to live so much. After all, the players themselves had come to this world to defeat monsters, so why did they want to live so badly? Memories flashed through Subaru's mind of when his life was completely meaningless and useless. Then the young man met someone who offered to be his friend. Then there were people who wanted to be with him. Subaru analyzed all this and realized that what he wanted most in life was to meet Sayaka. Although they had spent very little time together, the young man had always sincerely enjoyed their time together. And now he wanted to meet Sayaka, apologize to her, and thank her for her friendship. The young man wanted to be forgiven, and then he wanted to become stronger together again. Keelan was stunned by what he heard. He had never heard such sentimental and romantic nonsense before. Subaru wanted to level up and meet with Vanquish again to get information about the usurper of blood. Subaru believed he had taken that risk and now had a very serious desire to survive for the sake of others. And then a rainbow door appeared between the player and the monster. Kilim Groma tried to enter it. Inside was Vanquish, who said he had been watching him from the other side for a long time. And Vanquish wanted to warn Kilim that the punishment for wounding his mortal would be severe. Subaru was almost unconscious, but he heard him being praised and told that he was doing well. It was Vanquish who congratulated his protege on his victory. Keelam's body began to tremble from the lightning bolts that were now affecting him. Vanquish directed his power toward the player and began to restore him. Vanquish held the young man in his arms. He said that the boy would soon gain strength, so Kilim should wait a little longer. Kilim of Thunder called out to Vanquish and began to tell him that they would never forget the day that Vampire decided to kill them. Facing his sworn enemy face to face, Vanquish must understand that he will not just walk away, or he hoped that the chief vampire would not dare to simply run away from his opponents. Otherwise, it would be cowardice. Kilim made his way through the rainbow door and found himself in an area covered with gray dust, his lightning bolts flashing across it. Kilim looked at the ground and realized that all the stories he had heard before were true. Beneath his feet was a veritable ocean of bones, consisting of powder made from the bones of the slain. Vanquish turned to the young man and said that Subaru always appeared before him in a dying state. The young man was surprised by Vanquish's new appearance. Vanquish thanked the young man for this, because thanks to the fact that the young man had become stronger, Vanquish's strength had also returned. Soon the vampire announced that the player was completely healed. Keelan was eagerly awaiting the continuation of the fight, his lightning bolts literally shooting in all directions. Subaru could see that Keelan was very irritated. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The opponent was angry and exuded energy, not even trying to hide or restrain it. Vanquish addressed the monster, telling it not to dare enter without permission and to leave the vampire's territory immediately. Keelan, in turn, shouted that it was Vanquish who had interfered in the one-on-one fight. In any case, their battle with the player was not over yet. Keelan said that he would kill the human first and Vanquish would be next. But in order for the monster not to bring the fighter's arguments to the owner, it was necessary to mention that they had come to the world of humans and were forcing them to fight one-on-one. Vanquish agreed that the enemy could kill the player and then him, but after that, Vanquish pushed his ward away, leaving him no choice. Subaru tried to stop Vanquish, but the vampire decided to borrow the man's body for a short time and show him his former fighting style: blood manipulation. Vanquish entered the boy's body, assessed his strength and abilities, saying that the body had become quite decent and his blood pressure had increased. Keelan did not believe that the enemy could defeat him using the weak body of his mortal incarnation. Vanquish knew that this was quite enough. Most of the strength remained in the gates of Keelan's partner. Keelan did not expect his opponent to be aware of his weak physical condition. He roared with anger and began to threaten the vampire. But in the next moment, a huge, powerful slap knocked him off his feet. The blow was so powerful that Keelan's head rolled away. Vanquish noted that Keelan would not return to the other world and that his corpse would remain here forever. Vanquish and Subaru hovered in the air. The player was shocked by what he saw and by the power his patron possessed. Keelan's head twitched and rolled for a while and soon ended up next to the body. But then Vanquish used bloodshots that pierced Keelan's body. The vampire began to dissolve, and gradually the monster's body began to lose its shape. The cursed blood completely split and dissolved Keelan's body. But he was still strong, and at some point was even able to slip out of this state and regain his former appearance. Vanquish continued the battle. He deflected the lightning bolts that rained down on him incessantly. Seizing the moment, Vanquish shot blood and pierced his opponent's body, making a huge hole in it. Vanquish finally felt that the battle would soon be over. He was ready to continue shooting at his opponent again and again. Subaru watched this battle almost without saying a word. He apologized to his patron, who had now struck him with his power. But now the young man was interested in why Keelim, even with his great strength, was not taking any damage at all. Subaru already had experience fighting a regenerating enemy, but that enemy did not take much damage until its mana ran out. Vanquish said that this curse had such an effect. This curse was placed on his blood, causing very deep damage to the spirit itself. The external manifestations are practically invisible, but inside, the cursed blow and blood manipulation gradually do their job. It is effective against regenerating creatures. Keelim was simply enraged that this couple was talking instead of fighting him, showing that they were absolutely not afraid of him. Keelim yelled at the vampire, who was about to die, not to ignore them, but to participate normally in the fight. Vanquish explained that in the other world, he had once beaten these two monsters to death, and because of this, they were locked in the gates. But still, Vanquish agreed that it was time to change the mood of this battle and not torment the guest who had visited his door. Vanquish went out and stood in front of his opponent. Keelim was burning with thunder, torn apart by lightning. The opponents clashed, and soon Keelim's body began to look somewhat truncated. He was clearly missing parts. Vanquish said that one should rely only on one's own strength, while all evil fighters rely on additional skills. Vanquish was sure that Keelim the Thunder would never have ended up here if he had killed Subaru much faster and earlier in a one-on-one duel according to the rules as intended. Keelim had already lost when the door was summoned. Subaru won by making a frantic effort to bring himself to a near-perfect state. Keelim continued to yell, demanding that his opponent stop talking nonsense, but his voice was becoming fainter and fainter. And soon, there was practically nothing left of the God of Thunder. A few moments later, confirmation came that the boss had been defeated. Keelim continued to curse until the very end, hoping that the regeneration would be successful, but then he realized that he could not even maintain the form of his soul. It was all the fault of that nasty and disgusting Vanquisher, his main villain and hated opponent. Subaru suddenly realized that the Vanquish had treated him very gently and kindly all this time, as if he were a child. Vanquish understood that this player, whom he had once chosen, turned out to be a good person and was already quite strong. Subaru had not yet asked himself any questions about existence in the other world. The message that the boss had been defeated suddenly began to disintegrate, crack, and disappear. Instead, a new one appeared, saying that the boss still existed, causing fear and panic to appear on Subaru's face. However, Vanquish was completely calm and said there was no need to panic. It wasn't the boss. And although he looked as menacing as he did at the beginning, he was just a remnant of the boss, his level not exceeding 5. Vanquish only had to wave a finger and order the enemy to lie face down on the floor. The scary, dangerous, and practically unkillable boss named Groma was now lying in the sand, still with an angry expression on his face. Subaru was surprised that such villains possessed the skill of resurrection, but this was explained by the fact that they initially had a very high level, and the side effect was a complete lack of any semblance of reason. Of course, the Vanquish was completely calm, but Subaru would probably have to work hard even with this residual carpet. Suddenly, the boy remembered that his enemy, Hirosaki, also had this skill, which meant that he needed to hurry and urgently help his older comrade. No matter how good Subaru felt now with Vanquish, and how calm and safe he was, he wanted to leave his door as soon as possible. Vanquish said that he had already decided on the challenge for this door, and now the young man was faced with a carpet. Vanquish ordered him to defeat this enemy right now. In this state, the carpet had, of course, been revived, but its intelligence was that of an infant, and now it was just playing in the sand. Subaru really liked the idea of killing the Keelim, and he was about to do so, but then the Vanquisher told him something else. But before proceeding, the Vanquisher wanted to tell his student one more important thing. If Subaru couldn't defeat Keelim in his current state, he would be completely useless. And then the Vanquisher would no longer help him in difficult situations, and the boy would be left alone with his problems. Subaru admitted that he had no reason to hate Keelim, and he didn't know how to bring himself to commit this murder. Vanquish considered this to be absolute nonsense, because all other players with big ambitions have one thing in common. Deep down, they all hide their weaknesses and do not allow them to come out. All cool and serious players must make every effort to maintain their image and mental attitude. Because the guy was always treated like trash, he began to think of himself as a useless weakling, And now Subaru still doesn't believe in himself and doesn't trust his own strength. This happened because he always put himself up against the anger of others, and when he lost, he began to hate himself for his weakness and uselessness. But all of this was wrong and incorrect, Vanquish believed. There is no need to feed one's own weakness. One must direct hatred in the right direction. Hating does not mean getting stuck somewhere in your past. It means giving yourself strength and freedom, freeing yourself from the past. Hatred is the energy to move forward. Subaru needed to change his mindset and readjust. The young man had to use his hatred to become strong, and then one day he would love himself. And only by loving himself and letting go of his past would Subaru be able to grow and move forward. Vanquish was really very gentle with his protege and wanted the young man to be happy. Subaru approached his opponent and apologized for keeping him waiting so long. Subaru announced that it was time to practice, and now he was ready to fight. Kilim growled menacingly and hurled lightning bolts at his opponent. Subaru delivered the final blow with the chisel of heaven, putting an end to the monster's life once and for all. Kilim's huge fiery hand was truly incredible. He jumped up to strike, but it was already completely pointless. At the same time, Delta Storm was cut clean in half. Hirosaka, despite his injury and missing eye, held his titanic sword tightly. Delta Storm gathered his strength and acknowledged that his opponent had indeed dealt him a powerful blow. At that moment, the blade flew past his arm, and the limb was immobilized by strong threads. Hirosaka used a second-level skill and now held his opponent on a leash. Unfortunately, this required a huge amount of mana, and the effect did not last too long. Hirosaka tried to pull his opponent toward him and prevent him from escaping. In order to finally defeat him, Hirosaka activated a 7th-level skill. It was a flying dragon blade, and the player's sword was capable of cutting down the enemy from a great distance. The severed head flew to the side, and Delta Storm continued to scream, not understanding what was happening. Hirosaka continued to strike. The quality and power of his attacks were impressive, and soon only fragments of the monster remained. Delta Storm found himself in an extremely weakened state on the ground, and although he was knocked off balance, the power of his attacks was still impressive. Perhaps his skills were based on an amplifying technique. Hirosaka sank to the ground, almost without strength. He had spent too much mana on using this last manipulation. It was necessary to put an end to it, and the player used a giant shockwave. The enemy's body was once again cut into pieces, the sword still working obediently in the player's hands. Delta Storm noted that for some reason, his regeneration did not work against these attacks. Was this really the end for him? The villain finally began to understand that this was the final end of his life. Hirosaka was able to use the skill he had acquired from the Golden Knights, in particular from Ludwig, who had taught the young man his art. The news of the boss's destruction came just as Hirosaka's strength was at its lowest. He had almost lost, completely exhausting his strength and health. Such a difficult opponent he had faced. Hirosaka lay down, trying not to waste his strength. His lost eye began to ache, and the young man did not know if it would recover with a level up. Soon, a rainbow door appeared nearby on the grass, and Hirosaka immediately realized that his comrade was coming to him. But before the player had time to rejoice at the meeting with his partner, news of the boss's revival reached his ears. Hirosaka did not have time to use any defensive measures. He continued to lie on the grass, and Delta Storm rose above him, preparing to tear his opponent apart. The resurrection skill did its job. The second coming of the storm occurred. Hirosaka lost his vigilance, and now he had to pay for it. The monster, seeing its prey lying defenseless on the grass, rushed to attack the player. Hirosaka, unable to do anything, turned to face the enemy so that he could look at it with even one eye until the very last moment. But then something unreal happened. Subaru appeared between Hirosaka and the storm, and he came face to face with the boss. One precise strike was enough to cut down the enemy and deliver a fatal blow with blood manipulation. Once again today, Storm was dying, but now it was final. Subaru turned to his comrade Hirosaka and said that after the cleanup today, they would return to the city with a full complement. The notification that the boss had been defeated came at that very moment. Hirosaka was still in shock, touching his eye, trying to understand whether it had been restored or not. And in this scene, even such a tough player experienced a level up. And indeed, after a few seconds, a new eye, whole and unharmed, looked at the world again. Hirosaka turned to the young man and sincerely thanked him for saving him. The player understood how difficult and dangerous it was. Hirosaka acknowledged that the young man had saved his life, But it turned out that Subaru had not leveled up with his latest victory over the boss. According to the rules of the gate, experience points are not available if the opponent is much weaker than the winner, but the player received experience badges. Saya and Sushi had been hiding in the tower all this time and were now finally able to peek out and calmly join their comrades. Saya was very happy that her master looked so good and was in perfect health, and Sushi also meowed sweetly. Subaru seemed absolutely happy because they had passed this test and were returning to the city with a full complement. A few minutes later, a notification came that the entire area had been cleared and they had to leave immediately. A group of acquaintances met the players at the exit. Udo sat on one of the players and announced that the guys had set a new record. They had cleared the 5-star territory in 22 minutes. Ryuji greeted Hirosaki and congratulated him on a job well done. He was Japan's best healer and the brother of the girl who was the head of the intelligence department, who had recently been killed. Hirosaka looked over the entire group and did not recognize only one player, whose face was badly beaten. It turned out to be Yatsugi Kei, a former bronze player and now a subordinate of Taigga. Udo received an anonymous tip about him. He was to be taken to prison and questioned about black market gamblers. Udo wanted to know what Subaru thought about the 5-star territories. Hirosaka answered for him, honestly admitting that the guys really thought they were going to die this time. It sounded very solid. If the number 1 player made such statements, then it was worth reading all the details in the report carefully, but for now the guys needed to rest after work. Hirosaka immediately wanted to go rest, but they wouldn't let him go, telling him that Shikishima was waiting for him right now. In the end, Subaru stayed with the cat, and it was indeed possible to take a little break after such a difficult task. Subaru said that he finally understood how to meet Sayaka. Together with his vassal, he sat on one of the city's rooftops and studied his stats. His passive blood usurper skill had already reached level 2. Replacing the provided soul with the soul of the original owner would be possible after one more level up. Saya was very surprised when she learned that Sayaka's soul was still inside her body. This was excellent news that made Subaru very happy. It meant there was still a chance to restore his friend. Saya noted that this body had suffered deep wounds, but over time it was gradually healing. Apparently, as soon as the soul recovered to a viable level, the exchange would become possible. Saya was a vampire and could function on her master's mana, so it turned out that if they waited, Sayaka would eventually come back to life. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees and began to howl. Saya immediately tensed up, and the cat realized that something bad had happened to her master. But suddenly the young man let out a joyful cry and jumped high into the air, and the poor unfortunate Sushi clung to his hair with all her glass paws. Subaru was as happy as a child, absolutely delighted when he realized that his dream would come true. Subaru suddenly realized that Kalian had been saying things that were not true. But then another question arose. If Sai's soul had been given, where did it come from in the first place? Although it was better to think about this sometime in old age, because in youth people have no time to worry about their souls, Saya remembered that in a 5-star battle, a trophy of completion had to be awarded, and she was interested in what the guy had received as a trophy. It turned out that Hirosaka had given his trophy to Subaru, and now he had 2. One was a thunder earring that could deliver electric shocks. The second was a hurricane earring that allowed him to use the power of the wind. The items were quite simple but very useful. Subaru gave both of these trophies to Sei. The girl did not expect such generosity. She was very happy and blushed with pleasure. Subaru continued to analyze the past battle, this time feeling its intensity and realizing that with his current strength, he was not yet able to protect Saya. The boy was going to hurry to become stronger, and until then, he hoped that Saya would be able to protect herself with these trophies. The girl was happy and touched, and Subaru suggested that she try on the earrings right away. Saya put the earrings on her cute triangular ears and began to look girlishly tender and touching. Subaru complimented the girl, and the beauty became so proud that she flew high into the sky with joy. As she rose, she flashed brightly, and Subaru's mouth opened in surprise as he watched the girl. The cat turned out to be very jealous and swiped her powerful glass paw across her owner's face so that he would not drool. After that, the proud and offended Sushi left the shoulder of her traitorous owner, who, as it turned out, was in love not only with her, but also with Saya. Ariake Ryohei spent his time with a glass of champagne in his luxurious home and thought that he did not know where his foolish sons were hanging out at the moment. His wife, who was on the phone at the time, told him not to stand in front of the window in his bathrobe and embarrass her in front of the neighbors. The woman was shopping online, and at that moment she was booking several necklaces for herself as a gift. The man was still happy that Subaru had become a player, and even some kind of savior, all because his excellent blood flowed through him. Moreover, this guaranteed that the man's life would continue to be peaceful and secure, because soon the guys would receive another payment. At that moment, the door swung open, and a man he had never seen before appeared in the doorway. He emerged from the darkness, revealing his handsome face with white hair and yellow eyes. The owner of the apartment asked who he was and where he got the key to his house. But the guest called the man a nobody and stretched out his hand toward him. The woman finally chose a necklace and asked her husband to pour her a glass of champagne, but suddenly noticed that it was not her husband who had served her the drink. She looked at the stranger in surprise and didn't know whether to start screaming and calling for help. But her mother's heart did not fail her. The woman recognized her beloved Taigga and congratulated him on his return. Taigga was very pleasantly surprised because it was his real, loving mother. She recognized him even in this form. The woman continued to fiddle with her phone and said that, of course, she recognized her son because she was his mother, after which she asked why he had suddenly decided to change his image, because the guy had really become handsome. Taigga tried to answer her questions, and then he wanted to share something personal with his mother because he had never received love and kindness from anyone else. But then the woman showed him a tablet with a photo of a necklace that she urgently wanted to receive as a gift. Taigga immediately understood everything. This was indeed his mother, but she was completely uninterested in the changes that had taken place in her son. This completely charmed him. After all, he had come only to confirm that his mother was a real monster. And Taigga himself, it turns out, should not have been born after all, because in his opinion, both this world and Taigga himself were worthless. The guy threw down his glass of champagne, which fell to the floor and broke. Everything had to disappear. The world, Taigga, everything. The news report told of a house collapse that had occurred in the evening in one of Tokyo's districts. Officials confirmed the deaths of at least 2 people, presumably a married couple who lived in the house, the Ariakis. Subaru listened to the news report as if spellbound, and Saya and Sushi realized that something was wrong with their master. In any case, the young man had just learned of his father's death. The ruins of the house were truly monstrous, giving the impression that a terrible earthquake had struck in one specific place. Subaru was at the scene with his friends. The young man looked at the stone rubble that had recently been his home. Udo examined the bodies of the dead people found under the rubble of the house. The method used to kill these people was exactly the same as the one used against Sakura, so it was most likely the work of Taigga. Of course, it's hard to believe in such a nightmare that Taigga killed his own parents, but that's exactly what they were talking about in Lika. Shikishima tried to support his young friend and express his regret and sympathy. Shikishima believed that the boy didn't need to come here to see all this. It must have been very painful for him. Subaru honestly admitted that he did not grieve. When the boy remembered his father, he felt nothing. Subaru grieved over the very fact that he did not grieve. It meant that even his parents did not inspire love and respect in him. He was more interested in what Taigga, who was literally going crazy with hatred and destruction, had in mind and planned to do. At that very moment, Taigga arrived at the Players Association office. He entered the room even though he hadn't been there for many years and had no right to be there at all. Players of different levels and ranks bustled around, all discussing the latest news that Taigga had gone so far as to murder his own parents. He frightened everyone very much. In addition, Taigga attacked Sakura and managed to break Hirasaki's sword, which meant that the savior's younger brother was Satan. Taigga approached the reception desk, and on the way he heard from the players that he should just pray not to cross paths with this crazy Taigga. The girl behind the reception desk greeted the stranger at the headquarters of the Players Association and asked what he wanted. Taigga did not answer, but a black energy began to appear around him, and black smoke enveloped the entire room. Soon the players nearby also felt the influence of this black mist. They became as if they had no will of their own and could not do anything. On one of the city streets, a street clown was entertaining the crowd, performing all kinds of tricks with a magic wand in his hands. He played with the audience for a while, said abracadabra, and the wand blossomed like a gorgeous bouquet of roses. The next trick caused new wonders to appear from the man's hat. Passers-by watched the performance and applauded, enthusiastically expressing their joy and admiration for the tricks. The magician announced the next act, the disappearance of a cane. The man placed the stick between his hands. He counted to 3, said Tra Tibidox, Oplia, and at that moment there was a huge, powerful explosion. This was the effect the magician achieved. People turned in horror and their jaws dropped at what they saw. The Players' Association building collapsed into small pieces before their eyes. On these ruins, as if nothing had happened, stood one player. He was invincible and enjoyed the situation. Strength, wisdom, and beauty. These were the things that the weak, foolish, and insignificant Taigga craved with all his soul. He got it all, but still felt empty, with no meaning in life at all. The leaders of the Players' Association hurried back to the office, or rather, what was left of it. All the players were very upset and seething with hatred for Taigga. Shikishima gave orders to rescuers, police, and medical workers to continue searching for survivors under the rubble. Shikishima decided that it was extremely dangerous to be anywhere at that moment, so the car would temporarily serve as a mobile command center, and the top players would give orders from there. The sky clock had to be saved from destruction. He hadn't said a word since the news of the destruction of the Players' Association building had arrived. Udo wanted to wait until traces of Taigga were found, then clear the main office and go on a search. It was unclear what exactly Taigga was targeting, but if he had already killed his parents and then other players, the situation was extremely serious. Shikishima said that over 150 players alone had been affected, and it was difficult to even estimate the final numbers when civilians were taken into account. Shikishima couldn't have imagined until the very last moment that the situation would reach such horror. Subaru was not with them now. He had been sent home, so they needed to find him urgently. Suddenly, a message came to Shikishima's phone. He looked at the screen and was speechless for a moment, which was extremely unusual for the collected and productive Shikishima. It turned out that the call was from an unknown number, and the caller identified themselves as the Black Faction. Shikishima turned on the speakerphone and began the conversation. The man on the other end introduced himself as Kiryu Issei, and he was interested in how much the players liked the declaration of war. Everyone present was literally boiling with hatred, but they restrained themselves so as not to anger their interlocutor and to understand what he really wanted. Shikishima told the man to hurry up and say why he was calling, because the players were extremely busy due to the current situation. Kiryu announced that they would carry out attacks on 6 more locations in the area in the same way as they had done with the association's headquarters. One of these attacks would be carried out by Taigga, but for now the players could search for him without any worries. Shikishima barely restrained himself from hanging up, continuing to listen to his interlocutor. Hirosaka left the car, prepared his sword, and got ready to take action. Hirosaka flew high into the sky and rushed over the city without waiting for any decisions. Shikishima said that Hirosaka was probably right. New deaths must be prevented, so the players should first find representatives of the Black Faction. Shikishima guessed that the man who had watched the battle with Taigga at the school was now in contact with him. Kiryu confirmed that he was also involved in all this. Shikishima would love to meet this guy so he could riddle him with bullets. Kiryu replied that he was also looking forward to their meeting, after which the phone call was interrupted. Udo wanted to know which 6 locations had been chosen for the attacks. Shikishima remembered that the Black Baby had talked about destroying the celestial clock. Taigga's skill was to accelerate time to such an extent that he could instantly evaporate a body. This meant that the villains would push the acceleration of the heavenly clock to its limit. They would set the clock to 0 as punishment for the failed capture. The most advantageous doors for this were the 5-star ones, which had the most time left. At the moment, according to the heavenly clock, humanity had 870 days left to live. Shikishima ordered all free people in the district to be summoned urgently to prevent the situation from worsening. They were instructed that if they spotted the enemy, they should not allow anyone except the highest-ranking players to fight them. In particular, battles with Stada were not to be allowed. Only a gold-ranked player could categorically oppose him. The war had begun. Juliet didn't like any of this. She listened to the reports and, as usual, was annoyed. Declaring war seemed completely idiotic to her. Himeno didn't understand why they were delaying. It would be better to launch surprise attacks in all 6 locations. Her partner, Araya, believed that the gold-ranked players should be defeated openly and fairly. Things were also unsettled at headquarters. By order of Kiryu, they were searching for all the Subaru. It was also interesting to hear news about Yatsurugi. I wonder if he went down or escaped danger. Subaru was not hiding anywhere at that time. He was sitting with his cat on the roof of a building, trying to recover from a personal tragedy. Soon, the trio from the black faction found the young man. They were ready to fight him. They were told that before fighting Hirosaka, they had to defeat the newcomer Subaru. The black faction was confident in their strength. One of the villains said that he had no personal animosity, but he would kill the boy now. There was no need to worry. The fight would be one-on-one, fair and square. Subaru was exhausted by the events that had taken place, but he needed to let off steam and somehow release his negative emotions. So the young man told his opponents to attack him all three at once. The players from the black faction felt insulted. Some youngster wasn't afraid of them at all. Subaru explained that according to Shikishima's stories, he couldn't let the villains go free, so now he would defeat them all, and in return, they would tell him where Taigga was hiding. The black players were stunned by the proposal to attack in a group of three. They realized that the young man was too confident. This made them very angry because the kid wanted to make them look like fools, incapable of defeating the youngster on their own. One of the villains used the Obsidian Guardian skill. He didn't understand how this guy was going to stand up to the black evil. Soon his body was covered with some kind of scary stone growth, from which only his eyes and mouth glowed. The monster rushed at Subaru, shouting that his armor was the same type as the guy's, and that he would definitely tear him to pieces. All this time, Subaru calmly watched his opponents and gradually began to activate his power, thanks to the hatred growing inside him. As soon as the enemy reached him, he was immediately destroyed with the help of blood manipulation. It seemed as if a huge stream of blood energy had flown into his throat and torn all his defenses to pieces from within. The villain flew a considerable distance, received a powerful blow, and was left completely defenseless. He did not understand what had happened, where his armor had gone, or why his body was damaged. The villain guessed that blood had poured through the gaps in his armor and destroyed it from within. He had to agree that Ariaki Subaru was indeed strong. This fact ignited the villain's desire to engage in battle. His anger grew, and the black player was ready for the next step. With a sword in his hand, the black player rushed at the young man, declaring that they would finally be able to fight. Subaru possessed astonishing speed. He managed to crouch down, and the enemy's sword whistled over his head, surprising the villain. The attacks were very fast. Subaru was able to dodge the sword perfectly, but at one point the young man stumbled and fell on his butt. Subaru tried to analyze his opponent. He saw that the destruction was similar to that characteristic of slashing attacks, and black smoke was coming out. Therefore, it was better not to get caught under it. The third player asked Kei if he could watch them and not interfere in the battle, or if his partner needed help. Kei advised his friend to watch carefully and commit his valiant image to memory. Subaru did not understand why the enemy still insisted on a one-on-one fight, despite everything. Together, the opponents had a better chance of defeating him. Most likely, the players did not fully understand the young man's strength. Kei attacked the guy again, but he repelled the attack with a blood shield. Kei began to explain that they had all been friends for many years, since childhood, and even then they had been troublemakers. Playing in the schoolyard and on the playground, Kei was the ringleader and attacked the other kids while the other two helped him. In short, it was no surprise that the battle was now taking place in this vein. Kei launched several attacks, but so far to no avail. Subaru had a brilliant idea. He stopped the fight and asked why the players supported the idea of destroying the celestial clock and humanity, since they were part of the black faction. Kei replied that he didn't care about that at all. Being a leader meant staying strong in fights, so he took the chance to become stronger by joining the black faction. Kei was happy that they had done everything they could to defeat Hirosaku, who was the best player. And when they defeated everyone, the three of them would sit at the top and look down on everyone else. That was the only thing that interested the friends. Kei didn't want anything else. He wasn't interested in the fate of humanity or other intrigues, only in becoming strong and winning at any cost. Subaru couldn't understand this way of thinking. He didn't understand such entertainment for players because he grew up in a completely different environment. Kei was a guy with a very strange way of thinking, similar to the Yankees from the manga. Subaru realized that the black faction was not monolithic. These three players seemed very peculiar. Subaru told his opponents that he understood the reason for their desire. The young man clarified, "Is that why the players cut out the Kasaki team?" Kei didn't even understand who he was talking about. He had to explain that they were the people who were in front of the 5-star gate. Kei replied, "It's nothing personal. That's life. A person's problems begin when they are a weak player." In the next moment, Subaru's powerful fist struck the player with such force that his face was literally flattened by the blow. Subaru was boiling with hatred and anger. Kei lay on the ground with a broken nose and a bloody face. Kei came to his senses, jumped to his feet, and armed himself with two swords. He was not going to forgive such disrespect and was now going to show who was the stronger player. The guy's face looked terrible. His nose was broken, blood was flowing from his smashed face and dripping. The player himself understood that Subaru had dealt with him too easily. Subaru continued to wind himself up, saying that the players who had been killed were from the intelligence department, that they had families and even children, but they continued to work to protect the world. It was players like these that Kei and his team had eliminated. Kei listened with interest to what his opponent was telling him. It seemed that he had not even considered such a possibility. Subaru had already worked himself up into a rage and shouted that these were not people who could be sacrificed for the sake of selfish dreams. His level of hatred was very high. Kei could feel his opponent boiling over. He already understood that it would be difficult, but at the same time, he didn't want to give up and listen to him. Kei prepared to attack and said, "Don't stand in the way of my dream." Subaru realized that it was completely pointless to talk to this moron and activated the blood curse. But then something strange happened. The third player from the black faction, who had been quietly watching the fight and listening attentively, kicked his comrade. Subaru was very surprised and froze, waiting for the outcome of what had happened. The friend turned to Kei, saying that they needed to end it, admit their mistake, and try to earn points again as a team of three, honestly and without the help of dark forces. For a while, Kei was knocked out and now lay quietly on the floor. Subaru turned to the player and asked if he would be the next opponent. Taichi replied that he would not. He was indeed a childhood friend of these two idiots, but the guy had another side to him. The young man showed his phone, which contained correspondence with Shikishima. Taichi was Shikishima's subordinate. He was a spy for the Golden League players in the black faction. Now the guy had come to reveal the location of the 6 gates of Subaru. Before entering the gate, Udo met one of the black faction players. Soon a battle would commence between them. Himeno, sitting on the gate, watched the other 2 players without taking any action. Another gate was guarded by Kiryu, who was armed with a huge net. The war had already begun. Taigga also approached one of the gates that had suddenly appeared in the city. Taigga was standing in front of the gate when he heard someone's voice saying that he hoped to meet the bespectacled butterfly lover. And here was a real big prize in the form of the main target of all the players. Shikishima was pleased with the meeting and announced that today he and Taigga would fight without any restrictions. Taigga calmly replied that Shikishima would be the first to die today, judging by the fact that he was here. Taigga announced that today they would all die. The entire Golden Trio, Hirosaka, Udo, and Shikishima, would be killed by Taigga's hand. It was a prophecy. Shikishima stated that Taigga was doing very poorly so far, so it was unlikely that the prophecy would come true. He activated a skill called Rain of Sulfur, and streams of sulfur rained down from the sky. They fell in long, heavy drops. Taigga just stood and watched. Finally reaching the peak, Taigga announced, looking languidly at his opponent, that he would finally fight one of the bosses of the Players Association. Shikishima was very tense. Activating this skill, it was clear that it was not easy for the player, but his opponent remained completely intact, unharmed, and looked very cheerful. Taigga began to recall past grievances. He believed that Shikishima was the first player to oppose him 3 years ago. Shikishima was a novice player at the time, but already quite strong. He asked Taigga when he was going to raise his level. Taigga was only 14 at the time. He was the youngest gold player on the planet. His level increase was very slow because the owner of the door he stole from his older brother was Tarangalea, who refused to cooperate with the boy. Usually the second door appeared after a player reached level 20, but nothing appeared before Taigga. This topic was discussed by the leaders of the Players Association. Hirosaka said that for some people the second door appears later. Maybe it's the same for Taigga, so there's no need to doubt him. Shikishima promised not to be too hard on the guy and not to create a bad atmosphere among the players, but doubts remained. Shikishima admitted that this situation could mean that Taigga had stolen the door from someone else. Taigga was sitting under the door and heard this conversation. Now Taigga understood why his second door hadn't appeared. He had indeed stolen his brother's golden door. Taigga immediately realized that Shikishima was his enemy and stayed to eavesdrop on the conversation. It turned out that there was a master of stealing other people's skills in Osaka, and during the next general meeting, Shikishima suggested inviting him. Taigga knew that he would not pass the test if such an expert appeared. Taigga hated the meticulous Shikishima and vowed to kill him someday. And now, after so many years, this childhood wish would finally come true. Golea's power had already been enslaved by the skilled Dark Infant. Now Taigga could level up normally, and it was a victory for Black Death. Shikishima watched his opponent from the sidelines, surrounded by a black mist. These were skills used by the Black faction, and now the opponents had to fight for survival. Shikishima understood that his opponent was somehow moving in the blink of an eye. However, the player possessed a unique clairvoyance skill that allowed him to foresee the opponent's position. Shikishima used his third skill. He couldn't let Taigga get away. However, things were still very difficult. Shikishima understood that Taigga could only move in smoke, which meant that he was either a good runner or used some kind of skill. Taigga was ready for battle, standing in an active stance. Smoke was coming out of his hand, and it was immediately clear that Taigga had the enormous power of a gold-ranked player. Shikishima didn't want to hear about bad things or think about bad things. The player believed he had every chance of winning. Suddenly, something happened behind them. A huge, powerful explosion rang out behind the houses, lighting up the sky with flashes. Taigga approached calmly and said that since these idiot players knew their goal, it was only natural to send strong players to the 5-star gates. Therefore, the Black faction players planted explosives near them to easily and simply destroy their opponents. Taigga said that they had already advanced to the 4-star gates recently. It turned out that there were already about 200 such places. No one expected the players to attack these gates. The Black faction had already destroyed a huge number of strong players. Monsters of all kinds are coming out into the city, and no one can resist them, simply because they don't have the strength. And now it is interesting to see how the Players Association will get out of this situation. Shikishima watched, mesmerized by the successive explosions near the gates, and asked who had done it. He asked his opponent again, was it really Taigga who did it? His opponent replied that the soul and memories were his continuation. This meant that Taigga was dead. As paradoxical as it may sound, everything Taigga had dreamed of before was now completely indifferent to him. However, the dream still remained in his head. He had always wanted to be beautiful and take revenge on the world that did not love him, and now the current Taigga would fulfill this in memory of his past self. Shikishima listened sympathetically to his opponent's monologue. It was very strange because people usually had completely different associations with Taigga. Taigga was fear, audacity, envy, vanity bordering on madness, and a thirst for recognition. None of this was felt in the current Taigga, but most likely he had a trump card that could kill gold-ranked players. Shikishima asked the guy if he hated himself for being so perfect, because now he was paying for Taigga's past. Such an attitude even commanded respect. But Shikishima would not let everything happen at the will of his opponent and activated the next skill called Moths Gathering to the Flame. Immediately, many butterflies fluttered around the guy with their beautiful wings. The scene was very peaceful and gentle. Shikishima said that he would defeat Taigga and go on to protect the streets of the city, defending ordinary people. Taigga also decided that it was time to talk about his opponent's death, rather than his mental anguish. The guys agreed to discuss each other's future deaths and rushed into the attack. Soon, blue flames appeared behind the houses. Those who understood immediately realized that Taigga was fighting Shikishima. Kiryu watched the blue flames and realized that Shikishima was not his opponent, but that he had been given a golden ticket. The player turned and saw the most enviable opponent one could dream of. Hirosaka immediately offered to lay down his arms and surrender. Kiryu warned the player that he would fight to the end because he had his own circumstances and reasons for doing so. Kiryu was about to leave Black Space to go to work when someone called out to him. His wife and young son saw him off and asked him to come back soon, as well as to be careful and not stay out late. Kiryu promised to return soon, leaving his beloved wife and child behind. But as soon as the door closed behind him, the people turned into ghosts. The Dark Infant, accompanying his subordinate player, told him to kill all enemies. Kiryu immediately got down to business. He said that currently only 3 of the gold-ranked players were capable of acting, including Hirosaka. The rest of the players could no longer take part in battles for personal reasons. They were either dead or injured. Kiryu decided that today was a great opportunity to deal with everyone else. But at that moment, Hirosaka attacked him. Kiryu was completely calm. He held out his net and said that it looked like he had won the jackpot today. The man swung his net, and Hirosaka flew through the air, smashing huge walls and collecting stones in his path. This was the easiest opponent for Kiryu, because his scoop had enormous power. It was a unique item, and it could break any segments around it. Hirosaka, watching his opponent, realized that the player was very strong, and also possessed a unique item. Hirosaka began to discuss this item, saying that he did not understand its details but agreed that the skill was quite interesting. It was capable of deflecting blows. Hirosaka also possessed a similar ability. He had a skill with similar characteristics, so the player decided that the battle would end quickly. He had to prevent his opponent from swinging his hammer. He had to stop him quickly. In fact, Hirosaka's thoughts had always been his weak point. Hirosaka rushed into the attack, intending to stop his opponent, but suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. His opponent had cast a pentagram. As soon as Hirosaka reached it, his body began to freeze. His arms and legs did not listen to him, did not obey him. His body was completely immobile, and Hirosaka fell like a felled tree. Kiryu began to hammer on the wall. The blow was transmitted, and it seemed as if the space above the player was cracking. Hirosaka finally realized that the pentagram he had stepped on had caused paralysis. It was impossible to see until the moment of collision, which was a serious disadvantage. Kiryu also watched his opponent and noticed that Hirosaka was not completely frozen, even though he should have been, because the player had used the comb skill. Comb caused objects to stop, but immediately before contact, it was completely invisible to anyone except its owner. Now Kiryu filled the entire area in front of him with this skill. Hirosaka rushed to attack again and again, ran into Comb. The young man's immobilized body fell right in the middle of the road. However, the player continued to resist. Kiryu guessed that Hirosaka had summoned head-on breakthrough. The young man was overly confident in his abilities. The mana and health points spent on a single blow had slightly damaged him, but nothing critical. Hirosaka activated his whip blade and launched flying blades forward. It was expected that they would hit the ridges and take the full effect. However, this did not help. The enemy stopped the blades before the skill was activated, and the blows were almost imperceptible. Kiryu did not understand why the goal had not been achieved, although it was clear that Hirosaka was fighting with great difficulty. Hirosaka could barely stand. He stood in front of his opponent and asked why the black players, possessing such power, did not use it to protect the world. Kiryu asked a counter question. Why protect this world? Is it really worth it? This question greatly angered Hirosaka. He didn't even know how to respond. His opponent had his own point of view. He didn't understand why anyone would die for strangers, especially if it was just a job. Why would you need a job that you would die for? Kiryu was very angry. It was clear that this topic was personally important to him. The player demanded an answer from Hirosaka. When he didn't get an answer, Kiryu slammed Hirosaka to the ground again, demanding an answer to his question. Kiryu believed that it was normal for players to risk their lives to protect the world. But he was not like that. He was not a warrior at heart. Memories of his beloved family came to mind. His beautiful wife and happy son. Kiryu returned from work and was greeted by the most precious things in the world, while the players forgot about the important things. Kiryu thought this behavior was wrong, and Hirosaka felt that he understood this man. But at that moment, the guy was hit hard with a hammer. Kiryu didn't want to kill the players, but now he wanted to show that there were things more valuable than that. If Hirosaka wanted to die here, so be it. Kiryu would kill him and all his friends, sending them to the other world. Kiryu relentlessly struck the gold player. The man was very aggressive, his anger apparently building up for many years. Now this man had become nothing more than a weapon of destruction in the hands of the black baby. Having lost his wife and child, he was extremely saddened. The killer of his family turned out to be an underage player. It was extremely difficult for Kiryu to accept such a loss and survive the death of his loved ones. But the worst thing was that the man could not legally prosecute the underage killer. And that's when the black baby approached him. He was the only one willing to carry out a just act of revenge. The black baby said that this world was no longer a good place and promised in exchange for his services to resurrect Kiryu's wife and child and punish the player's killer. Since then, Kiryu began to serve the black baby, and now he has exhausted Hirosaka, realizing that the player's strength is running out. Kiryu felt nothing for the world and said that he would now kill Hirosaka and then all of his friends. By friends, he meant the gold-ranked players who had risked their lives together for many years for the sake of all people. Hirosaka activated his sixth skill. He understood that the stakes were too high. His opponent was too strong. It was a whip blade that cost a lot of mana and health. Hirosaka launched his spear and pierced Kiryu's weapon with it. Kiryu was also injured. He estimated that the player had spent a huge amount of mana for this strike, and as a result, Hirosaka used a complex skill. Choking on blood, Kiryu said that this was his duty, entrusted to him by the Black Baby, to force Hirosaka to spend health and mana points. Already on the verge of death, the man tried to understand Hirosaka. The player shed bitter tears, and this stunned his opponent. Why was he crying? It turned out that Hirosaka had a skill of perception during battle. He could feel and understand his opponent's emotions. And now Hirosaka also felt all of Kiryu's pain, experiencing not only physical but also emotional pain. This huge emotional wound, associated with the loss of his family, prevented the man from living a full life and robbed him of all meaning. Hirosaka confirmed that he agreed with his opponent. One should not fight for lofty ideals. Hirosaka wanted to protect the world because he wanted to protect his friends. The player dreamed of spending every day with them and living as long as possible. He completely understood his opponent and did not consider him strange. Kiryu fought for his own reasons. But that was precisely why Hirosaka could not give in. If every lost soul destroyed the world, what would be left? Hirosaka left the dying Kiryu and rushed to where he could be most useful. In the last moments of his life, Kiryu thought about how much he wanted his family back, and the black infant took advantage of his weakness and manipulated him. Hirosaka's anger at the Black Baby was immense. He understood more and more clearly that he had to destroy this enemy. Very soon, the news that Kiryu had fallen reached the Black Baby. But the infant was not upset, because his goal was Hirosaka, who now did not have enough points to use his powerful skills. If he continued to fight, he would eventually die. Subaru took up his position at this time and met his opponent near the next gate. The dark group was stationed near all the important gates. There were about 20 people in total, including Taigga. All players received status upgrades and new skills from the Black Infant. These skills were most often related to space and time. That is, they possessed high speed and could move through time, narrowing it, accelerating, or slowing it down. Subaru received data about his opponent, and it turned out that she could combine these new skills with her previous ones. Taichi confirmed that all black players did this. The opponent looked at them for a moment, then activated her animal transformation. A huge red cat with sharp claws on its paws appeared before them. The animal used spatial expansion. It grew to gigantic proportions, as if it were now many times larger than ordinary buildings. After that, the huge red cat opened its mouth and was ready not only to tear its opponent apart, but also to devour it whole. It had turned into a giant beast. That would probably have happened if Sushi hadn't crept up from behind and pinched the red creature with her icy clawed paw. Subaru thanked Sushi, patting her icy nose for destroying the enemy, while he called Sei to find out how she was doing. The huge monster with its head torn to pieces could no longer offer any resistance or cause any damage. Seiya reported to her master that almost all areas in the southern part of the city had been cleared. Saya was responsible for getting rid of the monsters from another world that had flooded the streets. Subaru thanked his assistant, saying that she had done an excellent job and that they would definitely need to meet. The moment the phone call ended, a bright light flashed on Saya's chest. It couldn't be, but it was. Huge columns of smoke appeared all over the city, here and there. Hazuki stared intently and angrily into the distance. It was Sayaki's older sister. Her younger sister Mizuha was not far behind and was also preparing to join the battle. Both girls were silver-ranked players, and they had been assigned to Himeno, who now belonged to the Dark faction. Hazuki used her skill called Dragon Head Fall. The girl fell from above onto her opponent, and the blow was so strong that it broke through the building. Hazuki was very pleased with her strike. Thanks to her skill, the attack's power was increased fivefold. But the girl's surprise knew no bounds when her opponent stood on the ruins of the remaining building without a single scratch on her body. At that moment, Mizuha's younger sister approached her opponent, preparing to deliver a slanted Angel of Death strike. This skill halved the opponent's health points upon contact, but she failed to do so. The girl was hit with a powerful blow to the body. Mizuha did not understand how her opponent was able to disappear and then reappear and strike her. Himeno possessed the skill of actual disappearance for any number of seconds. She could erase her existence from the world. Hazuki jumped up and was ready to deliver another Dragon Head Fall blow, but her opponent disappeared again. Himeno appeared when it suited her and struck the players. Now blood was coming out of Hazuki's mouth, but the girl did not give up. On the contrary, it caused a surge of anger and a desire to deal with her opponent. Hazuki realized that not only could she not determine when the villain would disappear, but that this disappearance always ended with a powerful attack. During her disappearance, Himeno continued to move to a position that was advantageous to her. Indeed, it was a cool skill that combined stealth and deformation. Hazuki swung her leg to strike her opponent, but Himeno jumped up from the other side and hit the girl in the face repeatedly. Himeno literally beat up her older sister. She was in a very good mood. Besides, she recognized the girls. Hazuki had many bruises and contusions. The girl sat on a ruined building, barely holding back the pain. Her younger sister was nearby. Himeno praised her sisters, saying that the older one had a more outstanding style than her own, and that the lovely younger sister was very determined, and that together they were strong. But now Himeno finally had enough strength to kill them both, the girls she had envied for so many years. For this joy, Himeno was ready to destroy and annihilate as many girls as she wanted. She was truly strong and could kill anyone. The sisters were very upset. They realized that they were practically helpless and had fallen into the clutches of a selfish bitch. The girls remembered how Subaru had called them. He apologized to them for not protecting their sister, but the young man was sure that Sayaka would come back to life. True, it would take some time. And now the sisters lived with the thought that their Sayaka would return to them. They just had to wait for that opportunity. And now they were determined not to let Himeno destroy the world to which Sayaka would one day return. Himeno said she had read about their problem with their sister on their blog, but it seemed that their little sister had already passed away, and they needed to accept the fact of her death. Himeno reassured the sisters, saying that if it upset them, they could quickly join their sister who had died. Just then, Saya appeared behind the girls. Saya thoughtfully watched her opponent and said that life is indeed too short and that it only takes a couple of minutes. She took advantage of the soul's appeal and honed the skills accumulated by the immortals. Himeno didn't even have time to think before she received a powerful punch to the face, which Saya had borrowed from her master. The punch, trail, as well as the lightning bolts that followed at the same moment, had the effect of an electric shock. Sayaka was in the flesh. But of course, this process was very short-lived. She had come to punish the villain who had hurt her sisters. The sisters looked at their favorite with tears in their eyes, and Sayaka greeted the girls, saying that she had only come for a moment. Sayaka noted that the sisters had trained well, and she would entrust them with the task of destroying their opponents, confident that the girls would easily handle it. Sayaka was happy that she could appear in this world, that she could breathe fresh air and feel the ground beneath her feet. The girl was happy to be a support to her loved ones and to be useful. She praised her sisters and said they had done a great job. Suddenly, she heard a noise and turned around, but did not find her opponent, who had been lying on the rocks just a moment ago. Himeno looked terrible. She was missing several teeth, and her face was covered in bruises. Himeno was furious. She realized that she had become a real monster and summoned her Claw of Cruelty skill to take revenge on Sayaka. But she didn't have to, because Sayaka managed to land another powerful punch to her opponent's face. The girl did not intervene further and left Himeno to her sisters so that they could show what they had learned. At that moment, Subaru was dealing with another monster from the other world. This time, he was facing a giant ant. Relatives and soul masters are always connected to each other, and at some point the young man felt Sayaka's presence. How this was possible, he did not know. At that very moment, Sayaka was systematically beating Himeno to a pulp. Sayaka didn't understand what was happening to her opponent. Every blow was reflected deep within her body, but Himeno did not leave the battlefield. At some point, the girl realized that she would not be able to escape from Sayaka and activated the blink function. But a notification appeared that Himeno could read even with one eye. The girl couldn't use blink. Due to the fact that there were many foreign elements in the surrounding space, it was impossible to activate this skill. Sayaka did a great job. She used red smoke to neutralize the disappearance skill. Himeno was thrown off balance by this situation. She tried to strike Sayaka, but the girl managed to dodge in time. In turn, Sayaka prepared to strike with her fist, saying that her opponent could not escape her anymore. The sisters opened their mouths spellbound, watching Sayaka. They didn't remember their younger sister having such powerful skills, and her physical strength was much higher than before. The girls remembered how, several years ago, they had kicked their failure Sayaka out of the family team. At that time, Sayaka was a bronze player. The sisters told her not to be upset, simply suspending her from performing tasks for a while. Hazuki was sure that the current Sayaka would not be able to come to practice, and the girls wanted to attack successfully without wasting energy on protecting their younger sister. Sayaka threatened that she would not return to them, even if her sisters asked her to, because they had simply removed her instead of being there to support her. Sayaka was allowed to return when she leveled up and became strong enough to keep up. Hasuki once came to her sister Mizuha and asked if she had heard the news about how some boss had sucked her level dry and lowered it to almost zero. Sayaka became even weaker than before. It was clear that they would not be able to work together anytime soon. Hazuki advised her not to give up and to gradually become stronger. Mizuha believed that Sayaka would overcome this problem and return soon, because she had always been strong-willed and stubborn. Some time passed and the sisters were convinced that Sayaka was no longer in a weak position. Now she was a very cool girl, and the sisters cheered for her like fans in the stands. They shouted, supported her, and advised her to attack her opponent. The battle with Himeno was going smoothly. Sayaka was doing great, dodging blows and hitting her target accurately. Meanwhile, Himeno watched the sisters, trying to understand what kind of relationship they had. Maybe everything was fine. Himeno had always been different from the rest of her family. Her younger sister was adored by all their relatives and acquaintances. They paid attention to her, admired her beauty and character, completely ignoring Himeno. All her life, the girl tried to attract attention to herself, but no one responded to her messages or even looked at her selfies. The sisters wore almost identical clothes, had the same hairstyles, and shared the same interests. However, people still mocked Himeno and considered her a fake version of her sister. No one paid attention to the fact that the girls were very similar. They didn't even try to get close to Himeno. The girl looked enviously at the magazine cover featuring her sister, who looked so much like her. The black baby, of course, took advantage of this situation. He was able to give the girl what she lacked from everyone else. Himeno once came home and found her sister doing her homework at the table. No family ties could stop her. Himeno attacked her sister and tore her to pieces. The girl was very jealous. She hated everyone who was above her, believing that people would start to notice her if she was above everyone else. After killing her sister, Himeno felt immense pleasure, because now she was alone, and people would fear and respect her. And now, when she was almost completely defeated by Sayaka, the girl watched her sister's relationship and, of course, envied it. In addition, she really disliked Sayaka herself, who was stronger and taller in various ways. That alone was enough. Himeno rushed at Sayaka, saying that she would fall just like everyone else. But Sayaka was a tough girl and a very strong player. She dodged the attack and in turn struck Himeno. However, Himeno was not upset. She was hit again, but she was happy that she was able to escape from the blood mist. The girl immediately activated Blink and was able to move, deciding to injure Sayaka's loved ones. Disappearing right before their eyes, the villain appeared near Mizuho, who was unable to utter a word, stunned by this turn of events. Himeno wanted to take a closer look at the girl's pretty face one last time before smashing it. Sayaka was quicker again. She managed to put her shield between Himeno's fist and her sister's face. Sayaka then used her animal transformation to completely subdue her opponent, who did not understand why this world was not the way it should be. Himeno approached Sayaka, who at that moment was glowing brightly and radiating energy. She did not understand why her opponent would not calm down and understand that she was not the center of this earth. Himeno wanted to explain the villain's problems to her because she had raised her hand against her family. Sayaka was not going to turn a blind eye to this, so a huge, powerful fist had to put an end to this battle. The explosion that followed was so powerful that it literally destroyed half a block and could have caused enormous damage, leaving behind ruined buildings and craters. But Sayaka managed to protect her sisters with a blood bubble. Hazuki was amazed that her sister not only fought, but also thought about them. Hazuki felt ashamed of her behavior. She remembered how she had demanded that Sayaka become stronger if she didn't want to lose face. And now Sayaka had become so wonderful, incredibly strong, and moreover loving and fair. The defeated body of Himeno lay in a huge pit, while Sayaka waved happily to her sisters. The girl told them that she had won, even though many had not believed in her at the time. But then Sayaka suddenly began to cough and clutch her heart. Seiya appeared beside her and announced that time was up. If the sequential restoration of her internal organs was not started, Sayaka would not be able to return to the human world in time. Although she felt sorry for the girls, Sayaka understood that she had to use this information and return to the other world for a while. Sayaka waved to her sisters once more, saying she was very happy to see them safe and sound, and warned them that she would be taking a short nap. Her sisters were upset when they realized that Sayaka would soon leave them again. But Sayaka said it was okay. They just had to wait a little longer for her real return. When that happened, They would reunite the Sayaka team. She believed in it and wished her sisters well. The girls were very upset. Tears welled up in their eyes. They had just found their sister and lost her again. Subaru was rushing towards them, desperate to have his friend Sayaka back in this world with him. Saya and Sayaka both noticed Subaru rushing towards them. Sayaka also wanted to meet him at least once, even if she wasn't allowed to. The girl wanted to greet the boy and apologize for getting involved in the battle, because she really wanted to become stronger. A long time ago, they had both agreed to do this together. Sayaka wanted to greet him and apologize, because he had always protected and saved her. But her death left a deep wound in him. Sayaka had already begun to crumble. She said she would become stronger and return. After that, the girl thanked Saya for taking such good care of her body. Then Sayaka asked Saya to pass something on to Subaru. Unfortunately, Sayaka did not have time to say a word because her body left this world again. Subaru was ready to cry and scream because he had missed his meeting with Sayaka by a hair. The young man held Saya on his lap and asked how she was feeling. The girl said that everything was fine and apologized for the trouble she had caused. Subaru realized that Sayaka had been here today, in this world, and was now talking to him through Saya. The girl promised to return when her physical condition was no longer a problem. Today, she had appeared to help her sisters in a difficult situation. The girl simply had no choice and had returned for a short time. Subaru understood this. He knew that when Sayaka became stronger, she would be able to stay with him forever. Saya relayed the exact words Sayaka whispered to her. "I'll wait by the red table." And now Sayaka was returning, joyful and content, to the other world, greeting its inhabitants and announcing her return. They replied that they had been watching her behavior and actions in the human world. It was her mentor, the king of corpses named Kallian. Kallian said that he had been watching Sayaka and gave her 13 points for the battle. Of course, this was a very strict assessment, but such was his strict educational policy. Kallian believed that the assessment was fair because if she had used his power, the entire battle would have taken no more than a couple of minutes. Sayaka was informed that her training would continue in the near future in order to improve her skills. The girl found herself in wonderful company consisting of Kallian, Vanquish's subordinate, Delta Storm, and Killim Grom. This trio would truly be able to make her an excellent fighter. At that moment, everyone in the city at the scene of the battle finally began to come to their senses. Hazuki, very angry and upset, resolutely headed towards Subaru. To be honest, the young man thought he was in for it now, but the girl took his hands in hers and, with eyes full of gratitude, began to thank him through her tears for the opportunity to meet Sayaka. Mizuha also apologized to the young man for not trusting him and even wanting to fight him. The girls admitted that they now owed him a huge debt because he had finally managed to bring Sayaka back. The beauties were determined. They were going to continue clearing out the monsters. The girls wished Subaru luck in battle and hoped that he would defeat everyone, but especially Taigga. Subaru stood at the bottom of a huge pit in the center of the city and realized that what was happening was very sad and serious. Subaru was very pleased to hear such words from the girls. The young man understood that there was still a lot of work ahead and a long and difficult road to travel. But once upon a time, Vanquish had wished him happiness. But the boy still did not understand what would make him happy, because there were more and more terrible places in the world. Subaru knew clearly that he could only be happy if everyone around him was happy too. Saya watched her master with love and tenderness, ready to accompany him wherever he went, as long as he possessed his soul. A notification informed him that Saya had significantly increased her level. Her soul's memories had been almost completely restored, and now Saya could use Sayaka's mana. It was necessary to move on, because at that very moment, the battle between the players was continuing. Taigga was surrounded by butterflies. They had been activated by Shikishima's skill and were supposed to protect their master. Taigga was able to sneak up behind Sakime like mist, descending quickly and silently. Shikishima turned around, saying that the teleportation skill was useless in the smoke, so it was impossible to approach unnoticed. The skill Moths Gathering on the Flame summoned moths of flame to automatically track the target. Thanks to this skill, Shikishima could not lose sight of his target. At the same time, the skill did not require much power and was low in energy consumption. It was a dangerous skill for Taigga. His teleportation radius was narrowing. Taigga was very annoyed with Shikishima for his calmness and complacency. Taigga was going to use the Hand of Depth to strike his opponent. At that moment, one of the nearby buildings was illuminated by a flash of light. The battle between Taigga and Shikishima continued. The players were evenly matched, but they were hardly inflicting any serious damage on each other. Hirosaka now watched the battle from above. 8 years ago, he had approached Shikishima with an offer of friendship. Hirosaka said that now they would be equals, as representatives of the golden rank of players. Shikishima was a very serious young man at the time. He demanded that no one speak to him in a dismissive tone and that it was generally preferable to keep their distance. Hirosaka admitted that he wanted to talk to the guy about something very serious. It turned out that the association had allocated a computer to Sekishima, but as soon as Hirosaka touched it, the device burst into flames. Hirosaka activated the fire alarm and now wanted to know what could be done about it. Sekishima realized that being handsome and strong doesn't always mean being smart, and he realized that this was exactly the kind of person he was dealing with. Well, as they say, you can't choose your colleagues and you have to work with what you've got. So over time, they became buddies and gradually they became real friends. Taigga understood that if Hirosaka had returned, it meant he had defeated Kiryu very quickly, and that was why he had come here. It was a real stroke of luck to hook two gold-ranked representatives at once. Taigga was confident of his victory. He immediately activated the Black Gate. Shikishima watched what was happening with great caution. The black door created smoke that gradually escaped and filled the streets. Soon, a huge number of hands appeared from the door and pounced on Shikishima. The player tried to resist, but the hands continued to pull him and completely immobilized him. It became clear that creatures from another world were coming out of the door, bypassing the gate. Shikishima used his ignition skill. Unfortunately, the skill did not work. The hands were very strong and continued to squeeze the guy. Shikishima tried to do something else, but gradually his strength was leaving him, and it was just awful. Taigga watched with pleasure, considering Shikishima to be the weakest among the gold-ranked players. Every player has skills that are too strong for close combat, and always when attacking an opponent, the player also takes damage. This is exactly what was starting to happen to Shikishima now. Hirosaka watched in horror, realizing that his comrade was being defeated. At that moment, Taigga had already activated his arm, turning it into a powerful weapon, and turned to the top gold-ranked players. Hirosaka was highly sentimental, so he could understand any spontaneous decision. It was precisely such spontaneous decisions that influenced the fate of everyone who was now on this battlefield. Taigga was sure that even if he was killed now, the battle would not be over. If Hirosaka took care of Taigga, he would miss the chance to save his friend Shikishima. And indeed, another spontaneous decision had to be made. It had to be done in a flash. Hirosaka immediately rushed into the attack. He struck with his sword, trying to cut through the arms that were squeezing Shikishima tighter and tighter, turning him into a helpless shell. Hirosaka was very active and put enormous force into these blows. So soon his sword was chopped up and scattered into pieces. Shikishima was freed, but his chest was pierced, and the young man was wounded, though not fatally. Hirosaka could no longer support his friend because his body had been cut in half. As Taigga had warned, the boy made his choice, rushing to save his friend, while Taigga cut him down with his weapon. Hirosama's consciousness left his body, and the last thing he saw was Shikishima. This meant that Hirosama had succeeded after all. A smile of relief was the last thing Hirosaka showed to this world before he died. Shikishima once fought monsters and was severely beaten by them. But then Hirosaka approached him, reached out his hand to his comrade, and asked how he was doing. Hirosaka admitted that he had defeated another boss, but in reality he was good for nothing except fighting. Everything the players achieved was thanks to Shikishima. "You've achieved another victory and both players have been leveled up," Hirosaka said. At that moment, another pair of players who had also completed the task were walking towards them, all thanks to Shikishima using himself as bait to distract the boss. Even a 3-star boss seemed like a strong monster to Shikishima. He didn't understand how it was possible to fight such monsters. But the player was highly intelligent, and so together with Hirosaka's abilities, they grew stronger and supported each other. Shikishima said that they needed to work on their strategy and tactics better, and then they wouldn't have to die every time they explored the map. Sakura was very interested in the idea of a reconnaissance department, which Shikishima had developed and come up with. The young man explained that he had created a unit of gate map specialists. Thanks to this unit, the number of players dying from the very first trap would definitely decrease. Shikishima showed Sakura the rules and also said that he personally oversees this reconnaissance department. At that moment, Hirosaka and Udo happened to be passing by the cafe and waved to their comrades. Shikishima explained that they were doing all this so that fewer players would die, And if someday there were no more enemies in the world, everyone could go their separate ways with a smile and go about their business. Shikishima hoped that someday this would happen. In the meantime, he had to minimize the dangers for the players. And now, Shikishima's worst nightmare had come true. He was holding the body of his dead friend in his arms. Hirosaka proved with his actions that people are willing to sacrifice their lives for what is dear to them. Taigga turned to Shikishima and said he envied him, because Hirosaka was a true friend, since he had acted in this way. Shikishima could not leave his comrade's body right there and then, even to kill Taigga and avenge his friend's death. Huge, bitter tears flowed from his eyes and fell on the face of his dead comrade. Shikishima did not want such a sacrifice, because he had fought only to be with his friend, and now his friend was gone. At this time, Taigga had already seen enough of the player's lamentations and was ready to destroy the second gold player. His sword was already raised above the head of the weeping and completely defenseless Shikishima when a bloody red drill crashed down on Taigga. But Subaru himself appeared between Taigga and Shikishima, ready to face his brother face to face. Taigga immediately teleported away and now looked down at his brother from the top of a huge multi-story building. Subaru tried to calm Shikishima down. He told the young man that Hirosaka had not left and had not died, that he had not left this world forever, and activated the dead man skill. And immediately, Hirosaka's body, which had been lying on his friend's lap, flew into the air. The same thing happened to the other parts cut off by Taigga. A rainbow door appeared nearby, into which Hirosaka's body was transported. Shikishima remembered telling his friend about the rainbow door that had appeared in the world for the first time. It only worked for Subaru, and it was also used to revive Sayaka. And now it seemed that a similar fate awaited Hirosaki. Shikishima watched what was happening with horror and excitement. The skill Dead Man had already been used once in the morgue. After finding Sayaka's dead body, he performed the entire ritual on it. A few minutes later, the girl jumped up and was outwardly unharmed. When the Usurper of Blood reached level 35, Subaru would be able to welcome his second rescue. For now, Subaru apologized to Shikishima, saying that he couldn't bring Hirosaki back right away. But his friends were obliged to preserve and protect Hirosaka's body. Subaru was sure that someday he would reach the level of ability, and then Hirosaka would return to them again. It would definitely happen. And now Hirosaka's body seemed to be reassembling itself from separate parts and taking on a normal appearance. Thanks to the Usurper of Blood, the limbs were connected and fused together as they should be. After that, there was a powerful flash. Everything lit up green. Shikishima watched this with great interest, and even Taigga was drawn into the process. Someone sniffed the air and said they could smell the human world, and it really wasn't that bad. Plus, power was still flowing through their hands. The body turned out to be not so bad, but in fact of the highest class, and now the man was ready to introduce himself. He called himself Mr. Vanquish's first subordinate. He had green hair, held in place by a beautiful hairpin, and he was apparently very handsome. The guy's name was Kallion, the corpse of the Demon King, and from today he became a relative, because the young man used his skill to preserve his soul. As we remember, Kallion was a subject of Vanquish. After Subaru's painful trials with the gates earlier, he, like Vanquish, had partially recovered thanks to Subaru's increased power. This power was incomparable to that used during the trials, but regardless, Subaru was raising his level by destroying enemies, and this strengthened the master of the Rainbow Gates and his subordinates. Taigga watched everything that was happening and summoned black gates, which appeared in large numbers in front of the player and surrounded him. Taigga addressed all the monsters and called on them to come and finish off the enemies. Long arms immediately crawled out of all the gates. Kallion, seeing this picture, was very pleased, laughed, and greeted these monstrous hands. Kallion activated the Desolation skill and rushed into the thick of these hands. They resembled the black infant's nanny. Kallion summoned a blood bowl, but in his situation, it was a green phase of blood. Kallion addressed the monsters, saying that they had rushed in without thinking, and that their doom awaited them here. Kallion activated Rain of Influence and unleashed it on his opponents. Under the influence of this Rain of Influence, the multitude of hands began to writhe and crumble, gradually disappearing as if dissolving into space. In the end, most of these hands turned into stumps, and Taigga stood among them, realizing that he could no longer count on them. Kallion took advantage of the creaking scissors and rushed into the thickest part of the vile hands, intending to cut them with a single movement. He was even able to penetrate the other side of the door, which had a serious effect on the evil creeping onto the ground. Kalyan cut the multi-armed creature in half, solving everyone's problem with a single movement. Subaru noted that this attacking element worked very well in this situation. Kalyan was apparently quite boastful because he immediately prepared himself to receive wonderful reviews and words of admiration. He declared that the situation was easier than easy and that now they would quickly deal with their opponents together. Finally, Taigga came down from the top of the house and appeared in person before his older brother and Kalyan. Taigga asked who his next opponent would be, addressing Kalyan more and expecting to fight him. Kalyan replied that he had no intention of fighting Taigga unless it was a personal order from his master, Subaru. Taigga said that he would kill Hirosaku anyway, and this caught the attention of Kalyan, who was supposed to protect Hirosaku's body until better times. Subaru kept his eyes fixed on his younger brother the whole time and said that if anyone was to be Taigga's rival, it would only be the one standing in front of him now. Taigga did not show much joy, and Kalyan immediately began to tease the player, saying that he was avoiding fighting Subaru because he was simply afraid of him. Taigga snapped back, saying that he wasn't afraid of anyone and was ready to fight anyone, but the argument would have continued for a long time. Subaru said he wanted to settle everything quickly because, unlike Taigga, he had a lot to do. Taigga looked at his brother and thought that he wasn't avoiding the fight. He just wanted to make the decision himself and not have anyone interfere. Memories flooded back to Taigga. We all come from childhood and carry not only joys but also problems into adulthood. It all started when he met a cute, dark-haired boy who introduced himself as Subaru. The boy held out his hand and said they should get to know each other. Taigga remembered the fear he had experienced as a small child. Now he did not want to allow himself to feel the same way. He accepted his older brother's challenge, stood near the black open door, and suggested going inside to fight. Shikishima immediately realized that Taigga was luring Subaru into a trap, and despite his pain and injury, he began to warn his friend not to go there. Kalyan leaned toward his comrade and said that their meeting was over. Kalyan left everything to Subaru, who had to do what he had to do. It was clear that through Kalyan, Vanquish was sending words of encouragement to his student. Subaru grabbed the cat sushi, said goodbye to everyone, and fell through the black door. Taichi managed to ask what Subaru had done to Taigga in the past that made him hate him so much. Subaru, having entered the black world, suggested that his brother immediately sort out what connected them. After that, Subaru would be able to move on. The brothers plunged into the depths of the black world, and the black infant approached with delight and great interest to watch their duel. The black infant was absolutely delighted, considering this future battle to be an absolute victory for the dark faction. Be that as it may, everyone already had enough questions and grievances against each other. And now finally the situation had developed to the point where the two brothers stood facing each other and had to sort out their relationship. Taigga asked the dark infant to hide his hands. The dark infant confirmed that he would definitely do so. Under the terms of their contract, Taigga must kill Subaru with his own hands because the gates of promise are absolutely indestructible. Subaru noted that the dark infant would not kill him personally, but would do so through the hands of his younger brother. The dark infant watched with pleasure. His plan was perfect. Taigga would kill Subaru, but it would be as if the dark infant had killed Subaru after Taigga's defeat and death. It was possible that Hirosaka had taken the place of the king of the corpse-eating demons, but if Subaru was killed, Hirosaka would also disappear. It was truly a perfect plan. In the end, neither gold, silver, nor bronze would win. The king of darkness of the human world, the dark infant, would win. Kalyan flew over the city, staring purposefully at something and not distracted by the screams coming from right under his nose. Shikishima screamed like a banshee, demanding that the fake Hirosaka let him go. He was sure that the fake Hirosaka was carrying him to the enemy's lair and that they should follow Subaru. At one point, Hirosaka couldn't take it anymore and said that it was just a strategy. They had to trust him because everything was actually fine. At that moment, an announcement came. The time to clear the 5-star gate had come. Miri stood sadly and waited. The girl was supposed to meet the player near the gate, but no one was there. Shikishima saw the notification. As punishment for not clearing the gate, the minutes remaining on the heavenly clock would pass faster. 8,000 hours. At that moment, the clock in the sky turned red and became covered with cracks. The remaining time decreased, and it became likely that there were serious problems with maintaining the heavenly clock system. Shikishima had never seen anything like this before. He wanted to know in advance what serious problems were involved, because this was not just a breakdown of the five-star gate. A huge number of clocks had been taken from humanity. If this continued, people were doomed. Shikishima had no idea what to do now. Kalyan tapped Shikishima on the back of the head and told the player not to be nervous, but to take his chance. It wasn't that difficult. If Hirosaka was dear to him, then Shikishima had to protect the person he loved. Shikishima thought very hard and tensed up, his teeth clenching from the strain. Kalyan was surprised. Why was the guy torturing himself like this? But Shikishima told him to shut up and not dare to lecture him, and that it would be better to fly to the hospital. Strange as it may sound, someone very important was in the hospital. However, it turned out that Sakura had left the hospital, and the guys didn't find her. Shikishima was terribly upset. Kalyan didn't understand why the guy was so nervous. Was it because the girl hadn't waited for him? At that time, Udo was also fighting one of the players from the black group. Araya already looked pretty beaten up. It was clear that Udo had given him a good thrashing. Udo stood completely calmly, his arms folded across his chest, watching his opponent without showing any emotion. Araya activated his Fist of Crushing Thirst, trying to strike his opponent, but in response, an impenetrable golden wall appeared. The next moment, the golden wall literally threw Araya high into the air, where he didn't even move from his spot. Araya was surprised by this tactic. His opponent used defense as a powerful weapon, like a real turtle, protected on all sides. He understood that the stronger his attack, the stronger the defense would be. He was not interested in the ability to attack at all. At that moment, Shikishima called. He said he was fine and uninjured and asked about the situation with the other players. Shikishima said that Hirosaka had died and another person had moved into his body, but there was no need to worry. The problem was that Sakura had disappeared, and perhaps Udo knew something about it. Udo looked up and stared at something. At first, he saw a golden hand that radiated energy and looked almost real. Soon, Sakura herself appeared. The girl looked great. Sakura used her leg, which was now a huge, powerful gun, and destroyed the flying dragon with a single shot. Udo reported on the phone that Sakura was fighting right before his eyes, and Shikishima didn't understand how she was doing it in her condition. But then beautiful, slender, golden legs landed on the ground. Sakura asked what they were talking about. The girl suggested looking at the sky and the cracked clock, adding that it was time to stop talking because all the players had to fight. Sakura wanted to know what Shikishima wanted from her. She felt fine and didn't look weak. Udo confirmed that the girl was fine. Moreover, there was no choice anyway. Everyone had to fight. Shikishima said that a time attack had been launched, and now the players had to capture the gate and save the world. It was necessary to notify absolutely all players about what was happening. It didn't matter how many stars the players had or how difficult the gates were. In this difficult period for all of humanity, the players would attack as much as they could. Thanks to this, they would be able to make up for the time lost by humanity. Udo agreed with this tactic, understanding that this was a competition and no one would be on duty. Sakura had spent the last few days in the hospital and, to put it mildly, had been bored, so she was thrilled to hear this and was about to wake everyone up right away. Shikishima called his current partner a fake Hirosaka, but he shouted back that his name was Kalyan. Be that as it may, the guys shouldn't have been arguing, because Subaru was in the most difficult situation right now, and they both understood that perfectly well. If Subaru lost, nothing good would come of it for humanity. The situation in the black world was very tense right now. The black infant's eyes widened in surprise because one of his main rivals had suddenly appeared before him. Somehow, Vanquish had made his way into the dark world, and now he was floating in the amniotic waters near the black infant. Vanquish said he could hear the infant with a difficult character, who had been poorly raised or whose upbringing had not yet been taken care of. Taigga also noticed that Vanquish, the master of the Rainbow Gate who had given his brother his power, had appeared nearby. Taigga's smoke and Subaru's blood could neutralize each other without control, so Subaru proposed a fair duel. Just a fist fight without any additional abilities or tricks. Like brothers usually fight, from start to finish. That was Subaru's proposal. The dark infant watched the bright rainbow flash in front of him and asked himself one question in horror. Why? Why did Vanquish appear here and now? And why did he seem to feel fine? Vanquish replied to the black infant that Subaru had told him the exact location. The dark infant did not expect this at all. He was very angry with the guy, although it was unclear why Subaru should have listened to him. In his anger, the black infant growled that Subaru was such a bastard for taking advantage of the situation and leaking the information. He decided to deal with the traitor immediately and started yelling at Subaru to watch what would happen to him now. But this was a very foolish and childish thing for the black infant to do because the blood curse had already been placed on him. And so the black infant found himself entangled, like a real cocoon, in blood ropes that wrapped around his arms and legs. Vanquish did this with great pleasure, not considering his actions to be anything special. He simply stated that the black infant could no longer be saved. The infant thought that Vanquish was overly confident, as if he had already won. At that moment, the infant's eyes, which had previously been simply black, lit up with 4 pupils. The black infant declared that only he could win in his world, and that the victory of the dark forces was still ahead. He managed to break the blood ropes and, hoping that this would be enough, blew dark smoke at his opponent. But in the next moment, Vanka's new attack struck the infant again on his hands and feet. Taigga watched his master and realized that the infant was too impatient. He needed to be more cunning, especially on his own territory. Taigga hoped that Subaru would not take advantage of this situation. But not long ago, Subaru was afraid of Taigga and seemed like a real weakling. Now the brothers stood facing each other, and Taigga asked if his brother was going to fight without his abilities. If so, it could be called a normal brawl. Subaru approached Taigga with a proposal to end the feud and stop the large-scale battle on Earth. But Taigga responded with a no. For Subaru, it wasn't about the battle, but about his younger brother, Taigga. He had wanted to talk to Taigga for a long time, even before he became a player. Subaru acknowledged that there was a huge, catastrophic distance between the brothers. Ever since Taigga became a gold player, he had been constantly afraid. After all, in any family, if the younger brother messes up, the older brother is responsible. Taigga didn't want to listen to these personal confessions and tried to stop his brother. He reminded him that they were not blood brothers, and therefore Subaru should not act like an older brother. Taigga had no intention of dealing with this nonsense. After these words, Taigga immediately attacked Subaru to prevent him from saying anything more, but Subaru managed to react in time. The young man immediately delivered a powerful punch to his brother's jaw. The blow hit its target precisely. Taigga jumped aside, suppressing the pain and planning his next move, while Subaru energetically and confidently advanced on his brother. It soon became clear that a normal fistfight would not be enough, so the confrontation turned into a battle using blood manipulation. Of course, it was almost useless. Their skills neutralized each other. The boys simply began to fight, striking with their hands and feet. It was impossible to tell who was stronger, but it seemed that Subaru's blows were hitting their target more often. The battle was very serious. Neither wanted to give in, and each blow carried all the pain and resentment that had accumulated over many years. Subaru delivered quick blows and immediately dodged his brother's attacks. At one point, they reached the stage where they were simultaneously punching each other in the face. At that moment, Subaru turned to his brother and said that he finally understood what he really wanted. This was followed by another series of mutual blows, both dodging and striking at the same time. No one could predict the outcome of the battle. Subaru hit Taigga in the nose again, causing him to spurt blood, but both remained on the offensive, neither willing to retreat. At this time, a second battle scene was taking place in the amniotic fluid, which was also extremely important. The black infant fought against Vanquish. His skill, Death of Time, accelerated the aging of any material that came into contact with the black liquid, without exception. However, this skill had no effect on Vanquisha, and the situation was unclear. The infant could not believe his eyes. His opponent was unharmed, even though tens of thousands of years of destruction should have occurred instantly. The enraged infant flew into a rage and decided to use his power to the maximum, activating Time of Destruction. A bright flash illuminated the space. It was the black infant's most powerful skill. The flow of hundreds of millions of years was supposed to engulf Vanquish. But suddenly the situation brightened and became covered with a thick layer of ice. The unfortunate infant found himself frozen like an icicle hanging from the roof of a house. Vanquish rocked the infant with his finger and said that he had warned him. Time cannot kill Vanquish because he is immortal. The black infant was pitiful and helpless. He could have come up with a better plan if he had been smarter. Now the infant died with almost no effort on Vanquish's part. Vanquish said that he was able to narrow down the black infant's location immediately because he kept opening the gate and peeking out. Moreover, it was fortunate that Subaru had made Kallian his subordinate, binding him to Vanquish's soul even before he became Subaru's ward. Thanks to these connections, Kalyan was able to tell Subaru about Vanquish's plan to crush the infant with a single breath. Although to Subaru's credit, he himself was unable to track down the infant and get close to it. Nevertheless, Vanquish now did not understand how he managed to stay alive in this place, completely immersed in amniotic fluid. The black infant watched the battle. He really wanted to destroy Subaru, although under the terms of his contract with Taigga, he couldn't do it directly. Nevertheless, the infant had come to watch the interesting battle. He used Taigga's hatred and Subaru's wariness to his advantage. This black infant was a truly vile little villain. Vanquish called his opponent poor and miserable, claiming that the black infant had been deceived with the promise of the human world if he destroyed the celestial clock. But that was not even worth considering. Such tricks would not be tolerated. Vanquish activated the Fisher Cutter, and bright flashes of light pierced the space. At one point, the black infant thawed and attacked Vanquish with a dark mist. However, it didn't last long. Soon the infant began to cry, and this cry was like music to Vanquish's ears. The cry grew louder and louder. The picture would have been pitiful if one did not know that this creature was ready to destroy humanity. Through the crying, Vanquish heard the infant asking Miss Safina for help because Vanquish was going to kill him. The black infant continued to call for Miss Safina, and Vanquish froze, watching what was happening. Soon he saw a huge golden bell with handles approaching him. Vanquish realized that it was Miss Safina's golden bell that had initiated this whole story. She was a powerful old witch. The black infant was delighted to see Safina and immediately asked her to hurry and save him. But in the next moment, her hand squeezed the baby tightly, literally squeezing the life out of him. Safina declared that the infant had no right to ask her for help, thereby betraying them. It turned out that the infant had been trying to outsmart his elders and monopolize the human world, and Safina had long understood this. The witch continued to squeeze the strength out of the infant, and then announced that the weakest doors would be perfect for a fool like him. A door appeared in the distance, and the infant was thrown into it. He really did not want to end up in the weakest and lowest door. There, the monster would lose his speech and memories, and he wanted to remain king and not wander through doors like a beast. But no matter how he tried, he ended up in such a place. The gate slammed shut behind him, and soon a timer appeared. The door was a one-star door. Miss Safina bowed to Vanquish, calling him immortal, and asked how he was doing, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Vanquish knew his interlocutor too well to engage in pleasantries with her. He immediately cut the old witch in half, preventing her from causing any more mischief. Vanquish said that he would return soon and fight her personally, without using his skills. Miss Safina promised to wait for the meeting and not forget how he had treated her. Vanquish understood that from that moment on he would be very busy, and thought about inviting the other 6 kings. Meanwhile, Subaru continued his battle with Taigga, which was supposed to end once and for all. Usually players can touch each other's souls, depending on their ability to feel. Vanquish hoped that the brothers would be able to see each other's hearts, and that the end of one's life would be a test for the other. He also hoped that his protege would not lose, and would become truly skilled after this stage. The battle between the brothers continued, but it reached a stalemate. Their strengths were almost equal. Then Taigga noticed his brother's eyes. A memory from the past flashed through his mind. How his mother had swung her arm, her gaze full of anger and despair. The woman hit the child in the face. The boy fell to the floor, covering his head with his hands, screaming loudly in fear of the next blow. She was annoyed that the pudding left in the refrigerator was gone. The boy was not supposed to eat without permission. The woman called her son a weakling and an insect, just like his father. The father tried to defend his son, but the mother did not let him into the apartment, claiming that she was simply raising the child. She considered children to be a huge burden and asked her son why he was even born. Taigga's mother was cruel, and the man she brought into the house turned out to be just as bad. Taigga understood that this man was taking advantage of his mother's money and was a nobody. It soon became clear that this man also had a child who would soon become Taigga's older brother. Taigga didn't even want to get to know this boy. He was sure that he was just as pathetic as his father. But suddenly a kind and open boy appeared before him, looking at him sincerely and purely. Taigga had never met such a humane child before, and couldn't believe it, thinking that Subaru was pretending. Taigga expected his future brother to be just as harsh and cynical, but instead Subaru smiled sincerely. He felt a chill in his heart. Anxiety, fear. The realization that there were happy and kind people in the world, and he was not one of them. He understood that it was not worth getting involved with him. It was not his choice, but the result of life circumstances. But Subaru lived in similar conditions and did not feel despair, self-pity, or the desire to give up. So Taigga had a rotten nature, and he himself was the only worthless one. Hirosaka, the golden player, said on television that doors only open for strong personalities. Taigga considered this to be complete nonsense, because his soul was weak and impure, and this bothered him. Suddenly, light flooded the room. Taigga turned his head in frozen surprise. A golden door appeared in front of his older brother. Could Taigga accept such injustice? In the end, Taigga took control of the door, but he still feared that Subaru would become happy, so he kept his brother close, watching him and occasionally striking him. Taigga couldn't allow Subaru to be happier than him, even for a moment. He was sure that the gap between them would never be too great. That's why Subaru had to stay close to Taigga for the rest of his life. During the fight, Subaru realized that despite the beatings, his brother still had a tremendous amount of strength. Each blow carried Taigga's memories and soul through his brother. Subaru wanted to understand why Taigga was so scared when they first met. Instead of an answer, a huge foot flew over Subaru's head. The young man managed to jump out of the way, but the powerful blow that hit the floor literally shattered the room. The hall where the battle was taking place split apart, and the players began to fall into the amniotic fluid. Taigga fell, watching what was happening, and Subaru instantly rushed at him like a flash of lightning. Subaru managed to reach his brother and kicked him, causing serious injury. He wanted to understand why the brothers hadn't figured it out earlier and prevented their mutual destruction. Subaru delivered another series of blows, and gradually it began to seem that victory would be his. Taigga fell to the floor, lying completely motionless. It seemed that the battle was coming to an end. Color poured directly onto the player. Perhaps it was Taigga's heart, which Subaru could now feel. He saw a childhood memory, a little boy asking his father where his mother was. In response, the man kicks the child and tells him not to ask stupid questions. Subaru is genuinely happy when, after a while, his father announces that the family will soon have a younger brother. The next memory shows his mother beating Taigga for interfering. The woman leaves Taigga and hits her stepson again, yelling at him not to ask stupid questions. Subaru hugs Taigga and reassures him that everything will be fine and that one day everything will work out. He comforts the boy despite his bruises and abrasions, promising to take care of Taigga. But Taigga is too distrustful and embittered. He pushes Subaru away and asks him not to pretend to be his older brother, believing that the best things in life are out of his reach. One day, Subaru shows his younger brother a report about the cool player Hirosaka. The boys watch TV together, but Taigga feels angry at what he sees. At that moment, Subaru thinks about how doors choose strong and good people, and how players can protect the people who are important to them. It is then that Subaru decides to become a player in order to protect his brother and be as strong as Hirosaka. It is important for Subaru to protect Taigga and make his life happy. Because Taigga is his only younger brother, and even though they are not related by blood, Subaru knows that he will never have any other brothers. Taigga looked through his older brother's memories and soul and began to gradually rise from the ground. He stood in front of his brother and said that he had long understood that Subaru was the only one in the whole world who truly loved him. Now Taigga looked at Subaru with eyes full of gratitude and love. Screams rang out in the house again. The man did not understand what was happening. He kicked the boy and demanded complete obedience. But the child had enough strength of spirit to stand his ground, watching what was happening from the balcony. Subaru understood that he had hardly ever met people who dared to contradict this man. And now he was witnessing his brother being beaten. The little boy resisted despite the pain. Finally, the man got tired and left the child alone. Subaru cried, holding his sore spots. As soon as the man left, he ran up to his brother and said that now he had pudding and was ready to share it with Taigga, knowing how much he loved it. The brothers sat on the balcony and enjoyed the pudding, but Taigga couldn't understand why Subaru remained so kind and sincere, despite all the difficulties. Taigga understood how wonderful it could be if he could live truly free, but now it was over. Vanquish confirmed that Taigga's body would never again be completely human. One day it would reach its limit, like all extraterrestrial beings, and his soul would perish. The blessing received with the help of the black infant would disappear, and his soul would wander aimlessly through the endless void. Subaru was upset, although perhaps he should have already hated Taigga for everything he had done. Taigga admitted that he was actually afraid of Subaru, admired him, couldn't ignore him, and sometimes hated him. By showing anger, he left wounds of his own pettiness, and now Taigga was really going to disappear. It would happen right now, but he wanted to remember some moments one last time. Taigga turned to his brother, who was very upset and couldn't hold back his tears. He said that someday he would want to eat pudding with Subaru again, sharing it in half. Last time, Taigga couldn't say thank you to his brother, but he was genuinely happy then. The pudding was simply amazing. Subaru managed to make his brother happy, even if only for a few moments. Flooded with bitter tears, Subaru rushed to Taigga, but his brother was melting away before his eyes, and soon there was almost nothing left of him. The moment they ate pudding together was one of the happiest in Subaru's life, and now the young man was sobbing and screaming in pain and anger. Everyone around him called him a savior, but he couldn't even protect his younger brother. Vanquish approached the student and said it was time to get up. Taigga's great tragedy was that he did the wrong thing but did nothing to correct his mistakes. Every time Taigga did something bad, his self-hatred grew, and the more it grew, the more his soul suffered. According to Vanquish, this outcome was inevitable from the day Taigga stole the door from his brother. Subaru did not understand why life offered only one option and why it was impossible to change the situation. Vanquish advised him to devote his life to finding the answer to this question. Most likely, Subaru would think about this for the rest of his life, and thanks to this, would never forget his younger brother. Vanquish was very understanding. He said that the young man could cry as much as he wanted right now, at least until he got back on his feet, and Vanquish would wait no matter how long it took. About 3 hours had passed since the crack appeared in the celestial clock. Players across the city continued to destroy monsters, keeping a close eye on the heavenly clock. Every second was precious and everyone fought selflessly. Shikishima supported the players with all his might. Suddenly a notification arrived. The system was functioning normally again. Emergency mode was disabled, the cracks had disappeared, and the clock was once again showing the correct time and date. Shikishima called all his colleagues and comrades to thank them for their excellent work. All that remained was to defeat Taigga. Players across the city rejoiced that they had been able to at least temporarily halt the impending disaster. Subaru's closest friends couldn't fully rejoice, worrying about him. Saya and Kallian stood by the black door, ready to pull their master out at any moment. Kallian tried to reassure Saya, as long as their kindred spirits were nearby, Subaru was alive. Saya understood this, but she could feel her master's heart suffering and wanted to check on him as soon as she had the chance. Suddenly, a scream came from the black door. An unfamiliar voice shouted that it couldn't believe it. Everyone present listened to the voice, trying to understand what was happening there. The heart-rending cry continued. "I told you I would wait for you no matter how long it took. But how could you get so tired of your tears and just fall asleep?" The voice continued to scold and shout, talking about the journey they had made to help. Suddenly, the black door spat out a sushi cat with Subaru sleeping on its back. Vanquish was walking beside it. Everyone rushed towards them, worried about the condition of their friend and comrade. The scene was so cute that it made everyone's jaws drop. Subaru was sleeping soundly like a baby and felt nothing. He was dreaming that he was eating pudding with his brother again. At that moment, the program's restoration was complete. The 6-star gate officially closed, and the probability of the Black Infant's return became almost zero. 2 players from the Black faction sat on the roof and discussed their fallen comrades. Miuri said that the connection with Koku was lost and all his skills had disappeared. Her companion asked if she thought it was because of the Rainbow's owner. Miuri knew nothing about it, but in her opinion, Koku would remain king anyway. Most likely the 3 kings would soon take action, but there was no need to worry. The celestial clock had recently been updated, and the players just had to wait and see how events would unfold. Shikishima couldn't believe that one of the players had come so far for treatment. The healer said that Shikishima was important to all the players, and if he was defeated, it would be the end for everyone. The healer activated Azure Resurrection, and soon Shikishima felt normal again. The group thanked the healer for his wonderful skills. They wanted to restore Sakura and her limbs, but that was impossible for now. Subaru was still asleep, seemingly in an unbreakable slumber. His loved ones were worried about his condition. Kallian explained that the master was fine. He was just restoring his soul. He reminded them that after the first door, the players felt extremely tired and couldn't even take a few steps. Shikishima confirmed that he had slept for about 5 days. Hirosaka was able to move right away, but remained sleepy and did not function fully for 3 days. The more powerful the contract, the more time the soul needs to adapt. In such cases, an ordinary person may lie in a coma for decades or die. This information made everyone think about the difference between ordinary people and players. Subaru had been moving non-stop for over a month after receiving the Rainbow Door, proving that his soul was completely different. But even Subaru's soul had its limits, and someday he would have to wake up. Saya was very concerned about her master's health and life, never leaving his bedside. At that moment, Subaru felt as if he were in space, surrounded by shining stars and galaxies. The boy heard a voice behind him saying that he was in the galaxy of the unconscious. In front of him stood a naked girl with long blue-green-red hair flowing down her back. She explained that this was the place where souls were born and where they ultimately returned. Subaru was in a state of soul sleep, so he was lucky enough to meet a stranger, perhaps for the first and last time. The young man tried to guess who she was. Most likely it wasn't Vanquish or Kalian, but then who? The stranger raised her hand and said that this place made her nostalgic. She warned Subaru that he should prepare for battle. She said that the situation had completely changed. The king from another world, though weak, had still made a hole in the human world. Everyone already knows about the existence of the Vanquish's owner. Gold, silver, copper, and other countries are seriously preparing to invade the human world. This storm will declare war on the Black faction. A merciless, cold storm is approaching. It has no sympathy for people in their lives. Everything will be lost and no one will be able to resist it. Not even the gold rank or Vanquish. Only one person can protect everyone. That person is Subaru. The young man listened in horror to the approaching storm that even Vanquish could not stop. He tried to understand what needed to be done right now to prepare. In response, he heard, "Red Table, Twilight Half, Apostle of the Northern Lights." But most importantly, he could become king. The stranger admitted that she herself could not become king and now existed only to return to the Sea of Unconsciousness. However, she was glad to have met Subaru. The young man was surprised. If she couldn't become king, who was she then? The stranger finally introduced herself. She was the king of the Northern Lights. And it was he, Subaru, the strongest man in the world, who had failed to save the world and suffered defeat. The stranger said she had no right to reveal the future, but she could be a little candid. The king of the Northern Lights reached out his hand and began to talk about the world and his friends. He spoke of dear and beloved people, asking Subaru not to lose them. At that moment, the young man felt a bracelet on his arm. It was an additional item called the Midnight Sun's Radiance, which allowed him to look into the memories of the King of the Northern Lights and react to the approaching catastrophe. The king said that it was time to wake up because the first disaster was coming soon. After that, he wished the young man good luck and said goodbye. Subaru was still lying in bed, continuing to sleep soundly, regaining his strength. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, and it seemed that his consciousness had not yet fully returned to him. Saya was very worried, not understanding what was happening, but Kalian remained calm. Suddenly, 3 doors appeared in the ward, gold, silver, and bronze. Saya's eyes widened in surprise. Never before had 3 doors appeared simultaneously in front of a player. The bracelet on Subaru's wrist lit up and signaled. It was reacting to the approaching disaster, reminding him not to lose his loved ones. Subaru finally felt like he had woken up. He was sitting on the bed, and new visitors approached him. Queen Safina, the Queen of Gold, emerged from the golden door. The Silver King named Rui appeared from the silver door. The copper door was opened by Vorden, who also greeted the young man. All 3 kings said they had come to pay their respects and convey their best wishes to the future king, the savior of the divine bloodline. Many disasters lay ahead, and the future king would have to deal with them all. The calamities would begin at the door, and already all 3 kings were in the chamber. Subaru realized that this was not a dream at all. He became active and began to think about how to deal with the impending disaster. He realized that he had been talking to the King of the Northern Lights, himself from the future. When he woke up, Subaru noticed the bracelet on his wrist, and his memories of the future became much more vivid. They literally poured out like a river. Now he understood who these people were and why each of them had come. If his memory served him correctly, he would lose all his friends in the next 3 months. The young man now clearly saw images of the deaths of his loved ones. He had to prevent this from happening. He remembered how his friends considered it an honor to be near him and serve him faithfully. Gradually, they all died, entrusting their future to him. How foolish the King of the Northern Lights had been to think he could defeat the enemy without the power of Vanquish. And so the defeat of the King of the Northern Lights came. Subaru could clearly see how death would overtake him. Last time he had lost. His body lay on the ground with a huge bloody wound. It was the end. Subaru couldn't save anyone and lost everything he could. He felt guilty towards his friends and loved ones. After all, he couldn't protect the world they had entrusted to him. The young man agonized over his mistake. If only he could go back to that day. Now, as the king of the Northern Lights, he used his last ounce of strength to find himself in the galaxy of the unconscious. Subaru finally understood what had happened to him. He thanked the king of the Northern Lights. Although his world had already disappeared, the young man swore that the sacrifice had not been in vain. He would definitely protect everyone from the 8 disasters that humanity would face. At that moment, the 3 kings announced that they ruled over the largest territory, the underworld. Subaru listened carefully to their speech. The most powerful of them was Safina, the Twilight Queen, leader of the invincible Golden Knights. 9-tailed Rui ruled all animals and monsters created from them. Vordan was the ruler of nature spirits in the half-human race. He also possessed the Copper Door. Kalyan was skeptical that the great rulers had come directly from the underworld just to greet Subaru. Something was clearly wrong. The kings recognized Subaru as a person capable of becoming the next king. In addition, he did an excellent job of preventing the invasion of the blacks. The Twilight Queen Safina extended her hand and invited the young man to join her golden country. Seiya couldn't believe her eyes. Was her master really going to go to the underworld? Rui reminded the Golden Queen that she had promised not to rush. He turned to Subaru, stating that he could be called a hunter. Why not cancel the contract with Vanquish and sign a new one with one of the kings? Subaru's soul vessel was unique. With the right alliance, he could become even more powerful. Rui had the strongest rulers in mind, 3 of whom were ideal candidates. All of them were stronger than Vanquish. Subaru's goal was to protect the world from disasters, and the kings of the gates had similar intentions. Rui believed that the young man should choose a worthy owner in order to save more people. Kalyan couldn't take it anymore and called Rui a hypocrite, took out his scissors and prepared to attack. Rui was not embarrassed. He simply told Kalyan to shut up and immediately struck him with a powerful blow. Kalyan was terrified. Rui could influence his soul, and it was impossible to resist. Rui then stated that they had come not only to invite Subaru to change owners, but also to offer him unique opportunities. The Twilight Queen confirmed this, but she was tired of talking and wanted to get down to business. Safina offered that if Subaru joined her, he would receive her spear and the right to command an army of Golden Knights. By joining Rui, he would receive the Bow of Infinite Light and 100 top-ranked dragons. Vordan offered the Axe of Endless Destruction and 20 forests with spirits. All the offers were tempting. The young man had to choose one door and enter it. Kalyan shouted at Subaru not to answer the kings, certain that they wanted to steal him away. The kings believed that the young man should join them because they were all stronger. Kalyan was sure that the kings were afraid because Subaru could become the strongest king and restore their former power. Subaru looked at Kalyan with admiration, amazed at his devotion to Vanquish. But a strange feeling arose. Kalyan wanted to kill Rui because he annoyed him too much. Subaru tried to calm Kalyan down, but he wouldn't listen and warned that later it would be too late to change anything. If the young man changed owners, something irreparable could happen. Did he want that? Subaru had no intention of doing otherwise. The king of the Northern Lights had made a decision that prompted revenge from the 3 kings. This meant that one choice would not be enough to save everyone. Rui continued, claiming that it was a fair deal and that Subaru had the right to choose. But Kalyan was not appeased. He did not trust Rui and wanted him dead. Without changing his expression and smiling, Rui said that Kalyan would die in the near future. Subaru understood the situation and decided how not to repeat his previous mistakes. He agreed to change the owner. But he would only do so if the terms were fair and beneficial. He turned to the 3 kings. If they were so sure, let them prove it to him. 2 kings remained silent. Rui was angry. The young man wanted proof. Subaru clarified that he wanted to see the terms they were willing to offer because his soul was unique, and other kings might want to get their hands on it. He wanted to meet with them to choose the most favorable and interesting terms. The 3 kings were angry. This turn of events surprised them. But Subaru continued. A meeting of all the kings of the underworld would soon take place, which upset the guests even more. He wanted to participate in this meeting, taking the first step to change the fate of himself, his friends, and all of humanity. Rui was silent, thinking hard, not understanding how Subaru had learned about the upcoming meeting. Could it be that Kalyan had told him? But Kalyan didn't even know about it. Perhaps Lord Vanquish himself had. The Twilight Queen Safina thoughtfully wondered how much Subaru already knew. while Vorden considered him a real trickster. Subaru was determined to change fate and use his memories of the future as a weapon. At that time, a solemn meeting was being prepared on Vanquish's territory in the underworld, which was attended by 3 kings. Vanquish himself sat deep in thought, watching the proceedings. He knew that the 3 kings had gathered to meet with Subaru, and they had acted sooner than he had expected. The Lord of the Underworld watched his protege's behavior and became concerned. Subaru knew more than he should have. The young man was aware of the meeting of all the kings of the underworld, even though this information was supposed to be strictly confidential. Various guesses swirled in Vanquish's head until he noticed the glimmer of midnight light and thought of Aurora. Lost in thought for a long time, his thoughts were interrupted by the voices of those approaching. It was Hirosaka and Sayaka. They were happy that Subaru had finally woken up and wanted to know about his condition. Looking at Vanquish's screen, they saw Subaru sitting in front of 3 doors. The Lord explained that the kings, gold, silver, and bronze, had come to him and demanded that he break his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. If Subaru did switch to one of the kings, his connection with Vanquish would be severed. He would lose his kin, and Hirosaka and Sayaka would die forever. Sayaka and Hirosaka began to shout for their comrade to withstand the pressure and not give in to the temptation of the kings. But Vanquish explained that this could also be dangerous. If the boy refused, the kings would take action. No one who disagreed with them would be spared. According to Vanquish, the old Golden Witch had taken several dangerous items from her treasury. Sayaka asked how dangerous these items were. Vanquish explained that one of them was called Sacrifice. If used on land, it could destroy everything within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers and potentially kill at least 10 million people. Sayaka didn't understand. Shouldn't the kings of the doors be allies of humans? Hirosaka thought about it. The situation was becoming extremely dangerous. Sayaka couldn't help herself and asked Vanquish if Subaru would be okay. Vanquish, enjoying her nervousness, smiled and said that he didn't know for sure what would happen next. But judging by the bracelet on Subaru's wrist, someone had reached out to help him. He assumed that the boy would be fine, perhaps, most likely, maybe. The first disaster had already struck the city. If Subaru did not choose one of the kings, the revenge of the 3 kings would lead to mass casualties. The city was enveloped in a fiery red light, and the residents did not understand what was happening. It seemed as if an earthquake was approaching. Vorden began to get angry. An ordinary person wanted to stand alongside high-ranking kings. No one had ever seen such a thing. Subaru confirmed that he really wanted to talk to those who were trying to get him. He thought it was fair. Vorden was ready to burn the insolent young man with a single glance. But Subaru seemed to have developed a strategy. Procrastination. That is, he would not respond to the kings immediately, but would stall for time until he met with all the rulers. His main rivals would be the 3 most powerful beings in the underworld, whom it was impossible to defeat. The second disaster would begin immediately after the young man made his choice. So there was only one way: to give him the opportunity to avoid the first disaster and meet the second unscathed. But this is extremely difficult and unpleasant to accomplish. Rui watched Subaru and was amazed. A person with such an unusual soul could be so arrogant. Roy suggested that Safina simply use force and not give in to the young man's arrogance. He could have made him witness a tragedy that he would regret for the rest of his life. Subaru understood that delaying would only increase the irritation of the 3 kings and lead to even more serious problems. Safina took an item from the treasury, the Sacrifice, one of the rarest artifacts in the Golden Country. King Aurora's bracelet immediately sent an alarm signal to Subaru. If the Sacrifice, filled with the powers of the 3 kings, exploded, the consequences would be catastrophic. Huge areas of the city would be destroyed, and many people would die. Subaru imagined this scene and realized that the future would repeat itself if Safina used the item. But at that moment, the queen interrupted his thoughts and, first of all, praised the young man. She held out the item and said that it was a kind of nuclear bomb in the human world. If he rejected the offer, the kings would use it without delay. Subaru said he knew that. Safina continued to praise him, noting that he was not afraid, and began to negotiate. Considering that the boy would be present at the meeting of all the kings, Safina might consider his option. Vorden and Rui thought Safina had gone mad, starting such conversations with Subaru. However, the main problem was whether Subaru himself would be able to survive the upcoming trial. He glanced at the celestial clock. It was almost completely rebooted and glowed as usual. The update was almost complete. Finally, the loading of the celestial clock was complete. Suddenly, the sky was painted red with flames, and everything around them changed beyond recognition. Sayaka, Kalyan, and Subaru did not understand what was happening. An announcement informed them that humanity had been punished, and now people would have to endure the consequences, the disasters that had befallen them. Subaru watched the events unfold from the window with pain, and Queen Safina asked him what he was going to do next. Of course, for most people, everything that was happening was still too early, but as they say, what is. Decisions had to be made in the changed situation. Sakura, seeing the message, was simply stunned, deciding that someone was playing a joke on humanity. Shikishima, as usual, was irritated and angry. He couldn't believe his eyes. Subaru continued to analyze what was happening through the window. It was the very memory that the bracelet had shown. The young man couldn't even imagine that everything would happen simultaneously with the appearance of the three kings. The second disaster for humans was the appearance of a 6-star gate called the Butcher's Palace. These gates were the most difficult of all. They had to be cleared within a week, but they could not be blocked, and a maximum of 3 attempts at invasion were allowed. 6-star gates are 100 times more difficult than 5-star gates, and the long-term appearance of such gates throughout the city was part of the penalty. Safina said she was ready to give Subaru some advice. It was impossible for humans to clear these gates at the moment, and the deadline was 1 week. The meeting of all the kings would take place in 2 weeks, but now they were ready to give Subaru the power to clear the 6-star gates. The queen asked once again if the young man was sure he was ready to continue postponing his answer. Rui was delighted to realize that Safina had a backup plan and could show herself to the young man from both her good and bad sides. Subaru had to understand that stubbornness was pointless and that he had to make a choice. Subaru smiled at the guests and said that he would not choose and would not need the help of the three kings. He declared that the players would clear these gates on their own without a single sacrifice. The young man suggested that the kings simply watch the players. Vordon and Rui were discouraged and at a loss for words, but Safina understood what was happening. She became curious to see how people would cope with the task, given how impossible it seemed. Safina realized that Subaru was a much more interesting player than she had expected. He was truly worthy of becoming the future king. She confirmed that she would allow the young man to attend the meeting of all the kings and declared the discussions for the day to be over. Subaru, red and sweaty from the tension, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He had successfully passed the first calamity. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, Safina would immediately use the sacrifice. After that, the kings, satisfied that things weren't so bad for them after all, said goodbye to Subaru and left the room with their doors. Subaru lay on the bed in despair, pounding his fists on the pillows, unable to imagine how to deal with the new problems that had arisen. The young man could hardly recover from his conversation with the kings. It had been a terrible and stressful ordeal. Saya thanked the gentleman for his hard work. She didn't understand how the players would be able to clear the gate without casualties, because looking at the events at the 5-star gate, it seemed almost impossible. Subaru reassured her, saying that everything would be fine. Although it sounded implausible, Subaru claimed that he knew a player who could clear these gates. Saya and Kalyan couldn't believe their ears. The news reported that the largest gate in history would appear at an intersection in Tokyo tonight. This caused quite a stir. People, the press, and journalists gathered at the scene. The director of the Japanese Players Federation, Hizaki, said that this was the first 6-star difficulty gate in Japan. He announced that he was going to gather the top-ranked players and clear the gate as quickly as possible. At that time, Subaru was holding a meeting with his vassals, using the soul connection to convey his thoughts to them. Saya and Kalyan entered their lord's soul and saw the terrible images that Subaru was seeing. Kalyan was furious and didn't want to think about what was happening. He declared that he would never accept it. He began to call his master names, calling him a damn bastard, even though these were only memories from the future. Kalyan couldn't even look at the scene. It was disgusting to him. After calming down, he said that he now understood how Subaru had learned about the three kings and their meeting. Subaru asked if Kalyan had any idea where he could have met his future self. Kalyan replied that it happened in the sea of universal unconsciousness, where the ego disintegrates and the human soul returns. It was not only about their world, but also about the final stage of every soul in any world. Now thinking about it, Kalyan understood that the young man had dived in when his soul was on the verge of disintegration, and then returned. The king of the Northern Lights was the ruler of a very small country and was something of a mentor to Vanquish. but Kalyan could not explain more because of the protection. If Subaru received help from Aurora, then the King of the Northern Lights was on their side. There were two other reasons why Subaru wanted to participate in the meeting of kings. First, he wanted to avoid using the sacrifice. Second, he wanted to meet the King of Aurora and make him an ally. Subaru apologized to his vassals for showing them such an unpleasant future. He was still grieving over his failure to protect Taigga. Saya and Kalyan listened attentively to their lord and sincerely sympathized with him. There was no avoiding this ending. From the day Taigga stole the door, Subaru couldn't prevent events from unfolding, and this was truly the only path forward. But Subaru still doubted whether his choice was the right one. Vanquish told the young man to devote his entire life to finding the answer to that question. Now, Subaru considers those words to be very accurate and important to himself. That is why he does not want to make another mistake and cannot allow any of his friends and loved ones to die. Now, Subaru has come to the most important thing. He has asked his vassals to lend him their strength. Kalyan immediately agreed, and Sayaka shouted that her answer would always be the same. The girl knelt before her lord and said that as long as her soul existed, she would accompany and help Subaru wherever he went. She asked to be allowed to save the world from the disaster that was about to befall the people, so that everyone could be happy. Kalyan supported her and confirmed that he was going to say the same thing. Subaru thanked his vassals and said that inevitable fate had led them to these events. It was time to deal with the second disaster first and clear the 6-star gate without a single casualty. The vassals accepted their lord's words with joy and solemnity, ready to spring into action at any moment. Subaru wanted to quickly outline the situation for Yu and Shikishima, so he picked up his phone to contact them. But Kalyan snatched the phone from him, saying that the golden players were not on their side this time, so they didn't need to report anything. Night fell, and something unusual flew through the darkness above the forests and mountains. Kalyan described it to Subaru as if he were in a hammock with two vassals flying while holding him. He warned that the door owners were capable of picking up on every word and action of their subordinates. The Gold Knights, who had contacts with Shikishima, were subordinate to Queen Safina, so all plans would inevitably become known to her. The same applies to the Silver and Bronze Kings, so you cannot tell the players about the situation and ask for their help. Memories from the future must remain a secret between the three of you. Of course, Lord Vanquish, Miss Sayaka, and Hirosaka also know about them, because they can see Subaru. Kalyan suggested joining forces with the underworld and developing a plan of action for the near future. Subaru began to shout, addressing Vanquish. He has a plan that needs to be discussed. The young man decided that he needed to level up so that the Rainbow Gate would reappear and he could prevent disaster. Vanquish told him not to shout so loudly because he could hear his subordinate perfectly well, and Hirosaki and Sayaka's eardrums were already hurting. Subaru started shouting again, annoying everyone. Sayaka asked if they were really heading to the player who could clear the gate. Subaru confirmed that this was the case, even though there was nothing around but forests and mountains. Soon the company flew to the sea, and the morning sun illuminated everything around them. The sky above the mountains was magical. In the underworld at that time, Sayaka was actively fighting. She used sea glow and struck the Golden Knight. She was doing quite well and was pleased with her technique. Another knight was destroyed, and Sayaka stood satisfied. Two people watched her fight, Delta and Storm, who agreed that her subordinates were no match for Sayaka. Kilim considered them the best teachers for the girl. They let Sayaka take a break, saying that they would fight each other later. Today, the girl was determined to win. At that moment, Vanquish was with Hirosaka near the imprisoned criminal. The bleeding knight sat in front of Hirosaka with his head bowed and asked to be killed. Hirosaka said he would not kill him, but wanted the knight to become his teacher and teach him how to fight with swords. The knight refused to work with traitors and said that Hirosaka should kill him instead. But Hirosaka knelt before the strong man and said he wanted to be useful to his friends in the coming battle. Therefore, he sincerely asked the knight to train him. It turned out to be the knight from his door, Ludwig, with whom he had been associated for many years. On the seashore stood a silver-ranked player named Jinga. He had a paper bag over his head. The young man really liked dawn. With the sunrise, a new day began, and the boy received confirmation of his skills. Today he was standing on the water. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a stranger who said, "Today is a beautiful day," and greeted Jinga. Surprised, Jinga jumped back and asked who it was. Subaru introduced himself and said hello. Jinga said that he was a silver player and was checking to see if his abilities still worked. Subaru was surprised as to why he would need to check his abilities, But it turned out that Jinga's mysterious power could fail at the most crucial moment. Jinga had been a player for many years, but he still considered what was happening with the gates and abilities to be like a fairy tale. Subaru remembered the images of his friends' future deaths and thought that this was a horror movie, not a fairy tale. It would be nice if it all turned out to be fiction. Jinga asked why Subaru had come here and what he wanted. Subaru hoped that Jinga knew about the appearance of the six-star gate and wanted to borrow his power. He wanted Jinga to be the main attacker in the upcoming battle and defeat one of the three gate bosses. Jinga flatly refused, saying that Subaru had made it all up and that it was impossible. Subaru's vassals watched the conversation. They couldn't believe that a guy with a paper bag on his head could become an attacker to clear the gate. Kallian believed that this stranger did not look like a skilled player at all. Jinga couldn't believe his ears. The main attacker during a gate clearing should be a gold-ranked player. He didn't understand how Subaru knew about him, because Jinga was just an ordinary silver player who had never even fought a five-star boss. Subaru tried to calm him down, saying that everything was fine and that he was sure Jinga could handle it. But first he needed to pull himself together and listen carefully. Subaru confirmed that in this situation, Jinga really wasn't capable of handling the task yet. But when Jinga reached level 70, his next door would appear right in front of him. And the skills he would gain there would be perfect for clearing the six-star gate. It all sounded unbelievable, and Jinga didn't believe Subaru's words. He wondered who this person was and where he got his information about other people's skills, especially those that did not yet exist. It would be difficult to change Jinga's mind. Subaru suggested starting small, joining him to clear the five-star gate that would appear nearby in a few minutes. Once Jinga reached level 70, he would see that Subaru's words were true. Subaru understood that he remained very suspicious to Jinga, but at the same time, the only strange one was the one wearing a paper bag on his head. Jinga stated that it was his mask and he couldn't show his face to everyone. He also didn't understand how Subaru knew about the gate and where it would appear, since such gates rarely appeared outside of cities. Soon they would be able to see for themselves, and just then, a notification arrived about the appearance of a five-star gate nearby. Subaru said it was time to go, but Jinga was still too suspicious. Subaru explained that he had a kind of predictive skill. He could determine the difficulty, time of appearance, and location of the gate even when he was far away from it. Jinga still couldn't calm down. It seemed too suspicious to him. Subaru suspected that something was wrong with the young man, but Jinga said he had finished his doubts. After that, Jinga demanded that Subaru show his player registration card. Jinga promised that after checking it, he would go with Subaru to clear the gate. Subaru was very happy that he had been able to convince this suspicious stranger. Jinga looked at Subaru and thought he was strange, although he didn't understand why he had suddenly decided to go with him. At the same time, Subaru behaved naturally. He exuded an inexplicable despair that, regardless of his goal, could explain his strange behavior. Jinga still didn't believe he could help with the six-star gate, but he understood that by joining Subaru, he would find out for himself. He also wanted to clarify one thing. Jinga admitted that he was very skeptical and didn't trust anyone, so he would test Subaru while clearing the gate. Subaru immediately agreed, realizing that the player wanted to be sure about him and considered it quite normal. Subaru believed that if you just believed in someone, then together you could go through hell and back. Jinga was suspicious again. It was their first meeting and he didn't understand why Subaru was acting so familiar. Subaru apologized and agreed that he had been too open because it was dangerous. Thanks to the bracelet on his wrist, Subaru immediately felt a connection with this strange guy with a bag over his head. Subaru knew that in the future, Jinga would become his last friend and companion. Now Jinga is the most active player in the prefecture, and in the future, according to the King of Northern Shining, he will be famous as the man who came too late. He will shine, reaching level 70, possessing the strongest freezing skill. And now Subaru was inviting him on their first journey together. The city of Hitaki was famous for its wonderful scenery. It was a magical town, full of blooming, fragrant plants. Jinga said that they had come to one of the most beautiful flower parks, which was additionally illuminated at night during the autumn rose season, making it even more beautiful. He shared this with great pleasure. It was clear how much he loved his hometown. Subaru said that he was the first to reserve the gate, so they could go there right away. Subaru was already standing in front of the gate, but Sayaka looked worried. A monstrous tower rose in the middle of the park, and everyone understood that they would not allow the creatures from the underworld to trample on its beauty. The players stood on a hill and looked around. Jinga joked that the tower was full of roses. Of course, it looked grotesque because huge, monstrous worms were crawling out of the giant black flowers. Jinga did not hesitate and stepped onto the ground. The ground crunched under his feet, and he was sure that every flower could be frozen. The player activated his first skill, Ice Spear. The young man approached a huge worm that was trying to scare him with its screams. Jinga announced that he would freeze it to its core. After that, he used his second skill, Frost, and now everything around him was like a fairy tale ice palace. Jinga got carried away with the battle, and at some point the paper bag flew off his head. He looked coldly with his blue eyes and said that he would destroy the monster completely without hesitation. Jinga activated his third skill, Crystal Blade, and rushed to attack the monster. The monster, along with its vile flowers, was frozen and completely immobilized. Jinga quickly dealt with the monster, and immediately a notification appeared. His level had reached 68. The guy was clearly getting into it. He liked what he was doing and how well he was doing it. Jinga asked his partner what level he needed to reach now. Subaru also wanted to find the next rainbow door as quickly as possible, so he was going to give it his all. His right hand was like a divine chisel, and his left was a black katana. Jinga had ice skates on his feet and moved perfectly. Sayaka and Kallian watched him with admiration. The guy used his skills without unnecessary effort. Unlike the instant kill style of gold-ranked players, it was the refined style of a silver-ranked player with 5 years of experience. Convinced that he was not mistaken about Jinga, Subaru, armed with 2 swords, went into battle, intending to quickly finish the cleanup. A huge, monstrous flower monster towered over the player, but Jinga easily and quickly reached it in a single leap. A series of blows followed, and the monster was defeated. The battle was short but productive. Sayaka noticed the sword that reflected the soul. It had previously belonged to Taigga and was called the Black Katana Ignis. This sword embodied the power of the Dark Infant through Taigga's soul. With the help of black flames, it destroyed everything it touched and allowed its owner to teleport over short distances. Sayaka stepped forward, declaring that she too must be useful to her master, Subaru. During the battle against the Black Faction players, she achieved great heights thanks to the soul exchange with Sayaka. Now she could use the skills Blood Beast and Rumplay Lampley. Blood Beast summoned vampire-like creatures under Sayaka's control and made them fight on their mistress's side. Sayaka ordered the destruction of everything that opposed Lord Subaru, and the process began. Kallian noted the impressive skills and prepared to join the battle, thinking that these monster worms were out of luck today. Kallian used his skills, Dispersion and Corpse Fist. Thanks to the Absolute Void, Kallian cut through the worms like a scythe, leaving them no chance. Jinga noticed the new partners and decided that they were all quite competent, except for the guy with the eye patch, who seemed weak. He continued to watch and wondered, if Subaru had such strong companions, why did he need him? At that moment, a huge knight appeared near Jinga. He was about to strike, but Jinga managed to dodge at the last moment, throwing a huge chunk of ice instead of himself. Subaru noticed the fight and watched the outcome with excitement, worrying about Jinga's life. His worries proved to be in vain. The boy managed to escape thanks to his skates, which allowed him to maneuver quickly. The enemy proved too strong. It was the Knight of the Dark Rose. Jinga used his spear to strike. After striking with his ice spear, the boy launched several more attacks with his skates, causing discomfort to his opponent, but he was still far from victory. Jinga realized that the Knight of the Dark Rose had a solid shield that even the cold couldn't penetrate. At that moment, the enemy approached and struck Jinga with his shield. Jinga, struck on the head from above, collapsed to the ground, unable to defend himself. The young man lay on the ground, and the knight rushed toward him with his sword from above. It seemed that it was already impossible to save Jinga, but Jinga managed to create an icy wave and jump out from under the knight at the last moment. Even the Black Knight recognized Jinga's skill. He realized that he had to use all his strength and used Black Wind. In response, Jinga used Frost. The young man noted that everyone around him was using their skills as if it were natural. The Black Knight agreed that fighting with skills seemed too toy-like and proposed a fair one-on-one fight. He asked if his worthy opponent agreed to such a fight. Jinga smiled. The knight considered him worthy. He did not understand how this was possible in the modern monstrous world, where everyone lied and twisted the truth. At that moment, Jinga activated Frost. The young man was sure that the Knight of the Dark Rose was trying to distract him and attack him from behind. Jinga apologized to his opponent. He was extremely skeptical and didn't trust anyone, including the ideas of knightly values. Their battle was a battle for survival. That's all you need to know. The Dark Rose Knight died. The notification came instantly, but then a voice rang out. Now everything would be fair. The villain rushed at Jinga, and it could have ended badly. But Subaru was quick enough to respond to the attack. Jinga couldn't believe his eyes. Subaru had managed to react to the sudden attack. He warned his partner about the knight's powerful shield. It seemed that Subaru's attack would lead to nothing, as the knight hid behind his shield. But Subaru immediately activated Cutting Blade and rushed at the knight in a frontal attack. The young man added speed deterioration during the fall and completed the slashing blow. The knight's arm was severed along with his shield, but he was still able to parry the blow and activated Black Wind. The enemy was strong. Subaru was in no way inferior in strength and speed, striking with divine chisel. Jinga saw that his new friend was capable of instant counterattacks. It seemed that he was not a player, but a real monster. Subaru was genuinely impressed by the strength of the Black Rose Knight he had just fought. It was rare to meet such a strong fighter. The young man offered the knight a fair and honest fight, but at that moment, Jinga froze his opponent. The knight stared at Jinga in surprise. He had just been offered a fair fight. Subaru joked that they had a rule at school that the words fair and just were forbidden. Jinga approached the young man and asked what kind of joke it was, since he had just been talking about school. The guy immediately told Subaru not to dare copy him. Jinga had already tricked the Black Rose Knight once. After a brief discussion about who was better at deceiving opponents, Jinga offered to help Subaru crush the frozen knight. The knight began to gradually thaw and activate his attacks, but there was no point in being angry at him. The guys had tricked him. Subaru activated his full power. Jinga summoned his fourth skill, Cold Ballista. A few minutes later, the Black Rose Knight was completely defeated and lay broken before the players. Subaru turned to Jinga with a sincere, childlike smile and asked if he trusted him even a little. Jinga thought for a long time, pondering his answer. Finally, he said that for now, he was willing to trust Subaru. At that moment, both boys' statuses increased, and two doors appeared before them, the Rainbow Door and the Silver Door, respectively. Subaru suggested that Jinga not stray too far. They would soon have to go through the doors because as soon as Jinga reached level 70, another door would appear. The skill he would gain here would be perfect for clearing the 6-star gate, and sure enough, the Silver Door appeared in front of the player. Jinga stared at the door, repeating Subaru's words. This was the second time Subaru had confirmed his predictions of the future. Jinga wanted to know what else the guy knew. Subaru knew too much. One could say that he even knew how and when Jinga's life would end. The young man replied that the owner of the Silver Door would only convey the necessary information and that now was not the time to waste time on explanations. At that moment, green and red flashes appeared behind the players. Subaru explained that this was his vassals leveling up and that nothing unusual had happened. Sayaka and Kallian flew to their master and reported that they had completed their part of the task successfully. Kallian looked at Jing and said that, judging by his expression, he was clearly dissatisfied and stern. Sayaka thought that everything was happening exactly as it had in Subaru's memories. After the battle, a door appeared, which meant that the rest of the events were also true. Now the fate of the world would depend on the skill that this sullen and perpetually dissatisfied young man would master. Subaru wished Jinga good luck and said he was counting on him. Jinga admitted that he had begun to believe Subaru, especially about the doors, because it had already been confirmed in practice. He agreed to listen, but only about the doors for now. Subaru noted how distrustful this young man was. Jinga said that he was not going to help until he acquired the skill to clear the 6-star gate, so he would not make any promises in advance. Subaru assured him that he would acquire the skill as soon as he visited the Silver Door. Jinga looked closely at his interlocutor and decided that Subaru's eyes were filled with confidence. It must be hard to live as a person who never trusts anyone or anything. Jinga opened the door and said he would be back in a second. Subaru accompanied Jinga to the Silver Door and now had to go through the Rainbow Door himself. Sayaka sensed that her master was nervous, and Subaru confirmed that he was feeling slightly nervous. Kallian suggested that this was due to the knowledge he had received from the King of the Northern Lights. The test would most likely be very difficult. Sayaka looked at Subaru excitedly, waiting for confirmation. But Subaru did not answer, instead immediately entering the Rainbow Door. The bright blue sky surprised him. He was greeted by the one he had worked so hard for, Sayaka, who announced that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The girl was in a wonderful mood and waved happily at him. Subaru was relieved to see that Sayaka was alive and well. She was his first and only friend, and he remembered how he had lost her because of his own mistake. Now he was doing his best to make amends. Now Sayaka was standing in front of him, and Subaru couldn't say a word. He just looked into her eyes. Sayaka informed him that Vanquish had left on business, so that the friends could spend some time alone. He would return when the trial was over. Subaru guessed that Vanquish had deliberately left them alone. He began to relax and asked Sayaka who would be conducting the trial. Her instructions were similar to those for the battle with Kallian. It was necessary to act with a clear intention to win. Sayaka herself would conduct the trial, determined to achieve the best possible result. Subaru did not expect such a turn of events. On the one hand, a battle to the maximum, on the other, a test of his only friend. He realized that Sayaka would try to prove something, just as he himself had once done. Subaru agreed to a fair and as realistic a duel as possible. Sayaka thanked him for his understanding and immediately rushed into the attack, doing so very quickly with the help of the step skill. Subaru noted how much faster Sayaka had become, and now they were looking each other straight in the eye. The young man activated Shining Thunder. There was a loud bang, and he completely disappeared. Sayaka tried to determine where her opponent had gone, and soon heard his footsteps in the distance. Subaru realized that his opponent was now going to use her next skill, which would also be very active and fast. It was a short-range Ignis lunge and a lightning strike that Sayaka herself had used. The lightning strike had no effect on Subaru, as he had already used his defense. Now the attack shifted to Subaru. He prepared a blood manipulation to throw it at Sayaka. Subaru was able to land serious blows on his opponent, and Sayaka was annoyed that she did not know how to use blood skills like that. However, she had excellent lightning abilities, and the opponents fought almost equally. After one of the attacks, the sword received from Taigga was seriously damaged. Sayaka created a giant cloud of lightning, ready to strike her opponent. Subaru remembered how, not long ago, Sayaka had suggested that they become stronger together and become friends. He noted with satisfaction that the girl had indeed become stronger. The battle continued while Vanquish and Groma watched from afar. Sayaka was still too young, but Vanquish noted that she had become much stronger. He hadn't expected Kalim to train her so diligently. Keelim pretended that he didn't care about the praise, but in reality he was proud of his student. Later, Keelim couldn't help himself and told everyone how amazing Sayaka was. He was simply amazed by her motivation. She threw herself into all kinds of training, and Kalim wished her well with all his heart, hoping that her dreams would come true. No matter what happened, he was sure that Sayaka and Subaru would become stronger together. At that moment, the friends were relaxing on the sand and discussing the battle that had just taken place. Sayaka felt like she had lost too quickly. Subaru assured her that it was dangerous enough and asked Sayaka to stay close to him. The girl understood that he meant the time when it would be necessary to prevent disaster. She did not want to leave her friend because they had promised never to betray each other. Just like Subaru, who had remained loyal to Sayaka all this time and hoped to bring her back to life someday. Subaru understood that he was still the same friend with whom they had once decided to clear the gates and help each other. At that time, Jing was in his silver gate and faced the silver trial. An ice bird appeared before him, the owner of this gate, called the Secret of the Ice Wings. Jinga had already passed the trials and now looked at his hand, realizing that he had gained a new skill for battles in the 6-star gates. The skill was unusual. At first, it was unclear what Jinga was counting on. In his palm lay an ice 9, an ice ball. Subaru would have rested near Sayaka for a long time, but Vanquish approached him and asked if the guys had finished their business. He reported that Kalim had already left the area, but he had news for his friends. The Lord noted that his student had become stronger again, and that made him happy. Vanquish's power was synchronized with Subaru's, and soon the day would come when Vanquish would fully regain his powers. Vanquish said that he had died in the future that Subaru had recently seen. Now he wanted to hear a full and detailed account of everything the young man had seen in order to develop a joint strategy. A little time passed and the rainbow door opened again, revealing someone's foot on the threshold. Subaru stepped out, happy to be back with his friends, but what he saw surprised him. Everything around him was covered in ice. Beautiful roses and a garden with a wonderful frozen appearance. The Tower of Thorns, the 5-star gate. Everything was frozen. Subaru couldn't understand where everyone was or what had happened. His vassals flew up to him, fortunately alive and well, but they did not have time to report what had happened. Then the young man heard a voice. Subaru was too late. He recognized the voice. It was his new friend Jing. Jinga said that even considering that time flows more slowly inside the gates, it was clear that Subaru had been cooling off there for a long time. At that moment, a notification of victory over the boss arrived, and Jinga acknowledged that Subaru was right. The young man was convinced that his new skill, Ice 9, worked perfectly and was effective against 6-star gates. Confirmation. In a few minutes, the guy single-handedly destroyed the boss of the 5-star gate. It was a terrifying skill, but thanks to it, Jinga defeated the boss, completely cleared the Tower of Thorns, and raised his level. At that time, players gathered near the 6-star gate in Tokyo. They were all strong. Ryuji, a silver player, was skilled at healing. Yamada also belonged to one of the major gaming clubs. Kainen didn't look like a serious player at all because of her soft, pink, girlish hairstyle. Carlos Jose was very serious and looked like a real killer who always kept something with him. Shikishima thanked all the players for coming such a long way to get here. Naruse was a golden player. She was responsible for rural Japan, and now she really disliked the disgusting city air. Most likely it wasn't worth coming here. Fushigami also thought it best not to bring up the subject of air pollution, because as the person responsible for rural areas, he also found it difficult to breathe here. Narusa held Hirosaka's bracelet pendant in his hands and did not understand why he should protect Tokyo, where his master was no longer present. The players wanted to finish the cleanup as quickly as possible and go their separate ways. Shikishima was also saddened by Hirosaka's absence. He explained that these gates could not be closed due to a special rule. No one could freely enter or exit them. Unlike ordinary gates, the enemies were already rampaging inside, even though the players had not yet entered. This meant that they could not send a reconnaissance team there. In other words, they would enter without knowing anything. This particular gate is 10 times more difficult than a 5-star gate, so all players need to be even more careful. Narusa was stunned to hear this information. It turns out that the gate also has time limits. The more players chat at the gate, the more time they lose. The suggestion to simply wait for the time to end is not suitable, because in that case, the heavenly clock will take that time away from the inhabitants of Earth. She tapped Narusa on the head, saying she should have done it as soon as her limbs returned. Shikishima thanked Sakura for helping to bring order among the players. Sakura completely restored her limbs thanks to the skill that Fushigami brought her. In short, the players were not taking things seriously. They continued to chat about nonsense, even though the situation was dire. In the distance, a player named Miyu sat alone on a bench. She had been left on the bench in case someone from the attacking team got injured. Mia was a gold player who had come from America. She was upset that she hadn't been selected for the starting lineup. She had come to Japan at the worst possible time. But finally, 6-star goalkeepers had appeared in Japan. In America, gold-ranked players had gathered, but in the end, half of them had died. I wonder how many players will survive here. Just then, Subaru appeared with his team, and the players immediately thought that help had arrived. Everyone was happy and relieved to see him return. They understood that Subaru was their only hope at that moment. Shikishima immediately pounced on the guy and said that he had called him countless times. Subaru replied that he just had urgent business to attend to. Fushigami didn't know the newcomers. Naruse said that he was a player from Rainbow Door. Shikishima hoped that Subaru would accept his strategy, but as we remember, the young man returned from Vanquish with his own plan of action. Now it was necessary to resolve the situation somehow so that Shikishima wouldn't get too angry, although it was clear that this was almost impossible. Subaru turned to his friend and asked if Shikishima could leave the clearing of these gates to him. Subaru was definitely sure that victory at these gates was simply impossible for all the players present. To say that all the players were surprised would be an understatement. Even the vassals couldn't believe that their lord was talking such nonsense, planning to enter this gate alone. Shikishima thought that his comrade was not well and began to shake him. Hopefully, this would help bring his brain back into place. Naruse was very interested in this stranger with the rainbow door, and she began to approach him. It turns out that this player is stronger than all the gold-ranked players present, and he would be better off without them. Subaru began to justify himself, trying to tell Roos that he didn't want to offend them and that they shouldn't be upset about it. Kalyan got really heated. He said that everything was exactly as it seemed, and that Russ should listen carefully to what he had to say. All the players would just be a hindrance to Subaru, so they needed to get lost before they died. Naruse didn't want to put up with the insult. However, this was said to him by a man with a face like his beloved Hirosaki. Kalyan calmed down a little and thought that he had provoked Naruse in vain and caused him to fly into a rage. Now, Kalyan definitely wanted to take cover with Subaru's help. Naruse didn't stop. He activated the golden weapon skill and was about to finish off Kalyan, who moreover had borrowed Hirasaki's face. Shikishima tried to remind the player that according to the rules, players were not allowed to use skills outside the gate. But Naruse was already unstoppable. His rage had reached its peak, and he was ready to destroy everyone. Subaru calmed the player down in the next moment by punching him in the face with all his might. It was done lightning fast, quickly, and very powerfully. The blow not only broke through the asphalt, but also sent Naruse bouncing high into the air like a rubber ball, blood spurting from his throat. Everyone present grimaced, as if their teeth were clenched or they felt like they were being beaten. In this situation, Naruse looked like the victim. Subaru knew that this participant would be one of the first to die in this mission. Subaru immediately apologized to the player for hitting him so hard, but the young man shouldn't have let Naruse go into that building. The fact is that his death would put the players in an even more difficult position. Subaru didn't want to hurt anyone, but now the players would just get in the way, and he didn't want to lose them all. Subaru turned to the beaten man again and asked him to rest for a while and not interfere. It would be better if Subaru went to the 6-star gate with his team. Soon, all the players present realized that it was better not to argue with Subaru. Jinga watched these conversations with surprise. He didn't understand what was going on and why Subaru was acting this way. But then a gun was pointed at Subaru. Subaru was surrounded by weapons on all sides and was not allowed to move. Shikishima, who pointed his shooting finger at his friend, asked if Subaru understood what he was doing. Subaru watched his friends calmly, making no attempt to convince them of anything. Saya, like any vassal, could not stand by and watch her master being bullied, and was ready to pounce on the players. But she was held back by Kalyan, who decided to give them some time and not interfere with what was happening. Subaru explained to the players that Mr. Rus was going to use his skill in the middle of the city, so he stopped him. Naruse was very strong. Besides, he was furious and wouldn't listen to anyone, so they decided to knock the player out with one blow. Fushigami confirmed that he was going to do the same, but he was literally a second too late. But what surprised the blonde man was the fact that Subaru knew Naruse's character and habits very well, even though he was seeing him for the first time. Shikishima wanted to hear the truth in response to this question. Where did Subaru get such an assumption? After that, Shikishima announced that there was now a player named Jinga near Subaru who specialized in ice skills. Jinga was surprised that information about him was known, despite the fact that he was walking around in a bag. Shikishima continued to analyze the situation. He said that Jinga's presence meant that Subaru had formed a team based on synergy. Shikishima suggested that Subaru had some information about these gates. Subaru had assumed as much. Someone smart would figure out his plan and tactics. Subaru remained silent. He couldn't say anything so that the information wouldn't become available to the three kings. Shikishima hoped, and that meant the young man simply couldn't tell them. Subaru felt genuine relief when his friend figured it all out on his own. Subaru shouted at Shikishima to stop voicing all kinds of theories and just believe that it would be better and necessary. Shikishima, of course, along with the other players, did not want to betray Subaru. Perhaps he guessed the real reason why it was not worth talking about everything out loud. Most likely, Subaru and his assistants had contacted the underground world and obtained some information from there. Shikishima still couldn't calm down and asked to ask one more, final question. Well, at least he really hoped it would be the last question. Shikishima asked how the players could help Subaru in this situation. Subaru replied that there was nothing they could do to help. The players had only 3 attempts to pass through the gate. Subaru wanted to use only 1 attempt, during which he would go in without the players. Shikishima understood that there were several bosses inside that needed to be defeated. In addition, there were only 3 attempts. Of course, this was a very difficult task. Shikishima turned to the players and asked them to lower their weapons and leave everything to Subaru. He hoped there would be no objections. However, Sakura intervened, saying that he shouldn't act like a commander. But if Shikishima was fine with it, then she was fine with it too. The other players confirmed that since the boss said so, they would not object either. Ryuji didn't quite understand what the conversation was about. But if the senior players were fine with it, then so was he. Sakura wished Subaru luck and said she was counting on him. But then a wild scream rang out. Naruse had come to his senses and was now demanding that no one joke with him. Naruse was still furious and didn't hear a word, paying no attention to anything. Naruse addressed the players with a wild cry, saying that they must all be crazy. How could they believe someone who talked about everything so easily and simply. Shikishima said that it was because Subaru had always risked his life and fought to protect his friends. Moreover, he had always won. Shikishima reminded them that the punishment for activating the skill in the middle of the city would be revoked because he had been stopped before using it. Naruse would be better off calming down now and not interfering with what was happening. Shikishima stayed behind to smooth over any conflicts and confusing situations that might arise. Subaru was ready to go inside the 6-star gate with his team. Even approaching the gate, it was already clear that something terrible was happening inside. The gate was red hot. As soon as the doors opened, a gust of wind swept over the players, literally burning everything. Subaru had almost entered the gate when Naruse called out to him and said that he did not recognize Subaru's authority. But Subaru did not argue with him, simply replying that as soon as he returned, they would definitely discuss everything. Subaru apologized again, saying he was sorry he had to hit the player, and the door slammed shut. Naruse couldn't find the words to comment on what was happening. Only 4 people entered the gate. They were clearly crazy. Miss Mira was also seriously upset. She shouted that they were just mocking her here. In Los Angeles, 30 gold-ranked players entered the same gate, but only 15 returned. Why did the Japanese players allow their comrades to die in vain? After all, this place was a real hell on earth. The Butcher's Palace was divided into 3 zones, each of which was a space with its own villains. The first was called the Flaming Garden and began immediately after the gate. The entire space beyond the gate was engulfed in flames. It wasn't just something burning quietly somewhere. Absolutely everything was burning. The minimum temperature there was around 300 degrees. Everything was engulfed in flames, the ground, the locks, the plants. The source of the heat that turned everything around into a hell covered in fire was the boss of the first zone, called the Flaming Lambda. At the transition to the second zone was a hero emitter using light waves. The boss of the second zone, Radio Dragon Carcinus. There were constant clashes between these 2 bosses over spheres of influence and the boundaries of the zones within the gates. Other creatures from the underworld could not live in these 2 zones because as soon as they appeared, the bosses completely occupied them. And thanks to the fire and light waves, anything that stepped on their territory died instantly. Subaru possessed memories of the future given to him by the King of the Northern Lights, and it was a memory of the tragedy in the first part of the 6-star gate. This tragedy must never be repeated. The first assault group led by Shikishima entered the 6-star gate, and they were immediately confronted with insane temperatures. The players couldn't breathe. The room was filled with air hotter than the temperature of combustion. The players began to melt before their eyes, and their lungs shrank and shriveled within a minute. No one could survive in this scorching hell. Udo, trying to cover his eyes and face from the scorching fire, turned to the commander, who had to decide what to do. Shikishima also did not expect such a turn of events, and in such a serious situation, he immediately turned to Subaru for help. The young man couldn't even use his blood skill because the blood burned up immediately and didn't obey him. For a while, the blood manipulation was enough to create a small dome over the team of players, but decisions had to be made very quickly. Inside the dome, the players breathed a sigh of relief because at last they could breathe deeply without fear that their lungs would dry up at any moment. Subaru used his skill to convert mana into blood, which allowed him to withstand the external heat for a while, so the players could at least breathe. However, the blood began to evaporate as soon as Subaru released it. The dome would last for about an hour at most, provided that the young man did not fight and use mana for anything else. First, Ruji called on all the players to come closer to him so that he could heal them and their burns at least a little. Subaru suddenly felt the temperature of his skill's blood begin to rise very quickly. There was absolutely no explanation for this, but it turned out that the blood dome had been attacked. Naruse was in a semi-conscious state. He didn't understand what was happening or why it was so hot here. The player looked at his hand, which was shaking and trembling, and couldn't figure out what was going on. At that moment, Naruse sensed danger approaching and managed to warn the players. Only a minute had passed since the players entered the gate, and the boss had already appeared, because an invasion had been made against him. Shikishima understood that the temperature was rising only because the Lord was coming closer to them. This heat was not related to the environment of the hall. The source of such incredible heat was the body heat of the burning Lambda. This boss was so powerful that he turned this place into hell. He didn't even need to do anything. It was enough just to move around his area. That alone was enough to burn everything around them. Compared to the 5-star gates, it was truly a different level. Without Subaru's skill, the players would have died long ago, and now they were falling behind significantly in both defense and attack skills. Shikishima quickly analyzed the situation and made the best decision. The player used a skill called Sulfur Rain and unleashed it on the boss's head. Fushigami wanted to attack right away, taking advantage of this Sulfur Rain. Shikishima ordered all players to retreat immediately while they had the chance. Subaru was also very surprised to hear the order to retreat. Naruse believed that they only had 3 attempts to clear this gate, and they couldn't miss their chance. Shikishima considered this attempt valuable, but Subaru couldn't leave the dome, and the players had no choice but to retreat and try again. Udo asked which player would be the last to leave the gate. Subaru volunteered to do it himself. He was going to support the dome until the very end, until all the players could leave the area. Shikishima confirmed this plan and once again ordered everyone present to retreat. At that moment, one of the players approached Subaru and said that they were all counting on him. The next moment, Kallian was pierced by a fiery spear, thus covering his master's body. The boss's huge paw grabbed the boy by the head with its burning hand and completely incinerated it. The boss immediately noticed how quickly the man burned. He understood what it was like to be unable to breathe in his zone. But that was fine, because the boss had no intention of leaving anyone alive. He immediately threw away the burnt player's skull and directed his fiery flames at his next victim. Shikishima yelled at the boss not to do that and to leave his players alone. But there was absolutely no one to talk to. Burning Lambda was unshakable and methodically began to destroy the next player. And now Fushigami's body was burned through, as if it were not a human being, but a paper doll. The boss was clearly enjoying himself. He announced to the players that their levels were too low and they had absolutely no chance. Any skills they had against him were completely useless. Sakura wanted to do something. She rose above the boss and was about to launch her lightning bolts at him. The girl was going to avenge her slain comrades and fired 3 volleys that were supposed to tear her opponent to shreds. But the boss didn't even feel any damage. He just laughed out loud at the player's weak attempts. Sakura couldn't stop now, because she still had the golden chain in reserve. The girl pumped more and more energy into the chain, preparing to strike the boss with it. Shikishima was furious because he had ordered the players to retreat. If they all died now, he would be left all alone. The players understood their commander's righteous anger, but at the same time, someone had to stay and try to deal with this boss. They decided to do it themselves, but in the next moment, someone's strong hands grabbed them by the head. Naruse, in order to save her friends, threw them towards the gate and told the players to hurry up and leave this place. Everyone looked at their comrade in horror, realizing that this was Naruse's last moment. Naruse said that without the golden players, it would be impossible to fight in future battles, so they must be saved at all costs. Naruse also understood that humanity would not survive without Subaru, so he followed him through the gate. After that, Naruse moved towards the monster, saying that he wanted to take revenge on this guy. Subaru tried to bring him back, but Naruse refused. He said he wouldn't allow it, and now he just thought about what Mr. Hirosaka would do in his situation. Everyone knew that Hirosaka was willing to sacrifice his life for his comrades, so Naruse would do the same. Naruse decided to stay until the end and activated his 5th skill, called 100 Hands, or preparing to fight the boss. If you combine this skill with your arsenal, you can summon fewer hands, but they will be much stronger and more powerful. The boss immediately greeted his opponent and said he was impressed by his spirit. The monster introduced himself as Blazing Lambda, and now some kind of battle was about to take place between them. Flaming Lambda was going to show respect, and was therefore ready to give his all in the upcoming battle. Subaru had not yet left the area, but Naruse yelled at him to get out of there quickly and prepare to defeat his opponent next time. Naruse was counting on Subaru and wanted the young man to survive. Thus passed the player's first attack on the 6-star gate. 3 players were dead. During the second attempt, 2 more players died, but now it was time to return to the current world, to the current version of Subaru and his team. Only a minute had passed since they entered the gate. It was the same amount of time as in his memory. Soon the players saw a glow approaching in the sky. Subaru knew that the boss was coming. Flaming Lambda approached the players and was surprised that only 4 guests had arrived today. Subaru addressed the boss personally, saying that this time he would defeat Blazing Lambda on his first try and would not sacrifice any of his comrades. Flaming Lambda belonged to the spirit race, and its level was completely unknown. In the 6-star gate, its very existence had the same effect as a fire attack. The boss had a number of permanent resistances: immunity to fire, frost, and explosions, as well as resistance to physical and divine force. It was boring in the Lambda Gate, so her usual entertainment was playing games with the Dragon of Light. The Dragon of Light, who burned everything with his pulses, also enjoyed participating in these constant sparring matches. Lambda was going to destroy or incinerate her opponent every day, although she actually understood that without the dragon she would die of boredom. But at the same time, the Flaming Lambda participated in the battle every time as if her life or death really depended on it. The dragon was already tired of these games. He didn't know how much longer he would have to entertain Lambda with this stupid slaughter. But finally, the senseless fight could be interrupted because players entered the gate. This was excellent news. Lambda sensed them too. It was surprising to note that these players had lasted longer than 10 seconds in her zone. It was decided to interrupt their mother, because it had been a long time since Blazing Lambda had had any prey from the outside world. But he promised to return soon. The dragon was very jealous of his neighbor, because he also wanted to play with the intruders. He secretly hoped that Lambda would be defeated. But Lambda suggested not to hope for a miracle, but rather to fight him inside. The dragon returned to his half of the zone and prepared himself. Suddenly, one of the players would fall to him. The third zone of these gates was an area called the Audience Hall. Inside the room was a throne, on which sat the boss of this hall. It was the former commander of the Golden Knights, the slayer of demonic creatures, Ilek. The players were still standing near the gate, looking around. They were surprised that the temperature around them was so high and everything was on fire. Of course, they were in a wonderful and comfortable state because they felt absolutely no discomfort, and the bloody armor had high-quality, heat-resistant characteristics. The equipment was completely heat-resistant and created by Subaru. It came from his memories of his past defeat. The equipment ensured constant circulation of fresh blood and had a cooling effect. Its only drawback was the time limit on its use. It turned out that Subaru could only maintain the equipment for 10 minutes, but Subaru was sure that this time would be more than enough. Kalyan also understood that they wouldn't need the full 10 minutes. If they didn't figure it out in 3, they would fail and die. Subaru knew that the enemy was significantly superior, so the players had only one chance. The battle had to end instantly, and that instantly depended entirely on one skill. Subaru warned his companions that the temperature inside their suits was rising and that they needed to increase their blood flow to cool them down. That meant a minute had passed since they entered. Fiery Lambda was approaching, and the players knew they had only one chance. Subaru told Jing not to use any mana until he gave the signal. Fiery flew toward the players but hovered above them to examine his next victims. Everyone stood more or less calmly, unaffected by its heat, except for one player. It was Jinga, and he felt an eerie pressure inside. Of course, Subaru had warned him about this, but the reality was incomparably stronger. Kalyan looked at his opponent and realized that in this borrowed body, he had no chance of defeating such a monster. That was why Subaru had devised his plan, which the whole team now had to follow. Fiery Lambda immediately realized that the players were up to something. They were standing too calmly as he approached. But the boss didn't have time to launch his attack to test the player's level before one of the guys fell to his knees and began begging Mr. Lambda. Immediately, another player also fell to his knees, sobbing bitterly, tears streaming down his face, and begging him to wait a minute. Kneeling, the players wept and begged him not to kill them right away, but to give them at least a little time to talk. They wanted to make sure that it was really Flaming Lambda in front of them, and not some kind of fake. The players were ready to welcome the great warrior from the land of red copper. 2 players claimed that although they came from the world of humans, they were actually from another world. The guys no longer knew what nonsense to spout. Fiery Lambda didn't understand anything and looked on, not knowing what to do with these idiots. The one-eyed, green-haired players said that they had brought valuable information about the Lambda brothers. They were talking about Messrs. Kalim and Delta, and the players knew where to find these brothers. This information greatly interested Lambda because he had not heard from his relatives for quite some time. Everything was going well, and the guys realized they had found a client. On the eve of the battle, Subaru outlined his plan to his vassals and recounted all of the Northern Shining King's memories of the 6-star battle. The marriage was capable of instantly killing gold players. Sayaka couldn't even imagine how they would fight him. But Subaru laid out his plan, and Kalyan didn't think it would work. Kalyan wanted to know why they weren't in that first battle Subaru talked about. Kalyan believed that Subaru didn't take them with him because he was afraid they would damage Sayaka and Hirasaki's bodies. Kalyan was furious and even ready to raise his hand against his master. Kalyan grabbed Subaru by the shirt and said that his kin weren't there to be babysat. This also applied to Sayaka and Hirasaki. The young man should trust them more because they were true loyal comrades. Subaru apologized and said it would never happen again. Kalyan accepted his apology and agreed to let Subaru use him because he had already fought Flame Lambda in the underworld once before. And now Kalyan was sure that he could kill her, no matter what method he had to use. Flaming Lambda moved even closer to the players, and they felt very heavy and hot. But Flame Lambda wanted to know for sure, were his brothers still alive? Monsters always get emotional when it comes to their brothers. Kalyan began to giggle like an idiot again, and said that it was very convenient that the boss himself had come to them, because with such enormous physical strength, the players would melt and would not have time to reveal any information. At that moment, the third player was already suffocating and thought he would die if he didn't cool down immediately, and then the information about his brothers would die with him. Fiery Lambda immediately activated his built-in burner, and the first zone was immediately cleared of flames. The blue sky shone overhead. As soon as the players felt better, the monster immediately demanded information about the whereabouts of his brothers, and also wanted to know how they were feeling and what condition they were in. Kalyan confirmed that the guys were safe and sound, and that they had a player who had brought information from these monsters. That player was Jing, who now became the focus of Flaming Lambda's attention. Kalyan said that this player could not fly, but had a skill that allowed him to show the memories of anyone he touched. Therefore, Flame Lambda had to touch this player and obtain information about his brothers. Kalyan asked Jinga for permission for the boss of this territory to touch him and receive the transmitted messages. Jinga said almost nothing. He silently and humbly made it clear that the boss could touch him. As soon as this touch occurred, a special skill called Ice 9 had to be activated. This skill had strict conditions. It worked within a range of no more than 5 centimeters and consumed all of the player's mana. It was a forbidden technique that guaranteed death upon contact, and it was this technique that Ying was now using on Flame Lambda. When Jinga passed the silver trial, the doorkeeper approached him and gave him a new skill that would allow him to defeat the 6-star boss. For a long time, the young man couldn't understand what kind of skill it was. The owner of the silver door, Arcane, named Icewing, undertook to explain the principle of the skill to the young man. It also turned out to be a good opportunity to talk, presenting it as an explanation of the skill. Icewing rarely opened his mouth. He said that many years ago, a certain problem arose in the underground world. The king of the once great land was killed by a single revolutionary. At that moment, it became clear that the story would be a long one. This revolutionary united the remnants of many small countries that had been broken up by large states and became their king. Over time, he began to pose an increasing threat to large states. His name was Vanquish, and he was able to cross the boundary between life and death. The king of rainbows and harbinger of a new era, with the help of his powers and the 6 kings who accompanied him, he defeated all monsters and beasts. He was incredibly strong, and his power made the rulers of large states and all kinds of monsters tremble. Jinga thought about Rainbow and did not understand what he had to do with it. Arkan tried to tell the story from the beginning, but he had to stop at the Ice 9. This unmatched skill was created by Arcane himself to destroy Vanquisher on the orders of the Silver King. The skill was extremely powerful, and under no circumstances could it be used outside the gate. Otherwise, this world would perish unless the player did it correctly. And now, Flaming Lambda stood before the young man who was supposed to activate the Ice 9. Jinga apologized to Arcane in advance, but said that he would still use this skill against the monstrous 6-star boss. Besides, it was useful to check whether this perfect masterpiece would hold up. Jinga moved his hand toward the boss, ostensibly to convey information about his brothers. Everyone froze in anticipation of the effect. But then Lambda stopped the young man and demanded that the player tell him where his brothers were. He didn't understand why he would use some incomprehensible skill. Kalyan got out of it by saying that there were no names in the player's memories, only a map, and therefore Lambda himself would be able to see everything better than if he were told and explained something. The monster had no counter-arguments to this, and he began to move his finger closer to Kalyan's head. As the finger approached, Lambda said that he was beginning to feel uneasy about the player's lack of doubt. He was similar to those who had once killed them in the underground world. Lambda noted that at first the players were weaker than them, But over time, they became stronger thanks to techniques that could rival even those who surpassed them. Suddenly, Lambda remembered that he had once underestimated such opponents, and they had plotted treacherously against him, and one had even killed Lambda. It was a scoundrel named Vanquish. Lambda would never forget him, nor any of his kin. These memories caused Flaming Lambda to envelop himself in fire again out of anger. Kalion did not expect this villain to remember such information, despite his anger, and it did not bode well. Kalion turned his gaze to Jinga and told the paper bag not to screw up, because he was only bluffing once. Jinga, without saying a word, made it clear that he was ready and would play his part as agreed. Subaru had already prepared his sword and was standing aside, watching what was happening. Subaru took advantage of the migration effect and quietly moved behind the monster. Fiery Lambda noticed the player's rapid movement and teleportation and did not understand why the players were approaching instead of retreating. Were they really counting on close combat? Only true fools would want to engage in close combat with a mass of fiery heat. His warrior instinct demanded that he kill the enemy as quickly as possible. It was clear that Kalion was putting a lot of effort into withstanding the heat. Be that as it may, the players forced Flame Lambda to make a mistake, to miss an attack from behind and try to finish off Kalion with a single blow. At some point, Flame Lambda realized that in his desire to kill two players at once, he had unconsciously fallen a couple of steps behind. From that moment on, regardless of his actions, Subaru's attack was bound to be faster than his own. On top of that, there was another miscalculation that led to an unexpected turn in the battle. That miscalculation was the unexpected presence of someone who should never have been there. The existence of a formidable enemy who had already killed him once in the underworld threw Flame Lambda off balance. The skilled fighter Kalion was no longer going to hide. The monster was attacked from two sides by Subaru and Kalion's forces. They inflicted serious damage on the enemy, using the skills of superior assassins. Flame Lambda immediately realized that the players were from the Rainbow Country. The players struck a blow in exchange for their own bodies. It was an incredible feat to stop the villain for at least a moment, but it wasn't enough. With that level of attack, no matter how hard they tried, Lambda would not fall. But now it was his turn to act, and he was going to incinerate everything, leaving no trace. However, at that moment, the player's hand rested on his chest. Lambda stood paralyzed, not understanding what was happening to him. Jinga understood that his comrades were risking their lives to give him a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Therefore, the player was not going to miss this opportunity. And in the next moment, the Ice 9 was activated. The heat emanating from Flaming Lambda was so powerful that even the young man's fingers were melting. Everyone present froze in anticipation. They hoped that the enemy had been caught, but it soon became clear that it was not so easy and simple. It turned out that Flame Lambda was immune to freezing, all kinds of explosions, and even poisons. It was impossible to defeat him this way, but excessive self-confidence always leads to disaster, and Ice 9 was not actually a freezing skill. Fiery Lambda was already seriously angry. He was burning everything around him with fire, preparing to incinerate his opponents. But then the monster felt himself begin to freeze. The beast did not understand how this could have happened. After all, it always emerged victorious from battles and could handle absolutely anything with fire, and it couldn't and shouldn't freeze. Fiery Lambda knew that this skill couldn't affect him, but for some reason it worked, and in the end, the monster froze. By this point, Jing was completely exhausted, because using this skill had completely drained his mana. Sayaka supported her comrade. It turned out that the Ice 9 did not freeze. It simply turned everything into ice. There is a skill called petrification. There are several ways to activate it. It can be eye contact or touch, but it literally turns the target into stone. And now the Ice 9 was just a variation of petrification. It was a transformation skill capable of turning the target into ice. Resistance to freezing was completely ineffective against this skill. If the ice was set on fire, it would simply turn into water along with the body. Fiery Lambda realized that things were bad. He didn't understand this skill, and the effect didn't stop despite the fire. Even the flames that Lambda released turned into ice, freezing everything around and leaving the monster no chance. The players had to take flight. Sayaka supported Jing on her arms. Jinga said that this effect would pursue the monster and every part of it until it was completely destroyed. The Ice 9 would not let it escape. Soon, even Flaming Lambda himself realized that things were bad for him. He couldn't overcome this skill, and soon the boss turned into an ice flow. The players watched with interest, and Jinga was especially proud and pleased. His arcane admitted that he, in turn, had been sealed in the door for creating this skill because it was too powerful, and now he was completely cut off from the world. He was upset that his invention and the fruit of his long research were not being used anywhere. So he asked Jing to activate the Ice 9 skill on his behalf. Jinga was happy that the skill worked perfectly, and he was sure that Arcane would have been happy too. The players said goodbye to Flaming Lambda, because soon there would be no need to watch her anymore. But suddenly Jinga's face was covered with bloody spots and blisters, as if from a burn. Blood spurted from his throat. It was unclear how this happened, but Flaming Lambda broke free from the ice and blazed with bright flames once again. Lambda called the players fools and said that he had finally understood the essence of this skill. They wanted to turn him into ice, but if even a part of his body remained, it didn't matter. So that the players would stop underestimating him, they would now burn to ashes because his anger and rage knew no bounds. Fiery Lambda rushed into the attack, blazing with fire, but suddenly everything around him was covered in ice. In a few moments, the monster fell to the ground, which was frozen and snow-covered, and his body was covered in ice again. Jinga, who had been held on Sayaka's wings all this time, shouted that the Ice 9 should not be underestimated. This skill was called a perfect masterpiece, and someone as stubborn and distrustful as Jinga himself had invented it. And now Jinga claimed that it was impossible to escape from this skill. Sayaka, looking at her ward, ordered him to stop talking, otherwise he would lose consciousness. The girl turned to Subaru and Kallian, warning them that she was leaving Flame Lambda in their care, while she took Jinga to a safe place. Flaming Lambda was very weakened. He was exhausted from constant destruction and restoration. So before Jinga died, Subaru had to destroy this boss. Fiery Lambda continued to resist, waiting and simultaneously attacking with fire from both sides of the players attacking him. Kallian had already waited long enough and entered the battle with great enthusiasm, using his skills. Subaru simply delivered powerful blows with his fists, using his enhancement and the effect of cursed blood. Soon only part of Flame Lambda's body remained, but he still continued to yell about how the players dared to treat him this way. Lambda's body was gradually turning to ice. He immediately used his flames, and 2 players were hitting him almost constantly. Finally, it began to seem to everyone that Flame Lambda would indeed perish. The monster also realized that this was the end. He had been deceived using his brothers and ultimately defeated. This caused great disappointment. Subaru apologized for manipulating his brothers' names, but said that he actually knew where they were. When Flame Lambda was freed from these gates, he needed to go to the Sea of Shining. Both of his brothers are there now. Lambda didn't know if he should trust this player now. He wasn't sure. But then an announcement sounded in the battle, informing everyone that the god had been defeated. Subaru remembered that these guys knew how to act, so it wasn't worth relaxing. However, it soon became clear that this time there would be no resurrection. Kallian carefully studied the statistics and was amazed by what he saw. It turned out that the resurrection skill had been cancelled by the Ice 9 effect. This skill was indeed very powerful. It could even prevent resurrection. Everyone present agreed that it was truly a unique thing, preventing enemies from escaping and not allowing them to return. The entire area around his brother was covered with a thick layer of ice. It was very unexpected. This was the conclusion reached by the Flying Dragon, who saw that the players had defeated Flame Lambda and had now moved into his zone. The boss of this zone was the Shining Dragon Carinus, who had not fought anyone for a long time. He looked at the players with interest and, of course, wanted to know how everything went and how they dealt with his fiery neighbor. Subaru watched this dragon closely, feeling no joy whatsoever and realizing that his opponent was also very serious. Carinus warned that as soon as the players stepped onto his territory, he would destroy them all with the most powerful light wave they had ever seen. At that moment, part of the 6-star gate in the city began to crack. It was unclear what was happening there. The players did not disperse to their homes in other locations. They sat right on the asphalt, waiting for their comrades. Shikishima understood that he needed to support his friends. He tried to say that it was better to go and distract themselves than to waste energy worrying. Besides, the players had only entered the gate a few minutes ago, but the guys didn't listen to his reassurances. They knew that Shikishima was also worried. In any case, Shikishima suggested moving away from there, because it was unclear how much time it would take to clear the area. Shikishima believed that rest was an essential part of preparing for unforeseen circumstances, but suddenly they heard footsteps behind them. And the whole group, led by Subaru, safe and sound, appeared on the streets of the city. They announced that the first zone had been cleared. The players' levels had risen significantly, and Subaru didn't understand why everyone was sitting there. Jinga had also become much stronger, but his physical condition did not allow him to rejoice yet. He approached the American girl and asked her, covering his face with his hands, if she happened to have a paper bag. The beauty didn't have a paper bag, but she offered the guy a cap and said that there was no need to hide his face. However, Jinga did not listen to her persuasion and pulled the cap tightly over his eyes. The guy believed that no one in Tokyo would care about him if he showed his face. Some kind of inner childhood complexes were clearly evident. Shikishima asked if everything was okay, if anyone was hurt, but Kalyan said, "Have you become completely stupid or blind that you can't see everything for yourself?" Subaru was about to tell Shikishima how everything went, but then someone called his name. Naruse couldn't understand what had happened. How a player had flown in, entered the gate, and playfully dealt with the boss in just a few minutes. It probably wasn't that difficult, so he left all the players outside, and because of him, they lost a valuable attempt. But then Subaru took Naruse's hands in his and remembered how this player had sacrificed his life for him last time. Subaru said that he did exactly as Naruse had told him to do. Naruse couldn't understand what was going on when he had said that and what was wrong with this guy, why he was crying. Subaru continued to say that he didn't want Naruse's sacrifice to be in vain, and he really didn't let that happen. At that moment, Kalyan hit him on the head and told Subaru not to talk to those who had no memories. Subaru suddenly realized that he had indeed embarrassed Naruse with his chatter, and now Naruse was demanding an explanation. Kalyan asked the healers to treat their boss. Subaru confirmed that he had dealt with one of the 6-star bosses. And then it finally dawned on all the players that Subaru and company had not only returned from the brother, but had also killed one of the 6-star bosses. Of course, it sounded like complete nonsense and lies, but it was true, and now everyone's hair stood on end in surprise everywhere. The players knew that the boss was dozens of times stronger than a 5-star boss, and even in theory, it was practically impossible to defeat him. But at that very moment, notifications confirmed that one of the bosses had been defeated and only 2 remained. So the players had really done it. Kalyan's beautiful torso, don't get any ideas, she was just healing him, asked, "Who are these people? They're so..." Kalyan replied modestly. He said they were a team of future kings. Yamada, as expected, still couldn't believe it all. Everyone knew how strong 5-star bosses were, so it was hard to comprehend that they could defeat a 6-star boss. Subaru explained that they had to rely entirely on Jing's skill. It was indeed a very powerful skill, whose touch guaranteed instant death. Yamada realized that this was excellent news. It meant that if they gathered a party and put Jing in the middle, they could defeat all the remaining bosses. Jinga was still exhausted. He considered this option and said that he didn't think it was possible to do in practice. After all, the Ice 9 was activated by touch, so it was unlikely that it would be possible to touch everyone at once. In addition, the boss of the next zone was a flying dragon, so it was unclear how to make it touch and land. All the players listened spellbound to Jingi's story. They admired him greatly, although the fact that it was impossible to defeat everyone at once upset them. Everyone was very excited and happy that some of the difficult tasks had already been solved. The players joked among themselves and planned which of them would go to fight the next boss. Subaru didn't see the flying dragon as a big problem. He believed that the one who came after the dragon would pose a greater challenge. They needed to figure out a way to deal with Ilak. Shikishima, like all the players, stopped laughing, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and asked his friend, "Do the players even have a chance?" Subaru honestly admitted that the chances were extremely slim, but still possible. To avoid further confusion, Shikishima handed over control and the entire team to Subaru. Subaru could now choose the participants, give them orders, and say whatever he needed to say. Shikishima confirmed on behalf of all the players that they were ready to obey him for the sake of this goal. This statement alarmed some players, as Subaru was still a novice who had only been playing for a couple of months. However, the players understood that if the always cautious and scrupulous Shikishima trusted this guy, then he could be trusted. Subaru addressed the players he was unfamiliar with, introduced himself again, thanked them for their trust, and took command of the players from Shikishima. Sakura remembered that when she first met the young man, when he had just appeared, she immediately sensed his unusual aura. However, Sakura could never have imagined that Shikishima would hand over command to him so soon. Sakura asked her friend why he looked so pleased. Shikishima said that all the players had been fighting non-stop for 8 years, waiting for the next one to shine. And now looking at Subaru, they could be completely calm and step aside for a moment to catch their breath. At that moment, Subaru addressed all the players present and called on them to listen to his first order. He announced that the 6-star gate had appeared the night before, and now less than a day had passed since its appearance. Therefore, there were just over 6 days left to clear everything else. Subaru told the players that this time they would all split up, and each group would receive their own tasks. The players' faces stretched in surprise. Subaru believed that this way they would be better prepared and could think through their tactics and how to conduct the battle. Standing in front of the 6-star gate, the players decided the fate of humanity. At one point, it seemed that they had no chance at all. Already on his way back in the car, Kalyan was laughing about how the players' faces stretched when they heard they would have to split up. Subaru had to quickly explain that this didn't mean they were breaking up. It meant that they all needed to step up and level up before next Tuesday. Subaru agreed that he was rather tongue-tied and not very good at explaining things. Saya had always loved and admired her master, so she tried to calm him down by saying that everyone had flaws. But Subaru understood that the situation was so dire that even Saya couldn't support him. So he decided that the best thing to do in his situation was to go level up. Jinga seemed to be thinking the same thing, so he turned to the commander and asked, "If everyone is going to train and level up, why aren't they doing the same?" Subaru and his team were on their way to prison at that very moment. The road passed through endless fields far from the city. The prison building for players looked very oppressive and depressing. This facility was built by several players using their skills and contained traps and all kinds of built-in devices. This was done so that offending players would serve their sentences in prison and be unable to use their skills. The prison could hold about 300 inmates at a time. In addition to the prisoners, there were also guards in the prison, and one of them told a prisoner to get ready to leave because he had visitors. He said that a rainbow player had come to talk to the male prisoner. The prison guard was also not an ordinary person. He was a player and could possess and use certain skills. His name was Q. Sitting in the cell was the former deputy leader of the Black faction, the famous Kiru Issei. So, Guard Q greeted Subaru at the prison entrance and said that Shikishima had warned him about the player's visit. Q introduced himself, saying that he was the local guard. Although it sounded strange due to the nature of his profession, the man did not give his real name. This is because there are many dissatisfied players, so the man is forced to hide his identity. The prison building is called Panopticon, a made-up word meaning to see everything. It was invented and introduced by thinkers to allow a small number of staff to monitor a large number of prisoners. Due to a shortage of guards capable of catching players, this method has taken root and is still in use today. Q also used his skill to limit the power of the players, in particular Kiru Issei, with whom he is now going to meet. The guard possessed a critical seal, which he applied in the event of player aggression. With it, he could calm any player at any time. This skill sealed the chains and reduced the player's abilities to the level of an ordinary person. The skill was very cool. However, the guard did not receive a level increase for using it. It turned out that the owner of the warden's door was quite old, an alchemist named Gold. He had not participated in purges for a long time and led a sedentary lifestyle. Therefore, the warden was forced to take a job at this prison. At least here he was useful and did not become a burden to other players during purges. The warden led the guests to the visiting room and told them they had half an hour, also warning them that exchanging items was strictly prohibited. The players entered the room, where they saw the prisoner behind a partition made of bulletproof glass. Kiryu looked up and gazed at the visitor. Of course, the man recognized Subaru. Kiryu was aware of the latest developments and knew that the players were now supposed to be defending the Stargate with all their might. Kiryu decided that the young man had come to get information about his brother Taigga. Subaru looked at the prisoner and realized that after their previous meeting, the player had most likely been healed with restorative skills. In his memories of the future, Subaru met Kiryu during the 6th disaster after the Great Earthquake. The men met on the road against the backdrop of a destroyed city, engulfed in smoke and completely deserted. Subaru remembered how miserable the man looked at the time. The memory still tore at his heart. Kiryu looked truly pitiful at that moment. His face was covered in tears and he was holding a pair of sneakers in his hands. During the 5-star difficulty clear of the previous brother, the ghost ship Madness arrived. Subaru then dealt a powerful blow to it and caused serious damage. Shikishima personally fought all kinds of monsters on this ship: mermaids, monstrous octopuses, and the dead. Shikishima remembered how his comrade Subaru suggested that he level up to 90 and return to the city as soon as possible. The young man used his golden bullet skill, but his enemy was Captain Nemo, who was excellent at dodging bullets. Shikishima was wounded by monsters and thought that Subaru had no idea how difficult it was to level up in such a situation. It became especially difficult to level up after level 80. An ephemeral flash helped him avoid a serious attack from Captain Nemo. Shikishima quickly dealt with the guests of the ghost ship, saying that they were neither here nor there for him. Udo agreed with him completely, believing that it was difficult to level up in the 5-star gates unless you aim for the strongest and earn points for defeating the boss. Although the players understood that there was no other way, despite all the difficulties, they had to continue these meaningless battles. Shikishima was still dissatisfied with the events, but Sakura reminded him that he had no reason to complain, since the player himself had handed over command. At that moment, some depth charges began to fall from the ship into the water. They were activated by the derivation skill, and upon hitting the water, destroyed the monsters. Udo checked the data and told his companions that the gate boss was somewhere nearby. And indeed, they didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, a giant merman jumped out of the water. It was a giant male merman, huge and powerful, with a level of 90. Shikishima was very pleased. He was glad that he had managed to lure out the boss. At least he wouldn't be waving his arms and legs around here for nothing, and he would also be able to increase his level. Shikishima used his 4th skill, called Penetrator, and prepared to unleash it on the merman. However, Sakura was not going to sweat for nothing without leveling up. The girl said that she would not give the boss to anyone and wanted to turn him over herself. Sakura threw a huge anchor at the merman, who didn't resist for long and got caught on the hook. A few moments later, it turned out that the boss had been destroyed. Sakura joyfully celebrated the victory, believing that the destruction of the boss was on her account. However, Shikishima did not think so. The young man claimed that he had contributed more to this victory. Soon, a real argument broke out between the friends. They both claimed that each of them deserved to be considered the victor over the giant mermaid. The dispute only ended after both players received notification of their level upgrades. Now, Oda was dissatisfied. He believed that if these two joined forces, the other players would be left with nothing. All this time, the other silver-ranked players, Yamada, Miyaya, and others, were also fighting monsters. But it turned out that they had failed completely. Fushigami suggested separating the two because they were too nimble, or even acting separately and going to the gate without them. In addition, there was one stubborn player among the players who had been going alone from the very beginning. We're talking about Naruse, who was now at the 5-star level called Cabbage Field. Around him, among the neat rows of cabbages, lay the remains of giant birds. Naruse also raised his level by 1, but he was still dissatisfied. Soon, a notification came that the boss of the cabbage field had been found. Naruse prepared to fight him. It was a huge, elegant stork named Halfas, wearing a hat and suit. He held a cane in his hand, and it seemed as if he was going to some kind of social gathering. Naruse assessed his aura and realized that this was a good boss level, if not higher. The player immediately activated a skill called Storukai and prepared to fight this elegant bird. The player remembered the blow that Subaru had delivered. The young man had easily knocked Naruse out, neutralized him, and left him with no choice. Naruse held a keychain in the shape of Hirosaki in his hand. He really wanted to get help and strength from his deceased friend. Sayaka warned Hirosaka that he needed to stay in top shape, otherwise Vanquish would get angry. Hirosaka and Sayaka now had to fight their next opponents because they were preparing for a full-scale war. Hirosaka was very wary and upset. He hoped that Subaru would be able to persuade Kiryu, although last time Hirosaka had failed to do so and convince the player. Now in prison, after listening to his guests, Kiryu immediately announced that he refused to help clear the 6-star gate. After that, the man got up, saying that the meeting was over, and prepared to return to his cell. Subaru did not expect such a turn of events, and his face showed sincere despair. Kiryu felt this way because when his wife and child were killed, the world did nothing to help him. Therefore, now the player didn't care about the world at all, and he certainly didn't want to do anything for it, so he asked to be left alone. Subaru could understand the feelings of a man who had lost his loved ones. However, the young man believed that this was still wrong. He was sure that Kiryu still believed in this world. Subaru believed that all was not lost for Kiryu, and that deep down the man understood that evil must not prevail. At that moment, the following conversation took place between two neighbors in one of the cells. A bronze player named Kei asked his neighbor what he thought of the guests. Kei's neighbor was Himeno. She was studying a book on anger management and didn't understand what Kei was getting at. Kei suggested that Subaru was calling Kiryu to clear the 6-star gate. Of course, this was a good chance to leave prison, but Kei wanted to participate at least for the sake of sporting interest, to test his strength. Kei asked the girl if she wanted to leave the prison and fight in the 6-star gate. However, the girl thought about it and remembered the last battles she had been through, and said she didn't want to do it anymore. Subaru and the team left the prison and returned in a silent and sad state. Jinga was also saddened. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive the entire time the players were in the car. Among them, in handcuffs, was Kiryu. The silence weighed heavily on Jinga's psyche. The guy was barely holding back. He needed to fall asleep so he wouldn't have to sit and suffer during all this time. Finally, the silence was broken by a question from Kiryu. He asked where he was being taken, hoping it wasn't the house of the killer who had murdered his wife and child. Subaru gave a negative answer, then asked if the man wanted revenge. Kiryu honestly admitted that the thought had crossed his mind many times, but he soon realized that it would not bring his loved ones back. Kiryu asked Subaru if he seriously believed that Kiryu could help clear the 6-star gate. Kiryu Aisei's family had once been brutally murdered, but the perpetrator had not been punished because he was a minor. This fact greatly disappointed the man and caused him to join a group of villains, losing his faith in humanity. And now Subaru was trying to negotiate with just such a person? Subaru said that he also had no family. By doing so, the young man tried to show Kiryu that they had something in common. Subaru continued, "There are many other people whom he loves and values very much, and he intends to protect them at any cost." Kiryu did not react to what he heard, and Jing decided that such words would not sway the man. It was difficult to make a man with a closed heart, without even a hint of a desire for revenge, take such a step. At that moment, the car stopped near the city, where some boys were playing soccer nearby. Kiryu watched the boys training, and various feelings filled the man's soul and heart. He remembered that his son had once played for this soccer club, and he had even been a member of the same team. Kiryu used to come here after work, and his son would run up to him and wave happily. His son thanked his dad for bringing him lunch and promised that he would definitely score a goal today. His father waved back at his child, supported him, said he believed he would score goals, and wished the boy not to get hurt and to be careful. Kiryu saw the cup of tea his wife was holding out to him. The woman was very beautiful and caring, an excellent mother and a wonderful wife. She was also on the soccer field and was always close to her son and husband. Jinga realized that Subaru was a cruel manipulator, because now he had dragged poor Kiryu here and made him relive all those emotions again. Jinga really felt sorry for Kiryu, and he thought that using such methods to get what he wanted was low and despicable. At that moment, the boys who were training on the soccer field noticed the man standing alone. The boys recognized the father of their deceased friend, rushed over to him, surrounded him, and started talking to him, asking how he was doing and telling him their news. Kiryu was really embarrassed. He greeted the boys and said he hadn't seen them in a long time. In response, the boys looked at the man with their sincere, childlike, pure eyes. They remembered him as the father of their deceased friend. One of the boys showed the man a portrait of his son, which he held close to his chest. It turned out that the children had not forgotten their friend. He was always with them, and even now the boys said that they continued to run across the field together. The other children confirmed this, saying that they really never forgot the boy and that he was always with them. It turned out that they had a very important match coming up the following month. The children asked Kiryu to come and support them. The boys said they planned to win and would do it together with their deceased friend. Kiryu couldn't hold back his tears when he heard all this, and he realized that his son was not forgotten. He also remembered that the boy had been accepted into the main team. The child was very proud and happy, and he had many wonderful friends on the team. Kiryu could no longer hold back and shed bitter tears, while the children tried to cheer him up and continued to invite him to the upcoming soccer match. Subaru watched all this and realized that he had changed the future a little bit again. Immediately after the great earthquake, which was the 6th disaster, Subaru met Kiryu in the destroyed city. The man was holding sneakers in his hands. Kiryu said that he had gone to a soccer match of the team his son used to play for. As a result of the earthquake, all the children had died. There was a photo of his son in the team's locker room. All this time, his friends had never forgotten the boy. Kiryu now did not understand why he had behaved so coldly and what he had been doing all this time instead of protecting people. Today he shed bitter tears, just like he had once shed for his lost family. Subaru was glad that he had been able to win Kiryu over to his side, and now this would not happen in the future. The men stayed near the soccer field because the children had asked Kiryu to watch their practice. Subaru turned to Kiryu once more and asked him to lend his power to the players and protect this world together with them. After a while, Kiryu spoke. He said he wanted to leave this world where children could play soccer in peace. Subaru was not just a rainbow rank player. He was a very serious manipulator who knew how to get deep into the human heart. Kiryu agreed to help the players, but he set one condition. Subaru accepted this condition and promised to do everything he could to ensure that Kiryu could come to the children's match next month. Kiryu couldn't have asked for more. Hope and a goal for the near future appeared in his eyes. Subaru was finally able to sum up the situation. He said that with Mr. Kiryu joining the team, the entire team for clearing the 6-star gate was now complete, and now they needed to raise their levels before heading there. Kalion and Sai's experience points would not be wasted. They would be transferred to Lord Hirosaki and Saika. It was a great honor for the vassals. They performed their roles with dignity. Jinga and Mr. Kiryu had to raise their levels enough to open at least one gate. Subaru noted that the skills of these two players would determine the outcome of the entire battle. Subaru summed up and said that now the team would do everything in its power to defeat the 6-star boss. The players had to defeat not only the flying dragon that was destroying everything around it, but also the huge and powerful night boss. 6 days passed and the day of the final battle arrived. Shikishima stood and gazed thoughtfully at the terrible gate. The player knew he had done everything in his power, but now all that remained was to believe in Subaru's strength. Suddenly the phone rang. It was from the director. Shikishima didn't like this very much. Jinga and Mr. Kiryu were fortifying themselves before going to the 6-star gate. Kalion was next to them talking on the phone. Shikishima said that the player would have to meet with the TV crew and talk about Hirosaki's death. Kalion had not even finished expressing his indignation when a car stopped near the player, and Shikishima literally dragged him away by the scruff of his neck. No amount of shouting and screaming saved Kalion from Shikishima, even though Kalion demanded that the rights of his fellow players be taken into account. Subaru was not among his friends. He was still at the gate, so the meeting with the gold-ranked players had to be held on their own. Kiryu said that he had spent several days in the company of the players and realized that Subaru was simply an abnormal guy. Kiryu had nothing against the player, but he believed that the moral fortitude Subaru possessed was unnatural for an ordinary person. Subaru was currently in the 5-star gate, the forbidden zone of heavenly beasts, and facing the boss, a unicorn. Mr. Kiryu continued to develop his idea. All players recover when they level up. This only applies to the physical shell. At that moment, Subaru was fighting the unicorn and received a powerful blow to the body from it. Moral exhaustion is inevitable. The unicorn activated its skill, and a powerful explosion rang out. No matter how strong a player is, sooner or later, their strength will run out and their attention will dull. At that moment, Subaru was lying completely knocked out in the middle of the road. This greatly increased his chances of dying. The unicorn looked at his opponent in surprise. The boy's body began to be covered with flowers, and he seemed to be turning into a flower bed. The unicorn activated its horn, which now glowed, illuminating everything around it. But then the flower bed, which had previously been a player named Subaru, burst into flames as if a bucket of blood had been spilled. Amidst this blood appeared a young man who was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Kiryu continued. In recent days, the players had been actively leveling up. Subaru had taken part in every sweep, not missing a single one, and now he was at the gate. Kiryu now understood why this boy, who had only recently become a player, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the best. The unicorn glanced at his opponent. This guy was a real monster. The severed head of the unicorn was proof of that. The boss was destroyed, and the player's level was raised again. It was the fastest level increase in human history. Subaru was very pleased with himself because now he had time to enter the rainbow doors. The young man opened the rainbow door and heard the voice of his lord, who announced that the guy was late. Vanquish said that he had been waiting for the player and that it would be best to hurry up. Vanquish looked at the young man and announced that it was time to finish him off. Kalion, Jing, and Saya arrived at the appointed meeting place and were surprised when a familiar stranger appeared before them. Now it was unclear how to address him. Was he Hirosaka or Kalion? Nearby was another strange group of players. Sakura had tied Naruse up with her chains. She did this because Naruse had almost killed Kallian, so she had to restrain him a little. Shikishima reported that television had decided to broadcast their operation, even splurging on helicopters. There was nothing they could do about it. People needed explanations. Everything really did look strange. First, there was a commotion with the Black faction, and then the six-star gate appeared. The reporter thanked the players and said she would continue the story after the commercial break. The journalist named Subaru, the new leader of the gaming community after he defeated the six-star boss, and his popularity skyrocketed. Even if some people didn't like it, without Subaru, the players would never have defeated Flame Lambda. The appointed time came. All the players gathered, but Subaru himself was not yet there. It was unclear where he was since he himself had set the meeting time. At that moment, a huge, powerful dragon appeared in the city. Most likely, some player had failed to clear the gate, and the creature had escaped into the human world. Hirasaka immediately tried to calm his companions, saying that everything was fine and they should not panic. These words did not inspire much confidence. The players still felt uncomfortable and wanted to get rid of the dragon. But there was really no reason to worry. Mr. Subaru was approaching along with the dragon. Subaru himself noticed that he was already late for the meeting, and he didn't understand where the creature from another world had come from and why it had appeared at this particular moment. At that moment, the monstrous dragon flew over the streets of the city, opening its mouth, from which hellish fire glowed, and frightened people scattered in different directions with wild cries. The huge dragon flew right past Subaru when he called out to the monster. People froze and stopped. Curiosity overcame fear. They wanted to know how it would end. People recognized their new idol, Ariaki Subaru. Subaru realized that he was facing a 4-star boss and was very pleased that he would be able to test his new skill on it. He now had the divine chisel, and the young man used this weapon against the dragon. People saw that the player killed the huge monster instantly with a single move. It was incredible, as expected of the savior. Subaru finally reached his companions. Saya knelt before her master and admired his incredible work. All the players were also happy to see Subaru and were ready to listen to new orders and advice. Shikishima was able to relax a little and believed that this young man would accomplish the task and save humanity. Subaru, smiling a childlike smile, said that he was, of course, ready, and now it was time to tackle the most difficult part. Subaru addressed his comrades, expressing his gratitude and offering words of encouragement, wishing them a safe return. After that, the assault team led by Subaru rose high into the sky to set off on their mission. Television crews filmed the event from a helicopter and noted that the team was about to enter the 6-star gate. No one knew what difficulties awaited the players inside, but everyone hoped for the safe return of the rescuers. The players entered the Brotherhood, and for many it was their first time. They looked in amazement at the ice left over from the previous battle. A huge shining dragon, the boss of the second zone, was already hovering in the air, waiting for the players. Subaru said that they were safe now because the bosses and their attacks couldn't go beyond their zone, while the players had to advance to the very border between the first and second zones. Subaru watched the flying dragon closely and noticed that it had become faster than in his memories of the future. The dragon circled over its territory when it suddenly noticed something strange. There was an uninvited guest in its hall. The night's boss, Ilak, stood at the very edge of the ice. He had entered the dragon's territory. Ignoring the dragon's protests, Ilak delivered a powerful blow to his ally, and the dragon was cut to pieces. The dying monster lay there and said that Ilak had never been like them from the very beginning. It turned out that he had always ruled the arena alone. The dragon saw that his former comrade was completely ignoring him, but tried to stop the traitor, saying that the players would now flee when they saw what he had done. But then strange feelings arose in the dragon. His scarred body began to disintegrate. Soon there was no trace of the dragon left. Instead, a huge, powerful, ferocious boss of the knights awaited his opponents. He was not only the boss of his zone, but of the entire location, as well as the slayer of demonic creatures. Mr. Kiryu was the first to confront the enemy. He had some kind of strange club in his hand. Illick said he was glad to kill his annoying dragon neighbor because sparring with players was the best thing ever for him. But most of all, he loved swordsmen, who were his ideal opponents. Players rarely got to Illick, and he sincerely missed fighting. Kiryu used an interrupt seal, a control-type skill that froze anyone who touched him. The interference crest stopped everything related to his pattern for a second, But the enemy's cutting attack made Kiryu's tactics the best defensive strategy. Shikishima admitted that he had expected something like this, but it was still a real monster. That's what a 6-star boss means. With a single skill, he shattered the ground like dice. There would have been nothing left of the players if it weren't for Kiryu. Kiryu asked Shikishima if Subaru had known from the beginning that they would be fighting such a night, because the interference comb does not protect against light and gas attacks, and then the flying dragon would have been an insurmountable opponent. But now it seemed more like a guess than a prediction. Subaru was watching the situation closely. Lord Kiryu understood that the young man knew much more and wanted to know what Subaru was thinking. Shikishima also watched his comrade with interest. He knew he had to trust Subaru, even though no one could assume that there would be no battle with the dragon. Subaru said that the battle would continue as he had planned, and that the defense could be left to the players under Shikishima's leadership. So, the final attack involved players who were useful in close combat: Subaru, Kalyan, Saya, Jing, and Fushigami. Of course, the ice cat Sushi, inside which the attacking team players were located, was also involved. Sushi was given a very important task and jumped across the entire land that Ilak had dug up the day before. Shikishima suggested that Kiryu not get lost in further riddles, but think about Subaru's real motives and intentions later. Now all the players could do was believe in him. Shikishima activated his skills and prepared for battle. The other players were also ready to defend the gate exit and cover the attacking group. Shikishima activated his 7th skill, Imperial Control, and called on his players to attack. At the same time, many different skills were activated, combining into one powerful discharge above the head of the boss, Ilak. There was a powerful explosion, and a multitude of moss flew towards the enemy. Naruse was very surprised and asked Sakura what this technique was, but the girl was more concerned about Subaru and how he would cope with the rest. Ilak recognized this technique and realized that it belonged to the Golden Knights. It was all too familiar to him and reminded him of past battles. Ilak delivered a furious blow. The ground exploded and turned upside down, as if someone had shaken the top layer of the surface. Shikishima sat on the gate, amazed at the power of his opponent's blow. Shikishima did not understand how it was possible, but nothing remained of the Earth's surface. All the players managed to jump onto the platforms, otherwise they could have died if they touched the ice. Kiryu also noted that it would be bad if the players lost sight of their opponent, because then they wouldn't know which direction the blow might come from. Shikishima activated his clairvoyance and saw the night approaching. Things were bad because the boss was rushing straight at the players. He delivered a blow that filled the entire space, and it was simply impossible to avoid it. Udo turned to Kiryu and said that everyone needed to stop the boss at the same time. Kiryu understood what his comrade meant and immediately activated the interference comb, preparing to meet the opponent. Udo put up a golden bastion, a protective wall that the knight had to stop at. Ilak delivered such a powerful blow that the platform became vertical. The players did not understand what was happening and how to proceed. Poor Sushi clung to the rocks with her claws and screamed desperately. The cat understood her responsibility because she was carrying the attacking group of players inside her. Subaru understood that the situation was difficult. His opponent's movements and attacks were faster than in his memories. Moreover, there were many more attacks than the first time. This was clearly evident from the way Ilak attacked Shikishima. Kiryu realized that his time had come. He took a comfortable position and prepared to strike as soon as his opponent approached. The player had almost no time to react because the boss split the space into small pieces again, and only a pile of stones lay before him. The platform returned to its previous state, but Ilak had made a complete mess and turned everything upside down, which was especially dangerous for players who could have been killed. Shikishima rushed to search through the rubble and found Kiryu sitting on the stones with his face covered in blood. The player had survived, but his comrade Udo was not so lucky. His body lay there in a pool of his own blood. Kiryu turned to Shikishima and asked what he was doing. They needed to continue protecting Subaru and the others instead of looking for the wounded or survivors. Shikishima and the players had to help the attack group reach the boss. Kiryu admitted that he truly believed in Subaru, and he was also curious about who this player really was. The fact was that Subaru had shown Kiryu a reason to keep fighting and living. Kiryu now wanted to ensure a peaceful life for all people, so Shikishima should not be distracted and worry in vain. At that moment, Shikishima used his breakthrough skill and saw that Subaru and the entire group, led by the cat Sushi, had already reached the boss. Shikishima announced to his players, who were defending the rear, that their work was done, although everyone understood that this was only the beginning. So, finally, Subaru, Jing, Kaya, and the others reached the boss of the 6-star gate and were ready to start the battle. Subaru silently thanked Kiryu for distracting the boss, allowing the players to reach the 3rd zone. Then something surprising happened. Jing and Fushigami opened their mouths in amazement because standing before them were not Kallian and Saya, but Sayaka and Hirosaka. Knight Illak immediately recognized his main opponent and prepared to attack. Hirosaka hadn't fought in a long time, but he easily dealt with the Flying Dragon's attack. Hirosaka repelled the attack, greeted the boss and said he was very happy to meet him, then called the knight by his other name, Sonbi. Illak knew that Hirosaka was a gold player, and at his door stood the gold commander, Knight Ludwig. The mere mention of that name gave the boss a nervous tick. Illak was literally boiling with rage and was ready to destroy the insolent player. But Sayaka joined the battle with her lightning strike. There was a huge, powerful explosion, so powerful that Sayaka and Hirosaka received experience points from Sai and Kallion. In addition, they had trained long and hard with their teachers at the Rainbow Door. Sayaka was behind Hirosaka and was supposed to support him, while the player fought the boss one-on-one. Sayaka got so carried away that at one point she even apologized to Hirosaka for her explosion, because she forgot that her earrings enhanced her lightning skill. It soon became clear that even this power was not enough. Ranged attacks only slowed Alaka down slightly. The fact is that this knight possessed the skill Belshirak, which could almost completely block ranged attacks. Upon receiving this information, Sayaka decided that she would not waste her strength in vain and would focus on defense. Hirosaka confirmed that he agreed with this decision and counted on the girl. At that moment, Subaru commanded 2 other assistants, Fushigami and Jinge, to join the attack immediately. From the outside, it seemed impossible to break into this meat grinder. So dense were the mutual blows of the boss and Hirosaka. The opponents behaved very dignifiedly, top class, and did not yield to each other. During the battle, Hirosaka habitually analyzed his opponent's tactics. As expected of a former knight commander, Illak had a very powerful sword. This majestic sword not only flew with tremendous speed and power, but also used all kinds of Imperial Radiance skills. Simply deflecting it would not be enough. Hirosaka knew that he would lose this battle if he were alone, but fortunately, the rest of the attacking squad joined the fight. The brutal Demon Slayer, of course, did not yet think that these players would kill him, but that was exactly what the people were determined to do. A few days before the battle began, Subaru entered the Rainbow Door again and met Sayaka and Hirosaka there. The young man told them that in the world of the King of Northern Lights, the players had failed to clear the 6-star gate. Kyle of Thunder immediately said that he had expected this because it was impossible to do. Subaru continued his story and admitted that the players had lost too many people in the battle with Liamblia and had spent time recovering and leveling up. As a result, Illak, who had previously killed the dragon Karzinus, took to the streets of the city due to the time limit. His sword cut through the city of Tokyo, resulting in a significant number of casualties. From his memories, Subaru knew that Udo and Sakura had given their lives to protect the city. Upon hearing this, Hirosaka left the group, saying that he needed to consult with Ludwig again. Hirosaka wanted to do whatever it took to get Ludwig to train the player again. They met, and before Hirosaka could ask his Golden Knight, Ludwig said he would train the boy and help him. If Hirosaka's next opponent was a brutal demon slayer, Ludwig would train him to kill his opponent, even if it meant disregarding the laws of the country. Ludwig promised he wouldn't hold back. He didn't care if Hirosaka broke down, so the player had better be prepared. Hirosaka was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted, so he came to Ludwig for help. The player's strength was still not enough to fight Illak. Therefore, according to Subaru's plan, the other players would have to make up for the missing strength. Fushigami activated her 3rd skill, called Lick the Heel. Hirosaka added Stonebreaker, and a powerful explosion lit up the entire area. The shock wave was extremely strong. Jinga watched the battlefield, assessing which skill would be best to use at that moment. The player chose Iceberg Compression and added Albion, allowing Hirosaka to get close to his opponent and swing his sword above him. Hirosaka delivered a double blow with both swords, and although the enemy managed to cover himself with his defensive sword, he still suffered significant damage. Cracks were already appearing in the knight's armor when Subaru joined the battle with his Divine Chisel and Fist of the Corpse. He literally knocked out the enemy. At that moment, it was time for Hirosaka's next strike. The player put everything Ludwig had taught him the day before into it, and the result was bound to be spectacular. Soon, blood began to drip from the players' helmets. Hope arose that they would still be able to defeat such a strong opponent. The battle was far from over, but this is what a battle between the strongest players looked like when the smoke and dust made it impossible to see what was happening. When the dust settled, it turned out that Ilek was lying sprawled on the ground with no signs of life. But the players still did not understand whether victory was theirs or not. Sayaka said that the enemy was not dead. Most likely he was just luring them in, pretending to be dead in order to deliver the final blow. But he would soon wake up. An idea popped into Sayaka's head, and she declared that this was their chance. She would also go to the front lines and take part in the battle. The beauty announced to the guys that it was time to shine and activated the earrings she had once received as a gift from Subaru. They enhanced the effect of her skills, after which the girl summoned the 8 gods of thunder. It was immediately apparent that she had spent a lot of time with Kalim and Delta, because now the beauty was accompanied by small, amusing deities. Ilak was still lying there like a star on earth, but he had stopped pretending, and it was clear that the battle was far from over. Narus watched the events from afar, his gaze full of sadness and sorrow. The player looked upset, deeply concerned for his comrades. At one point, Narus saw a flash that connected the heavens and the earth, roughly where the battle was supposed to be taking place. This meant that Subaru and his entire attack group were still alive and had gone on the offensive. A small ray of hope shone in the eyes of everyone present. Shikishima announced that it was time to meet with their leader. During Hirasaki's training, Ludwig had said that in order to defeat a gold-ranked commander knight, one must first destroy their armor. The armor of gold-ranked knights not only halves the attack power, but also significantly restores health, which is a very valuable thing. In addition, the brutal demon slayer has the largest health pool of any previous commander, making him incredibly strong in long-term battles. First, you need to destroy his armor. Otherwise, the confrontation will be short and the result will be disastrous for the players. After that, Hirosaka must use the most powerful technique that Ludwig gave him, combining edge distortion with imperial radiance to deliver a powerful final blow. However, you need to keep an eye on your mana level, which means that after fierce attacks, you will either have to deliver one powerful blow or engage in a short battle. Sayaka suggested focusing on support, but if possible, she would try to destroy the armor. Still, the girl is known for her fierce attacks. Ludwig agreed. Hardly anyone can surpass the speed of the student of the God of Thunder. Sayaka summoned 8 gods and together with them, prepared to attack the enemy. Ilak did not take this seriously. He was going to get rid of the trifle with a single swing of his sword. The girl activated the 8 colored gods of thunder, which increased her speed hundreds of times, added damage, and reduced physical damage. The activation was complete, and Sayaka became terrifyingly powerful. Riding on electricity, she declared the start of her attack on the brutal demon slayer. Ilek saw the girl disappear, probably flying high. The boss didn't have time to notice in which direction she had vanished. But then she appeared right in front of her opponent, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events. A series of powerful blows followed. It seemed as if time had slowed down and several hours had passed. Fushigami used her eagle eye skill to confirm that Sayaka was indeed striking blows. It was incredible. The players did not understand who she really was. Subaru watched his friend with admiration. She was incredibly strong and capable of fighting a 6-star boss. But most importantly, this girl was his true first friend. On the eve of the battle, Sayaka met with Kilim, her teacher, who passed on some of his skills to his student. Kilim was pleased. The girl had a high compatibility with the God of Thunder, and he immediately had romantic thoughts. However, the guys started calling him an idiot, and he announced that he would now strike them with lightning. Their relationship began a few months ago when Kalim made an agreement with Vanquish to train Sayaka. Now Kilim was on edge. Sitting in the underworld, he watched his students battle and was already exhausted. Despite his nervousness and empathy, Kilim was pleased. His student was doing everything right. Sayaka's progress was so impressive that it surprised even Kilim himself. But now her opponent was from the Golden Country and held the title of Strongest, which meant that it would not be easy to defeat him. Sayaka tried her best, realizing that if she hadn't used the skill Kalim had given her, she would have died long ago. Her opponent's attacks were very strong, despite his injury. But Sayaka remembered that she had to save her trump card for the next disaster, as Vanquish had advised. Therefore, the girl could not rely on Subaru. Hirosaka watched the battle, hoping that Sayaka would handle her part of the fight while the player recovered. Sayaka literally turned into a monster, Lightning bolts cut through her body without stopping, but she had to win. She had to defeat her opponent on her own, and the girl continued to attack without slowing down or losing power. Finally, Sayaka managed to damage the knight's protective clothing and severely cracked the helmet on his head. Seeing this, Sayaka returned to her normal state and shouted that she was now leaving everything to Hirosaka. Everything went even better than the players could have hoped. There was enough time for Hirosaka to recover, and he thanked Sayaka for taking over. Hirosaka activated edge distortion, and now the enemy really looked bad. His defense was destroyed and couldn't withstand the battle. First, the armor was destroyed, and then Hirosaka delivered a powerful blow. Those who saw it with their own eyes, as well as those who followed the events from the underworld, were convinced of victory. However, the gold-ranked knights were very unhappy. They felt humiliated by the humans and decided to punish Ludwig, who had shared a secret knowledge. Ludwig said that he was simply doing his duty and had no regrets. At that moment, he was Ilak's deputy. The commander could issue royal orders, so that was the decision made at the time. But now the king declared that Ludwig's hatred was crossing all boundaries, and if this continued, the entire Silver Country would be involved in the conflict, and the king wanted only peace. Ludwig tried to explain that this was not peace. People were dying there, ordinary citizens and players. However, the king did not want to listen to anything, believing that everyone should be exterminated, and did not even try to explain his motives. In the end, the king gave the order to execute Ludwig. He had taken too many lives, not only those of enemies but also allies who opposed the massacre. Killing the disobedient is not the natural order of things. You cannot execute someone for nonsense. Among those killed by the king was Ludwig's best friend. After that, Ludwig declared that he could no longer consider him his brother. And now Hirosaka had to deliver the final blow. He raised his sword and declared that the brutal demon slayer must die. Of course, this blow did not defeat the enemy, but Ilak's strength was running out. Sayaka noticed that their tactic had worked, and now Hirosaka would surely finish off the villain. The golden player activated his 5th Imperial Radiant skill. Everything around them was illuminated by red flames. The power was so strong that it was impossible to describe. Even from a distance, the players could feel its power. Ilak felt that this blow was somehow connected to his family. It became clear that he had been betrayed by people from his own country and sent to the gate of these players. Ilak knew how to speak, although monsters from the gate usually cannot speak. He pointed his finger at Hirosaki and asked, "Does he really control Ludwig?" The plan with the golden door had been fully realized, but even so, it was impossible to assume that Ludwig would send someone who knew it here. Now it was even becoming fun. They could put an end to Ludwig's plans. Ilak began to laugh hysterically. Ludwig had been watching the battle from another world all this time. Seeing the battle and watching his brother, Ludwig could barely restrain himself from intervening personally. Ilak turned to the players and asked, "Do you brainless idiots know how the underworld returns those who were locked in the gates?" Unfortunately for them, the players were distracted from the battle. Ilak grabbed Sayaka, struck her with a powerful blow, and said that the owners kill the players first. In fact, there is nothing good about this. When the soul is damaged and the rank is lowered, it will be necessary to return to the underworld. Hirosaka crept up from behind and rushed to defend his friend Sayaka, thinking that Ilak hadn't noticed him. After that, Ilak declared that it was necessary to kill the owner, who possessed a certain level. And then he struck Hirosaka, because after absorbing the owner's soul, he could return to the underworld. Ilak noted that the guy's level and fighting principles were similar, so he would have chosen him too if he were in Ludwig's place. Ilak threw the player so hard that it became clear that Hirosaki had suffered serious injuries. A burgundy cloak appeared on Ilak's shoulders, which increased his attack power by reducing his defense. Sayaka gradually came to her senses, although she was badly injured. Ilak possessed unfathomable skills that increased his strength 1,000-fold. Defeating this demon was practically impossible. The players stood and watched what was happening, realizing their powerlessness in this battle. They had to escape before the blow was struck, because such a technique would damage not only the players, but the entire platform. Subaru watched the boss. He didn't think this demon would regain consciousness. The operation had effectively failed, and the players needed to retreat immediately. Jinga, standing behind his comrade, asked what their plan was. Ilak replied that he was grateful to the players for reaching him, because thanks to that, he had become even stronger. Now Ilak would be able to return to the underworld and destroy Ludwig, who had once torn him to pieces. As a token of gratitude, the demon was going to show the players the full extent of his skills and kill them. All this time, while Iluk activated his abilities and combined techniques, Subaru, Sayaka, and Hirosaka communicated through soul conversation. They understood that they had to retreat because they had no choice and needed to change their strategy. Subaru urged the players to retreat while he prepared to destroy Alaka. Subaru decided to use their trump card, even though it was too early. The third disaster, the Silver King, awaited them ahead. Subaru was confident that he was doing the right thing and decided to act so as not to lose his friends again. Sayaka understood that the young man was only concerned about their safety at the moment. The friends had not yet agreed on a plan of action when suddenly a huge flash lit up the sky. Sayaka managed to stop her friend and said that she had a solution. They needed to use something else instead of the trump card. Subaru was ready to listen to any suggestion. Ilak prepared to strike, but suddenly realized that his hands were paralyzed. He couldn't move them. At that moment, a voice rang out. It seems he arrived just in time. It was Mr. Kiryu with his bat. He greeted Hirosaki because in fact it was he who killed him during the battle with the Black Faction. The Katsushi meowed loudly. She was hungry and wanted the battle to end quickly, which is why she brought Kiryu. Mr. Kiryu slung his club over his shoulder, turned to the brutal demon slayer, greeted him, and said that he would now trap the villain with his skills. Then the player warned the villain not to take offense, but that he would have to be knocked out if he didn't understand nicely. Ilak realized that he was facing the very person who had interrupted his attack with Albion at the very beginning of the battle. Kiryu felt that his mana was almost depleted and his bluff would soon be exposed. He hoped that his comrades would act quickly if they had a plan. At that moment, another group of players approached the battlefield and someone called out to Subaru. Shikishima asked what the players should do next, since Kiryu was holding his opponent well. Subaru remembered Sayaka's words that there was a way out besides the trump card, which they had saved for the battle with the Silver King. The young man's brain was working at full capacity, and he was looking for a way to defeat Ilak without using the trump card. Subaru turned to the players and said he had a request for them. He asked the players to become his relatives right here and now, in effect, to give their entire lives and mana into his hands. Shikishima, though alarmed, agreed without hesitation to fulfill his friend's request. All this was possible thanks to the Blood Usurper skill, which Subaru had already used many times. Now the skill had reached its maximum level, and it was possible to use its new power. Rakta Sunana allowed him to transform any living creature into himself, unlike previous Blood Usurpers, who only connected with the dying and the weakened. Naruse also agreed and offered Subaru the use of his life functions. Naruse clarified that the young man wanted to make him his subordinate vassal, and this was indeed the case, albeit temporarily, for the sake of the cause. Previously, Naruse had not recognized Subaru and would never have allowed him to defeat him. Now, however, he didn't care at all. Naruse agreed to become Subaru's vassal. Naruse had previously been very ill. He was bedridden and couldn't even turn on the TV. One day, he asked his mother to turn on a program that Hirosaka was supposed to appear on. During his illness, Hirosaka visited the hospital, spent time with the sick boy, and wrote him letters. That is why Hirosaka forever remained a true hero to Naruse. If saving Hirosaka meant giving up his life, Naruse was ready to do whatever it took. The platform on which the battle took place looked rather strange. It had been almost completely destroyed during the fight. Ilak felt that he still couldn't feel his arms and legs. He understood that the players had activated an invisible block and were continuing to restrain him. It was strange that at this moment, when Ilak was bearish, no one attacked him. Perhaps the players had simply run out of ideas, but it was pointless to hope for that. Most likely they were waiting for something. Soon, warning seals appeared around Ilak, restricting his movements. It looked strange, but upon closer inspection, a wound on his chest could be seen. Hirosaka watched his opponent warily, realizing that he was activated by stones. Ilak realized that the restrictive seals not only affected a specific target, but also stopped everything they touched. Kiryu was unhappy that his opponent had so quickly figured out the characteristics of his skills. Kiryu struck with his bat, using another skill, but it did not damage the enemy. He performed Boundary Shift, and now the cat Sushi was ready to crumble at any moment. Ilak used Boundary Purge and was able to destroy the restrictive seals in front of him. The knight was sure that the skill's duration was short. However, Boundary Purge worked in this place and activated. Unfortunately, Kiryu was caught in the attack. Sushi the cat tried to cover the player with her body, but Iluk got rid of Kiryu for the time being. At that moment, Hirosaka flew in and struck another blow for the enemy's offense against his cat. Iluk advised him not to overdo it, realizing that the players were running out of mana and would soon die themselves. At that moment, another boundary shift occurred, and an explosion rang out near the knight, injuring his sword-wielding arm. Iluk did not understand what had happened. There was no one nearby. It turned out to be Shikishima, who had upgraded his pistol and was now firing a powerful weapon using high-quality optics. The player aimed accurately, knowing where he was going to shoot. As Subaru had said, shooting skills always work flawlessly. Shikishima had leveled up and now had a golden gun that could be supplemented with cursed blood. Iluk did not understand what weapon was being used against him. It did not pierce the body, but completely destroyed the soul and took away mana. At that moment, Hirosaka came up with a brilliant plan and immediately contacted Shikishima. Naruse approached the combatants and said that he was sorry to interfere without being invited. But according to his calculations, the players were running out of mana. Naruse shouted to his comrades to use his weapons, especially the golden arsenal skills. Hirosaka didn't wait and took his comrades' mana, and he could also borrow cursed blood from Subaru. All of this together made it possible to deliver a powerful blow, and the weapons from the golden arsenal gained the ability to directly destroy the enemy's soul. Sayaka mentally turned to her comrade and asked if he had really made all the players his family. The decision to turn living people into vassals was not an easy one for the young man. By making Shikishima and Naruse his kin, they could no longer be resurrected through the blood usurper. Therefore, if they died, they would remain dead forever. However, Subaru was not going to worry about that now. Shikishima also believed that there was no need to worry, because as a vassal, he understood that this was a natural result of the risk, and Subaru had done the right thing. In addition, Subaru was able to share his memories of the future with everyone. The players understood what a heavy burden he had been carrying alone all this time. Now everyone knew and understood why Subaru made certain decisions. All that was left for them to do was to trust him and not worry. Iluk was being hit by absolutely all the players and didn't understand how they were doing it without losing their mana. The boss was amazed at how the players were able to pull off such a coordinated attack without signals or discussion. They acted as one organism. In this battle, the most important thing was absolute coordination of actions through soul conversation. That is why the blows were delivered at precise moments into precise locations. Iluk realized that a sniper firing a golden cannon made it impossible to attack in return. Shikishima thought strategically, it is better to destroy the enemy's attack than to defend against it. Thanks to this, Iluk's final blow would most likely not be delivered. At that moment, Kiryu tried again to set his boundary seals, but it proved impossible. The boundary purge strike was too powerful. However, just before the enemy's skill was about to hit the player, Sushi the cat grew in size and completely blocked the blow. Kiryu apologized to his opponent, saying that he was not going to die here. After all, he had to go to a soccer game in a couple of weeks. While Kiryu distracted the enemy and the seal immobilized Ilaka, Sayaka and Hirosaka simultaneously prepared to deliver the final blows. And they did it. Now nothing and no one could stop the players. Iluk still managed to shout that the players had no right to do this to him because he needed to restrain his soul in the underworld again. But the players believed that their enemy had a completely different future ahead of him, not the one he had planned for himself. Iluk tried to shout, curse, and call for help, but it was useless. Hirosaka declared that his opponent would no longer be able to return to the underworld, pulled a blade from his coat and brought it to Iluk's chest. Then he plunged the weapon completely into his opponent's body, up to the hilt. Iluk's body began to disintegrate and crack. It seemed that the boss would perish forever. After training with Ludwig, Hirosaka received this blade and was supposed to use it for the final blow. The blade was called Amnesia. Ludwig explained that previously, a soul destroyed at the gate could return to the underworld, but Amnesia was capable of breaking the cycle and burying the soul in universal unconsciousness. This place was the final destination for souls. It was there that Subaru once met the King of the Northern Lights. Ludwig asked him to strike this blow for the honor of his friends and for the hundreds of thousands of souls already destroyed by Iluk. It hurt him to realize that this cruel villain was his older brother, but for the sake of the lives of others, he had to be destroyed. When the blade of Amnesia pierced Iluk's chest, he felt something strange, as if he were no longer connected to anything. His soul began to crumble, a feeling of coldness appeared, and then all sensitivity disappeared. Illich realized that he was truly dying and would not be able to return. His soul flew away into the sea of unconsciousness. Ludwig believed that along with his brother, all his evil deeds and the lives of those he had killed would disappear. Ludwig remembered how, as a little girl, she had admired her brother, who had killed the Iron Dragon of the Silver Country. He was a strong, brave, and kind young man who made everyone happy and protected his loved ones. The boy loved his sister very much, who dreamed of growing up to be as strong as her older brother. And now the time had come to say goodbye to her brother forever. Someday Ludwig would join him. At last, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Sayaka lay with her arms and legs spread out, having spent all her strength in battle. Naruse couldn't look at his idol, not believing that it was really over. It was thanks to Subaru's help. Hirosaka praised her for her selflessness and said that she had become a reliable comrade. For this, as well as for his courage and zeal, Naruse was awarded a special gift. The owner of the Golden Door explained that if Naruse wanted to become a true star in human form, he must not stray from the righteous path and must train to become the strongest swordsman. There were times when nothing worked out, and Naruse was ashamed of herself. But she persevered and became one of the 7 strongest knights. The Knight of the Golden Door wished her to reach for the stars, never give up, and believe that everything would work out. Thus, Naruse received the sword Delcane as a gift. Tears welled up in her eyes. It seemed that the player had come closer to her star. At that moment, Shikishima, who had not met Hirosaka since his death, approached them. The friends greeted each other with fists, and then Shikishima said it was time to go home. There was no point in sitting there. The battle was over, and it was time to rest after a hard and victorious day. Naruse was surprised by this behavior. After all, they had just reunited after a fierce battle. Couldn't they just hug and hold each other? All the players began to gradually gather and move toward the gate exit. Subaru watched them, still not understanding how they had managed to overcome the second disaster. His idyllic thoughts and excellent mood were suddenly interrupted by an unexpected message from the administration. The message was only visible to Subaru. It contained a prohibition on disclosure of information. The intervention of relatives in the system led to the disappearance of the boss's soul, so the experience points would not be credited. At that moment, the city was in an uproar. Despite the early morning hour, there were continuous news programs reporting that Subaru's team had successfully cleared the 6-star gate. A huge crowd gathered in the streets of the city, wanting to capture the destruction of the gate. The roads were closed to traffic, and many journalists, press representatives, and ordinary onlookers had gathered. Subaru held a press conference and said that this time he had focused on command. Therefore, he said, the victory should be credited to all his teammates who were with him in the 6-star zone. Subaru promised that from that day on, the players would continue to protect all creatures of the underground world, even at the cost of their lives. After that, there was a photo session. The players posed to the delight of photographers and fans. Hirosaka warned his friend that he would soon be leaving for the Sea of Splendor and would not be able to stay among people for the time being. He wanted to become even stronger to protect others, because there were still many difficulties ahead. Shikishima understood his friend's desire to become the best version of himself. The friends said goodbye, and immediately Kallion appeared in place of Hirosaka, wondering why he had returned at all. Shikishima decided that the next time he saw Hirosaki, he would definitely beat him up for abandoning his friend and giving him this green fake instead. During the photo shoot, Sayaka announced that she would return to the players after her vacation and visit with her parents. However, she noticed that one player was missing from among them. Jinga was already walking away from the spotlight, a paper bag over his head. Mia asked the guy if he was going home. Jinga confirmed that yes, he would fulfill Subaru's request to clear the 6-star gate, and that would complete his mission. The young man was embarrassed because he hadn't helped the players much at the end, but he felt he had done his best, considering that he was only silver rank. Mr. Kiryu and his cat Sushi also said they would be leaving. Jinga bowed low to Kiryu and thanked him for his tremendous work. Jinga was sure that Subaru would keep his promise. Kiryu realized that the young man had great faith in Subaru and added that no one else should be trusted. Jinga boarded the train and rushed to his hometown, where a cozy home awaited him. When he returned to his apartment, the first thing he did was light candles near his parents' portrait. Then he took a shower, had a snack, and turned on the TV to listen to the news. The news reported on the successful clearing of the 6-star gate. It had been a long week for Jing, but he hadn't been bored. Besides, he had met his savior, Subaru. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light and a silver door appeared next to Jing. The young man was surprised. He hadn't expected it to appear right then. He opened the door slightly, looked inside, and called out to the door's owner, Arcane. However, there was another spirit inside who said he had been eagerly awaiting their meeting. Jinga felt that he could not move, and his interlocutor asked if he would be opposed to negotiations. It was the Silver King named Rui. Rui looked at the player with a hypnotic gaze and said he wanted the young man to help him with something. Jinga listened motionless to everything the Silver King told him. He had no choice, and he could not get close to this villain of his own free will. At the same time, the Federation headquarters was filled with merriment. A celebration was underway in honor of the clearing of the six-star gate. All the players raised their glasses and drank their favorite drinks. Several participants were missing. Jinga went home because he lives far away, and Kiryu returned to prison but was given permission to attend soccer matches. It was said that the day before, he had visited his relatives, spent the night with them, and everyone had cried, celebrating their reunion and dreaming that his sister would fight alongside them again. Shikishima hoped that Subaru would not leave the party quickly. The young man confirmed that his meeting with Jinga was scheduled for the evening. Of course, it was an unexpected invitation, and no one planned to discuss anything private. But Shikishima had an idea. Subaru should buy himself a house. Now that the young man had become popular, the hotel where he was staying was in constant turmoil, packed with fans. But Shikishima was upset that the cost of living had gone up. Now it was a problem for everyone. He decided that Subaru should buy any property, an apartment or a house, and move there immediately. Living in a decent place is not a luxury or a show, but a necessity of life. If a celebrity stays in a normal neighborhood, he begins to disturb those around him. Subaru didn't know how to find a suitable house quickly, but Shikishima promised to help, and in the meantime, he could live in Hirosaki's apartment. Upon hearing this news, Naros was very angry. How dare anyone come near his idol's home? Subaru even offered to take Naruse with him to the apartment, but in response, he received an even greater dose of anger and aggression. Shikishima said he would take care of everything and bring the young man the key soon. In the meantime, Subaru could go about his business. There was plenty to do here without him. Kallian noticed that all the appliances and devices in the apartment were not working, but Sayaka explained that Hirosaki would die if he touched them with his bare hands. That's why the player always wore gloves. Shikishima finally let Subaru go, saying that it would be better for the young man to walk around the city and see the places he had defended. Memories from the future flooded Subaru again, and there were ruins everywhere. Now the boy was calmly walking down the street, sipping his favorite coffee and watching the people and buildings. How pleasant it was to realize that children, old people, and women could safely be here. Subaru was happy. Together with his team of players, he had managed to preserve the peace and tranquility that reigned in the streets of the city, and the tragedy described by the King of the Northern Lights had not happened. After walking around the city, Subaru went to the train station, bought a ticket, and boarded the train to go meet Jinga. He immediately began to thank his new friend for the enormous and difficult work Jinga had done in helping to clear the six-star gate. Jinga was not wearing a paper bag on his head today and accepted the thanks with dignity and calm. Jinga thought he would finally be free after clearing the gate, but he was summoned the very next day. He didn't want to meet the man with whom he had gone through hard times so as not to feel tired. After that, Jinga got straight to the point and asked what Subaru wanted to discuss. Subaru suggested that Jinga accompany him to the underground world the following week. Jinga clarified that the underground world was a place where the enemies of humanity were located. Subaru confirmed that this was true, as a lot had happened, and now he had to take part in a royal meeting. It was strange to hear about kings who also meet with each other, but it turned out to be true. The news of the existence of the underground world and kings could shake the whole world. Jinga was outraged. In reality, people know nothing about the underground world. No one has ever been there, and now Subaru is going to go there. Subaru agreed that it all sounded fantastic, but that was precisely why he was asking Jinga to go there with him. Jinga didn't understand how it was physically possible to get there, and was even more surprised as to why Subaru was inviting an ordinary silver-ranked player, since he had companions who were much stronger than Jinga. Subaru admitted that he himself did not know how to get to the meeting of the kings of the underworld, but he was sure that the interested parties would contact them themselves. He hoped that someday he would be able to bring his strong friends with him, but for now the player needed Jinga's strength. Therefore, Subaru wanted to officially invite Jinga to become his comrade. After returning from the underground world, he planned to form a team and would like to invite Jinga to join it. So far, Subaru had not applied to register the team and had not even come up with a name for it. However, he already has a motto: "I will never betray or abandon my friends." One couldn't help but agree that the motto sounded promising. Jinga thought for a while about the offer to attend the meeting of the kings of the underworld. The young man remembered that he had not trusted Subaru since their first meeting. Then Subaru invited Jinga to help clear the 6-star gate, which seemed strange. They hardly knew each other, and it was difficult to trust a stranger. But still, one cannot deny that Subaru made the right decision. Together, the players were able to clear the goal thanks to Subaru's strategy. Jinga now had no doubt that his new friend possessed some kind of mysterious power. He wanted to understand its nature and figure out where Subaru got such a clear understanding of the future and the behavior of even strangers. Subaru listened to what Jinga was saying with bated breath. Jinga finally finished and said that he would believe in Subaru just as Subaru had once believed in him. Subaru was pleased that he had been able to convince Jinga, despite all the guy's doubts. A firm handshake sealed the agreement of mutual trust and future cooperation. The guys stood on the seashore, shook hands, and smiled sweetly, although the scene seemed slightly staged. Indeed, the outcome could have been completely different. Jinga used the Ice 9 skill, which was supposed to destroy Subaru. But Subaru put on gloves, and the handshake ended safely, even though he was on the verge of death. At that moment, far away, right on the water, there was a silver door with its king. Rui poured himself some tea into a saucer and waited for the outcome of this meeting, which he had helped to bring about. This was how he marked his farewell to Subaru, who had become a real threat in recent days. The victory over Fire Lambda in just a few minutes had greatly strained the king. And the murder of the brutal demon slayer with the help of his relatives did not allow the Silver King to relax, even if the Gold and Copper Kings acted cautiously. Rui believed that inaction would lead to a high probability of Vanquish's return. The Silver King believed that the danger must be nipped in the bud. Rui admired Subaru's great soul, but he was still going to kill him despite the player's value. The Silver King Rui was confident that he would succeed and said goodbye to the player. To do this, he used a cursed spirit that corrupted the soul, imprisoning it in the body of his chosen victim, Jinga. This allowed him to completely control the victim in the absence of mental resistance. Jinga had to obey all of Rui's commands. Subaru immediately understood the plan. In this timeline, the Silver King had targeted Jinga specifically because he was a silver player. Subaru, standing on the shore during his meeting with Jing, addressed Rui directly. "Can you see us now?" Subaru announced that he had figured out the evil plan and was ready to explain the mistakes Rui had made, thereby giving himself away. First, Jinga never goes outside without a paper bag over his head. Then he always calls Subaru by his last name, Ariaki. But these aren't even the most serious mistakes. In his memories of the past, Jinga had no intention of believing Ariaki, because the moment he did, Ariaki would fight to the bitter end. There's nothing wrong with not saving the world, just as sometimes it's okay to run away when things get scary. Subaru was sure that Jing would never say he believed in him. Explaining all this, Subaru immediately began to activate his abilities, even though they were not in the underground world. It turned out that Subaru had used a fake arm, cutting off his real one, and thus the fake arm was in contact with the ice skill. Subaru had created the fake arm from the beginning and controlled it, which meant that he was immediately wary of the Ice 9 skill. Without ironclad confidence, such precautions would have been impossible. Subaru activated his cursed blood and touched Jing's chest using this skill. The boy's body instantly shuddered, and the implanted spirit that the Silver King used to control Jing died. Rui was very angry. His plan had failed, and he realized that Subaru understood the situation as if he had known about it in advance. After the lost spirit left Jing's body, he collapsed and lost consciousness. Subaru gently laid the young man on the sand and asked him to wait for his return. Jinga was unconscious and couldn't hear his friend, but Subaru promised that they would continue their conversation after he returned. The Silver King finally understood the main problem. Subaru could see the future. The bag Subaru had arrived with was lying on the sand. It turned out that it contained a severed hand, which Subaru had removed from himself in advance and simply taken with him on the road. Subaru placed the severed hand on his shoulder and, thanks to his blood skills, managed to revive it instantly. The king understood that Subaru possessed not only the power of Vanquish, but also the gift of foresight. The boy was too dangerous. Rui was sure that the player had to be killed right here and now, before he became even stronger. Subaru, having fully recovered, noted that the present achieved by the players was very different from what he had seen in the future. In such an unpredictable world, Subaru was sure of only one thing. He was referring to the defeat that the Silver King was bound to suffer. The enemy was too strong. At that moment, Subaru's closest friends gathered at Hirosaki's apartment. Shikishima, Sayaka, and Kallian watched their friend through their soul connection. They were tense and focused. Shikishima empathized with the player and wanted to be there to help. Kallian watched Subaru's actions with pleasure, considering him a cunning fox. Kallian was sure that Rui should prepare for death, because the trump card that Subaru had kept was still with him and had not been used. The Silver King, of course, had no intention of suffering defeat at the hands of some obscure, albeit powerful player. Finally, he stopped watching from afar as the young man, who was overly confident and thought he could stand up to the king, and he rose, preparing to face an opponent whom he hoped to defeat only by defeating the six-star knight. But now the Silver King would show him what a truly strong opponent meant. Rui approached Subaru at tremendous speed, but Subaru was already waiting for him and met the Silver King with a powerful punch, throwing him far into the sea. The Silver King didn't understand what had happened, and Subaru, in top physical shape, rushed after him. Blood manipulation was activated. Many hands rose from the water, imitating Subaru's actions. Rui instantly increased his power level and used the nine-tailed silver star to break the attack. However, even after breaking it, Rui received the same powerful blow, lost consciousness, and began to sink deep into the sea. At the depth around the Silver King, a dense protective shell was formed thanks to blood manipulation, and his soul was now accessible to Subaru. Rui felt that he was beginning to lose and turned to the young man with the question, "Who are you anyway?" Subaru thought about the last three skills he had been given in Vanquish. One of them, walking under the sun, protected vampires' weak points from the sun, but at the same time reduced all their stats. Now Subaru used it against the Silver King. It was precisely this effect that the young man was currently using against Rui. Subaru's true vampire form was as the Silver King now saw it. Rui was angry. All this time watching Subaru, he had not noticed that he was fighting at full strength, and the king himself had been deceived. Enraged, Rui activated all his power, for no one dared to underestimate the Silver King. The villain used the Silver King's authority and rushed to attack the player. He added divine threads of silver petals and was about to destroy everything around him, even though he was in the human world. Subaru watched his opponent closely, analyzing his actions. The young man stood on the waves, ready to face battle, determined not to let anyone die here. Spectators from the human world continued to watch the epic battle between the Silver King and Ariake Subaru. In the underground world, in the depths of the soul, the Sea of Brilliance also watched the events closely. Killam noted that Subaru's ability was stronger than Alaka's last ability. Delta watched the villain closely and realized that the current Silver King had immediately decided to use his maximum ability. Fiery Lambda had only recently appeared in the company of his brothers and was surprised that they were aware of all the events. Ludwig was very alarmed. If Subaru couldn't repel the attacks, the whole area would be destroyed. Even Hirosaka was a little worried, but he hoped that his comrade would manage. All the observers wanted to hear the opinion of Vanquish, who was sitting in his chair and also watching the battle. Vanquish was about to say something about the strength and abilities of his main disciple, but he couldn't find the words and preferred to watch. At that moment, someone shouted, "Leave the guy alone, just shut up and watch." It was Sayaka, who covered Hirosaka's mouth, confident that Subaru would prevail and exceed all expectations. At that moment, Subaru activated Tasaka's swing, preparing to use it against the Silver King. The opponents exchanged a huge number of powerful blows, but the advantage remained unclear, as their strengths were almost equal. At one point, the torn light spheres collided in the sky, flooding everything around them. This triggered a chain of subsequent explosions. As a result, water rose into the sky, and then a continuous rain of seawater fell on the city of Hitachi. For a moment, the Silver King's mind shut down, and he seemed to hang in the air. He only came to his senses after the rain stopped. His divine threads of silver petals were torn apart, and the rift passed through dimensions, giving Subaru access to Vanquish's special abilities. Of course, hiding his vampire power until the last moment was a deliberate move. Subaru explained that he had hidden this power on Vanquish's orders, never showing it to anyone. Even during the six-star battle against Iluk, Subaru concealed his power, leaving the fighting to his relatives so that the Silver King would not learn of his trump card. Subaru did not deny this fact, and added that if Rui had known about his true power, everything would have turned out completely differently. A coward like the Silver King would not have come to the human world to engage in open combat. But now the Silver King had driven himself into this situation, and there was no point in arguing. That's exactly how it happened. The Silver King could no longer tolerate it and decided to destroy Subaru's body, making him regret his words. Subaru watched the enemy's powerful abilities. A beam of light turned seawater into steam in a fraction of a second. One touch, and he would have died. Constant use of such a powerful ability would likely consume a lot of energy. So the Silver King was not having an easy time. In any case, the current Rui possessed only 1/9 of his soul. Even the spirits did not know about this. Vanquish explained that the heavenly mechanism forbids the main part of an underground creature's soul from entering the human world. But Rui has the ability to divide his soul into 9 parts. Thanks to this, he can bypass the system. Now he uses this as an excuse. I'm considered a skill, so let me through. Fiery Lambda turned to his brothers. I don't understand what the vampire is talking about at all. It turned out that many people didn't understand. Even Ludwig wasn't aware of these details. Delta Storm summed it up. Rui had illegally entered the human world. Vanquish added that even a single part of the soul that enters the human world gains infinite power, as the gates cannot limit it. But there was one catch which Vanquish was clearly pleased with. If you look at it from another angle, you can cause irreparable damage by destroying the soul. Even the defeat of the 9th part would weaken the entire soul and reduce the power of the carrier in the underworld. Therefore, Subaru needs to give it his all. This is important for future negotiations. Rui turned to his opponent, not understanding how much longer he would run away, because Subaru boasted that he would defeat the Silver King. The Silver King began to get annoyed and tried to provoke Subaru with insults. Subaru remained calm, believing that there was enough time, even though the Silver King was wasting a lot of energy. The young man explained that he was simply preparing for battle and for the defeat of his opponent. Rui tried to get closer, but couldn't. Subaru had built a barrier of blood, explaining his constant retreat. Subaru used the reggaeton skill, trapping the enemy in a curse of blood. Rui could do nothing. At that moment, Subaru rushed into the attack and punched the Silver King in the nose with a powerful blow. The blow was painful and caused damage. Subaru beat his opponent relentlessly until he was completely destroyed, with no intention of stopping. The Silver King looked increasingly wounded, but Subaru continued to fight to the last. Blood spattered everywhere, and the battle resembled the beating of a baby. Rui couldn't believe until the very end that Subaru had surpassed him in strength. The young man understood that his opponent was still holding on, even though the Silver King was already preparing to escape through the gate. Subaru noted that anyone else in his place, Ilak or Flame Lambda, would have died long ago, even though the Silver King was strong. This time, Subaru added a portion of cursed blood to his blows to finally end the fight. Soon, a wonderful sight appeared before the eyes of all who were watching. The body of the Silver King Rui was completely destroyed. Even the underground monsters, their souls and monsters, watched the battle with their mouths open. They hadn't seen anything so epic in a long time. Ludwig was delighted. Subaru had defeated his opponent very quickly, although it should not be forgotten that this was only part of his soul. Vanquish was still sitting on his throne, not changing his posture, and praised his student, saying that he had done a great job. But now Subaru had to make the Silver King one of his allies through negotiations. Such was Vanquish's cunning plan. Everyone present was amazed. How could anyone talk to someone in such terrible physical condition? Subaru was struck by this idea. He had to win the Silver King over to his side. The young man had heard about this even before the battle with Ilak. Vanquish confirmed that what he had heard was not nonsense, but it was not enough to simply show up at the meeting with the kings. He had to prepare the ground in advance. Therefore, Vanquish instructed Subaru to propose negotiations to the Silver King and win him over to his side. For the negotiations to be successful, it was first necessary to thoroughly beat the Silver King. Subaru had to show his opponent his strength, the only way to get someone powerful to listen to you. Besides, the Silver King Rui was the type of person who was easier to negotiate with after admitting defeat. Furthermore, this jerk was cunning and cautious, but also very cowardly. Many years ago, the Silver Queen, Rui's predecessor, had declared that she wanted to make Roa her successor. Vanquish believed that this should not be done, otherwise the country would lose its integrity and identity. Rui was just a young boy at the time, But he already knew that he was standing before the vampire king Vanquish, whom everyone feared and respected. Vanquish turned to the boy and said that he had seen Roy running away from battle. The vampire could explain exactly why the boy had fled. Vanquish explained to the future Silver King that fear and grief were stronger for him than the joy of victory. This was not a problem for an ordinary person, but the duty of a king is different. He cannot completely succumb to grief. Vanquish told the boy, "Don't be a wimp, pull yourself together and stop being afraid." If Royce pulled himself together in time, he would become a good king. These words upset young Rui, but he saw how much authority Vanquish had among the kings. Perhaps it was worth listening to him. However, the Silver Queen had no intention of listening to Vanquish, who had become too clever for his own good as his rank grew. The queen wanted Rui to become her successor and spend his life among strong, confident kings. The boy also liked this idea. He hoped to grow up to be brave and become a good ruler. A small island with 2 chairs drifted in the sea, and the interlocutors sat opposite each other. Finally, Rui woke up. Of course, the Silver King immediately began his attempts, but Subaru told him not to even try. Rui was just a part of the soul and wanted to return to his former form. The battle was already over. Humiliated and weakened, the Silver King asked why Subaru hadn't killed him. Subaru stated bluntly that he had spared Rui for the sake of negotiations and now offered him an alliance. He wanted the Silver King to start working with the players and convey their joint request to the Council of Kings. For the plan to work, Subaru suggested that Rui become his relative. This part of the plan infuriated Rui. He could not allow himself to be made a vassal. Even in the underground world, everyone who witnessed this turn of events was surprised. Making the Silver King a vassal is not easy. It is unclear who would agree to such a thing. Vanquish sat calmly in his chair. He hadn't suggested that Subaru become a vassal. The boy had come up with the idea himself. Vanquish understood that the show wasn't over yet and suggested that his companions keep watching. Something else shocking was about to happen. Subaru said that he could only have 6 vassal relatives, and now there was only 1 spot left. Jinga was still lying on the beach unconscious. Subaru again suggested that the Silver King take the last place and join the group of his relatives. Rui couldn't hold back. Despite his weakness, he started shouting, saying that Subaru had gone mad because no one would agree to such a thing. But Subaru continued. If the Silver King accepted the offer, he would be left alive and allowed to return to the underground world. The Silver King, even though he was part of the soul, understood that his destruction would greatly weaken the main carrier and upset the balance between the Gold and Copper Kings. All this would cause a lot of trouble. The Silver King would lose his position in the underground world, but Roy still had doubts. The kings feared most that Vanquish would one day regain his former strength and return to the peak of his power. Any question that contributes to this is taboo for all kings. Subaru understood that his arguments were not enough to convince Rui, but if he became a relative, Subaru would show him information about the future. It was so tempting that Rui could no longer hold back, even though he said it was all nonsense, and there was no guarantee that Subaru would show him the future. Subaru was pleased with the progress of the negotiations and asked his interlocutor if he finally understood the essence of the matter. If Rui became his relative, Subaru would be able to show him memories of the future through the connection of their souls. The words of the soul cannot lie. The question of the plausibility of the future is not even worth raising. The Silver King thought seriously. The offer was extremely tempting. He would be able to save his life, maintain the balance of the underworld, and see the future. Subaru said that the future had already begun to change. Thanks to his friends, such changes had taken place, and Rui's answer today was expected. Subaru's relatives gave him advice and suggested new ideas while communicating through their souls. Thanks to this, it was possible to develop a plan and strategy. Finally, the Silver King spoke. He asked why Subaru had told him all this. After all, Subaru had just mentioned that the future he was counting on was unreliable. Was there any point in becoming his relative? Subaru pointed to the bracelet glowing on his arm and explained that his memories were connected to the 8 disasters that had befallen the human world. Some of the disasters had already come true, and the people led by Subaru had overcome some of the trials. Subaru knew that the 8th most terrible and final disaster was caused by the administrator of the celestial mechanism. The administrator was the Silver King's personal enemy. Hearing that name, Rui suppressed the grimace of horror and pain that distorted his face. Subaru looked up at the sky and said that it seemed the administrator had already appeared. It was time for real negotiations. At that moment, Jing, who had been lying unconscious on the sand, came to his senses. The young man sat up, rubbed his head, and tried to remember how he had ended up here. The name Silver King came to mind. Jinga looked up at the sky and saw a strange sight. Some creatures resembling shrimp or amoebas were approaching the celestial clock. Subaru also sat tense and focused, watching the administrator. The Silver King was terrified. The administrator was the supreme being who had created the celestial mechanism of this world. Everyone knew of his existence, but his identity remained a mystery. Subaru turned to the administrator and asked why he had appeared, since they had not yet broken any rules, but had only called his name. Outwardly completely calm, Subaru asked the administrator to step back, and a miracle happened. The administrator retreated without interfering, but remained in the world, observing what was happening in all the worlds he ruled. Rui was frightened, but still managed to think clearly and asked, "Did Subaru really fight the administrators in the future?" Subaru honestly said that he had indeed fought, but lost. He was sure that next time he would win. That was why he needed the Silver King's help. Rui was still hesitant. He didn't like the idea of becoming Subaru's relative, but he knew the future. The only way to form an alliance with Subaru was to use soul conversation. In that case, Rui would most likely become the administrator's enemy and get into big trouble. But if he missed this chance, he would never learn all the information that the players possessed. It was scary. He understood that he would not become a real king if he did not take this step. Rui decided not to be afraid of losing something for the sake of his people's future prosperity. He had to accept Subaru's offer. Subaru listened carefully to the Silver King, who honestly admitted that Subaru had shown strength, struck at the country's most vulnerable point, and explained the benefits of cooperation. Rui admitted that he had intended to kill Subaru using his friend, and now did not understand how this could be forgiven. Subaru said that the Silver King had done it to protect his people and his country. Rui used soul division and did not appear until he was on the verge of defeat. But for the sake of his country's people, he was ready to do anything. Even Vanquish, assessing Rui, said that this young man had become a good king for his country. Rui was flattered. He respected Vanquish greatly, even though he feared him, and it was nice to hear such a description. Subaru decided that there was no need to worry, and together with his comrades would give his all to protect the Silver King. Rui listened attentively to Subaru and admired his intelligence, quick wit, and flexibility. He realized that this powerful weapon chosen by Vanquish was the best of its kind. Finally, the Silver King was able to relax and announced that he would become Subaru's relative. An agreement was reached between the men, and they shook hands. The scene was idyllic. Against the backdrop of a starry sky and a moonlit sea, two different personalities made a pact to save their loved ones. Jinga was surprised to see that the island where Rui and Subaru were located had sailed to the shore. Subaru explained that they were now friends and had come together, arm in arm, embracing each other. Jinga realized that nothing should surprise him anymore, and calmly accepted this fact. Such behavior alarmed Subaru. Jinga decided not to argue or doubt his friend, to try to learn to trust, but he had a question. Jinga said that he had seen large eyes in the sky near the celestial clock. He wanted to understand where they came from and what they were. Subaru felt that he had to tell him everything in detail so that there would be no misunderstanding later. Jinga listened attentively to the problem hanging over everyone. It was a crisis affecting all worlds, the reason why Subaru had always kept something hidden. Jinga also wanted to know when the crisis would happen, but the answer was frightening. Subaru believed they had 2.5 months left, and possibly even less. There was indeed reason to be upset, and the final battle would most likely happen sooner because events were now unfolding ahead of schedule. Jinga's older sister called him on the phone and yelled into the receiver. She wanted to know where the young man was. The girl said that their uncle, the owner of the Copper Star, had already arrived, and that was not a good sign. Everyone understood that Jinga was the star of the family, but he couldn't skip family gatherings. His uncle was lonely. His sister complained that Jinga was always late, and even his uncle had cried 3 times. And now the young man said he was busy with his team, who believed in him, and he couldn't let them down. A few years ago, Jinga really wanted to move to Tokyo, so he was busy and didn't attend family events, leaving everything to his sister. Jinga had to get home quickly anyway, otherwise he would be late for the delicious dishes his mother had prepared. The young man asked them to save some for him and said that he would definitely break free and rush to meet his loved ones. Suddenly, a gate appeared in the open sea that no one knew about. Even the Players' Federation couldn't detect it. The gate swung open, there was a crash, and the timer started. Jinga was on a train to his family at the time, but even the alarm did not warn him of the moment the gate opened. A huge, monstrous monster emerged from the gate onto the streets of the city. People had no idea of the impending disaster, and Jinga's entire family was calmly spending time together at the table. The monster was gigantic. It gradually crawled out of the sea onto land and began to move deeper into the city. The monster blocked out the sun, and darkness fell as clouds gathered in the sky. When Jinga reached his hometown, he found only ruins where his house had once stood. The young man wandered among the debris and bodies of his dead relatives, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. He remembered how his sister used to scold him for always being late, but if he had arrived on time, he would have died along with his loved ones. He couldn't bear such misfortune. Even in a terrible dream, it was impossible to imagine that his entire family and home would disappear in an instant. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, and when he turned around, he saw the monster that had destroyed the city and taken his family away. Jinga lay on the ground, unable to move, and the feeling of helplessness made the pain even worse. Besides, he was terribly ashamed. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why couldn't he get up and at least try to avenge the dead? A few days passed, and the municipal authorities asked if the boy wanted to rebuild the house in the same place. Jinga asked for the house to be made the same as it was when his family was alive, using old materials where possible. Inside the house, a memorial corner dedicated to his deceased parents appeared. Portraits of all the family members who died on the same day were hung in the living room. Jinga was too late then, but later he became stronger to protect the weak. Unfortunately, he could not bring his family back, and now he asked them for forgiveness. He was very sorry for what had happened. Jinga regularly tried to cope with the pain tearing his heart apart by turning to the portraits and asking for forgiveness. After a while, he could no longer walk the streets of the city. People pointed at him and said that he was the player who failed to save his family. He wasn't there at the crucial moment, so the family died tragically. One day, Jinga put a paper bag over his head and became almost unrecognizable to the whole world. Members of his former gaming team called him, but he declined invitations to participate in games. Jinga apologized to them and said that he would no longer go far from his hometown. He tested his skills and, after receiving confirmation of activation, returned home. The gate no longer appeared over the sea, but Jinga remained on guard. He didn't trust anyone, not even himself, but he was afraid to leave the city unattended. In any weather, day or night, the young man stood on the shore so that the creatures from the underworld would not destroy the city again. Jinga believed that if he remained constantly on guard, he would never again feel regret for being late. After reflecting on his life, and especially recent events, Jinga asked Subaru to make him his relative. Confident in his desire, he declared that he would fight even if Subaru refused, and he was not going to give up. Subaru was touched by such recognition and trust from a young man he hardly knew. Jinga insisted that this time he would prove to everyone that he would protect them all to the end. In his memories of the past, there was a seventh disaster called the Curse of Memory. The sea, the sting, a huge statue broken into pieces. With the help of a mental destruction skill aimed at the human world, all of humanity, except for the players, was destroyed. Subaru sat alone on the shore, upset. Jing approached him and asked what he was doing there. Subaru did not recognize the newcomer and asked who he was. The young man introduced himself as Jing, after which Subaru also introduced himself. Subaru said that he had fought the enemy in this place and defeated him, but unfortunately he was unable to interrupt the activation of the skill. He came to the conclusion that this time he was too late, and it was already too late to do anything about it. The sunset blazed red, and pieces of the broken statue floated in the sea. And on the shore stood two lonely and unhappy guys who had too much in common. On the same shore was now the Silver King Rui, watching Subaru perform Jingu on his relatives. Subaru activated Raktasnan, the ability to usurp the soul of a person in a healthy living state. He could feel power spreading through his veins, and all his normal sensations and feelings were dulled. It was the experience of activating kinship. When it was over, Jing said that he was now part of Subaru. Suddenly, the voices of his other relatives began to echo in his head. It was like a voice chat for relatives, where the true thoughts of each player could be heard. What he heard in this voice chat stunned Jing, and he immediately thought that now he would have to control his thoughts. Subaru finished the process with Jing and turned to the Silver King, asking if he was ready to activate the Blood Usurper. Roy said that, of course, he hadn't become docile and obedient. There was still a lot he didn't like, and in general, but there was nothing he could do. and he was ready to surrender himself to Subaru. Subaru began the activation process, but suddenly felt something strange. Usually, the young man immediately felt his power increase when he acquired a relative. But this time, the feeling was completely different. It was as if Subaru had reached a new level, and the young man didn't know how to assess it. Ruai explained that after becoming his relative, the real body of the Silver King from the underworld had gained enormous power. At that moment, Subaru was receiving only a tenth of his relative's characteristics. Subaru realized that the power he was now feeling did not come from a fragment of Ruai's soul, but from his real body. This immediately reminded him of the greatness of the Silver King. Transforming others into relatives was the Banish's favorite skill, the only skill that increased the power of both relatives and the master. That was why the Rainbow Country had been the most powerful in recent years. No one could defeat it. But now, with his newfound power, Ruai could surely defeat both the Golden Queen and Vorden. But these were just thoughts spoken aloud. Roy joined Subaru for the sake of a higher goal, and the Silver King activated the Silver Star. After that, he suggested that everyone get on the star to meet other relatives and also to see Vanquish. Jinga didn't really trust this method of transportation. Soon, everyone gathered in Tokyo at Hirosaki's apartment. Now all the relatives were present and could get to know each other to understand that they now had common goals. The lineup was truly impressive and promising. Subaru looked at Naruse with surprise. The young man had put a mask on his face and a sleep mask over his eyes. Naruse said he was offended by Subaru for pretending to be a fan of Hirosaki and for acting alone. Subaru understood that everyone had their own issues and went crazy in their own way. But now all the relatives had to come forward, and the young man showed the bloody key. With this key, it was possible to open the gate to the Sea of Shining, located in the human world, for just a few minutes. He had already heard something about the Sea of Shining, but he wasn't sure if such a place existed in the underworld. Subaru and his relatives entered the Sea of Shine, and an idyllic picture appeared before the players. In reality, it was the abode of souls, a sea of ashes from burnt souls. Pros said that such an ability creates a tiny kingdom in the underworld, a very cool skill. Now Subaru had his own abode. The place was less concealing to players, and now Roy understood why he couldn't find Vanquish. It turned out that the administrators couldn't see anyone here either. This world was hidden even from the most powerful. After his defeat in battle with the administrators, Vanquish disappeared. With his last ounce of strength, he created this abode and lay down at its bottom. Although the Rainbow King had lost his power and strength, he still had a place where he could at least simply exist. And now Vanquish lived in his abode, physically recovered and made further plans. The Silver King Ruai looked at his old friend and idol with admiration. Vanquish also greeted the young man, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how Ruai had been doing over the millennia since their last meeting. Ruai honestly admitted that things had not been so bad. He had even become a pretty good king for all the animals and plants he ruled over. Ruai always remembered Vanquish and now noted that this was their second meeting, but it was the first time the Silver King had been able to talk to Vanquish. It was the next player's turn. It turned out to be Shikishima. He shook Vanquish's hand, and Vanquish said he remembered the guy for helping Subaru. Shikishima had an interesting conversation with one of the most powerful beings on the planet. At that moment, Kalyan and Ruai began to argue about which of them was closer and more important to Vanquish. Sai finally met Sayaka. Sayaka noted the girl's new image and said that she had become a real beauty. Naruse took off his mask and was finally able to talk to his idol, Hirosaka. Subaru saw that Jinga was very pensive and silent. The young man assumed that Arkina might have some problems. When everyone had finally introduced themselves and exchanged greetings, it was decided to sit down together and discuss further plans. Vanquish announced that Subaru and his relatives had arrived at the meeting of kings. It was an excellent company, so the representative of the Rainbow Country also took part in the meeting. Vanquish also introduced the new members of the Rainbow Country. They were brothers who had been temporarily reduced in size. And also Lord Hirosaki Lundvik, although she understood that the Golden Queen Sofini would not like all this. After that, Vanquish turned to Subaru to explain the principle of the underground world to everyone present. Subaru stood up and began to explain the reason why they had all gathered. They had already managed to prevent some disasters for the meeting of the kings, but they still had to win over the King of the Northern Lights. In addition, the list of tasks would grow after talking to the Vanquish. This was the main reason for the meeting. Subaru demanded the complete destruction of all gates leading to the underworld. Upon hearing this, Jinga couldn't hold back and jumped to his feet. He asked again if Subaru would really demand the complete destruction of the gates at the meeting of kings. The young man couldn't believe it. Was such a thing even possible? Subaru said that since the victims of the invasion were here, such a demand was entirely justified. He would soon discuss this issue with Ruai and the other kings. But first, Subaru wanted to explain once again how the players should deal with the upcoming disasters. At the moment, 3 disasters had been prevented. As for the remaining ones, the players would most likely be able to easily deal with the 5th and 6th disasters. As for the 5th disaster, which will occur after the next one, it will be necessary to reach a level higher than 99. Sayaka jumped up at that moment and said that they must do everything in their power to avoid this. Subaru explained to everyone present that there is one player whose body will be taken over by autoskill after reaching level 99. By creating a trap in the form of a skill similar to Ruai's ability, it will be possible to move on to the next stage. The owner of the door will be able to go to the human world and will have full manifestation, unrestricted by the limits of the gate. He may be several times stronger than a 6-star boss or part of the Silver King's soul. Of course, this is a very bad situation. The person whose body will be taken over is Sayaki's older sister, Hazuki. All the players were silent and pensive. They had no idea how to deal with such a situation. Sayaka could barely contain her anger, and electricity literally sparkled around her. Sayaka's sisters, the older and younger ones, continued to fight after losing their strength, despite serious injuries and without waiting for a full recovery. Hazuki continued to attack the gate as if possessed. Thanks to this, the girl repeatedly increased her level, ignoring her fatigue. This continued until her level reached 99, and she received a notification that she would become an auto-skilled character. The girl turned into a huge monster to summon the Dragon King Guel. Soon, an equally monstrous giant worm, many times longer than a house, appeared from under the ground. Fires literally raged around Sayaka. The girl was angry and upset about the situation. Kallian tried to calm his friend down, but realizing that it was pointless, he asked Subaru what he suggested doing. The Silver King Ro took the floor. He promised to try to negotiate with the monstrous worm Guel, but he didn't really believe that it would listen to him. Subaru continued the meeting and said that now it was time to move on to the real problem. The young man was sure that the 6th calamity should not happen at all. He was talking about the great earthquake that would happen because of Taigga. But as everyone remembered, in the battle against the Black Faction in King Aurora's timeline, Taigga was Subaru's brother. The players were unable to defeat Kokujunshi, and Subaru lay in a pool of blood. Small insects will remain insects, and after that, Taigga's power will quickly begin to grow. It would accelerate time on the continental plates directly beneath Japan, leading to the Great Earthquake. Subaru couldn't even think about the consequences of such a natural disaster. Kallian didn't understand because in their timeline, Taigga had already died, so of course there would be no earthquake. Naruse also didn't understand what the problem was if the disaster didn't happen. Subaru saw the problem in why they were able to defeat Taigga in this timeline. Shikishima began to explain his theory. The paths leading to the future are divided into 3 timelines. The current timeline is connected to Subaru, the past is connected to the King of the Northern Lights, and there was a 3rd unknown timeline. The timeline was supposed to change after Subaru received Aurora's memory, but by that point, Taigga was already dead. That meant the split had occurred before Subaru met the King of the Northern Lights. Sayaka and Hirosaka didn't understand anything and asked him to explain it again for the slow learners. Simply put, there was some unknown factor that changed the future before Subaru did. It is not yet clear whether it is an enemy or an ally. Therefore, we must be on our guard. Most likely, this unknown factor is already somewhere nearby. Soon the meeting was over, and Sayaka breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't take any more information. Saya and Sayaka treated each other with great tenderness and reverence. In the end, the girls united and were able to activate the blood usurper for each other. Sayaka said goodbye to her friends and remained in this abode. Saya promised not to let her friend down and went to the human world with all her relatives. At the last moment, Vanquish called out to Subaru and asked her to stay a little longer. Vanquish said that they had too little time to discuss everything. The King of the Rainbow Country really liked Subaru's energetic team. Vanquish admitted that when he first met the boy, he never expected to gain such a large family. After all, they were both very lonely and gloomy. Subaru agreed with this conclusion and said that he had just realized how much they had achieved in such a short time. Subaru initially became a player just to earn money, honor, and fame, which Taigga had taken away from him. But now the young man understood the meaning of the expression, love yourself and become truly happy. Subaru loved his friends and comrades, as well as the version of himself that he became when he was with them. Now the young man wanted to continue on his journey with these people. In addition, there was a very strange moment on his path, a friendship that began with the rainbow door. Subaru closed his eyes and admitted that he really liked his lord and everything Vanquish taught him. The young man actually wanted to prolong their travels on the long journey of life for as long as possible. Vanquish said there was no need to worry because now that he knew the young man, he was sure that everything would be fine. And one day Subaru would be able to reach the heights that Vanquish himself had been unable to reach in his time. After that, the king of the rainbow door turned away and told the young man to go to the human world. They would meet later in the underworld. Queen Safina was taking a bath and talking to her subordinate. She had already heard about the player who had easily cleared the 6-star gate. The queen wanted to know more about him. She also planned to send this player an invitation in 7 days human time and allow him to attend the meeting of kings. The ruler of the Golden Country, Safina, announced that Subaru would be a guest at the meeting of kings. Subaru slept peacefully in his bed, and nothing foreshadowed any incidents. Suddenly, the young man woke up to an unknown sound and saw a bright spot of light on the wall. It turned out to be an envelope that literally glowed with gold. The young man picked up the envelope, opened it, and found a letter inside. It was an invitation for participants to attend the meeting of kings. 3 days passed, and the members of Subaru's team met in the park near Hirasaki's house. Subaru said that the hour the Golden King had spoken of was almost upon them. Naruse, like everyone else present, was dressed warmly, but he was worried if it was enough because the invitation said that everyone should dress warmly. None of those present knew how cold it would be in the underworld. Subaru had not seen this meeting in his memories of the future, so he could not say anything. Saya and Kalyan were also confused. Jinga didn't understand why they needed to meet in the park at all. After all, they could have met in a room, as they had done before. Hirosaki had such a comfortable apartment. But then right in the middle of the park, the golden door appeared. However, there was a small problem with it. It was an unusual door, a huge archway. Such a door would definitely not fit in any apartment. The archway door swung open, and a silhouette appeared, gradually approaching the players. It was the Golden Knight. He introduced himself as Ixis and announced that he had come for Subaru. The knight himself was the commander of the Golden Guard, which was under the command of Queen Safina. Everyone watched the guard in surprise. It turned out that Queen Safina had a personal guard. Kalyan didn't know either. Perhaps the guard was younger than Safina and Ludwig and belonged to a new generation of golden-ranked knights. Subaru bowed respectfully, introduced himself, and thanked the guard for coming. Ixis said there was no time to waste and that they needed to enter the great door. Unlike the confined space after entering any other door, just one step would immediately transport everyone to the underworld. The players took a step, and indeed, a real miracle happened to them. They found themselves in a space where everything was very unusual. Mountains, forests, hills, clouds, stars, and galaxies swirled together in a spiral. At the edge of the underworld stood a huge golden arch. Subaru, like all his companions, looked around in awe, trying to remember how amazing this underworld was. Everyone present had exactly the same feelings and impressions. The guard explained that, unlike the human world, the underworld had a mainland that led to its very core. The continents here are scattered like fragments of an eggshell and are separate countries. The closer you get to the core of the sun, the hotter the climate. When a country closer to the sun covers the land of another country, it blocks the sunlight and night falls there. Sekishima realized that if they were cold now, it meant they were far from the center. The place where all the players were now is called the Outer Ring. The name makes it clear that they are furthest from the sun. The land stretches far beyond the most distant territory. Naruse realized that they were not in the Golden Country at all. And that was indeed the case. The Golden Country was located on the largest continent, and now it was twinkling high in the sky. Kalyan clarified that the meeting would be held there, but they would like to know about it a little earlier. Ixis just smiled at this complaint and turned to Subaru. There were about 200 countries of various sizes in the underworld, but the third king was an exception. Unfortunately, the others were against Subaru's presence at this meeting. For most kings, owners were nothing more than sacrifices for resurrecting souls within the gate. Some kings even considered Subaru to be a step below a slave. Jinga was furious when he heard such a description of his comrade. If Ixis had taken the players to the Golden Country right away, they would have been surrounded and killed. Kalyan didn't understand where the guard was leading them. Ixis said she was trying to convey that she couldn't even think of such pathetic cockroaches as the owners being present at the meeting. Subaru and his companions froze in anticipation as they listened to this speech. At that moment, the guard activated the golden wall and then launched liberation. All the players found themselves in some kind of golden trap that was closing in on them from all sides. Subaru guessed that Ixis had used her skill to create different lands. The Guardian used her next skill, and now she literally radiated strength and power. All the players were destabilized. Ixis said that if they were her queen's honored guests, she would not kill them, but they had to prove themselves worthy. Using her unique skill, she forcibly moved the players. The meeting of the kings would take place in the great palace of the Golden Country within 3 days. And then they would meet again, if, of course, the players survived. Subaru was very pleased with this turn of events and said that they would see each other again very soon. After that, Ixis said goodbye to the players. They disappeared and were transported. Subaru said they would meet again soon. Well, what else could he say in that situation? But now, looking up at the Golden Country high in the sky, it became clear that things were not so simple. Moreover, the players were scattered in different places. Because they were too far apart, the soul conversation didn't work. The place seemed familiar, but then a huge, powerful monster's paw almost grabbed the guy. However, his dialogue neighbor was, as always, on the spot. The young man was able to protect himself with his sword. However, the problems did not end there. The ground beneath his feet collapsed. Smoke and steam rose. Most likely, there was an enemy underground. A huge monster watched its opponent flying in the sky. It was quite strong, but not too strong. Getting closer, the monster rushed to attack Subaru. However, the boy dodged quickly and easily. The strange thing was that the young man felt nothing at all. There was no bloodlust or hostility in the attacks. Subaru was forced to jump high and fly from one place to another. As he did so, Subaru somehow thought that his opponent knew him personally. Subaru jumped back to a safe distance and asked his opponent who he was. The monster was surprised that the young man had forgotten him. After all, it was Subaru who had killed him in the most brutal way. Subaru looked at his opponent even more closely, but still couldn't figure it out. Now they were in some kind of forest, but Subaru still couldn't remember who he was fighting. The enemy said that this was not surprising because he had completely changed his appearance, so it was difficult to guess who he was. But since Subaru didn't recognize him, he was ready to introduce himself again. He was the largest cobalt from the Caracal Canyon. Subaru began to remember something. He had indeed once fought a giant cobalt. Finally, he remembered that it was the boss of the 2-star gate he had visited on his first run. How did he manage to change so much? It was truly a powerful transformation. The cobalt thanks Subaru for killing him last time. The thing is, the gate is a prison for souls. Those who have sinned in the underworld are sent there. Inside the gate, you are given the opportunity to regain your former appearance and strength, but only where you live before your death. If your star rating is low, then the chance of existing again is also low. Cobalt told the young man all this while carrying him on his back. Cobalt continued his story. He ended up in the 2-star gate and lost the words and logic that had previously been available to him. The possibility of existing again depends on the number of stars. Subaru did not know this information. Perhaps the protective function did not work in the underworld. Subaru asked his friend where they were going. Cobalt explained that they were going to meet the person who had warned him about Subaru's arrival because the young man wanted to visit the Golden Country. And most likely, that person would be able to tell him how to get there. Subaru was curious why Cobalt had gone so far for him. The conditions for leaving the gate were to kill or be killed by a strong owner. In other words, Subaru killed Cobalt and was able to return to his origins. And now the monster had decided to repay his debt and help Subaru. The young man thought this punishment was very strange. Why waste energy sending souls to the gate? But then a strange voice began to speak. It said that this was done so that souls could be exchanged for energy and vice versa in the underworld. Subaru was stunned by the information he heard, as well as by the sight of the person to whom the voice belonged. A gorgeous girl with long white hair was sitting at a table drinking tea. She explained that the exchange of souls for energy was necessary because the civilization of the underworld was built on skills. Therefore, every possible ability acts as a catalyst, activating the soul. A high-quality soul does not return to the world, thus giving advantages to those who use it. Subaru felt his bracelet on his wrist begin to signal as he approached. This reaction from the bracelet could only mean one thing. Cobalt waved to the girl and said that he had brought Subaru. In response, Cobalt received words of gratitude, while Subaru continued to try to determine who was in front of him. He tried very hard and soon realized that she was already here, although it was hard to believe. His companion said that this was their first meeting in this timeline. The stranger was the owner of the bracelet he had received. In the previous destroyed timeline, it was she who had given Subaru his power. And now the young man saw that standing before him was Queen Aurora, Queen of the Northern Lights. Queen Aurora greeted the young man. A huge, powerful volcano was actively spewing fire and lava from its center. Seiya realized that this was the work of Ixis, who had sent them to different places, and each of them had ended up in difficult locations. Perhaps Subaru and the other players had also ended up in dangerous places. The girl realized that she was incredibly lucky. She was standing near a huge river of fire. Suddenly, there was a splash from the fiery stream, and something shot high into the air. It turned out to be a giant worm, now smiling with its entire hideous, enormous mouth. Seiya decided that it resembled the Dragon King, the one who would cause the fifth disaster. Seiya realized that she would now force this monster to remove its terrible spell from her sister Hazuki. At that moment, the king spoke. He asked who she was and how she knew him and his owner. The girl began to activate her abilities and decided to use her real name. She transformed and now represented a new version of Seiya. The girl said that she was one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Queen Martyrdom Judith. Sekishima also found himself in a rather unfortunate situation, judging by the expression on his face. He was sent back to some kind of hole, and it wasn't just a figure of speech. The guy was inside a hollow tree, and there was a single point of light shining above him. I would also like to know what country he was in. But then a stranger appeared nearby and asked him what he was doing there. In addition, a small girl demanded that Shikishima get out of there and not insult their dwelling, because it was their home. Shikishima saw a creature from the underworld for the first time that looked like a normal person. The guy immediately apologized for the intrusion. Shikishima introduced himself and said that he had ended up here due to a series of circumstances. But then the young man looked closely at the girl's face and realized that they had exactly the same eyebrows. The girl asked her companion what they should do with this guy. He seemed like a nice person. Shikishima tried to ask who they were, but the girl was simply furious that they didn't know her. She introduced herself and said she was one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Phantom King Esther. Next to her was Tobito, who was also a Ghost King. Sekishima suggested that these guys were Ghost Kings, much like Kallian. It turned out that they had long dreamed of reuniting but had been unable to meet. The guys consulted among themselves and realized that without alcohol, they would not be able to handle this situation. At that moment, a couple more Ghost Kings appeared, who also wanted to know what this guy had forgotten in their house. The very angry and strict King Barnabas was ready to tear everyone to pieces right there and then. And the Queen of the Dead, Marie, puffed on a cigarette and looked very bloodthirsty. Sekishima realized that he was in a terrible situation. He had only just arrived here, and already he had found a bunch of enemies. Moreover, if you looked at them, they all looked like absolute thugs. Something had to be done about this.